the staffing is really important to look at it, and when we, ask for that extra position, that's kind of the thing that's driving it, is we need to be able to provide those resources to cover our incidents and help our people, because every town is experiencing the same thing. So I say we call mutual aid from afar, right? And we call Wyndham, but they're running 6 calls at the same time themselves, and they're using Gorham and Standish to help them. This is happening everywhere now. So that's why we're looking to increase that staffing, to increase our capabilities. So a couple of the big things that are coming up that we will have to talk about, and I hope it does not occur, but transport times may increase even further than what I just discussed if the state has their way and we are made to transport to Togus Hospital. Right now it's kind of in limbo, but the state EMS services have said if someone requests to go there as a hospital, we must go there. So that's going to take us to Augusta to transport a patient. So it's going to be a former military patient. We're working on it right now and trying to make it so that anything that's emergent will have to go to a closest hospital, and anything long transport, non-emergent, can go via private service, not emergency services. These are the things that we're working on right now. When I talk about manpower needs, et cetera, I also want to add, there's in the back of your handouts that you all got with the budget packages, there's some posters that are up on the board over here. And one of them shows what we are right now if we go to four persons. And then what we'll need. Required to handle an incident for a structure fire in an average everyday residential structure is 17 to 19 people. That's if we have a hydrant in the front yard. We do not. Very rarely do we have a hydrant nearby. We are hauling water from distances. We are cutting holes in ice, drafting water, and hauling it with tank trucks. So we have to add another person for every tank truck that we require. Every 100 gallons a minute required on scene requires a tank truck. So if I need 1,000 gallons a minute, it's 10 tank trucks. That's 10 more people plus a pumper to fill the trucks at that fill site. We start achieving or getting to numbers that are almost unachievable when we look at these incidents. And that's including our mutual aid. So the minimum of 19 members is not just a benchmark, but it's kind of an unrealistic one when we start talking our rural areas of town. We commonly experience multiple vehicle crashes. We experience more serious vehicle crashes and fatalities now. And something I never ever thought I would say, but we also experience more shootings than ever before. And I thought I'd never say this publicly, but the need to have our bulletproof vests is there, and we have protocols and procedures to use and wear those. God, 20 years ago, I'd have said, nope, we don't need that. We'll never need it. We live in small town Maine. But when my guys are doing CPR on a person who's been shot routinely, not routinely, but at least twice a year now, it seems, there's a problem. So these are things that are changing in our world. We have, and still do, look and seek for grants to fund our service. This year, our association funded a defibrillator monitor, and the town purchased the other one. So that's $56,000 that the association gave to the town of Raymond to provide equipment that's needed to do our job. This is required equipment, but we're raising money to purchase it to offset our budget. Over the past 5 years, the association's contributed over $125,000 to buying equipment for the town and department. They've done a great job, and we're really appreciative of that. That includes hydraulic tools, battery-operated hydraulic tools, which give us greater capabilities in the field now. We're billing, and our billing program has become pretty robust for ambulance crashes, vehicle crashes, ambulance calls, and such. This year, currently to date, we're at $310,000 of billing. So it's pretty successful. It's nowhere near offsetting our complete and entire budget, but it is successful. We've looked at and become part of, through a grant program, through EMS, or Maine EMS sustainability funding, a paramedic fly car with the towns of Casco, Raymond, Gray, and Wyndham. And that asset has been phenomenal. It's been a great help. So when we're out on all those calls that happen at once, this asset is able to slide in and provide a paramedic, maybe on times when we don't have a paramedic or we only have a driver. And it's making the services work. That program is included in our budget this year to continue it on a 12-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week, 365-day-a-year type program, with a plan on next year growing it to be a county asset. And that's really the ultimate goal. When we built this thing, we said we wanted to do is grow it and then expand it and become a county asset. So the county would run the program. Maybe a little easier for them to take that money and, I hate to say it, but hide it in their budget, if you will, at a smaller rate to all of us than if we all do it independently. We're looking and working with the new county fire and EMS coordinator, Bill Dingy, putting together some plans to do regional purchases, something near and dear to my heart as Cumberland County President of the Chiefs Association at one point for 3 terms. I preached it and I kept getting shot down, but that was also 15 years ago. I think now is the time, and now is when it will be successful, that we're looking at regional bids, and we're going to have to decide that a piece of hose is a piece of hose despite the brand, as long as it meets the specifications. A gallon of foam is a gallon of foam, as long as we all agree on the brand. And we can now start purchasing in bulk these particular items and controlling the costs. Something that's become very critical, as you know, I've preached year after year. Our turnout gear keeps going up in costs, and it does. Nothing I can do about it, but everybody needs it. And my view of it is, if we had 30 departments that would get together and say we all need 10 sets of gear each, we could probably get it at a better price, a lot better price. So we're working towards that, and this new county coordinator is going to help us get there. I believe it might take a few years to get the full buy-in, but we will get there. It's just not there.
Sound check 1, 2.
Good morning. It is Saturday, May 9th. Welcome to the public information session. The purpose of this meeting is to give you an opportunity to ask questions and seek clarification on the warrant articles and proposed ordinances. There will also be another opportunity on Tuesday, May 12th at our public hearing to do the same. And also just a note, if you want to participate in the school budget, there is an RSU 14 annual budget meeting on May 13th. That will be at the Wyndham High School, and registration for that begins at 6 p.m. This is going to be a very informal meeting. I will probably take some of the articles in small chunks, ask if anybody has questions. I noticed that we have people on Zoom, so I will try to be cognizant of that. Please raise your hand for those who are on Zoom if you wish to speak. Where this is sort of a little different than a public comment, I'll maybe loosely hold your questions to 3 minutes, but I think that a rigid 3 minutes when you're asking questions and there's a back and forth potentially hinders your ability. But we'll see how that goes. All right, I think that takes care of that. I'd like to start with Articles 1 through 3. They're pretty basic standard articles. I would assume that they're... I apologize. That's right. Glenn is going to give a overview. There's also a voter guide that's at the front if you didn't grab that already, and then a print off of the articles and proposed ordinances. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. And then just another housekeeping item. Tuesday, May 26th, we are going to hold a candidates night. We've begun reaching out to candidates to confirm availability. It'll be hosted by the League of Women Voters at this location. And did we confirm a time yet, Mel, or should we wait until we know for sure?
Say that again.
For candidates night, do we have a time yet, or are we still waiting to confirm?
We're good enough that
Yeah.
we can say that it's on the 26th,
Yeah, 7 o'clock.
right here.
And then preceding that meeting will be a middle school implementation committee meeting, so if you're interested in that, we'll be holding that here as well. So as Kayla said, this is an informal Q&A on the budget and the warrant articles. Department heads are here as well to help support answering any questions. I'm going to do a quick overview just from the voter guide before we get into the warrant articles. The municipal budget, which is the stuff that we can control, in the proposed budget, the net impact to your property tax levy is roughly 5.5%. Our gross budget increase is 15.7%, largely driven by an escalation in our solid waste contract, a new labor agreement with the fire department. We have a new 3-year agreement with the union, correcting some under budgeting issues in admin. And I'll just go through a couple of those things. You have an outline there of your revenues. Our budget this year overall with both school, county, and municipal is up 2.26 million. So the total anticipated impact to the levy is 9.2% total, everything all inclusive. There's a note, if any of this stuff is confusing, that's why we're here to answer questions. The fund balance is an authorization. That's something that you, the voters, authorize the select board to utilize as a tool. It is not a guaranteed offset. So what the warrant articles are doing there is you're giving the select board the ability to utilize that within the policy that they adopt. So just a note on that there. But with that being said, there's a couple land use ordinances, and our code officer and I are here and the board to answer any questions on those. And with that, I'll just kind of go into the articles and have a conversation.
All right, thank you, Glenn. Sorry for momentarily forgetting about you. All right, so again, Articles 1, 2, and 3 are pretty standard. They're the same, roughly the same every year with the change of some of the dates, depending on, I think, where they fall. So if there are any questions on Articles 1 through 3, please get up to the podium, state your name, address, or raise your hand on Zoom. But I'm not seeing any. So I'm going to move on to Article 4 and 5. These are regarding administration, assessing, code enforcement, benefits. Article 5 is for public works, which includes the town buildings and solid waste. So I would welcome any comments on those two articles at this time.
Brian Walker, Plains Road. Just a quick question. I know employee benefits are going up everywhere, very, very high. I know we've recently joined GP-COG. I was wondering if that's been explored as a possible route to a less expensive or better benefits for our town employees.
So joining the Council on Governments wouldn't open access to any of those sort of services. Where that might save us money is on salt bids, where we do like a cooperative salt bid, and GP-COG issues those annually. We may get more competitive salt pricing. Some other services we can access through them would be like planning services. Right now we use Sebago Technics. I think that would still be appropriate for special projects, but for general land use planning, there had been discussion about potentially amending the comp plan map. I think GP-COG could do that much cheaper than a Sebago Technics or an architect or somebody or a planner you would bring in. So those types of services would be accessible through that membership. For benefits, MMA was an organization that we also joined in the previous year that does give us access to other insurance products. I actually met with the risk manager from MMA last week, and we did a walkthrough of all the facilities, and he'll be providing us with some quotes on property casualty and workers' comp to see if there are any savings there. An indirect benefit, too, of those programs is it gives us access to training resources. So if I were to do, say, chainsaw safety training or something with the Public Works Department, our current provider, Mimic, provides some of that basic training as part of the package, but with MMA, we get access to a portal with training videos as part of that package, so we could save on some training costs just because it's bundled in those insurance products. But that's stay tuned, wait and see. We actually did quite well on workers' comp. Our mod rate's pretty low, so good news, people aren't getting hurt. There's not a ton of claims that are costing the town a lot of money, and property casualty is where I'll be interested to see what those quotes come back. But GP-COG is not the tool. MMA would be the thing that we get access to those through. Thank you.
Does anybody have any further questions on Articles 4 and 5 at this time?
Oh, I will add one other thing. I did quote the health insurance through MMA, and the premium increase to switch to them is actually 70% more than our current premium. So we actually do quite well with Harvard Pilgrim and the program we provide employees here from a cost standpoint. That being said, I haven't shopped a ton of other carriers, but MMA could not beat what we have through Harvard Pilgrim right now.
Sorry, I went on 5.
Go ahead.
I'll get my coffee. I promise I will not be doing this for every article. And Glenn, thanks for that clarification. I'm glad it kind of went out and you explored the options. On Article 5, on town buildings, is there any monies that are being allocated for potential initial work on Jordan Small? I don't think we get it back before 27, or sorry, 28. I get confused about that. But is there anything that should be possibly allocated to do kind of the initial work, even while the school is still owned by the RSU?
So the proposed budget we started with in February had money set aside for architectural services, but through the workshops we cut that, not because we don't want to pursue that, but I think as the implementation committee starts to do its work, I think the select board will have other tools through the summer before tax commitment to consider how we do an appropriation for that work. So the answer is no, but we're keeping it in mind because the overlay and the fund balance may be two of those tools. The selectmen's contingency might be one of those tools, as well as maybe a grant through GPCOG. So we, as the implementation committee starts to kick off and do its work, will evaluate those and then maybe make a recommendation to select board to say, hey, consider use of overlay or contingency or something to fund that work.
I'm not seeing anybody else for these two articles, so let's look at Articles 6 and 7. Article 6 is regarding the Cemetery Trust Fund, and Article 7 is for public safety, and that includes animal control.
David Brown from Tenny Hill Road, and I just wanted to bring back up something I brought up at last May's hearing over at the Jordan Small Middle School about the cemeteries, and that was the North Raymond Road Cemetery, among others, but that one particularly has needed repair for a long time. It's very unsightly. It's kind of embarrassing, really, for our town. It's got many feet of a wood fence that has lost most of its paint. Boards are falling off, gates are falling off, and we talked about that last May, and I would just really like that to get done this year. I think it's about time. I would propose, and I'm not on the, if we even have an active cemetery committee, but I would suggest, while we're talking about it, that we consider something other than replacing it in kind, because in kind it's a complicated wood structure with many, many boards that have to be maintained and painted, and hey, I'd be happy if they just strung some heavy-duty chains between those granite posts that are there and got it over with. I think that would cut our maintenance costs and cost us a lot less to do. So I think that really should get done this year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just for clarification on that, we are out to bid on having that fence repaired right now. We're waiting for prices to come back in.
Hey, I'm Kelly Zinkraff. I live on Cornerstone Drive. So I heard you mention animal control, and I've been one to write letters many, many, many times about 130 Raymond Hill Road with all the goats. We've lived here a long time, and I've seen animals where I've seen the press there a couple years ago, 3-4 years ago, the press there to take care of the problem. It seems like no matter how much you write or talk to people, nothing gets done. This winter was awful. I've seen goats in crates in the back of her truck and dead the next morning. I've seen goats dead driving by. I've taken photos. So I'm not asking for an answer. It would be nice if Jess, the animal control, it just seems like nothing's ever done. I'm like to the point like I would go to the press again and say nothing is getting done. So just wanted to bring it to your attention, which you already know about. I know you hear about it a lot, but I've got photographs, I've got letters, I've called the sheriff many times, and the law is it's her property, she can do what she wants, let her animals die, but just tired of driving by and seeing dead animals.
Thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands on Zoom, and nobody else appears to be standing up. So let's move to Articles 8 and 9. Article 8 is authorizing the select board to dispose of town-owned property. Article 9 is to allow the select board to appropriate undesignated fund balance, and this is an amount not to exceed $75,000. All right, these are also both pretty standard articles that we see year to year. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody for those two, so we'll move on to Article 10 and 11. Article 10 is to authorize the select board to transfer funds between appropriation accounts. Article 11 is to authorize the select board to allow town staff to make application and execute documents related to grants or to seek grants, accept and reject grants, and authorize the expenditure of monies awarded. These two are also pretty standard articles we see year to year. Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to Article 12 and 13. 12 is to authorize the select board to appropriate from the undesignated fund balance in an amount not to exceed $300,000. Article 13 is to authorize the select board to appropriate from overlay as necessary for tax abatements, defensive property tax valuations, etc. I think, and Glenn, you can correct me if I'm wrong, on Article 12, it has been higher amounts previously. Has that been correct?
Last year, the authorization was 700,000.
We're reducing that, right, because of our,
I mean, historically, I think you were, and folks in the audience may know this better than me, lower than that 700,000 number, but 300,000 was the number that was appropriate if you have fund balance to use. I think exceeding that would be unwise.
yeah, I was going to say, if I recall from last year, we were given the advice not to use on fund balance.
Correct.
That's Dennis Moore's 340 Cape. That's why I came up to get clarification because of this and what the presentation that the town manager did. I was reading it said non-property tax revenues which reduced the property commitment in 26. But if I remember right, we did, as you said, vote not to use any of it. So, and the 75 below that implies that we use that 775,000 revenue to reduce that, if that's what the statement says, and that's how I'm reading it. It says non-property revenue, which reduced the property tax commitment. So it was 0 last year, not 750. And the average for years was between 100 and 200. The reason we went to 300 the year that we voted 300 is because we had the lawyer fees that came in, and that was 2 years ago.
Correct. And since this is the first year we did the voter guide, I have that note there trying to emphasize that it's what the voters are authorizing is the ceiling, and like they're authorizing the usage, and indirectly it can offset the mill rate. But I realize now that the language is can be confusing and interpreted that way, and I probably would in next year's voter guide maybe delineate that. I was really just trying to give a simplified tool so voters can kind of do a quick hit on everything. But now we have this meeting to kind of go a deeper dive into it. But yes, last year the voters authorized up to that amount, and the select board did not utilize it. But it is that, and that's what the warrant articles are. That's the voters giving a legal authorization to the board to perform an action. So there was no offset last year, but there was an authorization to allow it.
Yeah, there was a warrant, but
Right.
it was not utilized to reduce the
Correct.
tax burden. And the second thing is on the following page, it says that the fund balance isn't guaranteed, the 300,000 you put in there. I'm curious, was it used to lower that is that 5.5 as though it is used?
No, it's not factored into the budget.
Excellent. Thank you for both answers.
All All right, I'm not seeing anybody else for Articles 12 and 13, so we will move on to 14 and 15. 14 is to see if the town will vote to appropriate for our TIF. Article 15 is to raise and appropriate money for general government appropriation for recreation programs and services.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So just to a clarification on Article 14, there's of the $546,183 from the TIF district appropriated, there's $52,500 for sidewalks. And I'd like some clarification as to what that means as far as sidewalks down on 302 or wherever. And then secondly, $20,000 appropriated for planning. And I'd like to know if that includes looking at the development and the legal assistance in developing a new TIF district. Thank you.
So I can speak to the planning one. I'll let Nate speak to the sidewalk one. Generally, that's an offset for Sebago Technics, but the addition in the budget was to we use Ecode 360 for codification, but we don't codify any other select board policies or ordinances. So it was some amount set aside to codify all of our policy and ordinance in that table, where that table of land use lives. So you don't have things living in different places. But and whatever's left could obviously be used for the TIF planning, but there's no appropriation set aside for a TIF consultant currently.
And the 50,000 is for paving and maintenance on the existing sidewalks out of in the TIF district.
Okay, I'm not seeing any hands in Zoom or anybody else standing up. So we'll move on from 14 and 15 to 16 and 17. 16 is authorizing to vote and raise and appropriate for debt services, and 17 is for the Raymond Village Library. All right, I'm not seeing any hands. We will move on to 18 and 19. 18 is for the capital improvement plan, and 19 is to vote and carry forward any existing fund balance for our CIP accounts, HRA, and the employee compensation account. I'm going to move on from those and go to Article 20 and 21. Article 20 is to raise and appropriate funds for community service and provider agencies, and the allocation is listed in the article. And Article 21 is to appropriate for estimated non-property tax revenues.
My name is Tom Ewing. I'm at Cape Road. I'm representing the Hawthorne House at this particular moment because last year we had to put in a new fire alarm system. It cost us something like $9,000. And you can imagine as a nonprofit, that's a pretty big bite. And I thought we had talked to the town about whether we could get some reimbursement from the town on that. And I thought there might be a warrant for about $5,000 to help us defray those costs. I don't see anything in Article 21. I'm wondering whether...
It's in the TIF spending plan article.
Beg your pardon?
It's in the TIF spending plan article.
Oh, it
The
is?
appropriation for $5,000 is under the TIF.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. Second, I just have a question. Do we ever put out a consolidated balance sheet and income statement for this town?
I believe that question came up from someone else last week, and it was so if you go into the town report, the audit is attached to the end, and it was, I remember from the conversation, I think it's page 116, the balance sheet, because I had that exact question last week.
There is a full balance sheet and income statement?
It should be, yeah, in the audit. We don't do an ACFR if that's what you're asking. That's an optional thing you can ask the auditor to do. But Brenda's also on the Zoom if.
It has never appeared in the annual reports that I've seen come from the town at the end of the year. So I don't know where I would find such a thing.
I mean, I'm not an accountant, so if you're asking a technical question that maybe I'm not answering correctly, but in the audit there is a page titled balance sheet, and it's on page 116 of the
And
audit.
how about income statement? Consolidated income statement?
I defer to Brenda if you're on the call.
Yes, there is one as well in the audit.
Yeah, if you want to touch base with her at the beginning of the week, we can
Okay.
get you what you were looking for.
Thank you.
Yep.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So as far as the Article 20, the RTP microvan service in the Lakes Region Explorer service, just for a clarification, number one, are we continuing up till the June ballot to fund the microvan program? And is the $13,000 for the Lakes Region Explorer contingent on the provider obtaining grants to subsidize the rest of the money in order to provide that service? And if not, then does that service go away? Thanks.
So that service is funded through this fiscal year fully, and it's still operating. I met with Don Libby last week. Part of the reason that was reduced is for that exact reason. The board had considered reducing service because the cost of the microvan service was approaching $80,000 annually. This year was the first year. It was a pilot. Ridership's growing. Not everybody knows about it. So the board was weighing whether or not to continue funding it. I made them and Don aware that there's federal funding specifically for these types of services. So we worked with Don Libby, GPCOG, and DOT to put an application in for federal 5310 funding. That was approved tentatively by the RTAC committee, which is a state committee, to send that to the next committee, which voted on the 5th, to then send it to the policy board, which I sit on, which I will be voting yes on, but I don't see it not being funded, but they're going to give us $80,000 of the federal grant for the coming fiscal year. So that is the match, so to speak, even though they could do it as an in-kind match. Like they're already laying out however much a year in expenses, so they could match it that way, but that's our portion of the match to keep the service going next year. It's not guaranteed, so we'll keep applying for it, as well as I'm going to meet with SMAA, which is the Southern Maine Area Agency on Aging. They have access to Title III federal funding, which could also supplement this service. And if it continues to grow in the region, that will help reduce the costs if Naples or Casco or Harrison come on board. So the more people that ride it, the less per ride it will cost all of us. But that's what that is. And his request was to bring back the fixed route, and I had suggested to the board it's not a bad idea because some of this federal funding is tied to how close you are to a fixed route stop. So if that goes away, you're not generally eligible for those things. But yeah, so your appropriation last year was $70,000 something odd dollars. This year it's $25,600. You're getting the fixed route bus stop back and the micro transit service.
Thank you. Just staying on Article 20 for a second. Glenn, first of all, thank you for knowing and being a professional in what you do to know that there's monies out there that can defray in this way. It's fantastic. The Lakes Region Explorer, when will that service then start back up, and do we know where the fixed stop will be?
I'll talk to Don and I can update at a future board meeting, but my understanding is they used to use Sunset Variety. They're not able to anymore, so they would need to construct a a shelter or bring a bus stop back somewhere else, and I don't know where that will be yet.
Okay, great. I would ask, just as a thought, as one who uses that and will be happy not to have to go into Wyndham every day, or not every day, but when I use it, if there's parking available, that would be great. And then the second thing I was just going to say about the Lakes region is you guys have done an amazing job of updating the website so that it's much more accessible. I find myself going to it a lot more for information and the like, which is fantastic, because we're always trying to find ways to engage our constituents or the members of this town. I think it's a really important part of it. Can I ask that you utilize it, and I'm sure you already got this on your list, but to make sure that everybody knows about the Lakes Region Explorer fixed service route starting back up, as well as, of course, the microvans. But I think that's really important to make people aware of it, and thank you for that.
All right, are there any other questions for Articles 20 and 21? Not seeing any, we will move on to Articles 22 and 23. These are seeing if the town will vote to accept certain state funds as provided by the Maine State Legislature. And then it's also, Article 23 is to vote to authorize the use of town employees or town-owned equipment or independent contractors hired by the town for maintenance on private roads.
The numbering is off. Am I the only one seeing that?
21, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I'm not sure I'm seeing it, but
Yeah, this one. 23 is the,
oh,
and then 24 is, you had a draft. This is
okay.
the referendum.
All right, I apologize, everybody.
It just caught up with itself.
All right, so I apologize. We're on Articles 23 and 24. So I believe I've done them all. Let's make sure. Let's see. I think so. All right. So 23, 24. Okay, not seeing anybody jumping up. Let's move on to 25 and 26. Yes.
I really think you skipped, we did 20 and 21, and then you were going to do 22 and 23.
I had the wrong, I was working off, I guess, a draft. Who knows where I picked this up then?
Right here.
We haven't done 22.
22. That's the one you gotta do.
Okay, thank you, sorry. So this will, any comments for 22, 23, and 24? All right, I'm not seeing anybody. So we'll move on to Article 25, 26. 25 is regarding voting to see if the town will appropriate from undesignated fund balance for employee benefits liability. And Article 26 is regarding off-street parking and land use ordinance.
Dennis Morse, 340 Cape. Undesignated funds. We always ask this time of year before we vote on something like the $300,000 in Article 11, what the undesignated fund balance is. Surplus is known as surplus, and it's and what 15% of the budget, which is the policy to maintain in that fund. So do we have an accurate number on that yet?
We have our audit entrance call coming up. We are not underway with FY25 yet, so you won't have a fund balance, an audited fund balance number until tax commitment. But this article is, and Brenda can speak to the practice, it's something that you historically should have been doing, but the intent of it is to have the authorization in the event
Yes.
you have accumulated leave, somebody gets hurt, can't come back to work, you have to bring someone in to replace them or pay out their leave.
I understand
Yeah.
that part. I
But,
just was asking that because I thought this was the only article I could address the undesignated funds. I don't see anything else that's listed, so that's why I raised the issue of
Yep.
what it was. I understand we kind of do this from a liability point of view, but thank you.
Yep.
You answered the question. We'll probably have it before the vote anyway.
You will have it prior to tax commitment, so the board will be informed enough to utilize it if they need to.
In September.
Yeah, I mean, it would be, I guess I would not, I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver if they're, but I don't think you'll have it in time for the vote, but you will have it by tax commitment.
Thank you.
So on Article 4, the employee benefits, the 1.55, is there a deduction in that?
No, that's an operating expense
Okay.
for pensions, health insurance.
A different thing.
Yeah, this is like liability exposure for accumulated leave.
That's
If
what you were saying. Thank
you
you.
know, if everybody walked out the door tomorrow and never came back, that's the total number of accumulated leave you have on the books.
Don't give these guys any
All right, moving on to Article 27. This is a proposed land use ordinance regarding medical cannabis cultivation facilities. I put a little arrow there, so if you have a question for 26, please feel free to jump up and ask. Yep, that's okay. I could have put one there prematurely. I've been taking them 2 chunks at a time, but
You did bring it up.
okay. No, it's okay.
David Brown of Tenny Hill Road. And about Article 27, the cannabis thing. I'm going to go back just a little bit. I've spoken or written to and been to planning board meetings about this thing, and I wrote to them back in September, quite a long time before they pushed this thing through at their last meeting, when they said the chair said we just have to get this thing through onto the ballot so that it doesn't linger another year. But there were some things that I commented to him then, and so I have a few things that I'm concerned about, and one of the things I mentioned back in September was that this ordinance uses the term amperes as a measurement of how much lighting power somebody is using. And I explained to them, and I'm not an electrical engineer, but I said amperes depends on the voltage. And if someone has a house with typical residential, 240 voltage, and you measured the amps, that's one thing. But if somebody builds a facility down on 302 and they have 480 volts, maybe is possible, you get a different result. You get fewer amps for the same number of lights. And I told them this needs to be written in terms of kilowatts. And that would be what I would suggest, is that would make something you could enforce that is fair to people across town, no matter where they build their facility. That was one of my concerns. And recently, reading through this, I had some other concerns. Well, there was that. Yeah, that was number one. Number two, there was the standards part. There are tables there, and like one of the people on the planning board itself, I'm concerned that this doesn't give enough benefit, there's not enough carrot. It's all stick, there's no carrot to encouraging somebody to put their facility indoors, because the table, yes, it does allow more plants, but it seems overly restrictive in terms of the setbacks. And I said, if you have an effective scrubber unit, if we believe that there are effective scrubber units out there to put on your exhaust from your facility, then setting the building back as far as they're setting it seems irrelevant. And actually, and they've all discussed that really distance isn't going to be a great determination of how much odor is going to go across somebody's borderline. So rather than encouraging people to grow outdoors, we should more heavily encourage people to grow indoors. I think that would help the neighbors a lot more. So I just think that table is overly restrictive, or less carrot than it needs to be to encourage that. My other concern is retroactivity, potential retroactivity of this ordinance, because it seems to, all the discussions about it during all the hearings suggest that it's intended to be retroactive on people who already have facilities, and there's nothing stated in the ordinance about that. And I don't know how we enforce ordinances in Raymond, and whether we have a universal policy that says all ordinances are retroactive, or are they not? And I think that needs to be really deeply considered as to whether we are going to be enforcing this on existing facilities who are already permitted and licensed under the state, or not, because that could create some problems for us. Thank you.
Peter Levitt, Tulare Road. So this has just been a source of confusion for me as far as Article 26 is and the off-street parking, because in it describes the fact that it's to try and define short-term rentals, and so this would probably be a great question for the code enforcement officer, but I'm just a little confused. For a detached accessory dwelling unit, that is going to be used as a short-term rental. State statute, as it stands now, as I understand it, says you cannot require additional parking. So I'm just curious as to what if there is a conflict there as far as using an accessory dwelling unit as a short-term rental, but requiring additional parking. Thanks.
Yeah, come on up, Jay.
So, Jason Williams from Code Enforcement. It's a good question. I think, some of this gets back now to the home rule, and generally we could have been more restrictive. So in a situation like this, I think, for the ADU, you're right. I think 1829 calls out, and we haven't adopted that yet. We will have to. We can't require additional parking for that, but I think the thinking here is, this is, an ADU is for, the thought is it's for use as a residence that somebody's going to be either living there year round or renting by the month, where these are more for a short-term lodging. So perhaps we could have done a better job, separating the two. But I think the intent is not to go after the ADUs, but not to go after, but to regulate make sure there's enough off-street parking for these rental units and not the ADUs, because as you mentioned, we can't require more parking for the ADUs.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna
So to further clarify, I think what the intent was, like Jason answered, is to prevent people that are renting short-term rentals. We've had issues with private roads being blocked with so many cars because they've been renting out to more than a 3-bedroom house would allow, for instance, and putting 20 people in there or whatever. That's an exaggeration, but this is when we have trouble with parking on private streets. I think that the intent was to address that. And the home rule thing that Jason mentioned, it's a moving target. The state kind of tells us what to do. We don't they're not here asking us what we think. They're giving us these mandates. So it's a moving target. So we will address it, like Jason said. We don't have to adopt till July 1st of 27. So we got a little time to try to sort that out.
Thanks, Chris.
Any other comments on 26 and 27 before we move on? Okay, so we'll take Article 28 by itself. This is the proposed ordinance for short-term rentals.
Hi, Mike Richmond, 15 Cedar Lane. I'm really just here for a clarification more than anything. Couple people who are not supportive of this have gone to social media pointing out that the planning board is saying that they're not recommending this. And that's really not the case. The select board asked or tasked the planning board to write it. They did. This is their draft. And then when they brought it back to the select board, they said, well, you asked us to do this, so we're not recommending it either way. So the wording is it's a no recommendation. It's just oddly worded, right? But people are interpreting that or using that or twisting it, saying that the planning board is recommending a no vote. But that's not the case. Thank you.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, so I just would support Mike's comments just previous to this, in that where the confusion really comes is when you have on the warrant a no, that may be what some people see. They just see a no. And I guess I attended the planning board meetings involving this issue, and I will tell you that although the board voted unanimously to say no recommendation, there was a certain amount of dissent, a minority dissent about that. And so my recommendation going forward is that what committees need to do and boards need to do is either recommend or not recommend, and basically not come up with some sort of potential confusing wording on a warrant that might affect the overall vote at a referendum where not everybody in the community is necessarily knowledgeable or attends these type of informational sessions. Thank you.
Well, maybe we could defer to Robert's Rules of Order, which if you have no vote, that's considered a yes.
That's true. That's very true.
David Brown, Tenny Hill Road, and to the point that was just made, I can't talk about something we've already talked about, but I've mentioned that the Article 27, the description in Article 27 is way off base compared to what that article is about. So that's similar to that comment. But as far as this ordinance goes, and I haven't paid much attention to this ordinance. I don't have that, it's not a concern for my neighborhood at this time. But when I see this violations and enforcement thing, now a few years ago, I actually called the code enforcement because, frankly, there was wood cutting, and those feller bunchers that come in, the whole logging crews come in, and they come in at 6 a.m. and they start cutting, and it's that thing screams, and it's in a quiet neighborhood at a dead end road that we live on. And they said, we don't have a noise ordinance. The guy said, we can't have a noise ordinance, which is nonsense, of course. I'm sorry to say that, but I've been dealing with noise ordinances in other towns for 30 years, and they're not hard to write. But this talks about things that will be enforced, and that includes loud or excessive noise, unsightly trash, etc. And one of the complaints that we've seen on social media, again, and other places, is that people shooting off like literally cannons. People come with their hobby cannon and they shoot it off over the lake. Isn't this fun? And they're doing these things at night, fireworks at all hours of the night. And I know we have a fireworks ordinance. I believe we do have something about that specifically. But I don't believe that we have a noise ordinance, and maybe you could comment on that, because I worry, again, is this enforceable? Are we going to set ourselves up for a problem? Is code enforcement going to be able to go out? Is this any better than somebody having to call the sheriff? Because that's the situation we're in now. And the sheriff has nothing to go on either if there's not a noise ordinance. That's not their business to enforce our local ordinances anyway, but do we really have any leverage against somebody who's making noise? Because that's one of the major concerns. Thank you.
I'll address that question. No, we don't have a noise ordinance, but people do call the sheriff if somebody's setting off fireworks at 1 o'clock in the morning, and they do go out and they do write a report. So that would be something that we could use as a violation in code enforcement, that there was a documented incident of extreme noise, cannon or fireworks, or even a loud party around a bonfire. The police do come for that. It's disturbing the peace. And there is state statute, but we don't have a local ordinance. But if it's documented, code enforcement can use that. Hope that helps.
All right, any other questions for the short-term rental ordinance? And lastly is Article 29, which is adopting Tarkland Hill Road and Shady Lane as town roads.
Oh, you thought you were so close.
It's okay.
It's just sorry, edification. Is there a process that one goes by to take a private road and make it public? That I'm just wondering about. Are there other private roads that'll go, ooh, we should do that too? And I'm just curious about the process that takes place. I'm looking over it.
I can address this somewhat. This is part of the process. The road has to be built to a design standard. Then they have to bring it in front of the Board of Selectmen, and then they bring it forward to town vote. But there is quite a process to it. Expensive process on their end. Road has to be built and done before it's accepted.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, other private roads may say, oh, we'd like to do that as well. All right, I'd like to give you an opportunity for anyone, for any of the articles, if you've now thought of another question that you would like to see if we have any answers for or seek clarification.
I don't have a question. Dennis Morse again, and I just want to say thank you. The process got a late start, and it was well done. I think the clarifications were ongoing with select board meetings in the process, so from someone who's been active on the budget committee and select board, I want to thank everyone involved, staff right through the budget committee and this select board. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we don't need to have, oh, go ahead, please.
I'm Fred Kimball of Spiller Hill Road. It's very hard with a moving target to dot all the i's and cross all the t's that you guys have to do prior to a new fiscal year starting. This has all been about expenditures. I'm interested in the revenue side, specifically what taxpayers are looking at in terms of this budget, if approved, in regards to the revaluation effort. So it's kind of a general question to say, can we have an update on how that's going? Is the vendor on target for producing what they're supposed to be producing by the time that they are? Is there a high degree of confidence in that? And lastly, is there a fear that they might not be able to do the revaluation completely and get that all loaded prior to commitment, that we might have to use the existing assessments, evaluations for the next fiscal year.
I'm not going to speak for Kurt, but my understanding is you'll receive your valuations by July. So you'll know what your new assessed value is in July.
So that will allow the town to use the new assessments.
Correct. We will be
for the commitment.
The plan is when we do tax commitment, we will be using 100% certified ratio. You also commit later than most communities, so that builds in some extra time as well. So you almost certainly will be using the new certified ratio for tax commitment this fall.
Okay, and you have a high degree, obviously have a high degree of confidence.
Yeah, I believe you'll all be getting your values in July.
Okay.
But you can always follow up with Kurt on Tuesdays and Thursdays when he's in. He has more specific, he's working with KRT directly, so, but you'll get letters in July.
And for resident awareness, even if, we will hopefully, and we feel pretty certain to be able to use the new tax commitment, values that you still have an opportunity to appeal. I just want to make sure everyone knows that. Just because we are committing taxes doesn't take away your ability to appeal.
Grace Levitt, Levitt Road. I also want to thank you for this and the opportunity again on Tuesday. I hope people will be watching that as well if they're not watching now and weren't able to attend this morning. And if I may, I'd just like to repeat, in case somebody missed your opening remarks, Kayla, I just would like to remind folks of the school budget hearing on Wednesday, this coming Wednesday, the 13th. Registration's at 6. It just means you need to check in. You need to be a registered voter in either Raymond or Wyndham. And the meeting starts promptly at 6:30. And there's also a lot of information that the school board budget finance committee has been putting out. It should be on the website. If it's not there yet, it'll be there by Monday. But they've been sending out, trying to really explain both revenues, expenditures, and explain the budget really well so people understand it. So please do attend the hearing to vote this forward and hopefully support our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, are there any other further questions? I appreciate everyone for coming out today on a Saturday. Thank you very much.
In FY25. Go ahead. So I'm just going to talk about some of the projects that have been completed. So it was a busy spring and summer. We had the Tasseltop Park Snack Shack created. So this was built. We have a new snack shack side while we also have bathrooms. Before we had portable restrooms, which is a disaster. So it's been super nice to have real bathrooms, and we got a lot of positive feedback on that. In our snack shack, we've also been able to cook a lot more food now because we have ovens and things like that. We have our pickleball and tennis courts, which was huge this year. I don't know if any of you drove by, but it was packed every time. Once we opened the court, people were already like making a line outside the courts the day we opened. So that was a super exciting thing, and we're excited to have that all summer long because as you see, the grand opening date was August 22nd, or 2nd, sorry. So that was kind of like later this summer. So we're excited to have that for the full summer.
I like Raymond Parks and Rec because while I've played a lot of sports, I've played a lot for Raymond, and I've learned how to do teamwork, and I just know everybody who does it, and everybody who does vacation camp, and I know everybody who just the after school and the summer camp. It's just, I know everybody, and I really, really like it. And if you think I'm coming, it is very fun here. I like
So just a little preface on that video. So you're going to see a couple throughout this slideshow. I just want to get some perspective of the people on the ground doing our programs, just to kind of show that you guys the impact that it has on the people in the community. Obviously, little kids interviewing is a lot different than adults, but we kind of wanted to get a mix and show you how they feel about our programs. So training and education, in FY25, we were able to get 2 of our counselors, which Riley is now full-time with us. We were able to get them lifeguard certified, which was huge because it makes us feel a lot more comfortable at summer camp when we have kiddos in the water. We now have 2 certified lifeguards, which is a big deal. I am working on my CYSA and CPRP certification. So CYSA is a certified youth sports administrator. So learning about things from how to coach kids, but also how to make sure that our coaches are suitable for coaching, giving them proper resources. So that's a certification I'm working on, as well as a certified Parks and Rec professional. And then Jill and I have gone to the Northern New England Parks and Recreation Conference, and then next week we're headed to the Maine Parks and Rec Conference, just making a lot of connections. I'm actually presenting at the Maine Parks and Rec Conference, so getting involved, going to sessions, learning new things, making those connections. So that's a lot of the things that we've been working on with our training, travel and training. So now I'm going to talk about one big day that we had this year. So the UCAN 5K existed prior in Raymond, kind of faded out. It was actually in memory of my neighbor who passed away from cancer, and I was not involved with it before. And when I came into Parks and Rec, I said, I want to bring this back. So we brought it back, and it was great. We had 67 adults and 26 children in our first year. And we really started advertising that in the summer because we just kind of put it all together. It was great. We had people lined up and down the side of the roads. And then we went to Tassel Top after. Sebago Lake Boat Rentals donated a water trampoline. So we had the kids out on the lake. It was freezing cold, but they still swam all day. And we just had some tie-dyeing. We had some little things going on. And we're actually looking to expand this into a whole weekend. I'm not going to spill the exciting news yet, but it is going to be a big event this year. So the Sebago Lake Boat Rentals ice rink. This was, the liner was donated by Sebago Lake Boat Rentals, and that's why it's named after Sebago Lake Boat Rentals. So this hasn't been done since 2021. We've had the materials, but just not the staff, and this year we did, so we brought it back. Every time we drive by, pretty much, there's people out there skating. We get many phone calls when there's caution tape around it because people love it so much. We actually had a big celebration, so we did Raymond Skate and Celebrate. We had food trucks, we had Touch a Truck, we had all sorts of stuff going on there, and we had over 100 people come to that event. So we just want to also thank Public Works and Fire Department because this has been a great show of teamwork working together as departments to make something happen. So Fire Department's been helping us resurface. Public Works has been snow blowing the rink when it snows. So it's been some great teamwork between all the departments for that. So just in FY 2026, which is not over, we've added 21 new programs and events. So that just kind of shows that once we added one staff member this year, what that can evolve to, because now I'm able to focus on some of the higher level stuff while also helping with that, but it just allows us to do so much more. So a few of the things, we've added adult and youth tennis. Now that we have the courts, we have adult kickball, which is a great time if anyone's interested. We have added Challenger soccer camps, the UCAN, the Skate and Celebrate, Pumpkins in the Park, Wreck and Roll Day, Together on the Trail, which is through Age Friendly Raymond, where they kind of do hikes or snowshoeing. Camp Raymond on Vacation, supporting families who work during February and April break, allowing them, their kids to come hang out with us for the vacation. Adult prom, age-friendly presentations, flower arranging class, Raymond Rec Night out at Hearts of Pine, and a gather and give event where we pack Thanksgiving meals for people in the community.
I want to talk about the positive influence of Raymond Rec on my individual and family's life. All of my kids participated in Raymond Rec sports programs, Raymond Day camps, after-school programs, kind of name it, we've been part of it. And I've also participated in a lot of adult activities, whether it's adult nights,
No, it wouldn't be. I don't think it's in there.
basketball, or any other sports, kickball, etc. I think it's been really essential for us as our family, whether it's childcare in the summer, childcare for camp programs during the week, during vacation week. Both my wife and I work, and those things are really essential for our lives. Finding that inexpensive community childcare, they've been amazing with that, and not to mention the sports. Getting the kids out there, getting the experience of seeing the friends, but then also as a adult and parent aspect. Myself and a lot of the coaches are all really close friends. We all do sports together. We do activities outside of Raymond Rec, and none of that really would have been possible without the connections that we made with our kids or ourselves involved with the rec programs. It's extremely important aspect of our lives in Raymond to have this community involved, and we wouldn't be able to do that without Raymond Rec.
So we just kind of wanted to show some numbers from over the years. So this is our programs offered. So in FY 2022, we had 9 programs offered. This is programs and events together. FY 23 was 21. FY 24 was 23. FY 25 was 28. And FY 26, which is this current year, we're already at 44 programs and events offered. So this just is kind of like a general revenue map. So it goes from FY21 all the way to FY26. You can see a general, I won't go through all the numbers to bore you, but you can kind of see the bar, and FY26 is obviously what we're in now, so that's why it's lower. We're expecting to be above FY25 numbers. All right, so I just want to talk about our budget goals a little bit, just to kind of show you what we're looking to do in this next year, things that we're trying to focus on. So the first one is advancing age-friendly Raymond initiatives. So age-friendly Raymond was its own entity. This is something that came under Parks and Rec last fiscal year. So this is our first year working with them. So we have started some new programs. This one is our Together on the Trail snowshoeing. So Elena Glidden, who is our program aide, she is also a Maine guide, has been running this program for us, which is pretty awesome. So that's one thing that we've done with Age Friendly Raymond this year. Debbie's been supporting people, giving them resources when they ask for certain things, such as supporting the RTP. And then also just they have set up presentations, like we're going to have a Hannaford healthy eating presentation, working on safe driving presentations. So bring people to us to support people, and that is something that we are really going to work on. We do age-friendly or all-age bingo and things like that. So that is one of our goals for this year, is to advance our age-friendly offerings. Our next one is expanding teen and adult recreation programming. This is already something within this fiscal year we're trying to work on, but is a goal of next year. So we do a lot of adult sports, but finding adult activities other than sports, because not all adults want to play sports. So we're offering our first adult prom on March 28th. So that'll be something different other than sports. So that's what we're working towards next year. And teens tend to be a big gap between what we offer for youth and what we offer for adults. So we're trying to find some interactive activities. If anyone has any ideas, it's kind of hard to get teens out sometimes. So that is something we're working on next year, is to try and offer some more teen programs. And then lastly, strengthening community engagement through events. This is something that you've probably already seen that we're trying to do through the UCAN and Eat and Celebrate, but I just feel like it's great to get everyone from the town offering some free events, so everyone's able to attend, and just getting the whole town together doing something fun.
I love Raymond Parks and Rec because we go on field trips and they're aqua bogging and everything else. And I love doing movements at aqua bogging because I'm really excited, and this is one of them.
All right, so this is something that gets super confusing from year to year, so I kind of put together a little comparison to explain our fund structure. So our general fund, I'm gonna explain as our house, right? So we have this house, this is our core operations, our full-time staff is paid out of the general fund, and this is taxpayer money. I wanna make it clear that the general fund is the only account that is taxpayer money. Okay, so the next two I'm gonna explain are not taxpayer money. So say at my house, I want to host a cooking class. So people are gonna come into this house and they're gonna pay me for this cooking class. So the money from this cooking class is gonna go to pay me because I'm running the class. It's going to pay for all the food that we need for the cooking class. And any profit from the cooking class is gonna go to buy the materials or pay the staff for the next cooking class. So all of that money that we're making from the cooking class is going back into that cooking class. So this is our special revenue. So when we have our soccer program, people pay to play our soccer program. They do the soccer program. Next year, oh no, we need more soccer balls. We grab that money from whatever we have had left over from the prior soccer years. So kind of all of the program and event money goes into one special revenue, and then we pull when we want to do certain things. So our after school program, we provide snacks. Our snacks are paid out of the expenses that we get from our after school program. So that's our special revenues. Our enterprise fund is for Tasseltop. So this is similar, but it's just in Tasseltop. So this is the guest room rental at my house. So I have a room, I want to rent it out to people. When they pay, they're paying for the cleaner, they're paying for new sheets, or whatever the maintenance that needs to be done in that guest room. And the only money that gets revenue from that guest room stays in the guest room. So that is our Tasseltop Enterprise Fund. So any money that's made at Tasseltop, admissions, our cabin rental, our snack shack, all that money stays in Tasseltop to go buy more things for the snack shack, to pay for the employees at Tasseltop. So none of the employees at Tasseltop are coming out of taxpayer money. That's all the money that is generated at Tasseltop. And same with the special revenue. So when our camp staff works, anyone that's not a full-time employee is coming out of the money that we're making from summer camp. So it's put right back into the program.
Parks and Rec has made a huge impact on our family, especially in regards to my daughter, Laura, who has special needs. My husband being a military contractor, we've lived all over the country, and this is the first place we've actually found where programs are truly inclusive and not just a separate program for kids like her, but they actually modify it so she can be truly included with her peers. And that's invaluable to us. We also love, the variety of activities between sports and just even family events we've gotten to do. It's been great for us to make connections in this community, especially as we've only lived here like 2 years, but in that 2 years we've made more connections and friendships through Parks and Rec than we ever did in any other state I lived in. I lived in Maryland for 7 years, and we have way more connections here than we ever did, and I honestly attribute that to Parks and Rec. We also have a little toddler who I just can't wait to get into the toddler time over at the community church. Like, there's such a variety, and it's so invaluable to this area, especially as the seasons change. There's just not enough options for things to do, but Parks and Rec covers all of that.
And so lastly, I just want to talk about some future plans that we are in the works with. So we looked over the CIP plan that we had in place. Last year, we didn't work on any CIP projects specifically that were in the plan. This year, we were looking to do some new playground pieces as well as a batting cage. With the increased traffic in the park, parking has become a problem, which is a great problem to have because it means a lot of people are using the space. So I do think that having that batting cage in the parking lot is going to take up a lot of room and won't get as much use as what we are thinking. We've had a growing interest in walking. in the park. So one thing that we're looking at doing is to create a walking path, ADA accessible, around the park. This is something that just kind of came up that we're really looking into, but that is something that we're hoping to put together, an ADA accessible path that while their kids are on the playground or playing baseball, it gives them a place to go and walk around the park. That is the presentation.
Is that the Gagnon Park?
Yep, Sherry Gagnon Memorial Park.
Okay. I will pull up the general government budget first, Riley, and then see if anyone has any questions or you want to highlight anything. But I think you covered pretty much everything. Okay.
So as you can probably see, I wanted to tell more of our story than our numbers. But overall, our general fund account has gone down overall. So there's a couple line items that just went up a little bit, such as contracts, just because the cost sometimes does rise. The contracts consist of like our porta potties at all the parks, our tick spray that we do at the parks. So this is stuff that benefits people who aren't paying for our programs. So maybe someone's never done our program, but they go and visit our park. So that's why we put those type of contracts towards that. And then just supplies went up a little bit, but we overall went down in the general fund, which you'll see, again, those three accounts that I talked about with the special revenues and the enterprise fund, those both went up. So Glenn and I have talked about this, but kind of like the more money we make, the more money we're going to spend. So this is just kind of an estimate of what we're looking at. And with the track that we're going on, it is looking like more is going to come in. But again, say you have more kids sign up for summer camp, that's more money coming in, but then that's more field trips that we have to pay for, that's more staff that we have to pay for. So those costs really go together. So you'll see those accounts went up because we're trying to take more slowly each year and year out of our money that we're making and relying less on that general fund account.
What was snowmobiles before? Was that the donation to Raymond Rattlers? Did that come out of this?
Yeah. That wasn't even there last year, I believe.
Weird. All right, cool.
Yep. And any questions on specific lines or budgets?
Beach Friendly Raymond, is that supplies? Because that's not salaries, right? That's already in
No,
there.
so the salaries for Age Friendly Raymond come out of the salary line. Yeah, Age Friendly Raymond is,
Supplies.
say, like they have presentations and they want to have food or any supplies that they need.
So your project and maintenance went down 5,000?
Yeah, that's, again, something that sometimes we feel comfortable taking that out of our special revenues, doing those projects based on the money that we're making. We still do have a pretty significant amount. I know Nathan presented for a partial maintenance person working on the park, so that's why we still have a significant amount of money in there, especially with that new person, if they were to come on, giving them money to be able to do maintenance in the parks.
Probably have that new building makes a big difference too, right? Not having expense repairs for that and whatnot.
For the tassel top one?
Right.
Yeah, but the tassel top would just come out of our tassel top account. That wouldn't come out of general fund.
Is everyone all set with the general? Ready to move on to the, what about the special? Are you gonna present about the special account?
Yeah, I just kind of, I mean, he could put the numbers up if you want, but like I had said, it was just, it's really dependent on the money that we're making, right? So if we have, for example, before I did, I handed in this budget, we opened up our summer camp registrations. We filled on only summer camp returners. So that means nobody in our after-school program, nobody new could sign up for our summer camp program. So we kind of toured our facility. We realized, hey, we're going to break down all the bunk beds upstairs and we're going to use that space and we're going to add 20 kids on. So based on this, like, our revenues are going to go up already in summer camp, which means our expenses are going to go up. So the special and the enterprise are really just estimates on what we're going to make, but that really fluctuates, right? If we're not making much in Tassel Top admission, say it's a really rainy summer, we're not going to spend as much in paying for snacks because the snack shack won't be used as much. So this is really an estimate of what we think we're going to make, which is what we think we're going to spend, but that really fluctuates. Yep.
In theory, when I go to the special account,
yep,
the revenues and the request expenses should be zero, come out with a zero balance, correct? Isn't that supposed to be a self-sustaining account? You said the salaries and everything else came out of it.
So the salaries that come out of our special account is for like our summer camp staff and our after-school staff.
But what I'm looking at is, at least in theory, if your request was $239,000, I understand you don't know exactly how much you're gonna take. Your projected revenues should be $239,000. If not, there's a $40,000 cost to the taxpayer.
So none of these costs touch the taxpayer. So anything in special revenues will not touch the taxpayer. So when we pick the program fee prices, we budget that. So we budget for each program specifically. So we'll be like, okay, we know that we need this many staff, we know that we need this many field trips, and if we're seeing that there's less registrations, then we'll buy less of those things. So it will never go, anything in that special revenue account will never go and touch the taxpayer money. The only thing that's touching the taxpayer money is the salaries of the full-time employees. It will never be the summer camp staff unless my summer camp staff that's working there is the full-time employees, which does happen. But anything that's in that general fund will not go over to the special.
And that, all right, and that holds true on the enterprise account.
Correct.
For Tassel Top's supposed to actually make a little money, right?
Yeah, and like same with special revenues, there are, like, we give ourselves a buffer so that next year, hey, we ran out of paint, we need to go, like, we do have a buffer so that we're able to do those things and not touch the general fund account. So that's why we put a little more on our costs, just to give ourselves that buffer so that when those things happen, we don't have to touch the taxpayer money.
It's a good presentation.
Thank you.
I agree. Well done.
Okay. Are there any more questions on the special accounts? Okay, then Tassel Top.
Yeah, it's the same thing. I mean, again, like however many admissions we make, that's going to depend on what we expend. But if anyone has any specific questions, I'm happy to answer them. Did you have a question?
No,
sorry.
thank you.
Yeah. Glenn, do you want me to mention grant?
Yeah, so actually I have a meeting tomorrow, so I'll actually know what the awards are probably after tomorrow at the County Municipal Oversight Committee meeting. But if you would watch the previous select board meeting, if you weren't at it, Riley put in a grant for rec scholarships, which she can talk about as well.
Yeah, so I've kind of like backlogged on some meetings, and I noticed one thing that people were talking about. One, that we probably won't really apply to, but one we will. One thing that people have talked about was discounting like a second or third child at summer camp, but another thing is scholarships. So obviously there are some people in the community that may not be able to afford our childcare programs, which I feel like is probably the most important programs. They're enriching. They're also the time when kids would probably be home not doing things, and it gets them involved in the community, which sometimes like that prevents the parent from working because they have to be home with that child. So I had applied for the CDBG grant to try and receive money for scholarships. So this would be the start of our scholarship fund if we were to receive these funds, which would allow us to give out multiple scholarships for our Camp Raymond on Vacation, Camp Raymond After School, and Camp Raymond Summer Program. It would allow us to give out scholarships for all of those. And then for our UCAN 5K, which we give back some of the money to, we did Loon Echo last year, Raymond Schools PTO, we would create a Raymond Scholarship Fund. So we would ask for these funds to start the fund, but then we would ask for donations to that fund in the future.
Are there any further questions? You're all set, Sean?
I'm good.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Riley.
Thanks, Riley.
Thank you.
So for your next one, because we got state revenue sharing last week, I have a handout that I gave everybody that should have revenue projections on it. And then with that insert also is a debt service, which should be in your book anyway, but it just for ease of not having to flip around. So when everyone's settled in, I'll invite Brenda up for revenues and debt service.
This one.
You good on your end, Brenda?
I'm still flipping through the pages.
Which one's revenue?
I think I'm going to put tabs on these, Glenn.
Yeah, next year I want to do tabs so it's easier to navigate the.
All right. So, for the next year, the numbers that you see in the far right-hand column, initial request, those are for the payment amounts for the current debt services that you currently have.
Are we starting with debt service, Brenda?
Yes, did you hear me?
Yep, sorry, I just had revenues up, so let me flip to that.
Oh, I thought you wanted me to do the debt service.
Yep, we'll start with debt service, that's fine. That's the little sheet that's in the
Yes.
handout, Frank. So there are handouts that I gave you guys.
Looks like
There's a big one and a little one. It's the little one and the one. Little. Go ahead, Brenda.
Okay, so account 8050, lease purchase principal and lease purchase interest are for the rescue pumper. That debt service payment is $47,793 in the fiscal 27 year.
Glenn, can you show that on the screen? On Zoom, we can't see it.
Yep. Let me pull that up. Sorry, there we go, share. Go ahead, Brenda, you can keep it.
Okay. The 8060 is the bond principal for Tasseltop Snack Shack and Public Work Garage Design, and it's just broken out by segment. That payment is $246,100 next year for the principal, and the interest portion of that payment is $11,500. The broadband fiber ring, principal and interest payments, $221,998 and $31,978.
Yep.
And then the ladder truck, principal and interest on the lease payment, $144,774 and $42,574.
And then the only thing I'll add is when you look at those gross expenditures at the beginning of your book, it shows the total debt service number. But last year's town warrant, you appropriated the debt service payment out of the TIF for the fiber ring. So as we go through the TIF spending plan and you adopt it and put it on the warrant, you may want to do that again, but that's how you made your debt payment this past year, was through out of the TIF. So that may or may not come from taxation, depending on the TIF plan that we adopt. But I just wanted to add that note.
Right, because if you look at the total amount of the debt service, you'll notice it doesn't really match the total dollar amount of the project for the fiber ring. The remaining portion is the portion that's is coming out of the TIF.
So Glenn, is that the reason there's such a difference between the 25-26 budget and then the initial request? Is it doesn't show what we could use out of the TIF?
We have not well, so the TIF is an expense because what the OAV is capturing and actually, Kayla, you might be able to explain it better because you're an assessor too, right? But the OAV that the TIF is capturing is sort of an expense through taxation, but it gets appropriated to your TIF that you can spend out over the life of the TIF. Right. So I think last year you captured 311 out of the TIF for the OAV, but you spent 5 and change through the warrant. And some of that was for your fiber project. So you will adopt a TIF spending plan on the warrant, and you may spend the full capture or more, depending on what the balance of the TIF is.
So that initial request is a moving target.
Well, your gross expenses are not reflective of, it won't all come from taxation, I guess, is my point. Portion of it is because the OAV that's captured is a tax, essentially, but you have unspent TIF proceeds as well.
Could you explain it like Riley did with the different houses and rooms?
I'll do my best.
I'm just kidding.
I'll get a box of crayons. We'll figure. I mean, it took me a while to kind of get the swing of how the
I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around it, and it's not as easy as that.
Correct. And you haven't appropriated any or projected any use of undesignated fund balance for any one-time projects in this budget either, which you will discuss as board on what level of fund balance you'd like to use, if any.
Why does our interest on the ladder truck seem outrageous to me? Compared to... I mean, you got a $250,000 tassel top project pulling in $16,000 in interest, and you got a $144,000 ladder truck with a $42,000 interest payment.
Is that because that's the first year? Interest payment will go.
I don't know. The other one was
No, the
other one was
ladder truck-
23. The first year on the tassel top was 46, so which was high, but it was still only 230. This is 100,000 less, and it's still the exact same interest payment. That seems high, but there's probably a reason for it.
Are you talking about the 42,574?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's even. It's evenly distributed. So if you decide to pay off, let's say you decided as a town that you know what, we don't want to carry this ladder truck debt for year over year. We decided we don't want to do 10 years. We want to change that plan, and you want to pay it off early, you'll save the interest. It's no penalty.
I think what Derek is asking is why is it so high compared to,
Because it's even. I think she just said that because it's evened out. On a mortgage, you're paying the principal down, and you're going, so your interest is going. This one is the interest
because
is
it's a lease. It's
flat all
not
the
a
way
bond.
out.
Yeah.
So does that answer your question?
Yeah. Because as the principal goes down, you pay on that.
No, I know. Yeah.
Right, I get it.
That's why she said it was flat.
Yeah.
I think we got
because that's the difference between when you finance using the lease principal or a bond. It's a totally
Right.
different type of
Makes sense.
configuration.
Thank you.
I think we need to look at that is the reason I bring it up.
Oh,
Wasn't it kind of late?
Well, that actually brings up another
Not really.
question, maybe for this workshop, but we and Brenda haven't really discussed it in depth, but it would appear that sometimes you are taking out general obligation bonds for, like, say, a projected amount of a project, and you're bonding this full amount, and then you complete a project, and you may have unspent proceeds. And I don't know a ton about the IRS rules, but as you have those unspent proceeds, they basically don't want you to arbitrage the interest and, make money on the debt that you're servicing. So what some towns will do is they'll take out a bond anticipation note, complete the project, and then convert short-term financing to the general obligation bond. But it appears that in the past, you may have, taken long-term financing out at the outset, completed a project under budget, and now you have to figure out what to do with some of these proceeds. But it may be something to discuss in the future when you do issuance, to maybe take out a note, finish the project, and then convert it to financing, so you don't have to deal with these unspent proceeds or borrowing too much money.
and another example of something that I'm still have a bone of contention over is the fiber ring borrow. I don't think I would have done it that way. We went and borrowed that money and didn't even need to spend on it for months and months. We could have maybe worked out a different arrangement where you're just spending from fund balance and not paying any interest, because this fiber ring note was 7% interest and it's taxable. And it's probably the worst. I did not like doing this particular agreement.
I agree. I think there's money here to be saved if we rework things more correctly.
Right.
And that's the thing, I think, with your, if you're doing long-term financing at the outset, it doesn't really give you the ability to, because sometimes with a note, you might carry it for 3 years and only pay on the interest, and, then you can convert it to a bond later.
Capital improvements are one thing, you're getting something for it. Interest payments are burning money, and I just can't stand burning taxpayers' money for no reason if it can be structured differently.
So between those two, you have an idea of kind of what you can present to save us some money or to rework these?
It's a little, some of it's a little late now.
Yeah, some of them may already be, issued, and you have your amortization schedule, whatever you want to call it. But I would say in future years, when you're thinking about issuing debt, we may want to have that discussion prior to just taking out a general obligation bond on a projected project amount. And I would say you're probably too wealthy of a community at this point to qualify for USDA, like subsidized interest loans, but it's something to look at too when you go to do your borrowing.
Well, after we pay our tax bills, we won't be.
You can ask the feds about that then. But I think it's based on median income, and I believe your median income is relatively high comparatively. But in a nutshell, that's debt service for the coming year. If there's any other questions. If not, we can move on to revenues.
Yes.
Okay. You're up, Brenda. Why don't you start with the good news, with the revenue sharing?
All right. So we'll start at the top. These are all anticipated figures based on prior years and where we're headed now with the reval. You're going to get the good news, the best news from Kurt, though, after he does your commitment. So I'm just giving you estimates. 3110, which is your property tax, its initial forecast is 22,472,201. 8%, that's 8% over last year. Auto excise tax, which is item number 3121. I've calculated an estimate of $1,317,600 with an overall increase of 8%. Boat excise, 3122. I have an estimate of, wow, 32,636, 7% over last year. That number has stayed pretty steady year over year. There really hasn't been much change. What does keep creeping up year over year is your auto excise. So there's always a chance that that could run a little higher, which it has done year over year. Item number 3131, interest on taxes, $40,800 anticipation. 600, sorry. $3132 late charges. These are fees imposed upon people for tardiness. Estimate on that is $8,100, 1.3% increase over last year. 3133 payment in lieu of taxes. I have an estimate of $6,000, which is a 20% increase over last year. 3201, revenue sharing. We did get that number. So the number that I have plugged in there is pretty solid. $549,391, which is a 13.2% increase. This was a pleasant surprise. 3202, local road assistance. This is anticipated, the $62,280 with a 1.3% increase. Tree growth, item number 3203, 5,000. That number's actually down, and it's being based upon this current year's receipts. Veterans exemptions. This is somewhat conservative. I ran it flat at 3,000, but I'm not sure if that may increase or, excuse me, decrease. $3205 snowmobile. That is definitely down. I have an estimate of $500. That has to do with the changing climate. 3206 GA reimbursement. I have an estimate of $10,000, which is down 4.8%. We have noticed a decrease since changing over to Cumberland County for our services. They're the ones that do the reviews. Item number 3207, homestead exemption. I have an estimate of $215,000, which is 1.7% increase, and that is based on a 2-year trend. The 3208 Betty, this is an estimate. Kurt will have a strong number for you prior to commitment on that. 49,000 right now, 11.2% increase over last year. And grants, I don't really have any number at this time for any anticipated grant awards. Hearing from Riley with the CDBG, even though that wouldn't impact this particular revenue grouping, it would just be impacting her department. Other than that, I don't know of any other grants that we are eligible for right now.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to evaluate the next round of the resiliency grants once they go live.
Right.
And then I think internally at the next department head meeting, Senator Collins just put out her appropriation requests. The deadline's the 18th, so if I can think of something to throw in that we've already got some like skin in the game on, they may consider doing the CDS request for the appropriations request. But usually that's just something we're already planning on doing, and if we get it, it's good news. But we'll see if we can put something together for the 18th.
The workers' comp and extraordinary income, I don't have any sort of number for that. It doesn't look as though that has been something that you've looked forward to for quite some time. 3310 CEO fee, that is the code enforcement officer fee. I have an estimate of 200,000, which is pretty much running flat from last year. Municipal fees, which is item number 3311. I have an estimate of 28,000 on that, which I'm showing a bump of 12%. 3312, vital statistic fees. I have an estimate of 4,000, which I also ran flat from last year, and that's based upon current revenues. 3313, cable franchise fees. Unfortunately, I've seen that drop. Our revenue from that source was down this past year, so I estimated 34,000 for the upcoming year.
Yeah, you'll probably see those continue to
I don't really understand that either. I need to look into that. I need to find out why.
This is Kevin. That's probably going to drop to zero eventually because of the new fiber coming into Raymond.
So we won't have any revenue at all.
Yeah, so the federal government, I think it was like a 1995 law, the towns are entitled to a portion of subscriber fees under, I think it's like the FCC rules. So usually every 10 years or so, you'll enter into a negotiation with your cable provider in the area and negotiate a percentage of subscriber fees. In the 90s and early 2000s, that was probably a big part of your revenues. But as people go to streaming and, like Kevin said, as you have more people on the fiber, less people are going to be paying for cable TV. But I don't know when that agreement is up for expiration, but I will look at it when it comes up and see what portion of the revenues we get. But usually they just tack that on as a fee to your cable bill. You'll probably see something that says franchise fee on your cable bill, and that's money that they're giving to us for your cable TV.
If Parks and Rec could produce a local show, maybe we could keep those revenues.
It'd probably be on a streaming platform, though, unfortunately.
We have a great reality TV show.
But
the 3316 tickets.
Oh, that's your one parking ticket a year, I think. That you, then when Nate issues our parking tickets down at Tasseltop, and someone actually paid it.
Those are up.
3461, the public safety income. I have an estimate of 22,000, which is down 4.88%.
What's the difference between those?
What's the question, Derek?
What's the difference between that and rescue and fire? Like, what is the revenue from that?
If Bruce were here, I don't want to speak for Bruce, but I do know you probably have the income you're bringing in from the medical calls, which is one. But fire also has the ability to charge, like if there's a vehicle accident and they need to clean up the accident, or they go into an unsafe structure and they have to demo your house. There are certain things the fire department can do. So public safety income is likely when they're billing for like an accident. versus your rescue fire, that may be what you're bringing in through Medicare reimbursements and insurance payments from transporting.
It's just
I
weird
think
that it's
also it's when we do sharing, like if we end up being called out to help another town as well, we can bill for that.
it's just weird their round numbers were back before they were down. Because when you get an ambulance call and you need an IV and you need an aspirin or you need some Dilaudid or whatever they're giving you in the deal, it's, I don't know. I guess he's not here, so I'm just wondering what those two numbers are and why they're exactly round.
Yeah, I can follow up too and get you guys an answer.
Because before they're down, you know what I mean? They're down to the dollar. It's just odd that they're.
I think that's because for a few of the fiscal years, they're actuals, where then it switches to just budget.
Oh yeah. Gotcha.
True, because we're still in 25, 26, so you won't have year-to-date actuals until.
Well, 24. Yeah. 24, 25 should.
Yeah.
And they may have built the 25, 26 budget on 24 actuals.
Yep.
The next line, rescue and fire. $265,000 estimate. I just ran that flat.
Yep.
The next is animal control revenue. I went down 9.1% on that, based on the fact that we don't have much in revenue from that area. Public Works revenue, I ran that flat based on current receipts, and the year's not over yet.
Do you know what we lost from the dropping from the 50?
I don't know the history there. I can have Nate follow up.
Yeah, and it's kind of weird because if you look historically, it really wasn't up that high, ever.
I remember we got it. I want to say we got something. I know the mower was one. I thought the other one was like the box blade thing on the side to bring in. There was a piece of equipment we were buying at a CIP, but it was going to bring us revenue.
Mower?
The mower's in here.
Because we rent the mower out.
The mower's in here. That's the big arm that trims all the trees and then goes down. We make good on that. That was one of the things.
Was it the road cleaner?
That's what I thought. The box.
It was that, yeah, for doing the cleaning along the side, not along the road. I thought we were renting.
Oh, was it
that one,
the?
too.
It was
the sweeper?
The sweeper?
I think it was.
Was it the sweeper? I thought it was like a bar. I thought it was something to bring the
Ditch
washouts. Yeah, the ditch scraper thing. I thought
Ditch
that's what it
grade box, I think. Wasn't
But
We can ask Nathan next time. He's
yeah, if you can find out on that one, because we used to do it with other towns, and
it came up in our conversation with Casco on the shared garage. I do know mowing came up, so that
Yeah.
might be something down the road too. We might do for them and bring in some revenue, but that was a pretty preliminary discussion.
So the scrap return, recycling, and solid waste, I have estimates of 250, 250, and 100 on those three categories. The only thing is, when it comes to those particular areas, I know he's changing over, like, there was discussion on his budget, there are new items. So this piece may change, even though I have these estimates. It could change in the coming year if he's changing some of his format on how he's collecting rubbish. I know he may do something with bins or something along those lines. I don't know how that will impact revenue side.
Yeah, it's largely expense, unless there's some dumpster, private road stuff that.
Yeah. Investments, it's up 12%. That's based on current estimate, the current interest received. I anticipate that we may even exceed that, so that is good news. 3601 miscellaneous revenue. Based on the $11,000, I increased your estimate to 10,000, which is a 42% increase over last year. The perpetual care income is running flat, which is that's the cemetery. 4101 fire permits.
Excuse me.
That's down, actually. I have a lower anticipation of $1,000. 4306 library printing fees. That's also down. It was 200 last year. I have it at 100 for the upcoming year. 4310 library interest. I went up. There's the library has a separate account, and that is part of that reason for increasing that. 4311 library donations. He does a fabulous job at that. So I have the donation line. Library income. I left that. I'll be honest, I don't really know the delineation between donations and income. They seem to have crossed paths over the years with the way they've been recorded, so I'm not really quite certain as far as these percentages. I think you could probably get away with one line instead of having two. The second to the last, 4320 library securities is doing very well. We discussed that in one of the early budget sessions. I let it run flat, but it's probably going to do better.
Can I ask a question? What made it jump up so much, if you know, in 2024 from 36,000, then we went right back down to 5,000? Do we know?
What made it jump?
So if you look in actual fiscal year 2024, it went from like 3,000, then it went to 36,000. It jumped, it was up over 1,000%. And then we were budgeting still the 5,500. I just didn't know what that fluctuation was from. I don't remember.
I think it has to do with the way the money was invested, because that's a security.
Mm-hmm.
So if the market was doing bad at that time, that's the only thing I can think of. And right now it's doing quite well.
Yeah, that's 1,000% increase. Do you think maybe it booked a revenue of a donation there? It's on the historical side.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a couple.
I mean, I'd have to go back and look and see if that was like some sort of error.
Okay.
Well, if you look above it, the income went from 75 to 296, 75,000 to 296.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a big
Decrease.
So maybe they were just accounted wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you may get big donation years too if someone dies, or unless anyone knows the history there.
I don't know the history, but isn't that about the time that they became a town department? Maybe they gave us whatever they had for fundraising funds, like whatever they had.
Well, initially
maybe
initially the initial donation contribution back in the day was about $100,000. They did turn that over to the town, and that was invested. And at present, I believe the value at the beginning of this calendar year was around 136. So when those revenues come in, they're automatically deposited. We have that set up through the security company. But I don't really know what took place in 23, 24. If you'd like me to go back and look, I can certainly find that out for you.
I might be able to.
What year did they become a town department?
I don't remember precisely. I blame that on my advanced age, but
2 years ago? I'm thinking.
So fairly
I
recently.
think it was around that
It was
time.
fairly recent.
Fairly
I mean,
recent.
it's only been a couple years.
Yeah,
Okay.
max.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's my guess as to what that was. That was
They were in
that was
23.
what they had for funds.
You acquired their whatever bank
Yes,
accounts
like
they
we
had.
acquired them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were in 23, so I think it was like 21 or 22.
Okay. Any other questions on revenues? All right. If not, I will hand it over to Kevin to go over the IT budget. Let me just pull it up.
So you can see we've changed these categories quite a bit. We tried to make smaller categories to more represent what we're doing. Everybody got where they're supposed to be?
We're still flipping, so just bear with us a moment.
Actually, can I share my screen?
Yeah, let me make you a host. How come you get to do that? When I do it, it doesn't let me. Hit allow, so you should be good.
Supposed to be in 6.
Yeah, it's under 6 and it's after library. Oh, keep going.
Paper.
Let's see where you at assessing.
So I don't see the spreadsheet now, but I would see what I'm projecting you, which should be
General
the same
technology.
as on the spreadsheet.
Quite a few.
Yep, you got capital up.
Yep.
So our operational budget went up a little bit this year, and I've highlighted in red what you see being displayed in those areas where the additional money was put in. So in the infrastructure network, the Starlink backup, which is part of the fiber project to create 2 Starlink antennas, one at what we call our P1 nodes, which is the town office, or actually the future up in the JSMS building, and one at the fire station. So if we were to lose our link or our feed from Sebago Fiber, we would have still Starlink backup, which would keep communications between those 2 buildings and the rest of the network and out to the internet. So that's an ongoing cost to keep that Starlink backup in place.
What line is that?
That's under 9051.
Yeah, 9051.
Okay.
And if you look at the screen down further under infrastructure security, that went up. We're putting with a thing called CA4K, which is a badging infrastructure for all of our locks, and give you an ID card. Eventually, the goal is to have everybody with an ID card, the department they're in with their picture, and they can badge through the locks that they are authorized to. That interfaces with the Active Directory services that Windows operating system provides. So instead of having two sets of credential locations, everything is controlled through one set. And down in the department computing, which we continue to gather more things into department computing, but the content for our document management system has been placed there. And ongoing, we'll probably put the town cloud thing, software as we go into that department so we can see that. So the difference between department computing and infrastructure, the things are things that the end user has their hands on, applications, not the structural things that support all of those in the servers. So we're trying to make a good separation, a clear separation between end user use and infrastructure use. And then the last one's the broadcasting systems, where we stay even on that. And so the infrastructure server, just to go over those, things are, 36 seems like a high number, but the number of servers and drives we have, especially now, the price of these things have gone up tremendously. A single drive, which we have almost 200 drives if you look in all the different servers, a single drive is $600 to replace. And if you've been following the cost of memory, RAM upgrades have almost tripled in the cost. So, and the same thing with batteries have gone way up too. So we're hoping that those numbers will cover what we see in the coming year. Well, if anybody's interested, I'm going to show you, before I go to the CIP, is the projects we're working on. So can you all read those? And the reason I put FOA request on the top, in the past year, we have had over 20 requests, which involved thousands of emails being sent out to different people for these requests. And I know Mel's just trying to keep us busy. So that's been something we haven't seen in previous years. The fiber ring is one of the biggest projects we've ever undertaken also. And that's a multi-year project, which we're right in the middle of now. The town office and the fire station, District 1, now have lit fiber, and we're in the process of getting those connected up to the firewalls so that we can take advantage of the higher speeds. But I bring this up because there's going to be an overlap between Spectrum and Sebago Fiber as we get these things put into place. When this the CA4K, which I explained, we have a big project at the RPS, which if you look down is the Raymond Public Safety District 1. We're putting cable trays in the ceilings in order to facilitate running cables. And we have a bunch of wireless access points and cameras going in the bays. And so those things are the cable trays help facilitate running all those cables. We're pretty deep involvement in starting in the community center planning for the town office, because everything that's done there requires some sort of electronic interfacing, and we need to be able to plan that and get it in place before the actual movement into that building takes place. Then we need to give a good estimate of what those costs will be, which should be coming sometime the end of next year. So we've got old sonic walls and old firewall from Netgate and old HP switches. So we have basically 40 or 50 different devices which are being replaced in the next year, and we're working on those right now. We have all of the electronic locks, which are the DL6100s, which don't have the proximity. So in order to use those with the new badging system, we have to replace those. And we're going to get all the new NFC card badges, which we have the printer, and we've printed some test badges now, and they all work with the locks. And we're waiting on all the pictures and information from the people and the designs for those cards, and we can print those cards up anytime now. We're replacing all of the virtual private networks to our remote locations with a product called WireGuard, which is better than the old system, and OpenVPN, which a lot of people that are working remote now are using. We're also replacing our backup system for PCs, not servers, but PCs, with a actually open source free backup system. So we're going to save a substantial amount of per instance license for that. We're converting all of the VMware virtual machines to Proxmox virtual machines. The company that owned VMware was bought out by Broadcom and raised their prices from, we were paying maybe $400 or $500 a year for certain things, and they're up to tens of thousands of dollars a year now. They're not interested in the low-end customers like us. They only want the corporate customers, so we decided that we'll go with something that's much more cost efficient. And that's happened over almost all the small locations across the world. When Broadcom bought out VMware, it made national news, and people just said, you know, we've got to get out of here, because you couldn't get any support from Broadcom, and it was a total disaster. So anyway, we're switching to something which is more open source and has a lot better support, and is positioned for the middle, lower tier of computational requirements. So along with that, we're going to migrate off of our current VMware backups to Proxmox backups, which is also less expensive but meets the needs just as well. We've got still 1,000 meetings in the past, all the way back to 1996, that we're converting from CD to online format. We have already converted them from tape, VHS tape, to CDs, and now we have to finish the conversion. We're going to try to clean up a lot of the audio on a lot of those old meetings with some software, which is really good now because AI has given us the ability to do that. And along with that, we plan in the future to go to all of the meetings that we have online, which will be over 2,000 at that point, and create video AI minutes, which will give us, you know, what happened in the meeting, who said what, along with being able to jump right into that meeting video by clicking on it. We have the document management implementation, the document management server, and we own that software, and I think Glenn is working on who is going to be the project leader for that, and we'll support that implementation. One of the big things, if everybody hasn't noticed, if they're on the latest Windows 11, is the AI intrusion on all of your computers. So we're in the process of turning off all the AI Microsoft intrusion, because we have seen huge spikes in CPU usage and the ability of people to actually get their job done when the thing sits there and prompts you to, every sentence you do, how to finish it. So we'll wait till AI gets a little better before we want to allow that into our municipal environment. Now, I'm not against AI, because I use AI myself personally to get a lot of work done, but I use it in not having it help me. I tell it what I need, and then it comes back with the answer, versus trying to tell me what I need. And all of our upgrades to Windows servers to 2022 needs to take place, which is quite a few virtual machines that need to be upgraded. So that's an ongoing project for the next 2 years. Anybody got any questions on the current projects we're working on, in addition to the day-to-day support?
Lynn, do we have that list in our books?
It's in the reference material in the back.
Okay.
There's like supporting documents section. It's all back there, yeah.
Great, thank you.
So I'm not sure on the CIP whether you have the full 10 years. We submitted a 10-year structure.
Yep. It's all in the back there.
Okay.
If you go to capital, tab 7.
Glenn, did you have this, the two SIP documents in there also?
Sorry, a lot of paper noises. I couldn't hear what you said.
Do you have the two CIP budget documents that I gave you?
Yep, I have this year's upcoming request for the 79.5 and then all of your supporting materials. In there
Okay.
as well.
Okay, good.
I gave them like an executive summary at the beginning and then the rest is there.
Probably we went low on the progressive 3% annual cost increase for inflation and technology advancement. None of us had any idea what was going to happen once this AI,
and I don't.
Started taking over data centers and using all of the physical and electrical resources that they're using, which has led to huge increases in costs for all of our hardware and the price, everybody's paying more for electricity right now too because of that.
Any questions for Kevin? It's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, we try to include everything, like the equipment lifecycle policy, things like the, CIP versus operational guidelines. I know it's overload, but we tried to be as thorough as we possibly could.
If there's no questions for Kevin, I do have just a couple things because we did bookmark another workshop that was sort of going to be open-ended depending on what we needed to work on. I know I have a couple things that I have planned for that workshop, but if anyone has stuff that we'd like us to prepare for that We didn't cover the departmental stuff. We need to go over the TIF appropriation plan for the coming year. Don Libby and Chris Howell are tentatively scheduled for the next workshop to give overviews of their budget and the request for the town from RTP. Are there any other outside agencies that didn't come on Tuesday that you'd like me to invite, or is there anybody that we sort of didn't hear from that you want to hear from? I think I forwarded along that last minute request from the Bridgeton Chamber. I have not included it in this budget. If there's any appetite for it, I can. I don't think there is.
I know one reached out to me that somehow messed up scheduling, I believe, and they...
Was it the One Light or something? I can't remember the name.
I believe so.
They were on their way here. They came to the town office.
They went to the wrong
didn't realize
place.
it was here. They'd be happy to come back, but we said, we have all the info. If it comes up, we can...
Yeah, they reached out to me. I gave me your number.
Yep. But if you don't have any questions for them, I won't make them come back.
And for the other one, I think that for me, for precedent, I think that by, submitting the application so late, I feel like, just for me, that's just like, everyone else did the...
Our cutoff is typically December 31st, but again, you just sent it along, you have it. It's not in the budget, and it won't be unless the consensus is to put it in.
Typically, we've supported the Wyndham Chamber, not the Bridgeton, and that came from an interim director. I think they were just grasping at straws.
Yeah, I think it was like 10% or more of their it was a significant ask. I think more than your total appropriation from last year for all outside agencies.
$16,000.
Yeah.
The vice chair and I will be touching base this week to finalize the 10th and kind of get the agenda squared away. If we need another workshop, I believe Finance Committee is scheduled for the 18th, and informally, Select Board was also available if we needed another additional workshop, but we can always have more workshops.
Sounds good.
I block off all of March typically when no vacations, no PTO, it's budget season.
So we're looking at 10th for the next one?
The 10th is the next regular meeting. There is a workshop portion scheduled. Right now I'll have TIF, RTP, and Chris from the RSU. But if we need more, we have your next meeting as well. And then I think draft review of warrant articles will be the 24th. And we'll meet internally to start working on that after the 10th, so they're ready for you all on the 24th.
So on the 10th, you're going to have a regular Select Boards meeting first, and then we'll have a workshop afterwards?
We would probably want to talk about how we want to structure it, but my guess is probably end of the meeting, because you have Senator Nangle coming for sentiments that he wants to present to the board. So I just didn't want to keep a bunch of outside agencies waiting if we had a 4-hour workshop. Maybe knock out the action items and then go into workshop after. Seems logical, unless we want to have them endure our regular meeting or our workshop meeting.
Probably not.
And our workshop meeting was slated for 6 p.m., is that correct on this?
Yeah, it was tentative if we needed it, so it'll just be when the regular Select Board meeting ends, we can go into workshop.
Okay.
So what time should we be here? That's something you're going to let us know.
The open meeting, so you can come as early as we start, but we'll have to kind of finalize the agenda tomorrow, and I'll be in touch with you all so you know.
Perfect.
You think we're gonna probably bump that time up though, right? Instead of starting on our normal 6, because then we'll be 6, the meeting plus a workshop. We'll be out here at 11.
Well, I was actually, when we talk tomorrow, I was going to ask if we could start earlier for an executive session to finish the fire contract with some time. I just don't know if we want to start a little bit earlier if you have the availability as a board. But that was something we were going to kind of work through tomorrow.
Okay.
What's the earliest you can start next week?
Early, because I don't want to be here till 11.
Okay, what's the earliest you can start?
I can go as early as you need on Tuesday.
Same with me, I'm available anytime. What are you thinking?
I'll discuss
Okay.
tomorrow. I just wanted to see what you guys
Yeah, I'm available.
What? For next week, can you do?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not talking like noon, but.
Of course.
Okay, anytime? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, anytime.
About nap.
Yeah. And if we have extra time, if we start early, we could do a second executive session on the repurchase agreement that I think is ready for draft review if that was sort of tasked and it'll be ready for discussion.
Yeah.
Do we have animal control on any of those workshop?
No, it's in your, it's not changing, it's contractual with Casco. It's an interlocal, there's no change to the contract.
I know Casco's paying 2/3 of it, we're paying 1/3. It just, in the past, it's been a pretty point of conversation.
We can put ACO on the workshop agenda if you'd like, and we can talk a little bit more about it. I know I've reached out to neighbors about other shared service options as far as cost and service goes. Wyndham was not interested when I reached out. I reached out to the county sheriff. They're exploring it, but they're not going that direction yet.
Yeah.
But it's possible it could be a future service offered through the county. And I know Naples pulled out, but because of our interlocal, there's no changes to our contribution that's coming.
Yeah, the contribution is the same, but just curious, because they use our vehicle, and then if we're leasing vehicles, how does that kind of?
Just goes into our regular fleet budget. It would just, however you're managing the fleet now, it probably came out as a capital purchase at some point in the past. But that would be something to look at if, I guess if we want to reopen that discussion, they may say, well, do you want to kick in Naples as half of their third as well? But right now they're not doing that to us. So if we potentially soak up a $300 or $400 lease payment, it might be not worth opening up covering Naples portion as well. Because right now we're only covering 1/3 of it.
Yeah.
So I've got ACO, TIF, RTP, and the RSU tentatively for workshop.
Anything else?
Can we get before the next meeting, get the newest copy from the fire department spreadsheet?
Yep, yeah, you'll have a revised budget. Once we were debating on, do we do revisions after the first workshop or do we wait till we finish workshops, do revised budget, so you'll have second requests. So we'll do those updates and get you some new sheets for next week.
Well, evidently you've got one that's more current than the one we've got in our books now.
Yeah, so department requests were due December 31st, and then we work off those sheets. So you're kind of working from, we started this process back in December, so it's
Okay.
living, breathing document.
Because that was the one where there were a bunch of numbers.
Yep, we have those notes.
Different.
Okay, everyone ready to,
Just real quick, we should ask when the fire department was here, but I think, was the Historical Society one of them?
Yeah, so that funding request that you guys are going to consider, Fire's going to give us a summary memo to give to the boards so they can kind of give an overview of what was going on with the ordinance and the changes that they need to make under the ordinance. You should have that by next week.
Okay, thank you.
right, ready to adjourn?
Yeah.
Okay. A motion to adjourn. We don't have to have a motion.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Select Board meeting. It is Tuesday, March 10th, 2026. We are going to start with a couple executive sessions, but first I'd like to do a roll call. Sam Gifford? Here. Christopher Hansen?
Here.
Derek Ray?
Here.
And I'm Kayla Gonzalez and I'm here. I will entertain a motion for item 2, if anyone would like to start that off.
So moved.
Thank you, Sam. And I will go ahead and say that that's to go into executive session pursuant to MRSA 4056D. And do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. And all in favor? Thank you. Hi, we are ready to end that executive session. Can I get a motion for that, please?
I'll make a motion that we come out of executive session.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Sam. And all those in favor? Okay, we will be going right back into executive session. This is pursuant to MRSA 4056C for discussion of deposition of publicly held property. And can I get a motion for that?
So moved.
Thank you, Chris. And a second, thank you, Derek. And all those in favor? All right. All right, welcome back. We are ready to exit executive session. Can I get a motion, please?
Motion to exit executive session.
Second.
Thank you, Sam. All those in favor? Okay, and we are going to take something from our select board meeting a little out of order. We're going to go to item number 10. So we'll be entering executive session again. This is pursuant to 1 MRSA section 4056A, which is a discussion of personnel matters.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. And all those in
sorry.
favor? All right, we are ready to exit executive session. Do I have a motion?
Motion to come out of executive session.
Second.
Thank you. And all those in favor? All right. We're going to move, take things a little out of turn and go right to item number 11, and that's to approve the town manager's employment agreement. And if there's any discussion, we can.
I'd like to make a motion
Okay.
that we approve the town manager's employment agreement.
Second.
All right. Any discussion on that?
Nope.
Okay, all those in favor? All right. I would just like to welcome you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, we are now going to give people a few minutes to come in and get settled in. Am I? I can sit there. Are you sure?
Just saw your email.
Guys, I don't think you'll need your vest and coat.
Is anything up? Just an HDMI.
It is 88 degrees somewhere.
I think, so the way.
We're gonna leave that open for while people are coming in.
Is I was joining as a Zoom participant and sharing my screen so that people at home can see it.
Okay.
But you can ask Bill, I don't know how the HDMI setup works if you need to plug in.
Yeah,
Lucky I'm wearing a shirt.
You know how he can plug in HDMI?
Lucky I'm actually wearing a shirt up there.
For the school budget or share my screen.
It's like 150 in here.
Glenn?
Yeah.
Is Mel going to be here?
Yeah, she's on her way.
Okay.
Okay, this is all, this computer here. Yeah.
Maybe in the
Should be able to
I don't
bring it
have
up
a-
on this computer.
I'm actually
You'll need
going to
it.
plug my computer into that HDMI.
Oh, yeah, I guess you could, yeah.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we got a whole bunch of that. Has he joined me in?
Just take a couple minutes.
Yeah, we're not. She already said that.
I don't want to start until 5.
Okay.
Yep. Till 5?
5:30. Because we told the public we would start at 5.
They think we're gonna do it.
I got a good angle.
I do too, so hopefully nothing goes
Here's
wrong.
Hey, school board. I
This one here, okay.
Yeah, she's on her way from the office. She's just down the road. She didn't know when executive session was gonna end, so she was.
Yep. I don't know if you have to do a share screen.
I should be able to just do.
Okay, let me check on that here.
There you are. Wait, your car was what? Oh, I thought you said your car wouldn't start. Oh, nice. Now I know that that's a feature. I've been like taking 3 extra steps.
Yep, thank you so much. Yep, all right. I did make sure. Just let me know when you want to run that, okay? Yeah, I'll just, okay. All right.
All right, Kaylee, you all set?
One more minute,
Okay.
just to, we said we start at 5:30, so I'd like to give people an opportunity to actually sit down.
All right.
Right
We are live, just to let you know.
Thank you.
I don't have that on mine. I just got mine. I had mine, the one that you printed off. Mel came and gave me, she said it was a typo, so she gave me a new one. So that's probably what.
I just wanted to make sure it was there.
Yeah.
So it's under new business, so we do minutes first?
Yep.
Then Tim Nangle, and then...
Yep.
the budget. Okay. Perfect. Is yours the same as mine?
Yes, he does.
I have a chair. You have a whole desk space. You want a whole speaker? Get your microphone up.
So
It's what?
have the RSU after.
Yeah, it's always lit. Yeah, they're all on.
Oh, did you print before Tuesday?
Yeah.
Let me grab it. I made the.
Give it to you guys.
Okay. I didn't know if Caleb.
He knows where the mic is.
I know. That's what I said. So he's going to give you the updated one.
Yeah, it was a typo when it went out Friday, so we.
No, we were just talking about this microphone.
Oh, okay, okay.
Everything's good? Actually, Jody, I don't know if I have room for you. I just have so much stuff.
All right, it's 5:30, so we are going to get started with our non-executive session items, and we'll get the easy things over first, and that is the minutes. It looks like we have 2 sets of them, one from December 9th and one from January 13th.
I'll make a motion we accept the minutes Tuesday, December 9th, 2025, to approve the minutes.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And any questions or concerns? Okay, all those in favor? Thank you. And now for January 13th, is there a motion for those?
I'll make a motion we accept the minutes of Tuesday, January 13th, 2026.
Second.
Thank you, Derek. Any questions or concerns? All right, all those in favor? Okay, moving on. I'd like to welcome Senator Nagel up.
Good evening. By way of introduction, I'm Senator Tim Nagel. I represent Senate District 26, which is part of Raymond is part of my district, and it's nice to be here tonight.
Thank you.
So this is a little overdue, and I just want to read this, and I hope I can without my glasses. Be it known to all that we, the members of the Senate and House of Representatives, join in recognizing Melanie Fernald of Gorham, Town Clerk of Raymond, who was named the Rookie Clerk of the Year by the Maine Town and City Clerks Association. We extend our congratulations and best wishes, and be it ordered that this official expression of sentiment be sent forthwith on behalf of the 132nd Legislature and the people of the state of Maine. And it's dated November 12th, 2025. So if you would like to come up, I can.
Can we get a quick?
Awesome.
Thank you.
Great. Good job. Oh. And here's an envelope. And I have another event to go to, so.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Melanie, not to put you on the spot, but would you like an opportunity to speak? You don't have to. Okay. All right. Well, congratulations.
Congratulations, yes.
Good job.
Well earned.
All right. Moving right along to the RSU 14 budget overview. Come on up.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, and thank you for carving a couple minutes out of a long agenda tonight to talk a little bit about the RSU 14 budget, where we are in the process, what's going to be coming forward. And also for tonight, I wanted to throw in a few slides on some middle school progress. Quite a bit of work has happened on the new middle school build, which will impact students in both Raymond and Windham moving forward. And so I want to share that. My presentation, I will go ahead and forward to the manager, and so to go ahead and distribute after the meeting if you want to take a look. And also, it's a little different than the one that's posted on the RSU 14 website. So I'm going to try to move this along because I know you have a long agenda, but just talk a little bit about our process. So first of all, in RSU 14 or in RSU budgeting in general, it feels like we have 12 months of the school year, 10 of which we spend on budget. And then we get 2 months in the summer where we get to at least relax for a few minutes and talk about budget. But we started back in November with our budget rollover, spent some time with our cost centers. Each of the cost centers, which are our principals and our directors. The administrative team had a chance to go through line by line. And then February 25th, and it was great to see some folks from Raymond at that presentation. We had a chance to, or I had a chance to present my budget to the RSU 14 board. And as you can see through the process, over the next 4.5 weeks, 5 weeks, the RSU 14 board will be spending some time, and our finance committee has again been going line by line by line, looking at our budget. It's our hope that we'll have the budget wrapped up at the board level by April 15th. We have a public budget meeting on May 13th, which is an opportunity for the public to vote on the budget, and then send the final budget to both communities for the June 9 referendum. And so a lot of work has happened to date, and a lot of work still will happen. And one of the things that I shared with the RSU 14 board, and I know we've got many experienced counselors, our select board members here, the budget that we start with is certainly not the budget we're going to end with. And so we're definitely working through our process, and things are due to change. But a couple of slide pieces that I just wanted to share, because often when we think school budgets, we think about just the classrooms and the 300 teachers that work in RSU 14 and the 3,100 students that they serve. And yes, there's an expense to that, but that's only part of our expense. A lot of what has to happen are all those things that happen behind the scenes to make sure that schools run seamlessly. And so things like snow removal. And yes, this was an expensive year for snow removal. We got a lot of it. We needed to move it, pile it, plow it, salt it. It was an expensive year. We have a grounds crew that I would say, hands down, is the best grounds crew in state of Maine. Nationally recognized for their work on our fields, creating safe play surfaces. We have a technology department of 7 that services over 3,000 student and staff laptops, making sure that our networks run flawlessly. We have a transportation department of 24 bus drivers, 10 to 12 van drivers who do the equivalent of from here to Dallas every day. A lot of miles, 660,000 miles a year that they're out on the road. We have a nutrition program, serves 4,500 meals a day. Thousands upon thousands of meals each month, making sure that our kids have, hands down, the best opportunities to learn and make sure that they're fully fed while they're with us. We have outstanding secretarial staff, educational technicians that meet the needs of students, that also make sure that our buildings run well, and our custodial staff. Each custodian cleans about 20,000 square feet each night. So think about that's equivalent to 10 homes making sure that every surface is sanitized, clean, and taken care of. So as we talk about budget and things that are supported in the budget, there's a lot of elements that go beyond just what happened in the classroom. Our enrollments, RSU 14, unlike areas in northern Maine, we're staying pretty steady with our enrollments. And we're projecting next year that we'll be pretty similar in size and enrollment. Where we are seeing a little bit of a dip is at Raymond Elementary School. And what you see up there in Raymond Elementary also includes our pre-K students that are enrolled there. And then additionally, we're seeing a little bit of a drop in the high school this year. We'll be less than 900 students for the first time. But our numbers remain steady, which in state funding formula, two things really matter, which is numbers of kids and then overall, what's the valuation of communities. I think in RSU 14, we spend the dollars that are given to us by the communities as efficiently as possible. And I do realize that the RSU 14 budget is a significant part of your budget, and it's a significant part of the town of Wyndham budget. But if you look on average across the state of Maine, average per pupil expenditures $19,800. We are below that by around $1,200. And some of our neighbors that are a little less than us, City 6. Gorham's a little less. I know Gorham's less because their town actually takes care of their grounds and does a lot of their plowing. So some of those factors aren't actually within their budget. But the most expensive district in our area as far as per pupil costs is $25,468. So one of the benefits of our size, we do run as an efficient district as possible with the taxpayer dollars that we have. Some of our challenges for this year are open the door, and one of the common themes you're going to hear tonight is construction is inflating the costs of our budget. So our open the door was 18.5%, most of which, or a significant portion of which, was construction subsidy. Money coming in from the state of Maine to then be spent on bonds on behalf of the state of Maine. And in this particular budget, it's over $10 million of state subsidy that's coming in to pay construction costs for the new middle school. But it's money in, money out. We have to show the expenditure, so it inflates our budget. This is the first year that Wyndham and Raymond will actually, let me take that back. It's the first year that Wyndham will have some local debt. Raymond had a little bit of local debt last year. That's actually now been removed by the state of Maine. It's actually a reduction in Raymond's contribution. One of the big things driving our budget this year, though, is health insurance premiums. And I'm sure that this is going to be a common theme that you're going to hear across municipal budgets and school budgets. And this is the first year that I can remember that our health insurance costs are actually greater than our salary and benefit increases. Health insurance is skyrocketing, and it seems like year over year it's going up. Increasing state valuations for Wyndham and Raymond. And so just want to be cautious with this, which is that each town does their own valuation. That's independent of Maine Municipal Service, Maine Revenue Services, who do a valuation of each community. When we look at increasing valuations and when the state looks at possible subsidy, they look at their valuation, not what you locally choose to do a valuation in Raymond and what Wyndham does for valuation. People want to live in Raymond and people want to live in Wyndham, which means that overall costs, overall valuations as viewed by the state of Maine have actually increased and have actually outpaced state valuation. Southern Maine real estate market is hotter than other parts of the state. What that translates into is that state subsidies based on valuation, communities that the state perceives are wealthier receive less money, states that are poorer receive more money under the state funding formula. The other factor that's in there is kids, so that when you have valuations going up and kid numbers become stable, the state says, you know what, you can spend a little bit more money locally. Other pieces that go along with that, we have adult education has been removed from our EPS calculation. And EPS is essential programs and services, which means that money, instead of coming to the RSU, is going to go straight to adult ed. And then we also saw some reduction of some grant funding this year. Some opportunities. Great opportunity is you have the state of Maine that's willing to support 74% of the cost of a new middle school. That's not the case everywhere. Scarborough just passed over $100 million bond. Cape was a $90 million bond, all locally financed, in order to be able to cover their school needs. The state of Maine has come in, which means taxpayers and other communities are helping to pay for the new school. We had fallen behind in our wages, and with this year we've actually have caught up where we're competitive with our neighbors. And additionally, district investments in infrastructure are paying off. We're seeing reduced costs in heating and reduced costs for cooling due to the efficiency. We've also been able to strategically lock in electricity rates, and we'll actually be flat again next year for electricity, so we'll be running 3 years in a row paying the same cost per kilowatt. So been able to do some investments to be able to keep our costs as flat as possible. So really our budget story this year is health insurance increase. We have middle school construction debt, and then we also have increased state valuation for Wyndham and Raymond. And I know that Raymond is in the process of considering evaluation and going through the community. I live in Cumberland. Cumberland hasn't done a reval since 2007 maybe. And so we're going through a similar process as well. We're looking to see where mill rates will finally land. As an RSU, we don't set mill rates, we don't set taxes. We determine what it's going to cost. We then send it to the taxpayers, and then all of you get the unenviable position of determining how does that translate into a mill rate. And I know last year Raymond went up, Wyndham was flat because of increased valuation that Wyndham had due to just some growth. And so ultimately that becomes your decision. And I know this is going to be really, really small for individuals to see, but the way we looked at our budget this year and the way we tracked, because we have so much construction subsidy that's coming in, is looking at what's our overall budget, how much is it increasing, and then what is our just regular year over year, and how is that going. And so the administrative team already has cut $1.1 million out of this budget, and that's $1.1 million of regular operating. It's over 10 positions, plus other items within the budget, some capital improvement things to try to get this budget to a point, because we know that the communities are, for the first time, going to be seeing some of that local debt that's being transferred. And so even though this was all voted on in 2003, we actually have contributed very, very little to the cost of that building over time. So our version 6, and my guess is that will be probably version 9 before we're done. Right now, we're at a 4.99% increase, and that is just regular operating year over year. If you were to just take everything that happened last year and roll it to this year, plus now some reductions. And so that 1.1 million is close to 2% reduction from where we started. So we started around 6.9. We're at 4.9. That number is going to continue to drop as we work through our budget process and as we get some final numbers on health insurance. But just want to point this out, and again, this is my 7th year as superintendent. I've been in RSU 14 now for 30 years. Hard to believe. This is the first year that I can remember where the cost of health insurance has actually outpaced what the cost is going to be to the district for negotiated salaries and benefits. So I think it's something, if we want to look at as a state, a thing we can tackle, or is, how do we reduce some of those costs related to providing health insurance. So our significant budget changes, Raymond Elementary, due to enrollments, we've reduced a 3rd grade teacher. At Wyndham Middle School, we have reduced an altitude teacher, which is an alternative program, and we've taken that position to create a 7th grade teacher. In transportation, we've actually been able to transfer 1 bus driver out of the regular budget and put them into a separate budget. Same thing with a van driver, again, to reduce costs locally. Under support services, we have a certified occupational therapist assistant, which is a COTA. We've reduced part-time for positions of that. We've reduced 7 educational technicians that are open positions right now, and we are looking at how do we best schedule. At Manchester Elementary School, we've reduced 2 4th grade teachers and added 2 5th grade teachers, so it's really a net of 0 in that building. And then district-wide, significant changes. First year with some debt. We've been working on a school improvement plan through, it's called Building Assets Reducing Risks. Has had huge impact on attendance in our buildings, has had huge impact on student failures at the high school, and has had a big impact on student achievement in general. But some grant funding's going away, so we're looking to add a coordinator. That coordinator is being paid for through an existing position. And I think what you probably see here as a theme going is that anywhere we added a position, it was actually a reduction in a position somewhere else to try to keep our FTEs, our full-time equivalents, as low as possible. Debt. Everybody wants to know about the debt. This is debt for the new building. We're anticipating about $6.5 million of new debt that's built into the budget. Of that debt, $4.9 million will be picked up by the state of Maine, and $1.6 million will be picked up by the citizens in Windham and Raymond. And I think it's important for you as a select board to know is that the cost-sharing formula that the RSU has between Windham and Raymond, that 1.6 will be spread out by student population. So for Raymond, 18% of that 1.6, I think it works out to be about 270,000, and someone's going to correct my math and say I'm wrong, but it's probably close to that. Additionally, the rest of it will be picked up by the citizens of Windham. Also, what's important to share here is that last year in state funding formula, Raymond had to contribute $310,000 towards the cost of state subsidy for the new school. That has now been removed. It's no longer a requirement, which actually means that Raymond's local share has been reduced by $310,000. And I think what you'll notice eventually here when we finish up, what is being reduced on the Raymond side of the budget is actually pretty close to what you would have had increased for that debt portion. And so for Raymond, it actually ends up being almost a wash for that first debt payment as we move forward. So just a little bit of a chart there. And if you go to our overall budget, and again, being so driven or so influenced by state debt, our overall expenditure increase, about $6.5 million is just money in, money out. State subsidy in to pay bonds, state subsidy or payment to bondholders to make sure that debt payment. The 1.6 is the local portion, and that will be split through the cost-sharing formula. And then that, I'm going to go to my numbers here, the 3.3 going forward is actually just year-over-year increase for the RSU, which does translate, if you put all those together, it does translate into a 17% increase, which again is going to go down. But if you look at that 17% increase, over half of it is actually just being covered by the state of Maine. So our real increase is closer to around 7%. I believe it's going to get under 6%. And even looking at my regional peers for budgets, right now our budget is at or a little bit lower than actually some of our regional peers that don't have a construction project built into their budgets at this time. And so part of that is just the hard work by the administrative team to reduce the 1.1 million, to reduce the 10.5 positions. I'm just going to skip through a couple pieces here because a couple other things that I want to share for funding. So first of all, Windham and Raymond are treated differently within the funding formula in the state of Maine. And so when the state of Maine does its subsidy calculations, it looks at what should Windham contribute based on town valuation and what should Raymond contribute based on town evaluation. What's your ability to pay? The other thing they take a look at is based on the number of students, how much do you need to pay? And if what you need to pay is less than what they think you should be paying, you don't get any subsidy. But if they look at it and say, based on what you can pay, and we think you should be paying more, then that difference, that delta, then becomes your state subsidy. So Wyndham and Raymond are looked at differently. Raymond does not receive subsidy through the formula. Wyndham does, because the state thinks that Wyndham should be paying more than what it can afford. In addition, we have, beyond that required, we also have local additional, we have adult education, we'll have some debt going forward, and then we also will have some carryover that we will use to reduce taxation. And if you look at the percentages, EPS, which is Essential Programs and Services, what's required by the state of Maine to receive subsidy, that is determined by the state of Maine. And local communities must raise that amount in order to be able to receive state subsidy. Anything that goes above that, and unfortunately the state of Maine has been underfunding the EPS formula now for multiple years. In fact, the last number I saw was close to $250 million that it's underfunded. So what has happened over time is that local additional has crept up across school districts across the state of Maine, RSU 14 included. Anything above EPS is broken down by our cost-sharing formula, which is 65% to Wyndham and 35% to Raymond. And those numbers were calculated, and we look at them every 5 years based on actual cost. And just due to scale and size, a student in Raymond does cost the RSU a little bit more to educate than a student in Wyndham. If you have a school of 600 or 700, far less expensive per pupil for many of the overhead things than a school of 180. Adult education, which both communities take advantage of, follows the exact same formula, 65-35. Debt, however, based on our cost-sharing formula, follows kid count. And looking to the new school, which will open in the fall of '27, about 18% of students will be from Raymond and 82% will be from Wyndham. So again, Wyndham will bear 82% of the local cost. Raymond will have the 18. And then any carryover. Last year, we took $1 million of fund balance, used it to reduce taxation. This year, we have $1.2 million as a placeholder. Because 65-35 put it in, it gets applied 65-35 when it goes to reduce taxes. And so looking forward, we do our best to guess what this is going to cost our local taxpayers based on state valuation information. We do not have, nor do we want, your valuation data that you use as a community, because that's your decision as a select board. This is just a rough estimate. And what I do know from even discussions we had last year, I think Wyndham's full value mill rate right now, or full valuation is somewhere around 92 to 93%. They did a recent valuation in 22-23, and it's been updated a couple times. I know Raymond is actually in the process. I think the state values Raymond at about $2.3 billion. I think the last time tax rolls were around 1.1. Just some rough guesstimates. So what you see here for school attributed mill rate is based on state valuation, not on local, because we don't know what amount. And what you'll see here is that over time, there's going to be some variation as far as what the school attributable mill rate is. Last year, we were guessing that we would have about a $200 increase in Wyndham, and we didn't actually have any increase in Wyndham. And Raymond, I think what we were guessing for a number was pretty close to what the final number is. And again, we use the state valuation numbers when we pull these together. And if you look at the tax impact, and this would be a full valued $500,000 home in Wyndham, total tax impact for schools would be about $4,000 for 2027 if you have a $500,000 home. For Raymond, a $500,000 home may be valued at $250 to $350 on the tax rolls. This is just a guess because it then impacts what the mill rate is. What we're seeing or what we're guessing is going to happen, and again, Select Board will make the decision, is what's increasing on the state side for valuation looks like it will be pretty close to covering what Raymond's increase is going to be. Again, it's a guess, but going forward here, kind of the takeaways, we're dealing with a health insurance increase, we're dealing with or working through construction debt, working through those increased valuations. Our predicted tax impact for a $500,000 house in Wyndham is about $300. And for Raymond, theoretically could be flat, but it could be what it is that you're going to be valuing at. And I think I've already sent what we anticipate for a high number right now, which is around $1 million RSU, which includes debt service related to the middle school and increase that would be attributed over to Raymond. Just also, while I have the podium, if I could just take 5 minutes and just give a quick update on our wonderful school that we get to share. This is the process that we've been working on since 2017, so we're 9 years in. I guess our building would be planning-wise in what, second grade, third grade, somewhere in there, if it's a student. But we're in step 19 and 20. 20 is construction, 19 is the state of Maine, because of the expense of our middle school, is actually having us bond it in 2 different bonds. And so first bond sold last year, $105 million. Second bond of $50 million will sell in April. And the costs are built into our budget. So we're moving right along on this. What I'm also happy to report is what the voters approved was a $171 million building through the bid process. We actually came in $16 million under budget. So it's now a $155 million building. We are tracking with change orders at minimal amounts. I think total-wise on the building, we're somewhere in the neighborhood of about $65,000 in change orders, and that's through 9 change orders that each have 8 or 9 subparts. Tracking really, really well. Our construction team is fantastic, and they will suggest savings to us for alternate products as well as things that we could do to improve the building. You'll notice here most of the savings is on the state side, who had the most significant portion, and some of the changes that were calculated in mostly impacted the state. But we are under budget, we're on schedule, and we continue to be under budget as we're moving forward. Just some site updates. First day of construction was August 15th, 2024. It's actually 54 acres of horse farm on River Road and Wyndham Center Road. This is a picture I took from the stairs. Not that I could see the building, but I could see the webcam. Quite a bit of work has happened within the building, and I think some of what's happened is that steel went up quick, outside went up quick, and now a lot of work has happened on the interior of the building. But what you see on the right-hand side is one of the classroom wings. There's a matching classroom wing on the other side, and then the gym and the auditorium in the back. We have athletic fields, and so this is part which I'm most excited for the public to see. Out back, a new softball field. We have a new baseball multi-purpose field that's actually larger than the Wyndham High School Stadium. In addition, we have another big soccer multi-purpose field out front. They've all been seeded. They're ready to go. Kids will be able to play on those fields on day 1 when that school opens. And so I can't wait for them to have the opportunity to get out there. In addition, the barn, which came with the project, which the state of Maine did pay to move, has now been moved. It will be a large outdoor classroom, which will be part of a farm-to-school program, which we have some outstanding farm-to-school individuals who are working up here at Jordan Small. A lot of that program will then move down to the barn, and a new garden that will be planted out in front of the barn. On the site itself, this was the drawing I'm sure a lot of you saw during the referendum process. It's now being transformed into a building, and it's an absolutely amazing. The other thing I've just been amazed at in this process is that Wyndham Middle School, we have some classrooms that are 500 square feet. State minimum right now is 900 square feet, so just imagine 24 middle schoolers in a half-size classroom. Just the classroom sizes and the pieces that are going to allow kids to spread out and not be on top of each other is just going to be such a wonderful opportunity. Places like the back courtyard, which does have an outdoor eating place for kids. It's a space between the cafeteria and the gymnasium. You can see the brick is going in, and there's actually a granite colored brick and a regular colored brick going, just to break up some of the size of the building. In addition, the auditorium, the foundation's been poured. You can actually see the slope where the auditorium seating will be. And I know we have musical coming up for Jordan Small. We had a musical for Wyndham Middle School back in January. Wyndham Middle School had to fight for space at Wyndham High School to even get into practice. And Jordan Small, because of scheduling and distance, it's difficult to do, and they do some outstanding productions. I want to say Little Mermaid this year, but I'm going to be wrong on that. But got a great production coming up.
SpongeBob.
In addition, we have tried, because we realize that through this building we're bringing Wyndham and Raymond together, we have tried wherever possible to bring the names of our communities together. So the way that the building is arranged for wayfinding, because this is a 260,000 square foot building, it's a little over 6 acres. If you're in the 5th grade, you're going to be in a team that's named after a brook. So we have Otter Brook, which actually runs on site, Black Brook, Nebel Brook, and in rivers, we have the Tenney River, Pleasant River, and Presumpscot River. So those would be our 6th grade teams. If you go to 7th grade, you're in a pond. So we have Panther Pond, Pettingill Pond, and Thomas Pond. And then once you get up into 8th grade, you get to graduate to a lake. So Highland Lake, Crescent Lake, and Little Sebago. And these waters are the pieces that bring us together. I didn't put it in as a slide, but the gym floor is stained as Sebago Lake because it is the piece that joins our two communities together, and recognizing that this is an investment by both communities and the kids that are in the grades 5 through 8. And what you'll see is in the color schemes, there's actually outlines in some of the artwork for Thomas Pond, Pettingill Pond, Panther Pond, so these would all be 7th grade team areas. But a lot of interior work has taken place. While it was cold outside, it was 50 degrees inside, and Maine Masonry has been going above and beyond to try to move things along. The building is all single stall restrooms. There's 89 of them throughout the building, but again, lots and lots of space for kids to get out, to explore, some great natural places outside. But again, what a huge investment by the state of Maine and Wyndham and Raymond for paying close to 75% of the cost of this building for our students. So I know I've covered a lot. I don't know if there's any quick questions or even long questions.
Do any of you have any questions for him?
No, I have a question.
I have one, and
Sure.
that's the water hazard by the baseball field.
Say
Is that
that
going to
again?
get filled in? The water hazard by the baseball field. In that picture, it looked like there was a little pond next to the baseball field. So if you hit a
If I
home
can go
run, your
back to
ball's
it.
going to go in there. I could be wrong, but that's what it looked like.
Looked like you didn't mow there either.
So the pond that you see there is a water retention pond, and it is meant for stormwater. It's only meant to hold the water for 48 hours and then to completely drop. This site has a lot of clay on it, and so throughout construction, it has actually served as a sediment filter for the wetlands that are there. It will be excavated out at the end. The drain material will be put back in again, and so all that clay will come out. So there should not be any more in that outfield than what can then be evaporated or be taken in by the wetlands in 48 hours. And there's a couple of them. There's another big one. Just scoot forward. There's another big one right at the base of that riprap, which is the rock hill in front of the gym. There's another one there as well. So a lot of work still yet to be done, but pretty amazing. And also just want to offer to select board members, if you'd like to schedule a tour, get on site and get a chance to see what's happened there during construction and the investment that's happening. I think you'll be impressed, and I think you'll also be very proud of what we're going to be able to offer students in Raymond and Wyndham moving forward.
Well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Very complete presentation.
Yes. Okay, looks like we are moving on to the next item. And that's appointing town manager as Raymond's representative to Cumberland County Municipal Oversight Committee. Do you have just a few things you want to say?
Sure. So, as you know, we applied for a CDBG grant for recreation scholarships. Part of that was signing an agreement with Cumberland County as part of that process. For communities who are cooperating in the CDBG program, you get a seat on the Municipal Oversight Committee, of which Raymond has, I don't think, served on in recent history. So I went to the last meeting where we reviewed the grant applications and they made recommendations. Unfortunately, I was not a voting member. And just an update, we were not awarded the rec scholarships. I do have a list of the programs that were awarded. I'll send out to you guys if you're interested. But good news is Riley's been invited to sit on a work group committee to modify the CDBG application to make it easier for first-time applicants. We're competing against other communities who have been doing this for years and nonprofits, so they were pretty successful and compelling in their applications. So we'll be sitting on that work group in August or September to kind of simplify the application process and make it a little bit easier for first-time applicants. But yeah, so there's a vacancy for Raymond, and the board can choose who to serve on that committee. Makes sense for it to be me, it can be you, but whatever you'd like to do.
Does anybody have any specific questions or clarifying questions?
No.
Not seeing any. Are you comfortable making a motion on this? Do you want me to tee it up?
I'll make a motion that we appoint Glenn Malachowski, the town manager, to the Cumberland County Community Development Municipal Oversight Committee.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Sam. Any discussion? Or public comment? All right, all those in favor?
Thank you.
All right, scheduling a special workshop. I think you did have a little memo in here.
I try to for the folks, it's hard to retain when we have these long agendas, so for the public too, these summary memos, but we had a pretty robust agenda tonight. We were due to bring the short-term rental ordinance back around to the select board at some point, but you also have the cannabis cultivation ordinance coming your way from the planning board, some parking ordinance updates. And because of the lengthy agenda tonight, I sort of recommend we just hold a special workshop on the ordinances. The only timeline to be mindful of is you'll be reviewing the draft warrant articles on March 24th. And I believe April 10th is when we would need to vote on them by, depending on how you decide to do the town meeting. But if you had secret ballot, I think we would need finalized warrant articles by April 10th. So having a workshop prior to drafting those articles would probably be a good idea.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, it does.
Any comments on that?
No, I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thankful for the additional time. I don't think that we as a group have had enough time to really sit with it.
Yeah, and we've gotten a lot of correspondence over the past couple weeks, so I think just having a dedicated meeting for the public to, give you their feedback and would probably not be enough time if we did it on this meeting.
Yep. Are there any conflicts with March 17th being a workshop for anybody?
What is it?
Do you have any conflicts that you know of for March 17th and us holding a workshop to discuss
No, I don't.
the ordinances? Okay.
Sebago Technics will also be available for the other two ordinances and I think the planning board chair's out of town until April, so he may not be in attendance for the other two ordinances, but Brett from Sebago
Brett
Technics
Weeman
will be here, and Jay from Codes.
Okay. And do you need a motion from us to do that?
I don't think
we just
so.
put it on the
No.
schedule?
Discuss it, and what's a good start time?
Yeah, we have a time.
We normally start at 6, I guess.
And I know there's a lot of folks that are probably going to
I think it's because of the public. I think 6 is appropriate. You?
So 6 p.m. All right. Next is consideration of tax abatement and then a reevaluation update.
So Kurt said it was pretty straightforward abatement, so he will not be at the meeting tonight, but I can go through his memo, or if there are any questions, But the memo's in your packet. I know a couple folks stopped in to pick up their packets this morning, and I spoke to them on this item. Basically, just a motion to approve a tax abatement for the certificate in your memo in the amount of $31,000 and a $582.80 tax. The reval update, KRT is going to be starting callback appointments this month. Property owners who did not receive a full inspection because they were either not home when KRT visited or the property was posted will begin to receive letters requesting appointments for inspection. KRT will take calls to schedule appointments through March, which will be conducted in blocks throughout town to minimize travel time between those appointments. And then KRT will schedule up to 3 appointments per 1-hour block, and the callback letter will have instructions on how to schedule.
Are there any questions regarding the abatement?
No.
I thought it was pretty straightforward. So I'd be looking for a motion to approve the tax abatement certificate 2025-8 as shown in the amount of $31,000 valuation for $582.80 tax.
So moved.
And is there a
Second.
second? Thank you, Sam. And any discussion? Public comment? And all those in favor? Okay. Next is the appointment of Jeremy Wilson to the planning board. Is Jeremy here? Doesn't have to be, just wanted to check. Any questions on, or concerns or discussion on this one?
I think he'd be a good addition to the planning board. I know Jeremy. I've worked with him. He's a local electrician. He's helped out with Raymond Rec and coached a lot of baseball teams. He's been quite involved in the community. So he'd have my vote.
I'll entertain a motion to accept Jeremy Wilson on the planning board.
So moved. So moved.
Chris, you get that? Who wants the second? Derek? All right, discussion or public comment? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor? Perfect. All right, moving right along to the committee appointments, where 6 applicants have expressed interest in serving in the Jordan Small Middle School Building Implementation Committee. Do you, I don't know.
Yeah, I can just kind of give an overview.
Yeah.
So the board formed the implementation committee back in October. 9 to 11 members of that committee were intended, represent a cross-section of municipal staff, school representation, and the broader community. That structure is 1 select board member, of which we'll need a volunteer, a budget finance committee member, which was discussed at their last meeting, and Karen Lockwood has offered to serve. A planning board member, of which we still need a volunteer, a school department rep. I spoke to the superintendent, and we'll talk about getting a volunteer for that. Town staff, ad hoc, as needed. Public Works makes sense because of facilities and maintenance background will be important. And then up to 3 community members at large, of which you've had 6 applications. Those folks were invited here tonight if you have any questions or they wanted to talk a little bit about their interest. And their applications were included in your packets.
I do have a question.
Sure.
And it's just my math, and then I feel like I'm missing something. So if we want a 9 to 11 member committee, as it's laid out here, that does not equate to that.
Well, that's interesting.
So did I?
I went back to the minutes from October, and there was, that's sort of where I pulled the historical information from. So if any of you were at that meeting and recall, we can clarify.
It involved some funky math, and if I recall, but I welcome comments, but if I'm doing the math
That's
correctly,
8, yeah.
and we wanted a 9 to 11 member committee, all 6 of these could serve, and we would still have an 11 committee member, or 11 members in the committee.
You could.
Any thoughts on this? Or is anyone's memory different? I don't recollect there being additional members that we asked. There would be people we would hire eventually.
6.
I have the minutes here.
You do? Yeah. I mean, it would just be helpful to maybe.
So the motion that was made at the October meeting to form this committee was that there be 4 community members, the town manager, select board, and budget finance committee representatives that were non-voting. That's it. So 4 community members. That's what we're focusing on tonight. 4, 5, 6.
And we had non-voting members, that's correct?
What was that?
Did we have non-voting members?
Yep.
Yeah.
Because we didn't think the planning board,
Select board, the town manager, select board, and budget finance representatives will be non-voting members. So there's gotta be.
So 3 non-voting.
So what was presented was a select board member, a budget finance committee member, planning board member, a school department representative, public works or facilities representative, 2 to 3 community members, which you guys up to 4, parks and rec staff or representative, a library staff representative, and then either the town manager or a staff liaison. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay, well, thank you. Any thoughts on that? I really don't want to discourage anybody who wants to volunteer to help. And I mean, there is such thing as too many sometimes. I'm trying to keep that in mind, but I really don't want to discourage anybody, but I'm welcome to any thoughts on that.
Looking at the list, I think they're all very well qualified to be on the committee, and I'm in agreement that I would hate to discourage any of them from being on the committee. I don't think too many is a concern of mine.
I agree with that.
Because you still got 3 people that aren't going to vote.
And staff will probably cycle in and out depending on the agenda, so you may not always want a library rep or rec rep, so.
Yes, and we would also expect that this committee serve for a few years, so.
And if you look at the resume of the committee members, for the application, sorry, they, I would say, overlap, even though retired or whatnot, some of the positions that we were trying to get in there. So, I mean, you're not, Grace has been in there, Deborah's been in there, and then you're having on the other spot a school department representative. I know it's not current, but I don't think you're really lacking expertise on that part of the agreement.
Is there any public comment?
Thank you, Kayla. Karen Lockwood, Mountain Road. And I'm here speaking on behalf of my husband, Pete Lockwood, who served as the chair of the visioning committee for JSMS. And he has been checking the website diligently to find the applications for serving on the implementation committee. And he could not find an application. He could not find an announcement that applications were being accepted. I'm at the website right now, and for JSMS Implementation Committee, it says accepting applications soon. So he did not submit an application because he couldn't find an application to submit, and he would like to be on the Implementation Committee.
For this one or for the?
For this one.
For this one.
JSMS, because he was the chair of the visioning and he'd like to continue that work.
My apologies if that got mixed up. I know we pushed it on social media, on the sign, and folks that came in, but it, the website.
I think you might have to go to the volunteer section, and you'll find the application there, but you won't find it underneath on the main webpage. Where you look down at the bottom, and it says what you said. There's a different section in the town webpage where you can't find it.
So it's not on the implementation committee tab, it's under a volunteer tab?
I think so. I believe so. I think that's where I found it.
Yeah, go ahead, Grace.
Well, I wanted to speak about something else, but on this, I think there was one of those special buttons that change periodically, that maybe that was where I can't remember where I saw it. And I don't know what the current buttons are now. Do you know what I'm talking about? When you first open.
Like if there's a news post and then they sort of.
And then they change.
Yeah.
And so I think that's maybe where I saw it, and I apologize to not have reached out to Pete because I expected his name to be on this list, and I hope it still will be, and maybe could still be.
Yeah, it was the January 27th news post, and it must have just fallen as more news kind of became newsworthy.
So I would hope that you could accept more people, especially Pete.
Okay, given that information, how do we feel? I mean, I hate to keep putting things off and not getting it going, but do we want to give people an additional time to now sign up, and then maybe we have to work on
I think we
things
should.
on there? Or take what we have and add Pete, but then what if there's other people that also wanted to join?
Like I said, it was posted on the 27th. It just dropped as more news.
As more news.
Yeah.
The same thing exists on the comprehensive plan. You can go on, but you can't get an application. It announces it, and it's not there.
Nobody's going to hear him.
The application is
On the
linked.
website. It's the same way on both of them. The application's soon.
The application is in 3 spots on the website.
But it's not on underneath the tab that says JSMS or comprehensive plan. There's no application there.
Volunteer application. It's a generic website. It's a generic application for volunteers.
You have to know that you have to go to
It
the
was linked in the
volunteer
announcement.
tab to find the application, and not everybody knows that.
I'm leaning like Sam to postpone appointing committee members until the 24th, so that people have a couple weeks to apply, and then we can hear from everybody.
Yes.
I think it's only fair to the people that couldn't find the application. And if anybody does have problems, just call the town manager or the town clerk, and we can help you find that application.
Thank you.
Feel the same way?
Do you want to hear from the folks who came tonight, their interest at all, or if they want to speak?
I think so.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Grace Levitt, Levitt Road, really what I wanted to ask was a question. I did not go back and listen to the meeting that Mel just read the minutes from, but it was my understanding in that first discussion that one of the members of the committee would be from the RSU, not necessarily the school department. So since I'm on the RSU 14 board, that is the primary reason I put my name in. It's not the only reason, but if that helps to, with the size of the committee, and certainly to bring in any school personnel, the facilities director, for example, as needed to discussions on implementation.
That was my thoughts exactly.
I agree with that. That's what I was saying here, because you have, plus, I mean, you were in the,
Plus, I was on
not
the
current, but you
as
were,
well.
yeah, exactly. And we
So-
don't have one. It's not like you're fighting positions with somebody else, so I think
And
that's a good spot.
Karen is on the budget finance.
Exactly. Well, yeah, but she's already in that.
So if that helps in terms of
That's the
concerns
one,
with numbers, and
2, 3,
maybe
4,
posting this
5,
again to be sure it's visible
not
to
in-
all,
She's not in that.
that would be what I understood it to be. But again, I'd still like to be on the committee, even if you also want someone from the school department. I just don't know that that was necessarily needed, except on an as-needed basis, whenever something specific about the building might be needed. For example, the facilities director did take us around on a very thorough, actually did it a couple of times because not everybody could meet that one time, of the Jordan Small building, very, very thorough tour of it, some things that might be needed to be considered. And so I thought that that might be the role for someone from the actual school department, from staff. and that you just needed a connection with the RSU, which I could certainly help with that. So in any case, and I would also put in a plug for having Pete on it because he was a fantastic chair on the visioning committee, and when I didn't see his name, it was like, oh, darn. So I apologize if I should have reached out when I first saw the application to be sure he saw it too. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Did anybody else want to speak?
I'll say something if I'm okay.
Sorry, I apologize. I wasn't looking up, so I didn't see a hand. I'm going to take Brian Walker first, just because I had eyes on him first, and then we'll go to you, if that's okay.
Thanks.
Brian Walker, Plains Road. I did put an application in, and I'm trying to remember. I think I asked Mel, and she guided me, so that was my fortuitous situation. I would be in favor of making sure that, especially people like Pete and others that have had the experience, get a chance. And what a wonderful situation to have more applications than spots. I think that's awesome. So with that said, I'll give my 1 minute blurb. My wife and I moved here 25 years ago. We raised 2 children here, been active in Raymond. Lee founded and manages the community garden. I did 3 terms on budget finance. I was at RVCC, the church, and worked on the Raymond Community Forest Development. I'm now retired, but spent my career in marketing, strategic management, project management, and corporate communications. I applied because I think this is a once-in-a-lifetime, and I mean that literally, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create a community that helps bind Raymond in a way that's bigger than what we currently have. And I'm just really excited about that. I looked at the visioning work that was done. I think it's fantastic. We have more room than we need in some ways, but I'm sure we're going to fill it up. I think the committee's role is really clear and important, which is taking the visioning work and making it into an implementation plan. And key things that were not part of visioning are feasibility, timing, and cost. And I think those are really important things, because I think there will be some trade-offs there. I think the committee's role, this part of it, is about identifying alternatives, developing possible solutions with implications of those, and then very, very importantly, the communication components, working with the RSU and the town departments to make sure that everything's seamless. And the last thing I'll say is I think this is a real opportunity to be creative. I do think there are things that can be done, like we're going to have a list of things that we want to do that's probably going to be larger than what our financial capacity is, but things like forming a Friends of group or other ways of accepting private donations is an example of someplace, a municipal foundation, which is something that's pretty easy to put together. Could be an exciting way of getting people not only involved, but getting additional monies to do some of the things that maybe we otherwise wouldn't be able to do with budget constraints. I think there are individuals in town who would be very interested in taking some of the ideas that the visioning committee put, and give them the flag, they'll go with it and develop that opportunity. And then lastly, I think the alignment and coordination with the comprehensive plan is critically important, because I do think that there's ways for the facility or for the community center to be kind of that hub that binds the comprehensive plan and vice versa. So anyway, that's what I had to say, and would welcome being a member, but I'm also very happy if there's other capabilities that people have. I was impressed with everybody that was on the list, so I think you have the abundance of riches, which is a great situation. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go ahead, Deborah.
Hi, Deborah Clark, Granite Ridge Drive. As far as myself, I have a 40-year career in libraries, and so my expertise lies in that area. I worked in many types of libraries, including schools, specials, academic, and public. And for the last 11 years, I've worked with the Maine State Library to act as a library consultant to mainly public libraries in southern Maine. So I have a good understanding of library operations, design, space utilization, as well as construction and renovation projects. Those are always part of library life. I really am very excited to see that this building can be used as a community center to just bring community members together, and gives us a chance to improve and expand library services, recreation, social services, municipal services for our community members. I really look forward to serving on this community if I'm chosen. I served last year on the visioning committee with some really great dedicated people, and I really would like to help to get this project moving forward. I have a good working relationship with the current Raymond Village Library Director, Richard Doe, and I think that some of my experiences with grant writing, fundraising, even library operations board governance, those kinds of things, I think could be helpful as we start getting into the details and trying to whittle down priorities. But also, talking about construction and renovations, libraries have some special needs and special considerations as far as, you know, lighting and HVAC and accessibility and things like that. So I think I can bring some of that experience to the committee. I'm happy to take any questions.
I'm not seeing any questions. Thank you very much.
Thanks, and just putting on my librarian hat one last time, for those of you who would like to learn more about the importance of social infrastructure in the health and safety of a community, I would recommend reading Palaces for the People by Eric Kleinenberg. It's a super book. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Bruce Sanford. I'm a resident of Raymond. Just quickly go through my qualifications quickly. I'm on the tail end of a 45-year career in general construction. The first 15 years was spent on the East and West Coast working for general contractors and construction managers in both bid spec and design build general construction. Half my time was spent putting together hard bids, such as was done for the Wyndham Raymond Middle School. And the other half was spent working in pre-engineered metal buildings, where I was a building consultant. I would go out and meet clients and work with them to fit their construction programs to the pre-engineered building program, mostly Sheridan Corporation, Butler buildings here in Maine. And I would work with them from a year or two before they actually signed a contract and the building went up. And I engaged in value engineering and cost estimation and drafting of floor plans and space planning and inspections, project management, buyouts, pretty much everything that's involved in the general construction business and putting a building together and handing the client the keys. Well, in 1995, I started ConEstco, and for the last 30 years, I've worked with architects and engineers throughout New England, putting together opinions of probable cost and doing value engineering for projects while they're under design and before they go to bid. The Wyndham Raymond Middle School, I put the budget together for that for LaValle Brensinger. You have a compendium, a one-page PDF file I attached to the paperwork I sent in that says a little bit about what ConEstco does and how I go about doing what I did. And I actually attached a 25-page PDF file of all the projects I put together from 1995 to current. It's about 1,400 projects throughout New England for architects. So based on that, there's a couple salient things I wanted to mention about the cost that may be involved in this effort moving forward. I went back and looked up a number of what I call pad-ready building costs from 1995 through current that I prepared for architects. A pad-ready building cost excludes site work beyond 5 feet from the building. It's just the hole to put the foundation in the ground, the concrete foundation, you build the building, and then you've got what's called a pad-ready building cost, and you can compare that building in this location to a similar building in another location, and that will give you geographical cost differences and will show over time how, you know, construction costs inflate. In 1997, I put together the budget for the Raymond Elementary School across the way here, and I did the early schematic budget before referendum, and the budget for 70,900 square feet of building was $100.36 a square foot. And back then, architects would be pulling their hair out if you came to them with a budget that was more than $100, $110 a square foot. They just couldn't understand how anything could be that expensive. Well, fast forward to 2007, 10 years later, Rockport Elementary School, which was 66,385 square feet, its building pad-ready cost was $144.24. So in 10 years, costs had gone up more than 40%, almost 45% on a, you know, fairly equivalent project. Fast forward to 2017, the Midcoast School of Technology, which is 94,210 square feet, that one was $217.18 a square foot, more than double the cost from 20 years before. You follow that forward to Sumner High School in 2020, which is up toward Ellsworth, in between Ellsworth and Bangor. That was a middle school, high school, 107,305 square feet, $307.85 per square foot for building pad ready. The last two I'll mention, just done last year, MSAD 51, which is Cumberland, North Yarmouth. They have a pre-K first grade building that's going to be starting construction soon. That was 76,705 square feet, $402.79 a square foot. Wyndham Raymond Middle School, that just went to bed last year, is 259,300 square feet, $426.56 a square foot. So that shows you, you know, over 30 years how construction costs have increased. Renovation costs, new construction costs, I think I can stand here with a straight face and say whatever you hope this repurposing is going to cost, it's probably going to cost more than that. The citizens of Raymond have a good history of supporting public construction that benefits them. They open their wallets, they pay the increased taxes, but there is a strong subset of folks in town who would prefer to put a Band-Aid over something and run it until it just basically falls apart, as long as it doesn't increase their taxes. And I think you're going to be fighting this perception of cost versus value as the committee does its work. I see referendums all over the state that go to bid, usually in November, you know, a new police station, new fire station, town hall, library, work at the schools. And a lot of these referendums get shot down, and the number one reason, probably the only real world reason they get shot down, is because the public perception of the value added and the program added that's being proposed by the construction project is not worth the tax dollars they're being asked to pay to fund it. So that's going to be a real tap dance that this committee is going to have to go through to keep a good handle on costs as they evolve, but be realistic in reporting to the town and to the people what they're likely to cost. Last thing I'll mention, I was actually going to mention this first. There's a tool that many school districts, but not all, use every 10 years or so. It's called a building existing conditions survey, where they hire an architect and an engineer to go out to Jordan Small School, and they'll crawl through the building from top to bottom. They'll look for hazardous materials that might need to be abated. They'll look for life safety code violations, structural issues, what's the condition of the roof, what's the condition of the exterior envelope of the building, the siding, the brick, the windows. They'll look inside at finished flooring and finished ceilings, the condition of the partitions and doors. They'll look at ADA compliance throughout the building. They'll look at sprinkler systems, plumbing, HVAC, electrical. They'll go through the whole thing, top to bottom. Then they'll compile a list of deficiencies in that building. They'll rank the deficiencies according to severity. One deficiency might be something that can be handled by the building maintenance crew right here at Jordan Small, caulking something, painting a wall, whatever. Something else might be a 5-year item that, 5 years down the road, you're going to have to start thinking about doing something with this portion of the building. Something else might be a code violation, a structural issue, a roof that's got squishy, wet insulation on it that's failing, and you have roof leaks, things that are red flags that really need to be corrected right now. Well, I would go in, the architect would give me the report, I would go in, compile costs for all these deficiencies, and then the architect would take the costs that I've extrapolated. He'd divide all those deficiencies into the degree of severity of them so that, when they're reporting to the owner, he's got everything ranked and grouped together. And that's a very useful tool for municipalities or for school districts to make 10-year funding plans for how they're going to take care of problems as they're projected to occur down the line. I don't know if any such study has ever been done for Jordan Small Middle School. Probably the folks at RSU 14 would have an idea about that, but if one has been done and it's outdated and you need to do a new one, or one has never been done and you need to hire an AE firm to come out here and do such a survey, when you look at whatever the red flag deficiencies are that need to be taken care of as part of building maintenance right now, those need to be the starting point for what you're going to be considering for the cost of repurposing the building. You can't go to the citizens and say it's going to cost $1.5 million to repurpose this building and not tell them that, oh, we've got a 50,000 square foot roof that has to be replaced, but we're not telling you about that now, all right? So heads up on that. That's really all I have to say.
All right, that was a lot. Thank you.
Bruce, could you
I have a
refresh
question.
my memory how long you served on the planning board as well?
I'm sorry?
How long did you serve on the planning board?
15 years, started in 2000 and ended in, I think, in 2022.
Yeah.
There was a couple, 3 years in there, a hiatus where I wasn't on it, and I came and went once or twice, but it's 15 years in the aggregate, yeah.
Thank you.
Then I was on Route 302 Development Committee and the Comprehensive Plan and the Fire Station Committee back in 1999 or 2000 or so.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we do have your application, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good.
Thank you. Anybody else here that wanted to speak?
I have a statement. So all of the applicants were invited to join us tonight, and I told them that with such short notice, if they wanted me to read something in lieu of them being here. So I did get something from Jen Delude, and I hope I'm not butchering her name. I apologize. She says, "My name is Jennifer Delude, and I live on Carriage Hill Road in Raymond, directly behind JSMS. I have a son in 8th grade at JSMS and a daughter in 4th grade at RES. So our family will experience 2 different middle school paths with the upcoming closure of JSMS. By joining the Building Implementation Committee, I hope to help identify the best and highest use for the existing building and assist the town in thoughtfully transitioning the property in a way that best serves the residents of Raymond. Some of my current and past community involvement includes serving as a board co-chair of the Raymond Schools PTO for 25 through 2027, secretary of Scouts Troop 800 of Raymond 25 through 2027, secretary of Raymond Schools PTO from 23 through 2025, and participation in the Comprehensive Plan Steering Committee for Gray in 2020. Thank you for your consideration."
Thank you. Any other comments? I'm sorry, any other applicants? Okay, seeing none, it sounds to me like we were in agreement to table this until the next meeting to allow additional people to apply. But there is one thing that we can take care of tonight, and that's the select board member. Does anybody want to volunteer for that?
I would, but my term is about up, so.
Okay. I'm not, go ahead. Okay, I'm seeing some hesitancy.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't, can we, why don't we just do it then? Do it next time
can.
too?
Yeah,
That's fair. I agree.
yeah, that's fine. All right,
Could we also, at the workshop, maybe discuss how we're going to fill these?
Yeah, because we have two.
yes,
You know what I mean? Because it's kind of morphed.
yes.
So maybe we can have a board discussion about that.
Yep. Okay, do we need to table this, or can we,
Yeah,
We can just table it.
just table it.
do we need to
Yeah.
vote to do that, or just table it?
Just
Okay,
table it.
so we're gonna table, this and move on to, approving a street name, Ginger Way. For myself, this was pretty straightforward. I don't know if there's any questions.
I'd make a motion that we adopt Ginger Way as a private road.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion.
I work with Matt, so I don't know if it matters or not, but maybe I'll not vote on this one. Like I said, not that it matters, but
There's no other, there's no other road close to that, so it's,
you got three, so it doesn't
Yeah.
matter to me, but I don't
That's
think there's
fine.
some big controversy here, but I do work for Matt, with
Yeah,
Matt
yeah.
at Twin Real
I
Estate, so.
think you're accusing yourself, is fine. So you had a motion and a second?
I have a motion, a second. I have someone who will abstain. Is there any discussion or public comment? I'm not seeing any, so I'll go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor? And that is 3 with 1 abstention. All right. Next on the agenda is approval of some quitclaim deeds. These are just,
I didn't prep this item, so I imagine this came from tax collector for liens that are being discharged.
this one,
Yeah,
I was just under the
just been
assumption they're just,
Paid up,
yeah.
so the,
So these are more releases?
Yes, yep.
Can we do them all at once?
I don't see why we can't do this. Actually, can we do them separately? Where you're naming, well, actually, 2 or, I think you could do 2 together and 1 separately. There's the same owner for both,
Okay.
for the first 2.
I make a motion that we accept the main short form quitclaim deed without covenant for map 3 lot 24 and map lot 3 3032. Sorry, let me restate that. It was, on the first one, it was map 30 lot 24, and the second one was map 30 lot 32, owned by the same person.
I think
Discussion?
No, I don't know if you'd rather do book and page than map and lot, just because.
I can
Make
do,
a friendly amendment to add book 4830, page 115, and page 114.
That works.
Is that
that
okay?
works. Yep.
All right.
I'm fine with that.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion or public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor? Okay, and then we have just one more.
Make a motion that we accept the main short form quitclaim deed without covenant for book 40937, page 288, and book 41644, page 296, map 13, lot 26A.
All right, and do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Sam, and all those in favor? All right. Okay, the next item is something that we discussed a little bit in executive session, so I would entertain a motion to ratify the collective bargaining agreement with the IAFF Local 5278 and authorize the town manager to authorize.
To execute the
To execute the agreement.
So moved.
So moved, Sam, thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Derek. Any discussion or public comment? I'm not seeing any. All those in favor? Okay. All right, next is consideration of voting method for the town meeting warrant, and it looks like there's things in our materials that just shows the town meeting election statistics for the last 10 or so years. And I know every year, we talk about this at length. So is there any public comment?
To Levitt Road. To refresh everyone's memory, last year there was a lot of talk about this. Just to be clear, what was decided was that it would be a secret ballot, but that there would be two, I guess for lack of a better term, informational sessions on the warrant articles that was provided to the public. I attended both of them. One was well attended, the other one less so. A select board was there to answer questions, and I found it helpful because it was kind of picking up some of the slack for not having an open town meeting where you got to ask those questions. So it was, I think some of the terms that we used was hybrid or something like that. So I would encourage you to do that again this year. Either one or two meetings, and as was mentioned last week, meeting, I think it would be helpful if there was in that meeting a candidates night, more or less like we used to have, where the candidates for office would basically come and just basically give a little presentation on where they see the town going and answer any questions that the public might have. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comment regarding this item? Okay, I'm not seeing any on Zoom or in person. Any thoughts from the select board? Any thoughts regarding our voting method?
No.
I guess I'll go. I agree that if we're going to do secret ballot, that we should have at a minimum one public hearing. And I think it's a good idea that we have that also as a candidates night. But I also feel that if we run out of time during that meeting, we shouldn't rush that we should have another meeting scheduled if we run out of time.
On the informational?
Yes.
Yeah.
In other words, schedule one public hearing, and if we need the second, we'll schedule a second.
Yeah, I like that. I think we definitely should have at least one like we did last year.
And I think the candidates night is a great suggestion.
So would you run those separately or as one meeting?
One meeting.
As far as noticing, Melanie, would we have enough time to pull that together? So let's say we did want to hold another special or public hearing. Noticing requirements, would we have enough time to?
So if the annual town meeting is voted by secret ballot, like we have done since COVID, then we are required to have a public hearing. Last year what we did was we had a public hearing and then the Saturday informational meeting, because that's what the appetite was for. We could pull that together. I mean, I have a million things on my plate, so I'm not sure who's going to be in charge of planning a candidate night.
I've done a couple candidates nights. I don't mind.
Yeah. But we have time to do that. if that is what the
So
wish is for.
would the candidates' night have to be public noticed as well?
You'd want people to attend. No, I'm just
I
kidding.
I understand that,
Just
but what
kidding.
my point is, maybe we do the public hearing for the ordinance discussion.
Yeah.
And then if we run out of time, we schedule another meeting for candidates' night.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and I know that you understand the difference between just a public meeting and a public hearing.
Right.
So, that's something we can look at. Yes, we'll figure it out.
Okay.
I'm personally in favor of this sort of hybrid where we do a secret ballot based on, it's very clear that more people participate. But I also think it is good to have an opportunity to sit and discuss as a group these items. So I'm in favor of scheduling informational sessions and including a candidates night in whatever way town staff can schedule.
Yep, we'll come back to you with a proposal. How about that at the next meeting, and the timeline and all that, and you can review it.
Can I just want to put in a plug for, if we do that, which it sounds like that's the way we're headed, is fantastic, to have that as early as possible, because absentee voting does start in early May. So we wouldn't want to have an informational meeting or candidate night too far after we start absentee voting, because you're going to have people voting without the information. So if we could make it happen as early in May as possible, that would be best.
If you could provide those dates with the staff input.
Do we need to formally vote to,
I think we do for the ballot.
for the secret ballot?
Yeah, I think the other thing's not really a hearing, it's more of a informational, so.
All right, so then I will take a motion for us to approve the voting method of the town meeting warrant to be secret ballot.
I will second that. Did you make the motion?
I was going to ask for one,
So
but
moved.
I'll have you as a first.
Yeah.
And do I have a second? Derek? Okay. Any further discussion on that?
Unless the public has something to add.
I'm not seeing any. All those in favor? All right. All right, next is to authorize the town manager to execute a repurchase agreement for a town-owned property. So I would be looking for a motion to move that forward.
I'll make a motion to authorize the town manager to execute a repurchase agreement for town-owned property.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. I think we can
You can vote. Yep.
vote. All right. All those in favor? Thank you. And I'm just going to mark Sam down as abstained. And then next is authorize the town manager to issue a request for proposals for real estate broker services. I think
Yeah,
I don't know if you have a little memo, but it might be good for the
I'll do an
citizens
overview.
to know why we're doing this.
So you're going to have another meeting at some point in the future to discuss your tax-acquired property policy, which you adopted in 2010. That will need to be reviewed because since the Tyler v. Hennepin County case, you can't dispose of foreclosed properties the way your policy adopted in 2010 wants to. The other thing you probably want to revisit is, I guess, it was a well-intended policy to keep people in their homes, but as a result, you have, I think, roughly 17 repurchase agreements floating throughout the town. And the issue with those is any repurchase agreement that is beyond 5 payments, you would need to commercially foreclose on. So these are automatic foreclosures that, the parties are in possession of, and we just need to kind of work through the policy and how to tackle these one by one. So the repurchase agreement you've authorized prior will tackle one, and, you know, I've spoken with the party in possession. This is how they want to move forward. Then the result would be that their properties quit claim back to them. We get our back taxes at closing, and but once that agreement's executed and finished, that'll be a public document on the agenda and all that fun stuff. But this is sort of us methodically sort of dealing with these as they come up, and this was the first one, and 16 to go.
So you're asking for us to authorize you to
issue an
get
RFP
proposals for the real
so we can
estate
list
disposal of
town-owned
the
property.
first property, but also the rest of the properties? Or are you going to bring them up individually?
So we'll get to that at our next meeting, but this RFP would contract with a real estate broker so that we can dispose of town-owned property under 36 MRS 943C, which, because we can't auction them anymore and we can't keep the proceeds, so any surplus proceeds from a town-owned property will go back to the previous owner. And we'll recoup our admin costs, our legal fees and all that. But this is just to issue that RFP to get someone under contract so we can list these as they come up.
So you need a motion?
Yes, and I just want to further explain, in the event that any town-acquired property has to be sold, this is the way we have to do it now. We don't have a choice.
Right.
Okay, so yes, I am looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion that we authorize the town manager to issue a RFP for real estate broker services to dispose of town-acquired property.
And a second?
Second.
And all those in favor? Okay, and I'm just going to mark Sam as abstained. I don't think we have any old business, so moving to public comment.
Wouldn't want to break tradition. Grace Levitt, Levitt Road. Just very quickly, two things. Thank you for having Superintendent Howell here and doing the presentation. That's really, really great to have that information for you all, for the Budget Committee, who is here as well, and as well to get out into the community. We've been trying really hard to be sure all voters are well informed on the budget process as it goes forward. Again, the ultimate goal is to pass that budget in June. And so I really appreciate that, and certainly thank him as well for being here, and as well as including the update on the middle school construction and just seeing how wonderful all of that is. I hope that the public out there is either watching right now or will watch later on and will see that information as well. Second, since there was a little, I'll call it a glitch, for lack of a better word, with the Jordan Small Implementation Committee applications, it does still say for both of those on the website, unless it's changed already, when you go down, it says will be available soon for those applications. So if that button, news item, whatever, for Jordan Small Implementation Committee is going to be up there again, I would hope that you kind of keep the Comprehensive Plan Implementation Committee up there if there aren't any applications for it yet. And I'm wondering if people are not understanding, first of all, what that committee would be doing, or how important it is that we have people on that committee. My arm was twisted a little bit about, well, why don't you put your name in for that one, Grace? But seriously, it is really important. I would not want to see the vast amount of work that the Comprehensive Plan Committee did go by the wayside because it's not being paid attention to. And I know a number of things are already underway that are provided for in that plan, but still it needs to have folks on a committee that are really being sure that it's being implemented as best possible going forward. So just keeping that out there to be sure it's visible and keep the message out there, and ask your neighbors to step up and serve. Thank you.
Thanks. Just a couple of things. Excuse me. As far as what I would find helpful would be and maybe it exists and I just haven't been able to find it, but if there was a listing on the website of all town-owned properties, I believe that would be something that would be informationally helpful, at least to some individuals. I'd certainly be interested in that. Also, as far as the website is concerned,
Certainly, I would echo what Grace said as far as the difficulties in doing some of the applications. I found that as well. Obviously, some people were able to track down an application and get them done. I kept seeing, well, we'll be accepting soon. So I don't know if that discouraged some people to just wait or not. But on the issue with the websites, I think that there's been some changes that are very nice that have been implemented on the new website. I don't know about anyone else, but has anyone else experienced looking for some data and the website says that it's unavailable? And the fact that it possibly has been lost or has been pigeonholed somewhere where when you do a search, you just don't find it. But I've had that happen several times where I've tried to look up data from 5-10 years ago, and the prompt that I get is basically that information is not available. So I'm just wondering if anyone else is encountering that issue. Would that be something where we could talk with IT and see if there's a process going to try and recover some of that data? And then lastly, I guess it would just be I'll be here every month. So the recall and appointments ordinance that is highly, in my opinion, highly deficient, and that our own legal advisors said that there were issues with it. I'm going to just ask that sometime in the not too distant future that the select board have that as a future agenda item, at least where it is reviewed and discussed, along with getting public comment on possible suggestions for a change. So I would ask that that be a future agenda item. Thanks.
Thank you.
Dennis Morse, 340 Cape Road. Actually, wanted the statement about the data being lost. I had that same concern, so I spoke to Kevin. And Kevin said that all the records that were on the other webpage would be protected, that he has it backed up. And so, unless something changed in between 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. So, I had the same concern, but I don't think we have to have a concern with Kevin behind everything. Thank you.
Anybody else for public comment? I'm not seeing anything on Zoom, so I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and move on to select board comment, if anybody has anything they'd like to say.
Nothing.
I would just like to thank Mr. Howe for coming in. That was a great presentation. I learned a lot, and it's great to see the school on, see the pictures of the school and where we're at, and to see that it's under budget. That was really nice. So that's all I have.
I'd like to just add, or I'm not adding anything to Peter's comment on the recall, but I think it was overdone, in my opinion, and we should look at it very closely in the future.
All right. On to you, Glenn.
I'll be brief. This is more just any feedback you might have. So I started mid-November, basically December. I know that the federal delegation opens the request for congressional direct spending requests. And having secured one in the past, I was trying to think of things I could put in for this cycle. The challenge with Town Meeting Town and some of the other things is it has to be a shovel-ready project, and you have to have public support for whatever you're going to ask for money for. So I've been thinking with we know we're going to get the school in 2027, 2028. We don't necessarily know what it will look like inside exactly yet, so I was trying to think of maybe use-agnostic things that will need to be done to the grounds or the building that I could put in a request for, whether it's grounds maintenance equipment, IT infrastructure. We know that needs to be recabled, but without really knowing, I sort of, some of the feedback I've heard tonight, without really knowing if we're going to be doing rehab or ripping stuff up again, I don't think the federal delegation would want us spending $1 million on IT infrastructure and then ripping it back out. So if the board has any thoughts on things that we want to accomplish, that maybe we already have capital reserves set aside, because we do need a match portion too. We need to be ready to match even if we're going to get the full amount. But if there are things that you can think of within the next 8 days, up to $6 million that I could ask for, give me some thoughts. They only sent the email out last Friday, so I've been trying to kind of keep it in the back of my mind so we don't leave money on the table. But if we can think of a shovel-ready project that has public support up to $6 million, and we have the reserves ready to match, I can try and get something in before the deadline. I think King's office is extending it to the 25th, but and I think King Reese is already closed, so we have Senator Collins and King's office still open. So just think about it, and then as we start the implementation committee, maybe we start prepping next year for maybe an adaptive reuse request for, you know, whatever it is we want to do there. But again, if you've got thoughts and we don't want to leave money on the table, let me know. I'll try and get something in. But that's all I've got, because we're going to go into workshop after this. And upcoming meetings, we've got the special workshop we just scheduled for the 17th, Budget Finance Committee the 18th, special meeting on the 24th for warrant articles, and then regular meeting April 14th, closed on Patriots Day and Memorial Day and Juneteenth.
All right, thank you. I am ready if anybody is willing to make a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn?
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
And all those in favor? Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the joint workshop of the Budget Finance Committee and the Select Board. Today is Tuesday, March 10, and the town manager will call up each group to do their presentation.
Sure. So we have a couple outside agencies. When I started, Select Board had asked me to explore joining the Greater Portland Council on Governments. We have Christina Egan here tonight, and is Paul here too? And Paul Johnson from GPCOG. They're going to talk a little bit about what their organization is, what they do, and the benefits for Raymond. And then later in the meeting, when we go through TIF spending plan, they're part of that. So I'll invite them up now to kind of introduce themselves.
From here?
Sure.
Yes. Okay.
I'll do some handouts while Christina does the introduction.
Thank you so much for inviting us here tonight. I'm really glad to be in Raymond. Raymond withdrew from the Greater Portland Council of Governments shortly after I first joined the organization. So I haven't been in this chamber very often at all. So I'm really glad to be here. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the Greater Portland Council of Governments and ask you to consider whether you'd like to become a member. So in the handout, the first slide is what is GPCOG? And we're basically three different entities. The first is the Council of Governments. And Council of Governments exist all over the country. We are membership organizations of cities and towns. And so I mentioned that Raymond had been a city, had been a town that was part of the membership for many, many years. And then in, I think it was about 2017 or 2018, you withdrew. We provide membership benefits to our cities and towns, and I'll go over some of those. So if you were to join us, there are a variety of different services that we provide. I'll give you just a couple examples from the Select Board discussion that I heard before. One is we had all of the managers, like Glenn, meet this morning to talk about the congressionally directed spending. And we compared notes about what each town was thinking of putting together. And then later in the day, we met with each of the congressional offices to talk about that. So that's an example from just your meeting before. There was another example, too, of something that was brought. Oh, candidates night. So we, by request, we also will work to develop neutral questions, and then we facilitate candidates nights too. That's not even on the slides tonight, so that's just an example of some of the different things we do. We're also a metropolitan planning organization, and Raymond is a member of that. That's the group that programs the federal transportation dollars for the region. It's about $150 million a year, and we work with the DOT in order to figure out which roads need to get fixed, how to fund public transportation, how to advance sidewalks and trails for our residents. And the last one is an economic development district. This is also a, I'm sorry, I'm fighting a little cold. It's also a federally designated role that we have, which is to develop the economic development strategy for the region. And as part of doing that, we offer small business loans. We work with economic development directors. We work with developers and private businesses throughout the region in order to help build prosperity for all of us. So if you go to the next slide, we'll talk about first about how we convene. One of the best things about being a member, in my opinion, is that you get to meet other folks that are struggling with the same things that you are, or start sharing solutions together. So we convene an annual summit in May. We have all other kinds of summits. We just did one on the importance of infrastructure. As you may know, the state is asking all of our municipalities, in fact, mandating more dense housing. And so we actually have been advocating in Augusta today in order to push back against some of those laws and ask for some changes to the legislation. But we also have been working really hard to convene people to say, if you want us to build housing, you need to give us infrastructure money, because you can't build housing without different kinds of wastewater infrastructure, better roads, better public transportation. So we just did a summit on that a couple of weeks ago. And then Chairs in a Circle. This is where we have our chairs and mayors of all of the different elected bodies come together and talk about things that are on their mind. We just did this about a month ago, and it was focused on communicating with the public. So as many of you know, you're probably in many social media forums. Some of them can be not so fun. Some of them can be great, but we talked about how, as an elected official, you can interact in those forums and still maintain your personal accounts and also make sure that you're being neutral and representing the town in an appropriate way. So we had all the different chairs talk about their experiences. If you go to the next page, I'll talk to you about some of the very concrete services that we provide. We help manage short-term rentals, and I'm going to defer to Paul to talk about that in just a moment. We do group purchasing. We save usually between $300,000 to $500,000 a year for the region, purchasing all different kinds of things, from pavement to snowplow, cutting edges to salt. We identify grants and funding. Every Monday we have a webinar that's called Money Mondays, and it's 15 minutes to learn about grant opportunities for municipalities. We also have a professional grant writer on staff that can help with advancing different grants. I don't know if you do annual goals, because I don't know Raymond all that well yet, but if you don't do them, we offer free workshops every year to every city and town where we will facilitate a conversation about what your priorities are, write it up for you so you can use it throughout the year and guide your budget process. We do a lot of data analysis. If you get on our website, we've got a whole site on Raymond that just talks about your population, your employment, your age, your housing stock, your transportation, et cetera. We provide communications and engagement support. So for those of you who are working at the town level in order to get information out to your residents, we have a communications manager that can support you, making all of your website issues, your website accessible. That's something that the feds are requiring you to do by next year. So we have a cooperative purchase, actually, of website accessibility services that you would be eligible to join that. A lot of our bread and butter is supporting you on planning, land use, housing, sustainability, helping you get projects ready for the pipeline and investment. And then we do a lot of transportation work, as Glenn knows, and then we coordinate statewide advocacy. Our biggest priorities this year on advocacy are pushing back on 1829, LD 1829, which followed LD 2003. So we've been working with the Maine Municipal Association and mobilizing many of our members to go to Augusta. We had about 5 of them there today at a work session working with the legislators. The other issue is property taxes. Property taxes are very high in our region. The burden is really high, and we're working on solutions through our members to try to, if not relieve property tax burden, at least stabilize property taxes. So we're working on statewide solutions on that. On the next page, you can see what it would cost to join GPCOG should you wish to rejoin. It would be about $10,000. The per capita rate is $2.25. And every other community is part of GPCOG right now, except for Raymond, and we would love to have you back. These are some links which we can send electronically so you could dive in more deeply to our different programs and understand some of the things that would be on offer to you. I'm going to skip over the MPO. You're already a member of that. We are delighted to have Glenn at the table. We have not had any representation at that table for the entire time that I've been at GPCOG, 9 years. And it's a great table to be at because that's where you can work with your colleagues to advance Raymond's road projects or other projects for more funding. And so Glenn has just joined. I believe you appointed him, and he's an active member now of PACS, and that is terrific, and it will be good for your community as well. I'm going to pass it over to Paul to take the last couple of slides on the Economic Development District. And then we wanted to give you an example of another community and what they've benefited from GPCOG, the actual cost savings, and then also some of the softer value that you would get. Yeah.
Thanks, Christina. As Christina said, my name is Paul Johnson. I'm the Director of Economic and Community Development at GPCOG. Just to go over this slide, I'll give you some concrete examples that aren't spelled out specifically on the slide, but as she mentioned, each one of these is hyperlinked, so when we give you the electronic version, you can dive into this. So GPCOG is also what's called an Economic Development District, so we are designated by the Economic Development Administration at the federal level. We receive about $70,000 a year to help with economic development planning through Cumberland County, which would include Raymond. Just some day-to-day things to give you an idea of what I do. In January, a Raymond food service business called us and needed $10,000 to get through the slow season. And the bank was not going to loan that company $10,000. And we had a check in the Raymond business's hands within about 3 weeks, right? And it was only $10,000, but it was slow season, trying to get through the winter. $10,000 meant a big deal at that time. It was there in their hands this past January. We've loaned in the last 3 years, we've loaned about just under $4 million to small businesses in Cumberland County. One of the examples we put was Freeport, just because we gave this presentation to Freeport just a couple months ago. But it's not unusual for us to insert about anywhere from $150,000 to $200,000 into a community at any given year, depending on what the need is. And we do that as our Economic Development District designation. And that's typically, we can do quick little loans like that, but we can also do larger loans for some bigger developments or some bigger ideas. We often partner with banks. And we might do gap financing for essentially if there's a capital stack and we can't quite get the last $100,000, GPCOG comes in and loans the last $100,000, and they do it in a subordinate position to banks. So banks love nonprofits like GPCOG because we're willing to be at the very end of the risk stack, so to speak. Another thing I know, if you're looking to repurpose an old school building or what have you, municipal building, and you sell it, that typically needs what's usually environmental assessments, what's called phase 1 and phase 2 environmental assessments if you're looking to sell property. In Bridgeton, we just funded $4,500 in a environmental assessment that didn't get passed on to the taxpayer. GPCOG covered that. We have $500,000 in environmental assessment funds that are made specifically to work with our communities, that whether it's privately owned or publicly owned, we can actually kick in the money with no strings attached to actually perform those environmental assessments of commercial properties to make sure when they do change hands that the liability is covered, and perhaps you actually have access to more grant funding or cheap loans to help remediate any sort of environmental issues, which could be as simple as asbestos or, let's say, oil in the ground, an oil tank in the ground. It runs its gamut of different things. You'll also see here the Regional Prosperity Plan. That's it's a 5-year document we're required to do by the federal government, and typically if you go for congressional direct spending or you go for any other grant, you usually have to tie it to our document. So we are kind of a gatekeeper to lots of federal money and sometimes state money. And so we just, as a planning agency, we still have some of those plans, so to speak, that you just have to reference. The last thing I'll say, to give another concrete example, is the state of Maine has something called the Housing Opportunity Program. And the state of Maine has funded that 3 different times. And about 9 months ago, the state of Maine had $120,000 to give GPCOG to essentially help our members. So the way we work, so you can kind of see how the money flows, is the state of Maine said, hey, we have $120,000. Then we emailed all of our member communities and said, hey, we're about to get $120,000. Is there a study you want done? Is there something you want us to analyze? Is there data you don't have? Is there some project that's been sitting around and you don't have the staff to do it? What do you want us to do? We had 8 communities say, hey, we want you to do X, Y, and Z. So we got that $120,000 from the state. It went to GPCOG, and then we performed services for 8 of those communities, and we did that, quote, without touching your budget, so to speak. We were able to provide it. An example is for 4 of the communities, surrounding communities, we did a in-depth fiscal analysis of different housing and how different housing types and where they're located affects your mill rate, your property tax rate. We did that for 4 communities. For Bridgeton, we looked at 4 town-owned properties and decided which of those 4 would be best suited for affordable housing if they decided to develop affordable housing on one of those 4 pieces of land. And for Cumberland, we did an overall ordinance review of some of their ordinances, because there were some sticky ordinances that they hadn't looked at for the last 15 years, and they said, hey, can somebody look at this, because we just don't have the time. And so we did all that, and we were able to do that as part of our membership. That's how the money flows, and it often flows that way, to give you an idea of how it works on our end. So with that, I think that's how I will end my world, so to speak. I will say, if you look at the next slide, again, we just used Freeport because we were just in town a couple months ago. And there's explicit savings. So there's just in the group purchasing savings that Christina alluded to with RoadSol, and now with some electronic accessibilities. There's just explicit savings there that are very easy to point to. The example I just gave you is a very easy to point to example for dollars and cents, and then we have these other values that we've laid out here. So I think at this point, both of us, either of us, would be very happy to answer any questions if there's anything, because it's a lot of information, and we are 3 organizations in one, so it can get confusing. So.
What price did you get for road salt when you went to bid?
I don't really answer that, but Christina might.
I think it was 78 cents per ton. 78. No.
We were like 81.80 or something.
Yeah, yours was slightly higher. I don't know what the change was. I don't know what the differential would have been.
Yeah, I think we used like 1,800 tons.
We have about, road salt is one of our major products, but we have a whole bunch of other kind of public works related products also. We also have office supplies and things like that you can save money on. We try to quantify it for you every year.
Not nothing.
But that's like the very, it's the dollar and cents, but and so there's always a financial reason to think about joining GPCOG. And I know there's one, you didn't talk about short-term rentals.
I didn't.
No, but there's another software that we can offer you that's way below market on short-term rentals. There would be another direct cost savings. And then the other argument on the money side is that we provide a lot of access to grants and money, like Paul talked about. But then there's this other piece of just being part of the larger regional community and joining our advocacy and being part of the learning group about how cities and towns can be stronger, because we know all of our member cities and towns are really struggling with a whole lot of issues, whether it's aging infrastructure, high property taxes, being able to provide services, adjusting to AI. There's just, we're going through the pandemic, so many different disruptions. And so it's a learning community also.
I'd just like to add a couple comments. Sam, I think you probably can remember when we had the Raymond Revitalization Committee.
Yeah.
And GPCOG sent a representative from your Economic Development Department to come to our meetings every week and helped us come up with some revitalization tools to help us. And I think her name was Caroline Paris. I don't know if she's there anymore, but she helped us immensely. I know that we used your services from about 2006 to 17 when Mike Reynolds was the chair. And then we also used you to help some grant writing. I think they assisted in our sidewalk program down on Main Street. And we wrote a grant and you guys assisted us. So I'm quite familiar with your organization and look forward to working with you if everybody decides that's a good fit.
I think it's time we rejoined. Yeah.
I'll say one other thing is the GP cog that you knew in 2017, it was good, but we're a lot better now. So we'll be able to provide even more.
I was hired about 5 years ago, so it's...
Yeah, so it's all about him when he came on board.
So did you get that from Tony Plant?
He's still here. So.
I know.
Yeah, he was a former town manager, and now he's our chief operating officer and our director of municipal collaboration. So he's the one who brought all the town managers together this morning to talk about earmarks.
He's a great asset. I worked with him in Wyndham.
Yeah, he's just a lovely guy. I call him our JFK. He's like always ethical. And if I ever have any question about what the right thing to do is, Tony knows the answer.
I'm curious. You had mentioned something. You had some pushback on LD 2003. I think you mentioned LD 1829. I think you called it. Can you go a little bit more into depth with that? Because I'm just curious what you're advocating for.
Yeah, sure. So it's a difficult position to be in because what we try, as an organization, we try to be very agnostic, right? So it's not really our role to say to you, hey, this is what we think are the strengths and weaknesses of LD 1829. What we've really been trying to do is essentially synthesize the feedback we've been getting from our 25 member communities and bring that to light at the state level, right? So our member communities are struggling with essentially the diminishing local control, right? I don't know how familiar everybody is with 1829, but it's going to essentially very much loosen up the ability for developers to develop housing probably beyond any sort of local land use zoning that you have on the books. I don't know yours, so to be fair, I don't want to speak specifically about Raymond, but for most towns, it is incredibly more liberal as far as build out is concerned than what they have as their local laws. So examples, if you are on infrastructure, if you're on public sewer and water, you cannot limit lot sizes beyond 20,000 square feet. Right. So
the size of a basketball court.
So, and then if it's in a growth zone, it can't be bigger than 5,000 square feet. So you're talking.
That's the size of the basketball.
Correct. So
20,000 is the football.
Yeah.
5,000.
It's a nice basketball court.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that would be really nice.
So essentially, if it's not, so in your comprehensive plan, if it's not in your growth zone and it's on infrastructure, it can't be more than a quarter acre. You can't deem it less than a quarter acre, right? Or more than a quarter acre. And then if it's in your comprehensive plan and it's in a growth zone, then it's 5,000 square feet. So that's very small. And so currently we're doing the comprehensive plans for Cumberland and Harrison as we speak, and it's a nightmare because this is in its works and we're doing a comprehensive plan, and that's a difficult thing to navigate. But that gives you just an idea of how drastic of a change it is, right? And if I'm a land use planner, maybe I think it's great if I'm a land use planner, right? But as for a lot of our municipalities, it's taken all of the ordinances and zoning that has taken years and years and years and years to develop and to get some public consensus around, and it's overriding them pretty aggressively.
Yeah. You're seeing the general consensus is that people don't like LD 2003. I'd say people, towns.
1829 more. I mean, LD 2003, which was more like the ADU law with one extra unit. I don't think out in the wild it's really been implemented overwhelmingly. Right, so 2003, I think, landed a little bit soft and didn't necessarily, quote, move the needle. In 1829, which is currently law and being has a fixed bill attached to it right now, that is just much more aggressive. So it's almost as if we looked at we let LD 2003 be implemented for a couple of years and said, well, that didn't do it. And then so 1829 is just a lot more aggressive. And some of the big things are local control. The other things are, look, we have aging infrastructure. We have schools that need to be, right, particularly Southern Maine, we don't get a ton of funding through the state for building new infrastructure, for building new schools. That typically goes to more of the rural areas. And so there's a lot of push and pull there.
And I'll just add one other piece of context, which is like we know from an economic development perspective that this region needs more housing. But we also know that we need housing in places that make sense and don't overly strain the budgets of municipalities or the infrastructure or the schools. And so the work that we've been doing originated with a request from the town of Scarborough. And they said, you know, we've been doing our fair share, and now the state is telling us to grow more, put more homes in. We don't have enough room. And then other municipalities said, yeah, us too. And we convened the elected officials. The elected officials said, GBCOG, make this a priority this year. So after that, we worked with the managers and the planners, and we're now literally in the details of the amendment language in Augusta today. And we brought so that's the kind of work that we do. I also have a relationship with the speaker, so I've been talking with him. And we've been talking with the administration, just trying to like find the way to be successful where we can defend what municipalities need and also come up with a policy that can be implemented. You know, so that's the kind of work we do around that. I don't know if that was really your question or whether it was.
My question was what are you advocating? How are you advocating, that kind of thing? So yeah, I think.
Yeah, and we put together a position paper that was developed by our members. We wrote it after we heard what the concerns were, and then we put it into like the legal language that's needed, and actually did a markup of the existing LD 1829 and submitted those as amendments. And so what we're saying is, don't make us grow outside of growth areas. If we don't have sewer and water, it's not appropriate. The deadlines are way too fast. You got to give us more time because all of these housing laws have been passed so fast. We need time to adjust our ordinances. We need money to adjust our ordinances. And then we have a couple other pieces in there that I'm forgetting right now.
We can send it to you.
Yeah, there's a letter if you're interested,
Yep.
and you can see the work. It was, you know, it's a mashup because we're taking, not every city and town has the exact same opinion. So our job is to find the consensus and the common ground between all of you and then be able to advance it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Sure.
So you mentioned you had done some comprehensive plans. So we just finished ours, and LD 2003 and 1829 were not in effect. So ours has been greatly affected, our growth area. We may need an amendment. Would that be something that you could help us with?
Yeah, I think that, depending on the scale of it, we'd have to, you know, we have to be realistic with our budget. But
You could write it into the HOP grant.
That's what I was going to say. That's exactly, so this is exactly what we would do. We'd say, okay, if you're saying you need $25,000 worth of work, the state continues to fund LD 1829, LD 2003 technical assistance. We can go get that on your behalf, and then we just become essentially a consultant for you that you didn't have to pay for.
Thank you.
So that's exactly how that would work.
Great.
Yep.
What's the minimum lot size for that area?
Well, in this growth area that we just did in the comp plan, we're 2 acres now, but we don't have sewer and water, so we'd go down to 20,000, which would be a huge impact on this road.
Right.
And the residents that live here.
Right.
So we may want to have another
You might
look
need
at
to
that and take another bite. We want to might want to take another bite of the apple.
Yeah, for your growth
and
zones.
move our growth area someplace more appropriate.
Or reduce them.
Than half-acre zones in this district.
Yep, that's correct. Yep.
I was hoping to shift gears just a little bit. Can you talk about your short-term rental software and what its capabilities are, please?
Yeah, I can. So we currently have Portland, South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, Old Orchard Beach, Falmouth, Cumberland, and Casco are all using our short-term rental monitoring and license management software. And so that is powerful for two folds. Number one, it's all in-house. So support and all that fun stuff is through GPCOG, so that's easy. Another powerful aspect of that is we were actually able to fund about half a position on our end with those funds. So for example, with South Portland, we've actually helped them send out letters of violation, and we've helped them send out letters of second violations. And so we actually can use the software on their behalf within reason. We don't do all of it because we try to advocate for, it's a code enforcement activity, it should be local. But we're able to get some pretty good economies of scale from our other communities using it. The cost of that, we do charge for it, to be clear, it's not included in membership, but the cost of it, it's $20 for however many licensed short-term rentals we think you have in town. I think Raymond is floating somewhere around 100, if I had to guess. If you
double that.
What's that?
Double that.
200, right? If you're if you went, I know that you guys have not adopted anything formally, correct? It's close, but you haven't adopted anything, right? So I'm not going to advocate, that's 100% within your purview. But what I would advocate for is it can also be used for a communication tool, right? So, for instance, I already have Raymond loaded up into the dashboard, right? And we have a link that you could send out in your newsletter on your website, and you could have, let's say, 6 months of voluntary sign, right? Like, hey, this is coming, we're working on this, and this is a very touchy subject. People are going to come out at various stages. I'm sure they already have, and emotions and thoughts are strong and high on it. But you could use the software saying, hey, look, this is coming, we think we're going to deal with it. We're asking you to register for 6 months as we figure this out to help you wrap your arms around it. But essentially what the software does is it goes out and it looks on the web every week. It grabs properties, it verifies those property addresses, it compares it to the licenses you have in town, and then it helps code enforcement essentially identify violations. So it does a lot of that legwork for them. And like I said, we do it in-house. We'll help you do all of that. There's a memo that I wrote to your town manager. I don't know if anybody had seen it, but we are offering that to Raymond for free through January 1st of next year, because the rationale behind that would be if you were kind of going towards the ordinance, but you don't know if you're going to enact it, you could still use it as a communication tool and just help you get set up. So on day one, you're not actually behind the 8 ball. That would be no obligation, so that's free of charge. So January 1st, if you guys decide to throw the ordinance in the trash and never speak to them again, doesn't matter to us. At least you guys had that as a option.
So the cost-wise, $20 per short-term rental license.
In town, yep.
And that's per year?
Per year, correct, yep.
So you up until January 1st, 2027, so if we implemented this up until January 1st, 2027, it would be free, and then after each year be per year $20.
Correct. Yep.
And then curious, who create this program? I know it's GP Cog.
Yeah.
Did you create that in house?
I did. Yeah, it's mine. Okay. Yeah. To be very clear, and I have a presentation that I do not have in front of me because that's not the. But it is software I've developed with 2 partners that I have licensed to my employer for 10 years. Yeah. There's 8 more years on the license.
So GP Cog members get a good deal.
Yeah. On the open market, it's somewhere between $45 and $60 a license.
So this number you actually have here is based on the 100 units.
100 units, yeah. But I've done, that's no legwork on my end. Yeah.
Do the towns that are in on this, they don't all have the same ordinance?
Correct. We customize your dashboard for the ordinance. Okay. Yep. So typically what we'll do is we'll look at your ordinance and your licensing structure, right? We don't have to get too much into the weeds, but like Portland, we have to differentiate between on peninsula, off peninsula.
Yep.
In Old Orchard Beach, we have to differentiate between, is it in one like the Grand Victorian, like those condos, or is it a town? And is it just a house? Old Orchard Beach has 7 different licenses statuses. Applied, inspected, every license gets individually approved by the town council in Orchard Beach. So like it all, we customize your dashboard to fit you. Yeah. Which I'm happy on a different time. I can go live with it and show you guys on the screen and all that fun stuff. Yeah. So.
And that's not that's separate. That's not part of the nonprofit. That's like a company.
No, that's a good question. So it was born out of this job, right? Because it's an opportunity to regionalize, right? It's an opportunity to actually say, hey, you don't need an extra code enforcement officer. We can provide this for you and the back end support, right? So it came out of this job. So to be really clear, everything you'd be dealing with is GP Cog. There's a legal license to GP Cog. So you're not dealing with a private entity, and the private entity essentially is giving it away to GP Cog. In return, the members get it for half or less than half of the market rate.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, one more for you.
Yeah.
Sustainability and climate action. You're going to have people in this room who believe this way and people who believe this way. It's totally understandable.
Optional.
Yep.
It's really just if you want those services, we have them. And if you want that money, we can help you write grants for it. If you don't, that's fine.
What kind of grant writing goes into climate action?
So there's a program at the state level. It's called the Community Resilience Program, and you can write grants for towns to do things. So for example, we helped Wyndham. I think I'm going to get this right.
I'm not going to know if you got it right. So.
May not be Wyndham, where we wrote a grant to help get heat pumps for the town office, for example, to save money. or we've been working with 3 different coastal communities to look at what's called nature-based solutions to shore up the coastal cliffs, because we've got such stronger and more frequent waves coming in, for example. We just distributed the Saturday weatherization kits for residents in Westbrook. So that had like the stripping you put inside your windows and efficient light bulbs and some other things like that. So we handed those out as part of Winterfest for them. Another example is that we have a group of 12 young people that we bring to the region every year. They're called Resilience Fellows, and they've typically been focused on sustainability because that's what the federal government wanted then. The federal government doesn't want that anymore, so now we're switching the focus more to economic resilience. But we will place a fellow with a municipality to help build capacity. So, for example, at Chesapeake Island, we placed a fellow who helped organize veterans to do clearing to prevent wildfires. So that's the kind of work that we do. And we have a new cohort that starts every year, and we usually have 6 to 7 municipalities that will host one of those fellows in order to help provide additional capacity. We did some work with Portland, actually. Our first year was during the pandemic that we had the fellows, and at that point, all the restaurants were really suffering because you had to go indoors and there were mask mandates and all this stuff. So we worked with the restaurants that were setting out outdoor dining areas, and this Resilience Fellow created a website that advertised all the places that had outdoor dining spots and where you could go and make reservations for those places as a way of trying to build the resilience of those restaurants as they were trying to get through the pandemic. So it's a great little program, but it can be really anything you want that fits into that bucket, and we're pretty good at writing grants and getting them for people.
And it's an intern, essentially, for the town. So.
Yeah. That one costs extra money, though, just so you know, because we have to help fund their salary. But most of the money we get through AmeriCorps for that.
Is there any other ones that are listed on here that cost extra money, just on the on that same page you have?
Well, comprehensive plans, anything that's like a big project that would go beyond your dues, right? We would do a fee for service. So like a comp plan is usually like a $75,000 kind of thing. Maybe you guys did it for less, I hope you did. No, yeah. If you had like a village revitalization plan, there's some assistance that we can provide for free, but if you wanted us to actually write the plan, usually that has a fee involved.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you talk a little close to the mic?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you. Sorry.
No.
So I'm trying to think what else would have a fee.
I'll read them off to you real quick. You got cooperative purchasing, land use planning services, data support, and then the climate one on there, then access to funding.
Yeah.
Just on that page, or is there other ones?
Well, let me put it this way. We basically do whatever our members ask of us, which sometimes drives my staff crazy. But we try to be very responsive to what you need. And so we actually have a sliding scale of what would be fee-based versus not fee-based that Tony Plant invented for us to try to evaluate whether we can do it within dues or whether we have to charge extra. And so it usually has to do with, is it more than 10 hours of staff time on this particular task? Then we'll think about whether we have to charge a fee. So there's a lot that we can do in 10 hours. And then there are a lot of services that are just included in dues off the top. So it's more like if it's a big plan, or if you asked us to write, say, well, an earmark grant is very simple to write, but say you asked us to write a competitive grant for one of the big federal funds, something like that, we would usually ask for an admin fee or inclusion in the grant, because it would take us probably 2 months to do it. Right, to do it right and get it competitive. So, anything else?
I can give some more.
Okay, yeah.
If it's something that you think a consultant, you'd have to RFP for a consultant, and it's $20,000 or more, we would be charging for it. An example of like small activities, we are doing an analysis of wastewater usage for the town of Yarmouth. So their question is, they feel like they're overcharging their heavy users and they're undercharging their light users, right? And so we quote them $5,000 for that study, right? If they put that out to like Coyne Associates or something else, it's probably a $25,000, $30,000 study, right? But they'll get something from us. That's like an example of like the one-offs. An example of everything I rattled off with the HOP grant, it might make more sense for you guys to say, look, we know we need these 3 things, and go see if you can get the funding for it. Like, we're not going to pay a dime, just go see if you can write us into the grant. Like, that is a normal way that we would work as well. But a comprehensive plan is, we're charging Harrison $75,000, right? But we competitively bid that, we were along North Star and all the other planning agencies, we just bid that as a planning agency. So it's a little bit squishy because it depends on how what our staff is doing and the expertise of our staff.
And whether we already have grants to fund it.
Right. Lots of data-oriented stuff we can whip up pretty quick because we have a team of about 5 data heads that are very good at doing data requests. So, thank you.
Well, I'll just conclude by saying we hope that you join. We'd love to have you, and yeah, we hope you do. And I think that I don't think you'll regret it. I think even though it's a $10,000 amount, which I know is a lot, I'll acknowledge that. You will get your money's worth from us, and more.
Thank you very much for coming tonight. It was an interesting presentation.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Okay. So Don Libby from RTP had a little bit of a flu, so he is not able to make it tonight. I forwarded that to you all this morning. He plans to come to the next meeting that he's able to, so I'll coordinate with him to get him here for the next one.
Thank you.
So the last thing for the workshop tonight is the TIF appropriation for FY27. So I have a handout that I gave out. Does everybody have a copy or need a copy? All right, so I'll just do a little overview. First, so does anybody want me to explain what the TIF is or anything, or are we okay on that? I can just kind of go into. Okay. So your FY24 carry forward balance for the TIF was $503,000. You captured 319, roughly. You appropriated 319, and then you entered 26 with 503,468. You captured another 319. You appropriated 511. So your balance entering FY27 will be around 311, and you're going to capture. This is a projection because you're in the middle of the reval. So I'm just leaving it flat. So as the OAV may increase or decrease, it's a safe bet to say that this will be your capture for the coming year. So you have $630,000 roughly in the TIF to appropriate for this coming budget. I don't know a ton of the history of the appropriations. I think they were mostly discussed at the board level at meetings. Nate was pretty knowledgeable in a lot of it, but I'll just kind of point out the ones that I added or increased or decreased, and then I think we can discuss together some of the history on some of them if you have any questions. The increase to planning services, that was for a codification project to get our ordinances all on E-Code 360, which you currently only have your zoning ordinance and your fire suppression ordinance. The others live a little bit all over the place on the website, and I believe Mel kind of brought this project forward because I also believe you haven't done codifications since I don't know what year you caught, but there's some updates that haven't been codified since some previous town meetings. So this would budget for that one-time expense of getting caught up on codification for existing stuff you're already codifying, and also to do all of our ordinances and policies that the board has adopted. The other was the increase to Hawthorne House, and that was for the requests that they made. That was up from 2,000 last year. The other one that I added was the GP cog dues. That's a new expense, and that would be the $10,206. The total appropriation is $546,183, up roughly $30,000 and change from last year, leaving you with $84,633, and you'll capture next year until the TIF expires in 2029. So, do you have any questions, any things you want to change or add? Because, like I said, I think this discussion mostly happened at the board level last year, so. Everything else is sort of a historical appropriation. The little increases were from Nate. Like sidewalks, he upped a little bit to do some sidewalk stuff within the district. I think there was some extra spending for flowers for the gardens or the 250th anniversary. I think there was a slight increase in one of those. No, that's flat, but. And then your hydrant rental, I'm pretty sure, is just the water district levies for the fire hydrants that the fire department can use, I think, that are hooked up to the water district. Do you want to talk a little bit about it? You might know more about it than I do.
The only, the $15,000 milfoil portion, based on previous expenses for milfoil, I kind of thought maybe that should go up a little bit. I didn't know how you felt about it. It was just something I thought might be a good idea. It seems like we always run high when those invoices start coming in. And I know the last year they wanted to continue and we didn't because we kind of nipped it.
What would you propose?
From funding. I was thinking put it up to 20.
And that pays for the divers, and do you know what other things it pays for?
Pretty much anything that they bill for through that grant.
And
I just know that we had to cut off spending last year because we exceeded, we got to the cutoff point. It's not that there wasn't more to do, it was that we didn't have the resources to accommodate those.
I think milfoil has been on a conversation for the last couple of years, and just let's not cry over $5,000. Like, let's put it in. If you're proposing 20, I would say that for sure. But also, this over the last couple of years, it's been a little bit different, right? Because we were getting grants and we were getting other things. But
Melissa has done a very good job at getting a grant. Yeah.
So we are getting them again.
Yes.
I forget if it was last year or the year before.
Yeah, she got it again this year too.
Okay. Milfoil is one of those things where for $5,000, if we had to stop, and we could have done another $5,000, and we could have done a better job or done more.
That's kind of what I think happened. Yeah.
I'd be in favor for upping it.
I would agree with that, Sean. I've seen over the years when we really had a milfoil problem, I've seen the difference it's made, and to cut it back, which I didn't know we did, but...
well, we kind of like nipped it.
Yeah,
I don't want to say...
I get it, but I think you're right. I think for what we get out of it, the increased boat traffic that we're seeing in Raymond and the use of the lakes, I think it's very important.
Mm-hmm. You've increased your area you're doing milfoil in, too.
Yes, that's correct.
Greatly from what it was. I mean, I think they spent a week last year in Turtle Cove with their divers. So I'm definitely for doing it. But like I said, it expanded the area. When it started, it was the 3 marinas that funded most of it.
Right.
And it was pretty much limited to the Jordan River.
Right.
And it's expanded over to the canals off Beach Road. And I know they did a lot of work on Turtle Cove the last couple of years.
I was going to say Turtle Cove.
All right, well, if there are no other questions or anything, we'll draft this for the warrant articles with the additional 5,000 in milfoil, and we'll see that on your 24th meeting, we'll do that. Just a couple things before we close out the workshop, just because...
I have one actually on that. I was just looking for it. I finally found it. The Raymond Rattlers on the snowmobile.
Yep.
I thought that was 2,000. Is this just
so I just left the appropriation at what the historical one was. I knew Hawthorne House was sticking in my mind. I questioned it today to go cross-reference the upcoming requests.
It's 2,000.
Is that right?
It presents, yeah. So that'll be in the updated, I brought the updated numbers with me.
So that'll drop it down to 2.
No, we go up to 2. It's only 1 in here.
Oh, I'm
Right, yeah, during the presentation, he asked for more.
Okay.
No, this was at,
right?
No, he asked for the amount requested on here. But on this, it's only 1,000.
Yeah, once
And that's because I left it as to what the warrant approved.
The
last
letter
year.
said 2,000.
Right, yeah, that's right.
The letter said 2,000.
Yes.
So what, if you'd like, I can just go through what I have, what I think was right. We had
No, you're gonna change, it doesn't matter. You're gonna change them to what's right, right?
Right.
Yeah. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
I mean,
All right.
I know, we know it's right. It just.
Okay. Okay.
So now that the departmental workshop have concluded, we're going to revise the fire department stuff. We're going to get you sort of an overview sheet that I've been working on for your next workshop, because I think the next step is to meet, come back with tweaks and recommendations to the select board before you all start looking at warrant articles. Budget Finance Committee meets next week, but there are a couple other things too that I want to come back on. So Nate's in Florida, and he's back on Wednesday. I was hoping to have him for the Tuesday meeting, but he won't be back. So if we do the workshop on Wednesday, if you have availability for a joint one, I wanted to talk a little bit about capital. He applied for that grant to DOT to do Egypt Road. We got the grant. They want to have us appropriated in FY27. So then we were thinking of bumping Cape Road and using that appropriation that was in capital to cover Egypt Road and then hit Cape Road on the following year. But I was going to have him talk about the DOT grant 50/50 match that we got notice of last week. The other thing too, I wanted to go over the lease program as a group, and there was
Question on the one before that, did Gray also put in, and did they get?
I don't know. I just know that we got a DocuSign to execute a contract with DOT for the Egypt Road.
I asked Nathan about the grant for Gray, and he said no.
Okay. I just lost it. My train of thought.
Sorry, you were at leases.
Yep, that'll be part of it. And then I made some revisions to my budget. I had put some money aside in contracts for assessment for the school if we needed to do a needs assessment. I brought it back to last year's appropriation, and my thought was at some point the select board is going to need to on the warrant, I'm trying to remember the way Kurt phrased it. So you'll need to authorize overlay potentially for tax appeals post-reval. The board will decide whatever appropriation amount that may be, but I was also thinking about having a discussion about potentially earmarking some of that overlay for a needs assessment. So it's a one-time expense, and if you're going to do a warrant article, perhaps when we talk about the draft warrant articles, we earmark a portion of overlay for that needs assessment if we need it. And I kind of zeroed it out of the admin budget for the time being, just to try to get the amounts down a little bit. But other than that, there haven't been many changes to the presented budget other than the fire and some revisions I made downward and mine. But again, I'll give you all an updated overview once I finish that. And sort of a synopsis like Chris had, like what's driving your budget. Solid waste is a big one. It's like almost 30% of what your budget is next year. I mean, 40% of your budget's driven by the school, or 40% of the levy is going to be driven by the school. And then, like I said, 30% of our impact to the levy is solid waste, fire contract, insurance. So I'll have a sort of overview like Chris had for the next meeting once we get the revised budget together. And then that's pretty much it.
Next meeting, I forget, you said Wednesday.
You have a finance meeting on Wednesday.
Okay, can we discuss animal control now, real quick?
Sure, what's the,
Since section 6 is after public safety, animal control, it's just something that we looked at over the last couple of years. I just want to make sure we don't skip over it.
So you have a contract with Casco. Naples has pulled out. There's no change to the contract. It's just what you have, your contractual amount to have that service with Casco. Like I said, I've explored Wyndham as a shared service and the county as a shared service. Both are not interested at this time in providing that service.
Wyndham and who?
And the county.
Oh, yep.
There was an email, though, that I got today. It's a workshop, so I'm sorry, I'll be a little informal. But it came in today, and I think I forwarded it to the select board, soliciting feedback on animal control services throughout the state, and our folks looking towards regionalization, and there was sort of a feedback group that they wanted some input on. So now that it's fresh in my mind, I'll fill that out. And
that's been a challenge for many, many years.
yeah, but no change.
You're talking about the feedback has been a challenge?
No, just trying to share resources.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah,
Understand that. So the feedback that you're talking about, feedback can go out to the town people to see how we're doing?
No, they just asked me as a manager in the select boards what the, like 3 questions, and they're going to kind of have a work group in Augusta on regionalization of ACO services.
Okay. I guess the reason why I'm asking is I've received feedback that people are not satisfied with that service that we're having. So
okay,
if somebody brought up to me, I don't have any experience with it, so I just figured I'd just bring it up as far as feedback that I've been receiving is that certain people feel like we're getting the service we're providing, you know.
So I'd be happy to have that discussion. We can talk to Tony, who's we contract with over in Casco. And,
okay.
But
just see, yeah, maybe I'd be curious to hear what their feedback is too. But so Wyndham doesn't have anything, or
Wyndham uses the police department, and they have no interest in providing the service.
Okay.
County sheriff doesn't really have the bandwidth. They are exploring it, and so is the county administrator, but no interest.
The county has got a large animal team, or did have, that's trained. You know, we think of dogs and cats. But when you have to go look at horses and all this other stuff, and a little bit of cattle in this town, but the county has a team that's trained. They've got a trailer. They're trained to do large animal rescue.
That may be the case, but Sheriff Joyce was not offering.
It has nothing to do with him. You know, it comes out of MEMO.
Oh, through EMA?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but that's a separate service.
Or actually SEMA, or whatever they call themselves.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions or concerns from anyone? Do you have anything else?
Nope. And then we'll meet tomorrow and finalize the agenda for Wednesday?
Yes.
Okay.
I do have one question. Can we get a ride account for that $65,000 taxi? What was it for riders with a number tied to it?
He was supposed to come tonight, but he was sick.
No, I
so,
understand that. You know, 'cause that has something to do with that.
The requests, when you ask, I ask. So
I know you did. Just bring it up again.
Okay. Ready to adjourn? All right. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the Wednesday, March 11th, 2026 Planning Board for the town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum. We'll start by holding a roll call. Who's ever at the end? Jackie, you still at the end?
I'm here, yep. Jackie Sawyer.
Stephen Clark.
Greg Foster.
Mark Childs. Mike Richmond.
Jeremy Wilson.
This is a public proceeding, and Robert O'Neill via Zoom. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have approval of the minutes of February 11th, 2026. New business, a site plan application, M55L1, followed by old business, staff communications, and adjournment. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. All persons speaking shall address the chair. Any conversation must be held in abeyance until after the board has formally adjourned. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regard to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Okay, first order of business is the minutes for the February 11th, 2026 meeting. Is there any changes, recommendations, or a motion?
I'll move to accept the February 11th, 2026 minutes.
Is there a second?
A second?
Was that Mike?
Yes.
That was Mike.
Yep.
Okay, I need them to say who they are because I can't see the studio.
Yeah, me neither.
Greg made the motion and Mark made the second.
Mike. Thank you.
Mike, sorry.
It was Mike.
Yeah, got it. I had that report right. I'm going by voices, Jackie.
And I just clarified that because I have to abstain. I wasn't here. So that's why I don't want to make the second.
There we go.
There we go.
Now
All
when they
those
do roll call, if you just put your hands up, I'll be good.
All those in favor? And I am from Zoom. Robert O'Neill is a yes. And Mark is abstention?
Yep.
Okay. New business is our site plan application for M55L1. Brett, do you want to start us off?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So I'll keep this brief. This is for the Chipman Farm stand. They're looking at doing a small building expansion on the rear of the building there, approximately 460 square feet, where this would normally not be before the board at all. Because it's so minor in scale and nature, really what trips this going to the board is the request for a waiver for that vegetative buffer that our ordinance requires. Even though it is within the commercial district where we don't have those setbacks, we do have that 25-foot landscaped vegetative buffer requirement, and so they would be encroaching into that, triggering that waiver request. So that's the skinny. I know the applicants are here tonight to give a presentation as well.
Okay.
Good evening, board. My name is Michael Meyer from Island Cove Building, 1263 Roosevelt Trail. Our office is there. The project building is owned by Chipman Farms with a land lease. The property is owned by David Greep from Raymond. The Chipmans are here tonight to answer any questions we may want to have for anything particular. The original site plan was designed and approved by the planning board in 2013. The Chipmans general contracted it. We actually did the framing, roofing, and siding on it at the time. All building entrances for customers and vendors will use existing entrances and loading areas that are designed and approved at that time. So we're not going to have any further driveways or loading docks or entrances outside of the existing what was the infrastructure that was already there. The building use will not change. It's being designed to have more inside refrigeration storage and added prep area for expanded variety of prepared foods to go. There is no plan for prep fryer type units. Existing won't be added. No added bathrooms. They plan on maybe possibly like adding one employee to it. It's not to bring in a whole bunch of new employees for the prep process. No indoor seating or serving planned at this time for the facility. All new work is planned for the rear of the building, nothing out front. The existing tree line and landscape buffer, which is already in place, will remain as in place. There's a whole buffer strip here already in the back with planted trees to remain. We'll work within the the restraints of those areas and not disturb them. We are asking for the waiver buffer on that 25-foot side setback. There's David Griep, which owns this property. He also owns the adjoining property. There is a letter that's been submitted that he is, he's the landlord of the land and holds the lease, and he's verified that he's okay with reducing this setback. The setback actually only clips the corner of the building by, it's probably about 3 feet, Doug?
Yeah, 2 to 3 feet.
Yeah, just on this light corner right here, as you can see on the plan. So that letter is included that he supports that. And we are having a set of engineered stamp plans being prepared by a design professional so that we make sure that we complete all the code requirements for the town and for the fire department. So that's pretty much what we've got. Anybody has any questions for us?
Okay, thanks, Mike. From the board, do we have questions?
No, it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. And it's just touching. It's just over the plane, so.
Yeah.
Gosh, no questions?
Well, I get procedurally, we're being asked to, I guess, not approve the building itself, but just the encroachment into the buffer, correct? Correct. That's really our task.
Correct, yep.
Understood. No, I would agree. It seems very minimal. There's no additional windows or doors presented, no impact to the neighbor or potential neighbor behind it. I know it's the same landowner, but it's a short building, low roof, same siding, same roofing. I would have no issue with it.
Okay, I think, well, for Jason or Brent, I think, yes, it is minor, but I think we still need, in accordance with 30 TAC 8.3 waivers, a written request that meets one of those Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta or Echoes stipulations for granting the waiver. Am I correct there?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Bob?
I do a lot of ABC.
There criteria.
Like catch you sleeping there, Brett? In the past, for any type of waiver, the board has required a written request for that waiver, addressing the issues that are in the waiver request in the land use ordinance, which is 30 Tech B.3 for waivers. And any waiver request has to meet those requirements, which would be addressed in the letter, which would be requesting the waiver.
Right, and I think I understand what you mean now. So, yeah, we could walk through each of those bullet points right now here at this meeting, or, discussion-wise, go through each of those bullet points and then include that in the findings of fact as well.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure we need to walk through each of those. I think the applicant is required to submit a letter which addresses why that waiver should be granted based on those 5 criteria.
Correct.
I mean, that's how it's been done in the past.
Right.
Do they have to meet all 5 criteria, or just
just
one of the 5?
I believe just one. But it has to be defined in the letter, you know, which one that is and why.
Right, exactly.
Good night, my book.
Any one of those, those 5 requirements, any one of those, actually 4 requirements, any one of those things that are met and are addressed in the official waiver request, the board can act upon.
Yeah.
Was it 30, what was it?
I know it's.
It's 30-8.3, it's on,
Modification.
no, we don't have a page.
38.3. 300.3.
Yeah, 30-8.3
Yep.
300.
is our waiver requirements.
I don't know where it is.
I think either the first one or the second one
Yeah.
are both applicable.
Yeah, I think A. I think they can define it through A. And if you want to submit a letter with citing 300-8.3 waivers A, I think that would be acceptable.
Okay.
It just says the need for a waiver is based on unique circumstances relating to the specific site and development application, and that these conditions would not be expected to be encountered elsewhere.
So you only have to meet one of the requirements?
Just one.
Yep.
Yes. Yep. And it's not a common occurrence. It's a one-time occurrence on this property. So I think A probably is, right? Do we all agree on that?
Yeah.
And that wasn't really covered enough in the application that we sent in?
I believe,
asking
Bob,
for the
if you
request.
want to correct me on this, you said that an actual letter specifying this 300-8.3 and then A must be submitted, correct?
Correct. There has to be official
letter,
a
separate
request
letter.
for a waiver from the applicant stating the reasons why that waiver is required. And the only options the board has in approving that waiver is if the applicant could justify that waiver in accordance with one of those subparagraphs in the waiver request. I mean, I don't see it as a big problem in getting a 3-foot waiver, but it has to meet the ordinance.
Okay.
Bob, I have a question on that. I know some other boards and some other towns that I've worked with, verbal testimony at the actual meeting itself has been sufficient in place of a letter of like the one you're talking about. I'm not sure if that's something that this board has done in the past, but it is potentially an option out there as well.
It is, Brett, and we have switched to requiring the letter, a few years ago, only because we had problems with the verbal requests, so to speak. It's not something that's going to hold up the application. It's not something, in this case, that's I think the board is pretty much in agreement that the 3-foot is not that big a deal, but the requirements are for a official waiver request.
Okay. I think the only thing that it sounds like everything's all works out. It's just, we were really in hopes to get an approval to be able to, pull a permit, in the next week or two, because they're trying to proceed and get this project done before the opening in the late spring. So it's going to roll us by another month.
But I think Mike and Sandy can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think the fact that it is before the planning board, we can accept the application tonight as complete, but we're going to have the public hearing before we can grant approval.
Correct.
Yeah.
Wayne, do you have something to add?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask a question of the applicant for starters. On the side of the building that we're extending the building, there's some mechanical equipment like there's like a roofed area covering something I can't really tell from the road. But there's also a heat pump back there. Where are all those going to be relocated to?
Pretty sure most of them will be just pushed to the back side of the building where they are now. Just push back the 10 feet, and that'll be in the area where it's not encroaching on the on that 25-foot mark.
So what's there now is just going to be pushed back where the new rear wall will be. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So the only other thing, Mr. Chairman, that I have is we had a few comments that we would like to make sure is part of the approval for the project.
Okay.
Do you need me to read those off, or?
They're in the letter, I think.
Yeah.
Mike,
They're
you
in the
have?
memo.
Yeah, Mike, you got that memo?
Yeah, I get it this afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that the the fire lane, no parking. I'm assuming that's considering this loading dock area here for deliveries and stuff to the building. Just needed some added signage, it sounds like. I guess the one thing that I did read through in section, I guess it would be 1D, it talks about approaches and departures and brake angles and stuff. We haven't really reviewed that, those notes, but we are kind of following under the approval process that was already taking place in 2013, which I would assume we're under the same, direction with the fire hydrants in the local areas. They were there before. And also the delivery vehicle and fire truck access has really been approved in 2013. So I'm not sure that D really applies to what we're trying to accomplish here.
It was more to make sure that it's maintained so that there's no changes that restrict fire truck access. Not that you have to physically make any changes at this point other than the signage and making sure that customer traffic doesn't park in that delivery entranceway in the event we have a fire. So that's what that was trying to address. If that makes sense to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that it was clear that we have not reviewed that plan to, the angular approach, the departure angles, and all of those as far as the fire trucks. That hasn't been, we haven't really gone through that to see if that meets this item. Based on it was already approved, we weren't making any new entrances or delivery loading docks or anything.
Right.
Okay, any other comments from the board? If not, could we get a motion that the application is complete?
Also move that the application for the Chipman Farm stand expansion is complete.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mark seconds. Any other discussion? All those in favor? And I, via Zoom, I vote yes. Mike, are there any other questions that you have for us?
No, I don't think so. So do we just automatically go into to our next meeting, or do I have to? I obviously got to send in the letter for the waiver request, but do we automatically just get put on for the next meeting?
You'll be put on the next agenda, which is for April 22nd.
No, other than that, I think I'm good.
Okay.
Great. Appreciate your time, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Brett or Jason, do we have any old business?
Well, we did get some plans for Sebago View, but we're not sure if they're gonna have everything in time for the next meeting. So,
Yeah, I think it was Dustin had potentially a timing conflict.
Yes.
So to be determined. We'll see if someone comes back, but we have.
As soon as I know, you'll all know.
Right, that was the one for the subdivision right next to Honey Hill, and we had done that site walk for it back in January. So they're back, I think, with approximately 48 lots for single-family homes. So
Correct.
we'll see if we discuss that next month. Outside of that, no other applications.
What about the Pine?
I was just gonna say that.
Yeah, the Pine Ridge Estates, that one, I think they're still finalizing or waiting the approval order from DEP. So I know there's been a little bit of back and forth that Jason's been more caught up to speed on for the stormwater review component of that state approval. And so it sounds like stormwater-wise, they're all set, and that has been sent over to the DEP project manager for them to wrap that up into their approval. So once they have that, I think that was one of the last pieces that we needed as a town to see before we could issue approval. That and maybe a couple other minor things, so. Did I miss anything, Jason?
no.
Okay.
Did we have,
Appointments.
oh, yeah, for the comp
The comp plan.
Comp and implementation.
Well, yeah, we were gonna wait till the staff communications part, but I guess we're there.
Sorry.
You're always jumping in, Jackie.
Yes. It sounds like, are you volunteering?
No, I mean, I do. But
Yeah, so we've been asked for 2 planning board members to volunteer for the comp plan implementation committee.
And I think, Jason, we've been asked for one for the Jordan Middle School one.
That's correct.
Oh, right, yeah.
So 3?
Or if somebody wants to do double duty.
And everybody's here, so we can't volunteer.
Jackie and I already served our time.
yeah, we did the comp plan. It's fun. I think the implementation will be fun too.
I do not have capacity for it. I can't. JSMS, I was actually on that one, and I couldn't. Bowed out? I couldn't, yeah, so. I don't want to do it again, to bow out again. I think that one's going to be a little bit more involved, to be honest, in some ways. Longer. It's going to be a longer commitment. Right. What is the commitment for the comp plan committee? I think that's kind of open-ended. I think that'll kind of come down to how quickly we can go through it and figure out how to implement. What's the monthly commitment? I don't know. I honestly, I don't know. I don't know if they've put a schedule. It's not like one meeting a month? I don't think they've said anything yet. I think they're just putting the committee first. It might be up to the committee.
You can't plan for that.
Volunteer if you don't know what the commitment is.
I would imagine it would be one.
It's 4 days a week. Like, no. It was. I mean, it might be the committee might make up how often they want to meet. Okay.
Yeah, the last comp plan, or the implementation committee was once a month. Sorry, I can't speak.
That's what I
tonight.
anticipate.
But who knows?
Why does everybody keep looking at me? I was asking
You're in the middle.
I was just asking questions. Well, if you want to think about that one for a second, I do have some other stuff to talk about. For a second.
I think that's a great idea, Jason.
Okay. So we have to get everybody trained on LD 1829. We're coming up against the deadline. There's not going to be a training police that's going to hit us with anything. And actually, there's legislation 2173 that's just coming in to amend 1829. So in some ways, waiting a little bit may not be so bad because we don't want to do a bunch of work that then redo it, then unimplement it. But I've talked to the state created a new association, MOCA. I can't remember what the acronym is for, but they're kind of overseeing all this. I've reached out to them to see about how we can get training, because MMA training is not going to be sufficient because it's not specific to LD 1829. So, and there's not a lot of trainings. So I'm hoping that they're going to have some type of training in the area, or if we can have the town attorney come talk to both boards and have our own in-house training. I'm trying to see if that's going to be meet the requirement. It's hard to find any of these classes. I was at one last week, and I had been to two, and after the first one I thought I had a good grasp on it, and then after the second one I'm like, everything was like new to me. So because things had changed and some of the wording was a little bit different how they framed it, so I was like, oh. And even some towns had implemented it. Now they're looking at how they kind of can change some of those things. So so we're going to have to deal with that. And to that point, it points to the comp plan. This legislation directly to the growth area, and there was some talk, I think, with GP Cog at the select board meeting about maybe tweaking our growth area there, because we'd have to change the zoning in that growth area, and that may not fly. A couple towns have got to town vote, and it's got voted down, which opens the town to lawsuits, because if they're not, complying, it could be an issue. So I think we want to be careful, but I'll be looking into training, and if I find training, I'll send something out to the board, and I'll let you all know what's going to go on with that. But we do have to do that training. Have you guys all read up on 1829 at all, or? So.
I'm only up to 1828.
Can't count any higher.
But there's probably 10 or 12 ordinances we're going to have to tweak to comply. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I'm expecting the bulk of the ordinance work to be this next cycle. Maybe some other things sprinkled in there, but definitely a lot in relation to 1829.
So back to the two volunteers.
So what do you think the Jordan School Board is going to require? Like, what is that about?
As far as a commitment, or
no, the commitment, but I know you probably don't understand what that is at this point. It's just finding the reuse of the building, correct?
Yeah, yep, and looking at what's best to put there. I know there's talk of town offices or incubators for small business or childcare. I know there's a whole bunch of ideas that got thrown around. There's probably going to have to be some type of assessment of the building. What walls, if the wall is going to start moving, you're going to have structural issues and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, it's going to be pretty involved, I imagine. We've been down there. We went down there as a town office and looked at it, and it's going to take some work. And how much work is going to, depend on the price tag, and then the price tag is going to be a major factor.
Well, I may regret saying it, but I'll volunteer for that.
All right, we have one victim.
So I guess the other two, we'll just wait till somebody misses a meeting, and then we'll just nominate them.
Penalized. That's the
perfect attendance for a while.
It's not good because I'm not going to be here next month. I'm going to be away. So I might have to
we got one.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
I'd really like to know what the commitment is, honestly. If it was once, I understand. Then that's fine. But if it was multiple times a month, I can't.
Mark, as far as I know, was told the commitment is once a month, but will meet as more often as required. Whatever that means. But at any rate, I don't think we need to decide.
No, I'm not chairing anything. I'll sign up. All right. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Sure.
I don't think we need to decide that tonight.
No, I will. That's fine.
And the other thing, Brett, is our. Can you take the marijuana ordinance and the parking ordinance to the selectmen if I'm not back?
Correct. I believe there's a workshop with the select board next Tuesday on the 17th.
17th, yeah.
We'll be presenting that to the select board and showing off all the work we did.
Okay, perfect. Well, what else? Anything? Have anything?
I think that's
Half an hour, we're doing good.
Yeah, pretty good.
Then there's only one more motion we need.
Move to adjourn.
Second the motion to adjourn the meeting.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
All in favor.
And via Zoom, I vote yes. We're done.
Good evening. Welcome to a Select Board workshop. Today is Tuesday, March 17th, 2026. I'm going to call the workshop to order and just make note that we do have Christopher Hansen, Derek Ray, and at the time Sam Gifford is not here, and then I, Kayla Gonzalez, am here. I'm going to ask that we get a little intro into our first ordinance that we're looking at.
So, good evening, board members. My name is Brett Wimkin, contract planner with the town. I'll start us off with the parking for the short-term rentals. So within our proposed short-term rental ordinance, we do make reference to the land use ordinance and off-street parking standards. That was something that had come up during the public comment for the short-term rental, was concerns about off-street parking. So this is more so, I would call it housekeeping of making sure that we are defining what a short-term rental is within our land use ordinance, as well as accounting for those off-street parking standards. So the closest aligning use for short-term rental within our existing land use ordinance would match that boarding or lodging houses, hotels or motels that would require one space for each sleeping room. So that was where the board had felt the most appropriate place for that was. And then again, those definitions for those terms defined below, those mimic exactly for what's within the short-term rental ordinance.
Okay, thank you. I think probably the best way to sort of go about this in a concise manner, if everybody's agreeable, is we just sort of look at it and say, you know, basically, you know, by a show of hands, are we comfortable with the language in here? And we can take it by chunks. This one is pretty short and sweet. So how do we feel about the addition of this one?
The first part, 309.3 off-street parking. The addition of the short-term rental, I'm fine with. The terms defined, all those definitions would only apply, Brett, I believe, if we adopted the short-term rental ordinance.
Yes, I think the benefit of including them as well is if the short-term rental ordinance were to not pass, at least we are still classifying and defining that type of use within the town, whereas currently we don't have one.
I am in agreement with that. I had some comments I want to make about these, but I'm going to wait until we discuss the short-term rental ordinance. And if those changes are incorporated, then we would make the changes here.
Right, I see.
Other than that, I'm good with it.
Yeah, same. I like the idea to talk about it and have it separate in case the two things fail, because I think this is one that everyone was kind of in agreement on both sides, so it's nice to keep that in there no matter what happens.
Okay, I guess this one is just curious for me. Maybe it's because I'm thinking as a whole of what type of roads we have, and I think of off-street parking, and I just think, what if you have a 4-bedroom home, so that's 4 vehicles on the side of a dirt road? I don't know, it's just an observation on my point that it seems a little, you know, I understand it matches all the language that we're using for other types of homes or tourist home boarding and lodging house. It just struck me as kind of like, oh, that's a lot of cars just sort of parked on the side. But
I think the term off-street is they can't park it on the street. They need to provide parking spaces.
Correct, yeah, they would
so
be
I'm looking
responsible.
at that wrong?
Just flip
Okay,
it.
flip it. Okay,
Yeah.
because I was like, that seems weird. Why are we allowing this? But
Right, like for some municipalities, for example, if a short-term rental application was before the board, they'd be required to submit like a site plan that would show exactly where those parking spaces are. Similar to like for single-family homes, I know sometimes folks look at, how long the driveway is or if the garage can accommodate a vehicle. That way those cars aren't being parked on the lawn or along the street.
okay, so I guess in this case then, since I was confused about what this meant anyway, was if you have a 4-bedroom home and you're using that as a short-term rental, so you need to have dedicated 4 spaces, not on a lawn.
Right. Yep, it would be within the driveway, a garage, or some kind of like a paver area kind of thing. Just anywhere that's not along the street, essentially.
Okay. And
How would that work?
how do we regulate that?
Well, that was going to be my follow-up question is, on a private way, how would you, like if it's a private road and they're parked on the road, and let's say they didn't have the driveway spaces, just say, go park in my private way. You can't really do much about it. Also, from an enforcement standpoint on a town right-of-way, without a police department, I think we could probably tow if we had an ordinance, but I don't know how you, I don't think you can issue parking tickets and tow vehicles. No. That's an interesting question.
Yeah.
Nate can.
Oh, he's a constable.
Yeah.
Okay.
He can issue parking tickets. I don't know about towing. I don't think the town wants to get into the middle of towing.
You have to have an ordinance before you can start exploring that, and it has to be posted. But yeah, essentially, I wonder if on a private way, you could just totally circumvent the parking requirement and just say, I'm on a private road, go park wherever.
Well, I think the way the short-term rental ordinance is written, you have to show that you have on-site parking, not on a private way, because some of the complaints that I've heard are about people parking on private ways. They can't get through to get to their property. So I think if they're going to have if we approve the short-term rental ordinance, one of the criteria is they have to show on-site parking for the 4 bedrooms and any guests that are parking at the site. So that would alleviate parking in the private way.
My other question on this is it's not clear if they can't prove that. Do they not get to rent, or do they have to rent? They have to advertise the amount of bedrooms that they have parking for, or like what's when it comes in
my
opposite?
interpretation is, in your application.
If you have 3 spots and you only get 3 bedrooms you can advertise for?
3 bedrooms,
Okay.
yep.
Not like, oh, you have a 4-bedroom, you're renting it, you're advertising a short term and you only have 3 spots, you can't rent it all. No go for you. I think that would be a.
Yeah, I think it's
We
just.
could get some pushback on that one.
Yeah.
Is there a definition somewhere in our ordinances that lay out what constitutes a parking space?
Yeah, what is it? By 20 foot by
19 by 8 in the street ordinance, isn't it?
Is it 8 or 9? Maybe you're right.
Yeah,
I'm in the ballpark.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
But it's in the street.
It's always in between
the
18
street
to 20,
standards.
and yeah, so.
Okay. All right. Any other comments or thoughts on this? Or just based on possible changes later tonight, we would then come back to this? Or ask that they be incorporated?
Well, I think tonight
into
is
this?
just, isn't it just a workshop
It's
on
just a
each one?
workshop, but,
So we're
like,
not going to vote
getting
until.
feedback.
Right. So my feedback would be, I'm okay with it, and I'm okay with leaving in the short-term rental no matter what happens, because in the future, if we ever do adopt an ordinance, it's there. But these other ones would only apply if we approve the short-term rental ordinance at the next meeting, or the town approves it at town meeting is how it would actually.
I think I see what you mean now, for like the sub definitions almost of the
Yeah,
primary.
because I got some comments
Gotcha.
on that, but I'm going to wait until we get into the short-term
Yep,
rental ordinance.
I understand. Gotcha.
All right. Do we feel comfortable moving on to the next one this time?
I do.
Okay, up next would be our proposed ordinance amendments within our land use ordinance related to medical cannabis in growing operations. So there's a couple definitions at the start of this that were pulled from state language. So this does align with state statute to differentiate what the indoor cultivation is, what those registered caregivers are, the difference between sun-grown and indoor. There's a little bit of a back and forth that we can get into in a minute. But this first section is defining those. The next is the district uses. So within all of our land use ordinance and shoreland zone, our shoreland zones, we would outline whether that's prohibited, conditional, and you don't see permitted on that list. And then following that would be performance standards that we would implement within our land use ordinance. So section A is our authority. Right now, Raymond is not an opt-in town. And so that first section for the authority is more just to delineate that and put that out front, stating that we're not opt-in. And then our performance standards for these types of uses would fall under section B. So the first one for enclosures and setbacks, this would apply to both sun-grown and indoor, where based on the quantity of plants, they would have different front, rear, and side yard setbacks. And you can see that within that table there, what those different thresholds are. This was discussed at the planning board level for, I would say, in depth about the number of plants and how or what type of smells that those can produce. And so that was something we had kind of workshopped quite a bit at the planning board level on those sun-grown outdoor grows versus the indoor grows. And then later on for that sub-bullet point number 2 for odor control, this is really more so geared towards the indoor cultivation uses where we would require those greenhouses or indoor growing operations to have some kind of odor control, some kind of carbon filtration system that would be operational to help kind of offset some of that odor. So, and then that last point for violation, that's more so to give Jason some teeth, is in case there is an issue that the town would have the ability to go out and pursue that. And that's the gist of it. So.
Okay. Just looking at the terminology, do any of you have questions or thoughts?
No, I think the definition's appropriate. As long as everybody understands that sun-grown cultivation, if you look at the chart below on the district uses, so Village Residential District is a more dense residential zone. It's only 40,000. So it's prohibited to do outdoor growing or sun growing there. And indoor is conditional. So if they had a greenhouse that was completely enclosed, they could do it, but they got to maintain odor control and meet the setbacks, and they'd have to go in front of the ZBA to get a conditional use. I think that's kind of where that goes. And a sun-grown cultivator, obviously, somebody that grows outside. Somebody that grows indoors is cultivation in a building, and that can be controlled with odor control. And if anybody doesn't understand what odor control is they use carbon scrubbers, and it brings the air into the carbon scrubber and takes the odor out and puts out better air. But it's something that has to be maintained, so even indoor scrubbers is kind of a enforcement issue that's going to be hard to enforce because we have to monitor whether they're doing maintenance on the scrubbers. It's not a one and done. Mm-hmm. So I'll just point that out.
That was one of my initial questions, was how you're going to enforce indoor odor control versus outdoor. But when you have it prohibited in some areas and not others, that makes more sense. So that, you can have it outdoors, but you're in a different zone. You have a bigger plot. You don't have as many homes around you. It's easier to keep that smell under control. Like, you're not going to stop it, but at least in those zones, that's why it's prohibited there. So that kind of correlates with this and makes sense.
And I think the reason it's prohibited in resource protection is that's not a place where we want business. Same thing with stream protection within 100 feet of a stream. Or resource protection is usually wetlands. We don't want people disturbing those areas.
Wouldn't that be the best growing spot?
Probably. But then now it's commercial use.
And probably
fertilized differently. Not so good for the environment, probably.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty spot on. Again, that was one of the primary factors in deciding which zones they went into was the potential or the minimum lot acreage. And then it's also worth mentioning too, those setbacks are pretty restrictive in some of those zones even. You know, there might be a property zoned as rural that might meet that acreage, but it might be a really long and skinny parcel that you know,
one row in the middle and that's all you get.
Right, but like those performance standards, those setbacks might be really difficult to meet, and it might not even be feasible to grow in those, and so that's where.
So that would force them into an indoor grow, where they could control the odor and control that space.
Correct.
That's why there's so much difference between an indoor grow and an outdoor grow and the setbacks for that.
Absolutely, and that's why those thresholds are different for those indoor grows, because that's the trade-off is, you know, they would be required to have those odor mitigation systems.
So to Derek's point about enforcement, outdoor grows, my experience is I don't care if you're 1,000 feet from a large grow, you can smell it. So we're going to that's going to be a challenge for code enforcement, 150 feet or 100 feet. And then vegetative buffers or other proven cultivation practices that minimizes odors, I don't know of any. It's like a skunk. A skunk lets off and you can smell it for a quarter of a mile. There's nothing that's going to change that.
It doesn't matter what tree you have on your property line or a fence.
So, I mean, it's written as good as you could. I'm not criticizing that, but it's going to be an enforcement problem.
Yeah. The other benefit as well, with it being a conditional use, at least it has that extra layer of review by the town for the zoning board.
And maybe the ZBA could put some conditions on that if there are complaints, that it gets reviewed again, whatever they decide.
Right.
But that's what conditional use is all about.
Yep. Or if they do a site walk and there's some unique circumstances on site with the topography, or maybe there's a wind channel that just really blows to the property, and there's so many different, you know, unique things that could be going on there, but at least there's that added layer of review from the town.
And if it doesn't work, we always could look at just prohibiting it outright in the future.
Is this permitted? And then, if so, is it renewal or is it?
No, conditional use generally, as long as they're continuing it, would go year to year.
It runs with the land.
Yeah, it kind of runs with the land as long as they're maintaining. I guess, you know, they'd have to stick to whatever plan they went with. You know, if they were going to move the plot somewhere on the property or increase the number of plants, then you know, they may have to come in for a new permit. But as long as they continue doing it in the plot with the numbers.
That's what I mean. If there's an issue with odor or violation or something, they would have to reapply for the permit after if it went wrong for them.
I mean, I would always try to reach
That's the only way to get I mean, there's a little bit of teeth there. But
yeah, I mean, I would always try to reach out first and say, hey, listen, you know, we've had some complaints, you know, before a violation, write a warning letter and say, you know, let's try and figure this out before we have to escalate. And if it escalates, it escalates.
So I'd like to revisit the opt-in, opt-out section that you wrote. What that means is we're not an opt-in town. That means we're not going to have any adult use marijuana facilities or stores. We're not opting in. If we did opt in, then that opens the door to have more medical marijuana stores and more adult use stores. And by enacting this ordinance, we're not opting in. I just want to make that clear to everybody.
yeah, you can't have recreational at all.
No, it's just medical marijuana, period.
Exactly.
And that's something that the state allowed, and we can't change that. But we can put conditions on it like this.
Yep.
Any other comments or concerns on this?
Good.
All right, moving on.
All right. So the last one within this packet this evening is the short-term rental ordinance. So this was prepared over the course of a couple months, working with the planning board and the public, and had some really great dialogue with the public as well. People voicing their concerns for and against short-term rentals, and just the use overall and the different types of standards that could apply. And so this is where the planning board landed. Would you like me to go page by page or section by section? Would that be helpful? I think we've discussed this briefly before, if I remember
Right, we
correctly.
were given a presentation of this, so I think, at least in some regards, we are familiar with it.
Okay.
We were given a presentation, we really hadn't had a chance to even discuss it on any level.
Okay. Yeah. I'll go section by section then. So, the first section, purpose and authority. Nothing earth-shattering there. That's just more so given the town and outlining the purpose of the ordinance and the authority that the town has and how that works. So, more so on the legalese side of things. The next section is definitions. So as we saw earlier in that document where we had pulled the definitions for short-term rental and long-term rental, you'll see that language here mimicking that, as well as outlining some other definitions that we already have within our land use ordinance, such as dwelling unit and owner. And then we also included a definition for advertising as well. Chris, did you have anything on this one, or was it?
I did.
Okay.
The first one, primary residence hosted. A dwelling that is occupied by the owner when any part of the dwelling unit is rented as a short-term rental. What about a site that has a single-family structure and a detached building? So that is not owner-occupied. The owner is on site. I was wondering if we could clean up the language to add something about the owner being on site rather than in the dwelling.
Yeah, this makes it sound like a host, like they're in the unit with the people or in an ADU that's attached. But if you have an ADU that's detached,
right? Yeah, I was just thinking about.
It's a loophole that you could kind of wiggle out.
I mean, we do have cases where somebody lives in the basement and they rent out the dwelling for short-term rentals, and that's meets this definition. But we have other places where somebody may have multiple cabins on a lake, and they live in a single-family dwelling, whether it's seasonal or permanent. They are on site, and they might have multiple cabins, but they're not in that dwelling. So I think we need to add a little something that,
or change it,
so that it covers on site.
Yeah.
Owners on site.
The parcel instead of the dwelling or something like that, because.
And then you just follow through with the unhosted, just make sure it's all runs together. I like the three definitions though, because the last one, non-primary residence, unhosted, that's more like a corporation could buy a building out of state and use it as a short-term rental, and they're not on site, they're not even in state. So that should be totally different than primary residence hosted and unhosted. Because there are a lot of people that rent their camp for a couple weeks just to supplement their income to pay their taxes. So they might only operate for 2 or 3 weeks. And, we gotta treat them a little different than somebody that's a corporation out of state. That's, I guess, what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of where the intent of these three came from. So, yeah, if somebody's there on the property, I think sometimes tenants will act and behave a little bit differently than if the owner is away from the property. And then, and this was something that, and we can talk about this maybe a little bit later on, but it was okay by legal to base our fee schedule on these 3 different types of uses as well. So if we wanted to charge more, for example, for a non-primary residence that's unhosted compared to a primary residence that is hosted, we would be allowed to have that sliding scale.
So you kind of jumped ahead of one of my other comments about the fee schedule. It's something, if we do adopt a short-term rental ordinance, I had this discussion with Glenn today, that we could do the fee schedule after. It doesn't have to be included in this warrant article.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so sometimes you do fee schedules as a matter of policy, but if you codify the fee schedule in the ordinance, you'd likely need to amend it through the ordinance if it was part of your ordinance fee schedule.
My only problem with that non-primary residence one is there's a lot of family camps that they purposely rent it. It's not a corporation, it's not an LLC, it's not millionaires, it's just a family camp. It's definitely not their primary because it's seasonal. And that's what they've been doing for 50 to 80 years, is renting those. So if you change that, if you take that and then use it later on in a different fee schedule, I don't know if that's really the intent behind what you're talking about. I think you're handcuffed. The people that have been doing this the longest and that need it the most, I think, to keep their family camp in their family, and they rent it out during the summer so they can use it maybe September, October when it's not as valuable. That's not their primary. I think that hurts them.
I agree, Derek, and maybe the way to handle that is the amount of time they rent it out. Some of these corporations, they rent it out year-round. They're year-round residents. And I don't, this is probably a moving target, but the fee schedule thing we could talk about at length at another time. It doesn't have to be resolved to adopt this.
Yep.
But I think your point is well taken. I mean, we don't want to penalize people that have had family camps all, forever, and put them in the same bucket as somebody out of state buying up these camps as a corporation and renting them out for short-term rentals for, to make their annual profit.
Yep.
So it's a point well taken.
Did you have any other definitions, comments?
Oh, hold on. Well, we're just sticking with this page. How far ahead are we
Right
going?
now.
I mean, there's definitions all the way through, but we're trying to stick
Just
to this
section
page, right?
2.
Mine is advertising. I just know in the real estate world, not the rental world. I don't do a lot of short-term rentals or whatever with advertising, but I know in real estate world, there's third-party vendors that pull data. Like, for example, Zillow. Like, I will list a property in the MLS, and I have no control over what Zillow, Redfin, all these other places pull for data and advertise with. They do it as a third-party vendor for their own profit, and they scrape and pull stuff that is wildly inaccurate. So it's hard when somebody's going to try to advertise on whatever platform they're advertising on, and it gets scraped or pulled, and it changes somewhere else, and it looks like, I think in the end, this is where some people are going to, hopefully we can just play it by ear, or individual cases, but maybe you can see which places get pulled and they're doing it on purpose and which ones get on accident. I just see it going down a slippery slope, whether it's like, I didn't even put that in there. I don't have any control over that third-party vendor's advertising. They scraped and pulled something. It's on paper, a 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom, or however many beds or whatever, but it's not, we're not allowing that many people in our advertisement. Somebody else pulls it and it gets misconstrued onto another one, and now you're going to have
Couldn't we
fights
address
over
that
stuff.
throughout the rest of the ordinance? This is just a definition of what advertising is.
Yeah, I know.
But when we get to the next sections, that would be the time to say, pulling that definition isn't going to make any difference.
I don't know. I don't know if saying pulling it, but clarifying. I don't know. I guess then when you use advertising, you're going to have to use something else after if you don't clarify in the advertising definition part that kind of stuff is not going to hinder the applicant or the dwelling.
Brett or Jason, do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, and maybe this is jumping ahead a little bit, but for the next section, really our focus for advertising is means of enforcement from the town and an ability to help regulate. What we want to get away from is short-term rental owners or operators advertising a space as having an occupancy for 16 where it might only have 8, and then that's a more intensive use of that individual property that may have an effect on adjacent properties. And so it was one of those things that the town, where if we're looking and evaluating a property and renewing it, and maybe there were some issues that had come up during the past, maybe this is another tool that we can help utilize to justify our decision that all throughout the year your occupancy was 8 and you advertised it as such, and okay, you were a good operator, versus if there were more intensive uses, then that's a discussion to be had there, I think.
So is there a way that, I think to get to what you were saying, is that the owner is in control of what he puts out for advertising? What Derek's talking about is somebody taking that information and using it on another site, Zillow or Redfin, that instead of, let's say the owner says he's going to have 8 people there, they put it out for 16. I don't know, is that what?
Yeah.
Is there a way to kind of reel that in, is what I'm asking?
Yeah.
I've had property listed, but other people listed it in the past incorrectly, and they'll scrape that off and pull it onto a Zillow site and say it's a 3-bedroom house. When I did my due diligence and found out it's a 2-bedroom septic, I can't advertise it as a 3-bedroom. Where that sort of thing's going to happen here, and later on in this, there's consequences for advertising it incorrectly. So my point, which is if it gets advertised incorrectly on the millions of AI things that are out there now, get scraped and pulled, and they're going to get in trouble and consequences for stuff that they have no control over. That's the only thing I'm bringing up.
Sure. Yeah. And I totally get that, understand that too. And I think my understanding from the relationship of the actual short-term rental owner and like those advertising websites is it's a pretty like personal relationship where they would have direct control over how that property is listed, what that's advertised as having an occupancy for, at least the primary ones. I'm
right,
not
yeah,
sure
that's
about
exactly. Those, I think, you can't really argue that. It's like,
like Airbnb.
this is connected to your Stripe account. You can't say you didn't put that in.
Right. So, but versus, some of those other third-party sites that, or if there's a scrubbing tool, for example, that maybe the town is using to pull that data from, I think that's one of those things that we can verify based on the actual application that's in with the town.
So I just want to clarify for my own use. So for instance, if we were looking at Airbnb, we would assume that that would be more accurate because the owner of the property is telling Airbnb how many it can have. Like this will, have up to 16 people. There's beds for up to 16 people. But if Zillow takes that information, if I'm getting this correctly, I didn't realize that they did advertise short-term rentals, but they could potentially misconstrue that. So we would be using something more directly from the source.
Yeah, I mean, just with our permitting software, I reached out to them. They have a contract with just Airbnb and VRBO. I imagine 95% of rentals are done through those platforms. And they directly have a contract with them, so they're not even scraping it from the web. They're getting it directly from them. So there'll be no mistake. Whatever someone gives those companies would be directly. And it seems like every company that does it, it's Airbnb and VRBO is where they're getting.
That's my kind of point, is that you guys will have oversight over, it's not just the neighbor going, I found this advertisement here, go get them. It's like, listen, we use this because it's accurate, and here it doesn't say.
Unless it's obvious that they put out like a different advertisement somewhere.
Yeah, like their own.
Yeah.
So a real world example, so during COVID, when all the bars shut down in New Jersey, a lot of the promoters that would typically do their events at clubs or bars were renting out Airbnbs for months at a time, and then having thousands of people show up at beachfront homes, and because there was nowhere else to go. So the owner obviously didn't want 1,000 people on his property, but an enterprising promoter, didn't care for that week and did pretty well. So, but I see what you're saying is once that's rented or whatever, you can't really control what that third party is going to do after. But
Like subletting, if somebody trying to sublet it out.
Right. So Jason, you were hitting on some of the programs that you've looked at.
Yep.
And it's my understanding that some of these programs, if we enact this ordinance, which I kind of look at as more of a registration of Airbnbs, not an all-inclusive ordinance about short-term rentals. So if they don't have a registration, Airbnb won't host it, correctly?
Not necessarily.
so are you talking about some of that case law with Santa Monica and stuff where
Yeah.
So technically, yeah, there have been cities who have enacted registration ordinances, and then Airbnb unsuccessfully sued because they wanted to not have to list properties. They didn't want to have to ensure that they were registered, but City of Santa Monica, New York, and another were successful in requiring Airbnb to not list properties that were not registered under the local ordinance.
So maybe I was putting the cart before the house. Maybe that's something we need to look at with software.
Yeah, absolutely.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Sam is on Zoom.
Oh, okay. Hi, Sam.
Hello.
Hi. I will try to look for your hand if you have any additional comments. I don't know how long you've been there or listening, but do you have anything to add at this point?
No, I have nothing to add.
Okay.
This is, you've covered everything.
All right. I'll be looking for your hand, okay?
Okay, I'll give you have my hand.
Okay. All right. And yes, jumping ahead a little bit, am I only seeing advertising in one spot? It's in D.
Yeah, for
J.
section
just-
3J, I believe.
Yeah, okay.
It's also mentioned at the end of section 2.
Yep. The definition part.
Oh, in the definition.
Right.
Yeah, okay. All right. Any other comments on these sections? So I think we'd be moving on to section 3.
Okay. Yep, the next section would be the requirements for the registration and that process. So the effective period and the renewal period, the effective period would be valid for 1 year. So every year they would have to go and reapply with the town to get that renewed. Same thing with section B there for the renewal period. So annually they would have to get that reapproved and looked at with the town. And then section C is where we get into a little bit of the meat of the ordinance in terms of what actually would dictate their eligibility if they were allowed to reapply or renew. So really the key things here are, if there were performance issues, if there were occurrences of, formal noise complaints filed with the town or any violations, that would be in section C5 D. So the property has 3 or more documented and relevant instances of disturbances or violations. That's one of the primary considerations that the town would be looking at when determining if they want to renew that registration for that short-term rental.
So can we talk about that one for a sec?
Yeah.
So 3 documented and relevant instances of disturbance or violations. So let's just say there's a noise complaint. That's going to probably go to the sheriff's department. I don't know that the sheriff's department is going to notify us that there was a disturbance. So enforcing this, is it going to be put on the, one thought I had is maybe this gets put onto the owner of the property, that if they do have a call to the sheriff's department, that they're required to notify us. Because I know the sheriff's department's not going to notify us. If we have the ACO goes out there for a dog running at large, she's probably not going to let us know. She might, but not necessarily. And, you know, somebody setting off fireworks in the middle of the night. I mean, there's a lot of things that go on at these homes that are disturbing to the neighbors and that could be a qualifying or a relevant instance. I just don't know how we're going to enforce that. I mean, I don't believe Jason or anybody that's employed by him is going to go out on a weekend in the middle of the night and check out a noise complaint or a bonfire too late at night or any of those things. So, you know, most of these instances happen mostly on a weekend when we're closed. So I just see enforcement as kind of being hard to get our hands around this.
Absolutely, and it was something that we had talked about quite a bit with the planning board as well, was this question around noise and enforcement especially. I think I'd be curious if with our software that we'd be utilizing, if there's a component of that that would research or look into any of the sheriff files for noise complaints, if that's something that's, I don't know if that's part of it or not.
I'm sure dispatch could give us a report if we reached out and said, do you have any calls for noise complaints?
Well, my point was maybe we make the owner responsible that if there is an incident, he has to report it. You know, you have the rules, the guidelines of short-term rentals is supposed to be posted in the home, and maybe one of those is that anybody that if there's an instance, they have to report it. I'm just reaching out. I don't know the answer.
Yeah.
I guess speaking of this one, it stands out to me. I hear everything that you're saying. I feel like this is, number one, hard to enforce and very subjective. Fireworks, for instance, I'm just going to pull off your fireworks. Fireworks can be a nuisance, but they're allowed.
On certain days. In certain times.
In Raymond? We have a
Yeah.
fireworks ordinance?
No, we don't, state.
Oh, okay. Well, I was gonna say, I think like you can have them, you know, probably more often than you would, like, it's allowed. You can call that in as a nuisance. That would be a nuisance, right? Like,
I agree.
Do you get what I'm trying to say?
I totally see
Like,
this
I'm
getting to
using-
neighbor versus neighbor.
And
I'm in
I also
agreement.
think it's subjective. So, and I also think that it can be amplified. So one instance can become more documented instances because you could amplify that. So my personal opinion is, and I know that this is, which is hard because this is one of the number one things that are creating some heartburn with short-term rentals, right? Is this idea of it's a nuisance, but it's the one thing I wouldn't mind seeing taken out. I guess, and I understand, and I can understand why there was a lot of conversation around this, but I just feel like it's very subjective. So I'm not sure how you address that.
Yeah.
I don't know the workaround.
I completely agree. It's one of those, it's hard because that's what we're trying to help enforce on ones that are really egregious, but yet it's so subjective that if the neighbor just decides you have 8 people on a bonfire and they're playing music and talking too loud, then they do
call
that.
the sheriff.
They do that 3 times, and all of a sudden their neighbor's not. It's a very easy way to go, I got them.
It's a slippery slope.
It's how the waterfront community, either you love your neighbor or you can't stand your neighbor, and you'll have a dock dispute or a noise dispute, and it's just, they got to cut down that tree, I didn't. This is what stirs the entire pot of how neighbors getting along with neighbors starts, and I just see this being a very slippery slope, hard to enforce. And
So I think, you know, I don't know how you do that. I don't know what you do. I don't know how you address it, but I'm having a hard time with that one in particular.
Yeah, I think the way that it's worded now, a lot of that burden would currently fall to the code enforcement officer to determine what is a relevant disturbance sort of thing. The reason though for including it was the alternative is if it was not in there, then how is there a fair way that we can look at the rest of these criteria and renew that short-term rental. And the reason why it was 3 or more documented was at least there's like a threshold that we can work off of, and might make his job a little bit easier, but it still, again, falls mostly to that code enforcement officer.
It's easy manipulated. That's what I don't like, and it puts him. It's in a no-win situation for the code enforcement. You basically setting him up to fail or throwing him under the bus right from the beginning, no matter what. Because one neighbor's going to go, "They were so loud," and the other neighbor's going to be like, "I had 5 people, and we were hanging around. We were laughing at the bonfire at 9:30 at night." Yeah, sorry, I don't know what to tell you. Like, that's why we paid $5,000 to come here for the week, and he's gonna be, no matter what, the bad guy.
And
I mean, he signed up for it. But.
And to Kayla's point about the fireworks that I brought up, 4th of July, we all expect it. I live on a lake, and I listen to the fireworks going on all night long, the whole week of 4th of July. It's just something we live with. But if you're one of these people that lives on a private road and you've got this thing's rented out all summer long, and that week of 4th of July turns to every week, I get it. I can't. I don't know how we can get our arms around it either, Kayla. It's a tough one. I get your point. It's subjective, and I agree with what you're saying. I see both sides. I just think the planning board tried to, like Brett said, is to put some kind of parameters, because we want to renew these licenses annually, and we have to have some criteria. So if there's bad actors in town, we don't want to renew their license, or have them have a pause until they become a good actor. How you get people to be good neighbors, we've been trying to do. I've been in code enforcement 20 years. Nobody knows the answer to that.
Exactly.
This is just a more magnified issue than most. We're babysitters most of the time.
I'm wondering, because part of this, like, let's say you've rented it and you just have a rowdy group for a week. There's your 3 complaints, but the rest of the year is fine. I don't know, is there like within a time frame,
I think the 3 strikes was per year.
The thing that we had when we discussed this too was they tried to find if this was an issue. I remember that they discussed this because I asked the last time we were here, and it's like, is this a huge issue in the town where there are a lot, noise complaints, fireworks, cops getting called, all that. And when they did call and find out or pull the reports, it wasn't a huge issue. So that's another thing that is like, we're kind of creating a solution for a problem that's not a giant problem in this town. And that's one of those things that was brought up.
It's a big issue to the people that live next door to the bad actors, but we don't have a lot of bad actors, considering we have probably a couple hundred short-term rentals from what the numbers I've looked at. I don't know if I'm in the right ballpark, but I think I'm close.
You peak in August at like 250.
250. Yeah. So I think maybe we've got half a dozen bad actors out of that. So you're somewhat accurate that we don't have a lot of problems.
Did the planning board explore any sort of timing on these? For instance, like, as opposed to 3 over the whole year,
I think it was, right?
3, well, this would be for the whole year. That's how I would read it, because these are for registration for the year. So like I said, in the instance of you have 1 week of just a rowdy group, there's your 3. But the rest of it doesn't seem fair to pull someone's ability to provide a short-term rental just because they probably had a bad experience with that group as well, and probably wouldn't rent to them again, right?
Yeah,
So they're losing out on a year to people they probably wouldn't rent to out again. If they're sort of a rowdy group. So is there a way to word it like over a period of, I don't know, 6 weeks, 12 weeks? I don't know the number. I'm just curious, would that be a way to sort of parse that out a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, you could probably base it off of that actual rental period. So if there was a violation that occurred, or 3 or more instances of a violation that occurred for that specific rental period.
Like outside of your...
Like each rental period itself would be its own individual.
As an instance?
Right, correct.
But how do we know that?
So to her point, my wife used to do this in her previous life, was a rental agent for one of the local agencies, and they would have you would get blacklisted if there was they don't want it on them either. They don't want it on their agency. The homeowner doesn't want it. They don't want these bad apples coming back no matter what. So if there is that instance where the cops do get called, or the neighbors are pissed, or they have a million cars up and down the road or whatever, they get those people out of there, because it's bad for business all the way around.
Yeah, it
for the
affects their
homeowner and the rental company and the neighbor, like everybody. Nobody wants that.
Yeah.
So in one night, to you guys' point, you could have 6 or 7 violations. You could have parking violations. You could have too many people staying the night, too many guests. You could have
drunk fireworks,
illegal fire in the fire pit. You're supposed to have a permit.
Dog running down.
You could have all these things in just one bad apple. So I agree. I mean, this is a difficult. Every town in the country's grappling with this. We're not alone. We're not different. And I don't know if anybody's come up with a perfect solution. So I think, these are the things we need to discuss.
And then, since we're sort of going over this, for public health, safety, and welfare issues, do these just come out of, let's say, someone renting these calling and saying, hey, this place is out of code, or this place is dangerous, or I'm falling through the floor here, or do they come about through inspections that are a little further down here?
Probably both.
Or both. Okay.
Yeah. Initially, probably because there should be an initial inspection there to make sure smoke detectors, egress windows, all that stuff. After that, we got a call. It wasn't for a short-term rental, but the water ran dry and they were getting colored water out of the sink. So something like that. It's going to come from the renter occasionally if they know where to reach out.
Or another safety issue would be the septic system fails. Something like that.
Another question that I have on that is this, I think I asked this the first time, I believe, and I'm trying to remember correctly, but we are doing, code enforcement's doing inspection upon application for short-term rental. You guys are going to go through. That particular property was built in 1953. You do not need to bring it up to current code, right? But because you're talking about egress windows and that kind of stuff. So if you had an old L.C. Andrews log cabin, there's no way to retrofit that easily without ruining the integrity.
Right, unless it was obvious that they had converted something to a bedroom.
Yeah.
After the fact.
Okay.
Something
That's
like
fair.
that. But if anything looks original, I think we have to kind of use some. I hate to see the term common sense, but understanding that at the time this building was.
Common sense is a good term. You can use it, definitely.
Yeah, I think the intent with that one was that those structures would be held to the ordinances or
of that time,
building code of whatever time period
perfect.
it was.
That's what I thought I asked before. But.
Back to the common sense thing. So I can say Jason has common sense, but he's not going to be sitting there forever. The next guy comes in, may not have common sense, and then he goes by the letter of the law. You could find them saying you need egress windows, you need to upgrade the building. That's just.
Well, then I would change this to make it very clear that it's. It should go as
the codes that were applicable at the time when the work was done.
At the time of the build, or remodel, or whatever. If they remodel an addition, then it's got to go to that time frame.
Yeah.
You can't do a 2003.
Well, one could argue you've changed the use, though. If it was used as a primary dwelling, then they don't need to make any changes. But now you're changing it to a rental.
But you're not changing it. This could have been what I'm saying is if this was rented from 1950 till now.
Oh, that's a different story.
And then how are you going to prove it when this is?
They're kind of grandfathered, right?
That's what I mean. Yeah. But this is put in effect in 2025. How are you going to prove that you are grandfathered as you rented for that many years?
I can't answer that one.
Oh, I'm just this is.
I know.
I'm giving you the trouble. You guys got to do the fixing.
You're being the devil's advocate. That's what you're supposed to do.
I just don't want to get into another whole solar ordinance problem where we create an ordinance we can't figure out and we can't police, and it's a bad look when we have people come in and go, well, what does this mean? This is this, the gray area and all that. And it's like, well, we as a town creating an ordinance that doesn't make sense or work, then it just looks bad on us. I'd rather have it pretty bulletproof going in.
Are there any other comments on this page 9 in our, I guess it's on our packet, looking at it through that way? Are we ready to move on to section D? Or not
So
page?
we're on page 10. Let's see, I might have had a comment. Well, I just had a comment on the fees. We kind of already covered it. Is it gonna be the same for all or tiered? And I think we decided it was gonna kind of be tiered depending on the situation. Is that right?
Yeah, and the beauty of this is that it just references the fee schedule. So whatever we want to put in that fee schedule, maybe it's that multiplier system of that type of classification multiplied by the frequency of use, however we want to make that look. At least in this ordinance, we're making that reference to the fee schedule. We can figure that out separately.
My other comment was on inspections. It says the short-term rental shall be inspected by the code enforcement officer, fire inspector, and other appropriate town officials. I think instead of code enforcement officer, fire inspector, it should be one or the other. I don't think we need to have duplicative inspections on a building. We're looking at life safety. So that could be something that we could tweak.
Page 5. I thought she asked where we were. Page 5.
Derek, did you have any comments overall in this section?
I do on D4. I brought it up last time. I just want to bring it up again.
On the insurance.
On the insurance. It's a very long worded definition of insurance that some of this I don't think is going to be able to be insurable the way it's written.
And again, it may
It's
be a
very, I mean, a
burden.
huge paragraph going all the way through what, like, I think if you bring this to an insurance company and go, hey, I need to be up with compliance with the town of Rain and I need insurance that covers this, they're gonna be like, yeah, we don't have a specific thing that's you're even gonna get for that.
So I'm seeing here that you either have to have it or prove that you have coverage through the hosting platform. So is that typical? I'm not well versed in how Airbnbs and Verbos work. Do they typically have sort of a blanket coverage? Are you signing up for that, or how does that work?
Yeah, my understanding is that they would. And I think, Derek, the issue that might be later on, and I think this was discussed at the planning board level too, is the intent was that the property itself is insured. So if a septic does back up into Sebago Lake, there's obviously damages and costs that are incurred there, but the insurance is more so to make sure that that property owner is covered to be able to replace that septic system on site. I think where we get into that world of if we're requiring people to insure places outside of their property, I think that's where the challenge probably arises from an insurance perspective.
I just think it should be cleaner and shorter so that you can actually insure it and specify that, it needs
Take
to be
out the $1 million.
this dwelling, and it's very long and it's hard. We've gotten emails from lots of different people, insurance people, as well as residents that have, voiced either yes or no on this whole thing. And there's been a few that have come to the terms on this one. And one was even a person who does insurance, and they were like,
Quick Google, Airbnb covers hosts up to $1 million, but for bodily injury, damage, theft to the property, and damage caused by a guest. It doesn't cover damage or injury resulting from something done intentionally, or damage to your place or belongings caused by a guest. That's covered under damage protection, and then there's other exclusions. But generally it's $1 million for the host through the platform.
So that maybe could be dressed up. Some additional language for that.
yeah, I hear intentionally in there though. And then somebody that flushes the wrong thing down the toilet, they're like, oh, you did that intentionally. You knew that you're not supposed to do that. And then you're going to court. I just think it needs to just be clean and short and sweet. The more stuff that gets thrown in there, the easier it is to fight it and prove that it's.
So are you basically suggesting, and I'm just wondering, I'm just looking through this paragraph that, I don't know, it looks like it's the last sentence, the owner must have insurance to cover the cost associated for repair of the property and surrounding property, or surrounding.
Yeah, I mean, and then it gives examples. For example, if short-term rental is located on along Sebago Lake and the septic fails and backs up and pollutes the water of the lake, and owners must have insurance to cover the costs associated with repairs for the property and surrounding properties impacted by the damage, the owner must maintain such insurance coverage while renting. You hand that off to an insurance company and they're gonna be like, well, I'm not insuring your property, this property, the
someone
neighbor's
else's,
property, the
right.
water's property, everybody's property that it infects. It's just not, it's not feasible.
Are we not saying enough if we just say the owner must maintain sufficient insurance coverage? Because, again, that's kind of
That's pretty simple.
pretty simple. I mean, it's
Exactly.
pretty simple, but at the same time, I don't know.
Might be enough.
Or is that too simple?
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
it keeps us off the hook. It's like, you gotta have insurance, okay, you check that box, you showed insurance, proof of insurance, I mean, let's move on. But the more we try to then we're on the hook. We don't have the insurance, because we didn't look into making sure that their whole policy, you're gonna read through their whole policy and make sure it covers that
Well, here's
long
a
work
good
that we put
example
in.
of something I dealt with, not related to a short-term rental. We had a long-term rental burn down. Owner owned the house outright, cash. Didn't insure the property.
Yeah.
So we, as the town, ended up having to go in, do the dangerous building ordinance, lien it, go through that special assessment process. Get 4 years later, you're getting your money back after they auction the lot. Ended up being a non-conforming lot. So we got a new parking lot. So that was the outcome. So having an insurance requirement might help for people who own their houses outright, and if they go, if they're risk tolerant and choose not to insure their property while also renting it out. Because if it does burn down and you end up with a partial structure, we'll typically have to knock it down, or the fire department will knock it down, and we lien it and go through that whole process.
I get the purpose of it. I just know we also don't go around asking for everybody else's insurance.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just have proof of insurance as part of the application process. That
I think the intent of this is for that situation, a property that's been in the family for years that has no mortgage on it. They might not have insurance, and this is kind of a check mark to say, oh, by the way, to do what you want to do, you have to have insurance. Can you show us proof of insurance?
And when it comes to the select board for their license, if we look at their proof of insurance and it seems inadequate, we could address it at that time.
That's an interesting comment you just made. So we will have to approve all the licenses for these?
I think so.
So 250 odd?
Mm-hmm.
Because they'd be registered as a business?
Am I right, Brett? Is it the selectman or the code office?
So the code enforcement officer would be the one responsible for granting approval or approval with conditions.
But then we grant the license?
So this would just be for
There is-
registration.
There's no license.
There's no,
We're just registering.
Okay, all right. So, Jason, you're up.
It's kind of is a license though, because it's a registration certificate.
I know.
Because you're pulling the certificate away if they do something, because you can't pull a registration, it's like.
Wait a minute, aren't we the ones that renew it annually?
I don't know, I think,
don't
no,
think
I would
so.
say they
Not
do.
how it's written.
No, and I think there's just gonna be the one
This
inspection.
is why
so
it's
after
kind of
it's
like.
just gonna be a paperwork.
It's still not a
type of
business,
thing.
but you're treating it like one, like a pseudo business.
So you're not gonna, this would be a one-time inspection.
The first time inspection, yeah.
So you'll be very busy the first year,
Right, and then after that, it'll be more of a paperwork thing.
paperwork thing. Because, I mean, my whole thought too is this also, I don't even know if we have the capacity with some of these things to enforce or
250
to.
inspections.
I mean,
April.
half-hour inspection, I mean, probably do, 5, 6 a day, so take you about a couple months, if that's the number.
I agree with the inspection piece, that maybe it could read code enforcement officer or I don't know what the wording would be, but, so it could be divvied up. Although, would a fire inspector know about the size of a window, or would they be like curious? Like,
No.
is that, I mean,
They'll-
they're gonna know, right?
They'll know the egress, yeah.
So can it say, and or,
Yeah, or their designated.
or there doesn't, yeah, to
life
split
safety
that
personnel.
250 rush of,
Yeah, I mean, the other,
50 days of inspections. And then, well, it's like you guys have 50 random days that you're not doing absolutely anything right now.
not usually. The wintertime maybe, but we wouldn't be doing inspections in the winter probably. I mean, I know that the iWorks, our permitting software, they have a self-inspection, whether we want to trust people to test all their smoke detectors, and, they can just check them off. Oh, yeah, smoke detectors work, but they may not be working.
Kind of. Yeah, I mean, you have to look at the problem you have right now too versus the ease of the burden putting on you guys. If you're not having a huge issue right now, maybe you'd self-do it until they're, I don't know. It might help relieve
Right.
some of that off of you guys, but if there was people dying left and right over short-term rentals, then, I would say, no, you got to go out and put eyes on it on every single one, but.
I mean, if someone's received a certificate of occupancy in the last so many years, maybe you say, okay, that house is up to code, but that's maybe not fair to everybody if somebody else is being inspected and then somebody else just because they're 3 years old. House 3 years old.
all right, any other thoughts and comments on this section? Or I guess it's a continuation of
Yeah, it's just.
section 3. Or sort of ready to
No,
move on
yeah.
to section 4, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Section 4 would be our performance standards for how they should operate. So they would be required to provide an emergency contact, who the town could reach out to if there were issues on site. Occupancy was one that was discussed, and we had gone back and forth quite a bit with the planning board on how we derived that. What we ended up with was differentiating between how many individuals would be sleeping there versus during the day if that short-term rental was used to host a party, for example, like a birthday party. That's where the board felt it was a little bit different to differentiate between who's actually sleeping there versus using the property during the day. Again, parking, so like we discussed earlier, we do have that external reference to our land use ordinance for the off-street parking requirements. Trash disposal, pretty cut and dry, essentially just needing trash receptacles on site. You don't want to see trash on the property. Habitability, they would need the obviously the approval from the code enforcement officer. Signage would need to comply with our land use ordinance. Subletting and event hosting, we did land with that it should be unlawful to sublet the actual short-term rental or to host external events of those sorts. And then the last one would be the distribution of the Good Neighbor flyer. So there was a draft application form that had those Good Neighbor guidelines attached with that on that last page there. And so they would be required to post that within the actual property. And those would be the performance standards.
I actually like quite a few of these. I like the parking, the trash, and the Good Neighbor. I know some of the companies do the Good Neighbor thing as part of their check-in package, which is nice. They've been doing it for years. Trash is great because you have a Tuesday pickup, but most rentals are going to go whatever Saturday to Saturday or Sunday to whatever, and then whose responsibility is it? They're going to leave it out from Sunday until Tuesday, and the crows get in it, and the skunks and raccoons. Like, that's annoying. So I think those two are really good. Not having parking up and down the streets is one of the real big ones. I like that. So it's for emergency vehicles can get in and out to other people's properties down camp roads and things like that. I think the only two I don't like are the daytime occupancy limits, because it's kind of like a residential rental can have a big birthday party or graduation party at their house. They have no regulations on this, but short-term rentals, you might be renting one of those for one of those places, even though you live in town or live somewhere around. I mean, it doesn't matter where you live, I guess, but you're going to use it, a residential rental one, in the same capacity of somebody who lives on a lake. My grandparents used to live on a lake, and I had a graduation, party at everybody wanted to come there because it was at the lake. So you're going to have that on a residential rental just as much as you're going to have it on a short-term rental. So I think maximizing that it's not an everyday occurrence. It's, like a once in a while thing, and they go away at night. Then the only one other question I had was on the occupancy. I know same thing with an old, maybe L.C. Andrews log cabin that got done back in the day before there was any occupancy. What are you going to do with those? That's more of a question than a concern.
I have the same concern. Who's going to enforce? You got to have, if you've got a 4-bedroom, you can only have a 2 what does it say? 2 guests per bedroom.
Yes.
Plus 4 adults. How are we going to enforce that?
Yeah, you're gonna have to go inside. Well, I guess
we're gonna go inside and then count people and outside, and I just see that difficult to enforce.
Yeah.
I don't think we can enforce it, but if we notice they're advertising for more.
No, but this would be a daytime party. That's what. So if somebody.
I think the parking might actually kind of.
Right. That's what I
catch
mean.
that
Kind of
somewhat.
That's why some of these are redundant. Like you created this, and I think that nips it in the butt more than, some of these other ones. And I think it's just more. How are you going to say it's okay for this guy to do it, but not this guy to do it?
And it's easy to see the cars on the road. Somebody can take a picture of that pretty easily, and that's kind of easily quantifiable.
Yeah, and you're kind of messing with the law twice by doing that.
Yeah,
you're not allowed to do this, and you're not allowed to have. You're having way too many people here. Like now, it's time to tone it down. I think the parking gets rid of that occupancy limit part of it. But yeah, I mean, I love the trash, the parking, and the good neighbor flyer. I think those are all positives that come out of this. The subletting I kind of had a question on too. I know, not that it's good or bad. I know a lot of people do that though on purpose. Is they sublet. I guess it's more with long-term rentals, I guess, than short-term. So it's not.
I think this actually protects property owners somewhat rather than them renting it out.
Yeah.
Then that person probably trying to rent it out on top of that.
Yeah. I think that's probably saving both parties, the neighbors and the homeowners.
One of my issues was the emergency contact. The owner must provide an emergency contact who's able to respond in a timely manner, not to exceed 24 hours. Well, in 24 hours, a lot of these problems are going to be gone, like the parking, or could be the noise, or. So I think it shouldn't be 24 hours, it should be any time they should be available. You're renting your property out, you should be available. The next day is not gonna matter, it's over.
Yeah, I think the reason why we added that was, I don't think we had it in there before, and I think the language was, she'll be able to respond in a timely manner. And then it was, okay, what's a
timely
manner? Is it a week? Is it that kind of thing? So at least that was that intention of adding that in there.
I don't think the intent was to say, do it in 24 hours. It was as soon as possible, you have up to the 24 hours.
Yeah, at 25, you're in trouble. From 0 to 24, get on it.
Any other comments for this section?
No, I'm good.
All right, last one. Oh, no, second to last.
Yep, so the last 3, section 5, 6, and 7. So section 5 would be the complaints, penalties, violations, and enforcement. Most of this is pretty standard language, kind of references some other land use ordinance, how the code enforcement officer operates, how they would issue those violations, how they would go out and actually enforce that. And then section 6, every violation, they have the right to appeal that decision. So that language, again, is pretty standard where, if there was an appeal, that would go before the Zoning Board of Appeals. And then that last section, severability, just making sure that we're differentiating this ordinance from all the other ordinances. So
I guess for me personally, these are my same thoughts regarding the complaints and the 3 notices.
Yep. Same on that. And it also looks like it's a ton of work for Jason, but again, he signed up for it.
Yeah, ultimately, I mean, when it comes to short-term rentals, enforceability is usually the number one question. Who's going to be responsible, who at the town level, and usually it does fall to the code enforcement officer, and so,
And
or
like
their
he's-
designee. So,
And like he said, it's very subjective, and then you have someone with common sense now that's doing great, but who knows, 5-10 years, if you get somebody that
right.
is not, then it's a lot tougher.
Yeah, I mean, and again, the beauty of it is just like today, you know, if Jason goes to issue a violation and that property owner feels like, you know, maybe Jason wasn't acting with common sense, they do have that ability to appeal it and take that to the zoning board of appeals. So it's quite the process, but it's the way our wonderful government works.
People will appeal anything.
They do, yeah.
But that's the thing, if you have it so it's black and white, it's harder to appeal, or it's easier to go to appeals and be like, man, it's pretty simple, guys. You didn't do this. But when you make it a kind of a gray area ordinance, then it's like, now you're just rolling the dice on
right.
who's going to interpret what.
Last section, I know we kind of already just talked about what happens. No, you can appeal.
Yep. Yeah, we have the appeals and the severability clause in there as well for sections 6 and 7. So.
All right, overall thoughts? Maybe.
Overall thoughts? We made a lot of comments.
Yeah, I went through it pretty thoroughly. I think
I'm just thinking from an implementation standpoint, and I don't know if this is more of a question for you, Jason. When we used to do our rental registration ordinance, I can't remember exactly when registration was open for a period of time and then it would close. And then our 4 property inspectors, basically the month of February, would just do rental registration inspections. So like if you had a fee structure and it was cost neutral, could you have a window of 2 weeks where you deputize some inspectors and you, the fire inspector and deputy code officer, you could hammer out all the inspections like in a 2-week period. Also, if you peak in August with 297 rentals, you know, is the off-season better for them where you don't have inspectors coming into the house like when they're fully booked through August or September? I'm just thinking from like a
I think in Maine, it's probably like November is the best time to go, because February you can't do anything.
Thanksgiving is about when everything falls off.
Exactly. So I think that's the easiest time. There's not a ton of snow, hopefully, at that point, and you can get around all the places. But I think December through end of March, you'll go on trying to get to camp roads and lakefront property.
Yeah, so I don't know if there's a registration window and an inspection window where you kind of hammer them all out, or
That might make sense, and we can kind of prioritize doing the ones that are difficult to get to in times when we know the weather is more conducive to getting in there.
The only trouble with doing it in the winter is a lot of these places aren't even open.
They're closed up.
Yeah, the plumbing goes, yeah, it's true.
They've got the water drain.
We winterize a
There's
lot when we're done.
A lot of these are seasonal.
Right. I guess you could give people a break if you get in the wintertime, like your registration is X amount, it's, you know, it's.
Or you could do
$20
the
a month, a little less.
You try the self-registering thing until there's issues.
So even without a registration period, if these roads are inaccessible and boarded up, you may get slammed with inspections a certain time of year anyway, because people will be calling, hey, I want to schedule my inspection. house is open, let's go.
Yeah. My guess that would be like April, May. Yeah.
Well, I think, obviously a lot of time was put into this. And I know there was a lot of comment and a lot of feedback. I think it does address in the comprehensive plan that the select board would be exploring a tracking or registration system, so I think we're holding true to that. I do have, just overall feeling that this is sort of operational performance heavy and standards, and whether I question whether we have the capacity to actually follow through with this. And I would hope that however this sort of ends up, that at least we have a fee schedule that would at least cover any software cost and staff time, that we think about that and say, okay, we really need to make sure we're covering this. So those are my final.
And what was the planning board's final thoughts, votes on it?
My takeaway was
We didn't really get any
they
recommendation.
didn't recommend or not recommend. It was just pass it along to the select board. That's the takeaway I got. I don't know if Brett, if you would characterize it differently.
I heard there was like a 4-to-1 thing, but is that accurate?
Yeah, it was more so, I think it was Bob that
Yeah.
might have voted against it, but he felt that they should send it with recommendation
Right.
over, but the motion that was made was to send it without any for or against recommendation. I think the conversation that was held, that it was passed on from the select board, and so now they're giving it back to the select board.
So there wasn't a vote at all?
No, that there was a vote to send it to you
select
folks,
board
just without any for or against recommendation.
I don't.
That was the 4-to-1 for saying we
Yep.
don't recommend.
Is it 3? I'm not hung up on that, because I think ultimately all of the work that we do, should be putting our best effort forward and letting voters decide. So, ultimately, it's not about what I think is right or what this person thinks is right versus this person. It's collectively as a whole, how do we feel about it? And I think our role is to sort of ask some of those questions, play devil's advocate, and try to get the language and the best that we can, and ultimately, that's let off for people to decide whether.
Right, I agree with that,
So
but
I'm okay with the planning board taking that sort of, hey, we've done our best. This
Yes.
is where we're at.
kind of, but I think we have, with budget finance and with planning board, we have purposely on there, board recommends, planning board recommends, and then select board recommends. And then on the budget finance side, we have budget finance recommends or doesn't recommend, and then select board recommends or doesn't.
Do we do that for all the ordinances?
Yeah,
as
we do
well?
it for all the, yeah. And we don't have that for this one, and they're the professionals on this, that's why we have that board. So to not have it recommended, sounds like they don't like it either, to me, but.
So, my pause is, there was an awful lot of comments tonight about things that may be improved in the warrant article. This is right now scheduled to be voted on the 24th, correct?
You have up until the 10th. That's when we would need to finalize the
So,
warrant articles.
I'm wondering if maybe we allow, I don't know if we send it back to the planning board or allow staff to come up with some recommended changes that we discussed tonight. I just feel like we're rushing it a little bit.
I guess I feel a little differently about that. I feel like it's been through, its due process.
Mhm.
And we've given some rather minor sort of feedback and comments, which I think could feasibly be put together for next week.
By the planner in the code office?
I don't know. I mean.
That's what I'm asking.
I'm
Because if they feel they're capable of doing it, I'm fine with that. But if not, it needs to go back to the planning board, and that's going to hold this up for a bit.
Well, I guess my question too, and Glenn, maybe you could answer this, or maybe it's a question for legal. If we do alter this document, does that need to go back before the planning board anyways? And do they have to host a public hearing for it?
I'll get you a more solid answer, but in my past experience, the by charter would have technical review by the planning board. They would send it as part of the process, but then it was ultimately up to the next governing body what ended up as the ordinance.
Right.
So they could say, yeah, we don't like what you put forward, or we do. So I think the select board has the ability to make revisions, because again, ultimately, it's going to the voters. And if, if you ended up with nothing, you would probably have a citizen's petition with legislation to put something on the ballot anyway. So I think, at least just from the context in the last couple months, is this was both boards' attempt to get something in front of the voters because there was an appetite for something.
So what I'm hearing is, I think that the changes that we're talking about are de minimis changes.
I don't
And-
think they're.
And I think we
Yeah.
could allow staff to do that, get us a draft for maybe the 24th. I don't know if that's too quick. And that, April what we need?
April 10th would be the
April
last
10th.
meeting opportunity to finalize.
So we got a little bit of time.
Do you want to run through your notes real quick, just to make sure we got the change log, and read it back to them?
Yeah, so for the short-term rental ordinance specifically, it's sounding like
Yep.
here, so I think for our definitions, we would have some clarifications between the primary residence hosted, primary residence unhosted, and non-primary residence unhosted, to include language more about the ownership and the actual tract of land, rather than just tied to that actual structure. I know we had talked about advertising, but I didn't mark down any actual edits to the proposed definition. Derek, did you have any specific things there?
No, I mean, I think if we have common sense code enforcement, we should be okay with that.
Okay. Then
I mean, could we just say as advertised by the owner? Something like that. That way it takes out the potential for a
Well,
third
not-
party to pull something and then it shows up somewhere as.
Kind of, but if you're
erroneous.
saying advertised by the owner and they're doing it through Airbnb, I mean, technically they are the
Right,
ones,
right,
but they're not. I guess technically they're not the ones
Right,
putting it
yeah,
on.
yeah.
I mean, this isn't a problem until it's a problem, and then the lawyers can decide and whatever. But I'm just might as well bring it up now, and if somebody has an easy solution, great. If not,
Okay.
oh well.
So that was it for section 2. For section 3, for C5D, Kayla, it sounded like you were particularly interested in adding in there that we're basing that off of the actual rental period, when that would constitute that, or if we're just
at a
removing that.
minimum.
Yeah, same.
I mean, at a minimum,
Okay.
because I get why it's in there completely, and
Right.
this is sort of the whole point of this whole process. But I'm nervous that it's too much,
Right, yeah.
and I think that was a
Yeah,
general
I think
consensus
so,
for the
too.
rest of us.
Okay. And then on the next page for the insurability, I'll have to look back at maybe some other different ordinances. I think most of this language came from Falmouth, if I remember correctly, and I think maybe Cape Elizabeth might have had something similar in there too. But I'll look and see if maybe there's a little bit more simple language that we could,
Concise.
yeah,
Yep.
just shorten that up a little bit. For inspections, it would be code enforcement officer or their designee, life safety personnel. I'll figure out the exact language for that one. And then I think for the latter part of that, clarifying as well for the codes in which they're applicable for that time of construction for the actual structure. And then for section 4, did we want to remove the 24-hour period?
I do. I don't think it's. I think you're going to have a residential rental. I mean, a residential property and a. I don't see how you can say yes to one and no to the other on that part of it. I mean, but just one person.
For the 24 hours to respond?
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant the 24, the daytime.
Oh, sorry.
Don't-
Yep.
Where are you?
Don't most places have a minimum like of 3-night
4A.
stays or 4-night stays or don't most places have?
Yeah, they wanted to get rid of the minimum number. I remember that discussion. They didn't want to have any
Well,
minimum stay.
I guess I'm in a roundabout way trying to get to the fact that if there is a problem, theoretically, the problem is still there. So within 24 hours,
Oh, yeah.
I guess that's what I'm
getcha.
trying to get around. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It's
I know
my
what you
brain
mean.
working through like,
No, that makes sense.
I mean, I see the need to put a time frame on it.
If it gets too crazy, it's other people are getting involved, like cops, fire department. Like if somebody has a bonfire, I don't think your emergency handyman is going to go down there and fix it and, you know, whatever. You're going to be calling. Same thing with if there's a leak, you're going to be calling an emergency plumber. I mean, there's.
Right.
I agree with her. If this is more of an issue, they're going to be easy to get there.
I feel like the 24 hours covers the range of the types of rentals you have. You have the more business that this is all that's happening. They probably have people on, I don't want to say like staff, but they have companies that are going to handle these things and respond very quickly. And then this would cover the mom and pop who are just renting it out and may need a little bit more time to respond.
Yeah, generally that's how it would go. Yeah, if it was their own personal residence, they're probably the ones that are the emergency contact, and if they're local, they'll be able to respond versus.
I mean, this is like when you call the town office and the town office tells you if this is a real emergency, call 911. Like, that's kind of what we're doing here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep. So I think that's okay.
Yeah,
24.
I can go with that after discussion.
Okay, so we'll keep that. And then for occupancy, I guess I had a question mark here. So did we want to remove that last sentence about the maximum daytime occupancy? Or do we want to have a little bit more discussion on that, I guess?
I do, but. I mean, you have if you have a 2-bedroom house, you can only have 8 people there during the day.
I'm kind of agreeing because the parking additionally helps with these things.
Okay.
I don't know, Chris.
I agree with you. The parking does kind of solve it. They can only have so many cars.
I mean, because you have a bunch of kids running around and they're not the problem, you know? Yeah, you might have a car that can fit 4 people
It's
in
an
it.
enforcement nightmare anyway.
Yeah, well, 100%. And it's only going to happen on
So if we
weekends.
take out
when you guys aren't
Lakeside,
working.
then
They're going to go down.
it's a bunch of little kids.
Bunch of kids using
they're
the
going
beach.
pee in the lake anyway.
So their occupancy is going to still be limited to their septic system, correct?
The overnight guests.
Yeah,
that's overnight guests. So if we take out the 2 guests plus 4 adults, I don't think that matters. 'Cause the parking will cover that, and the septic will cover that.
Yeah, I think we touched on this briefly. I think there's other components of this that are probably more, they probably regulate this type of use a lot more than like some of these actual provisions like parking and septic are largely going to drive what can limit the,
Right.
or what limits the site.
So I think you could take it out. I'm good with that.
Okay. All right, so removing that last sentence then for maximum daytime, we'll take that out. And then that's all the changes that I had marked up. Is there any that I missed?
Nope.
Okay.
The certificate of occupancy one, if it was before that, I don't know why that one's, I think there's so many more ordinances in the town that take care of that, don't they?
So
what was
maybe
point
one of the
that, I guess?
solutions could be that when codes or whoever does the inspection, we give them an occupancy permit based on what we find at that inspection.
Yep.
It's not going to be a thorough C of O like a regular new building, but you could give them occupancy
I have
permit
some type of registration.
based on what your inspection finds.
Something, a registration, just like a C of O, but a registered short-term rental.
That's what I mean.
occupancy.
Maybe take
So
this
maybe
out and
take
change
the C
that
of O
to
out.
the certificate of registration
Right. Yep.
for your short-term rental.
Then they would get out of that code
Right, 'cause
problems
you're gonna-
with the LC Andrew home.
Because you're gonna have a ton of these old
Oh, you are?
camps that there wasn't even a
Right.
code
And
enforcement.
they don't
back
have
in
to bring
19
it up to code.
Right.
Right.
And the only other one was the complaints, but it's tied into the other one we already talked about, so I don't, hopefully that fixes that part, I would assume.
Sam, did you have any comments?
No, I don't at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right,
You got it.
I think we do. Are we okay to adjourn?
I am.
Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn? I
I
think we have to,
I don't know that we need to, but I'll make a motion we adjourn. Derek?
Second, all in favor? All right, thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the regular Budget Finance Committee meeting. Today is Wednesday, March 18th. The meeting will now come to order. The first thing on our agenda is to open a joint workshop with the Select Board. The joint discussion items are a budget workshop and a presentation by Don Libby from RTP.
Hey, Don, if you can
Try 'em
press
again.
your up. Yep. Hey, Don,
Hello.
welcome.
How you doing?
So do you want to just start by giving an overview of the program since its inception and then overview of the request for next year for the board?
Yeah, I'm trying to turn my volume up. Give me 1 second here. Sorry. For some reason, this volume is not.
You're coming through fine.
Yeah, it's trying to hear you guys. Okay, no problem. All right. Oh, I'm up there twice. Okay. So, the program itself is running. I'm getting an echo, so I'm going to try to. I don't know if that's your room or what, but
Do you have your TV speaker on as well? Don, are you using an earbud?
yeah.
Okay,
I'm on my laptop. So.
if the laptop speaker's on, you'll get the echo.
Okay. So the program itself, you know, we started kind of late in the season last year. October, I think, was the first month we really got it going. The idea behind this program was to provide transit in the rural community right there in Raymond, where you guys would subsidize the cost and the riders would pay $3. And we had pretty good results if you compare it to what we did at the start in Wyndham. I mean, Wyndham, I broke that down in the report, maybe the first 5 months of the Wyndham pilot. And you can kind of see your numbers are better some months or right in line with what Wyndham was doing when we started. To give you a comparison, Wyndham is now doing close to like 400 trips a month in that market. So I think we're heading in the right direction. One thing about this program I always said from the start was that even once you approved it, if you guys decided that, you know, if Raymond decided that, hey, it's not working out, you're not committed to the year. So I think from some perspectives, you know, by at least trying to go forward with the you know, what I'd like to see you do is go forward with the 60, I think I put it in there, 64,000 or 65,000, then bring back the Lakes region stop. I think they go hand in hand. And keep that going. And then if you decide you want to end the Raymond microtransit program at some point, we can always do that. And you're not out, you know, you're not committed for the year or committed all the way into next year. I think your ridership numbers are going to creep up. I think when you have a summer season, I think you're going to see a lot of riders, more than we have right now. I think seeing ridership into the 200s is not unreasonable come June or July. And that's when I think the more people that use it, the more people that are going to use it because it's going to be talked about. What I'd like to see happen next month is do ridership for free for the month of April. And I would blast out a mailer and maybe get into your local newsletter and see if we can't stimulate some more ridership to get the numbers up. Because I truly believe that this is the way most areas are going, but I think the only way we're going to get transit and necessary transit for the people in the rural area on 302 is by doing these micro transit programs, because there's just not enough demand to run in-town transit service, you know, like the Metro in Portland. It's just that volume is never going to be there. But I think if we continue this going forward, I think you guys will see some real results. And you know, because Wyndham's proven the market. It's proven it works. I mean, Wyndham has. I think last month we did 351 trips. Oh. And Raymond obviously is part of that because a lot of people go into Wyndham. So you really have no shopping centers or anything like that for your people that don't drive. But you got to go to the next town over. So that's kind of where we're at. I mean, if you look at the report kind of spells it out. Ridership overview, first 5 months. You had a total of 348 trips, and Wyndham was kind of right in line with that the first 5 months they started. The Lakes Region Explorer stop, I'd like to see it come back. That's something we could discuss. I would like to see you guys put up your town ballot and see if they want it come springtime. Come June. I think that's a vital stop for that program, especially as we develop. We are doing the point of sale system on those buses, which means that you'll be able to pay without using cash, which I think is always been an hindrance of that whole program. The other thing is I'm looking for grants from the state right now for bus stop, actual bus stop shelters, the Lakes Region Explorer, which I think is part of the reason that ridership has always been somewhat down, is that nobody knows where the buses actually stop, which is, you know, it's a funding issue. So we're trying to get shelters in place for the fixed route system going up and down 302. And then if you guys, and I did put in here, if you decide to do the Lakes Region Explorer system, bring it back at 13,000, which is what every other town's contributing right now. And I would drop the microtransit rate from, I think, the $69,000 rate that you guys are paying now down to $63,000. So it gives you guys two big transit opportunities to put to your residents. I hope that makes sense. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
I looked at the agenda real quick, and I didn't print it because it was like, I think 19 pages on the agenda, but it had all the stuff about RTP. It was like pages and pages of it. I didn't print it because I figured I'd have it when we got here.
I can hand you the handout.
Oh,
right
okay.
here. Can I have your copy?
I don't think there's anything in there. No, I mean, it was like colorful pages. I mean, it had everything, all the writing and stuff.
It
Go to the.
It is this. agenda.
That's fleet management. I don't have that.
You don't have the packet?
No, I don't have the packet.
Fred, that was a fleet management one.
Oh, that was the fleet management one?
Yeah.
Okay.
It went on forever.
I can share this with you.
All right, well, I don't-
Mine was only like 2 pages.
Okay.
Yeah, it should be in the front of your printout. It says,
The one that was looking at is quick ride microtransit
yep,
report.
that's the microtransit.
Yeah, I don't have that
in there.
You don't have this packet.
I think I only have 2 copies. Can I grab that?
No, I don't
First, did you?
Frank doesn't have it either.
I don't think he printed enough.
Which one are you looking for, this one?
Oh, he's going to want one.
I don't see it over there on.
Oh, I didn't pull. There's too many.
I have an extra one.
Here, Glenn.
None of us have one.
You didn't.
Did you grab a packet on your way?
No, I didn't. No.
I have an extra. That's when I have that printed out too. Somebody wants to look at that. It's double-sided.
It's these 3 pages.
What's that?
I have a question. I don't know how to raise my hand on that, but that's okay. We'd like to come to that. It's Derek.
Derek, you go to reactions. Can you see that?
Okay.
It's like a little heart.
Yeah. Gotcha. Thank you. I'm calling Derek.
I don't have any extra copies. It's all I've got printed out.
Derek? Derek, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, the trips, is that round trips or are those singles?
Those are single trips. So everything we do is based on one-way transportation.
Okay, so that's 30 a week, divided by 7, it's 4 a day, 2 people a day.
The service only runs Monday through Friday, so keep that in mind.
Correct, so the quick math on that is 314 divided by 5 is rounding, makes it 60 a month, and you're only running 28 days, right? In a month. 20, actually maybe only 27 days. So that comes down to 2 people doing a round trip a day.
Not necessarily. I mean, most of our months are, I think there's 20, 21, 22 service days most month. So.
Don, I have a question. We didn't get a chance to meet, but I was going to ask you. If you brought back the fixed route stop, could you access 5310 for microtransit through operating and then supplement our operating with 5310 grants, since you'd have a fixed route stop you could deviate from?
Don't know the answer to that. Don't know the answer to that. But I do know that, there's discretionary funds every spring, every summer. That's what Wyndham was using. And we can obviously ask for some of that funding to keep this thing going as well, so.
Yeah, because if I recall back from my days with MAP 21, if you have a fixed route stop, you can start to access more of that federal funding within 3/4 of a mile of the stop. So is there potential to access more federal funds if you brought a fixed route stop back?
Yeah, I don't know. There probably is. It's like anything else. You don't know unless you try, right? So, I don't want to commit 5310 funds without digging into it a little further. So.
Yeah, because I don't know how the state opens the grants and the applications. I'm not sure how they do it around here.
Yeah, so I'll give you, for instance, like Wyndham's been on that discretionary grant for 3 years because they were targeted by the state. And it got handed to us, so. But I'm sure that there's gonna be some funding for these programs. The state wants microtransit in these communities. They want the 302 corridor, you know, with transportation. They know it's a challenge for people on that route to get to Portland and to make medical appointments. So it's obviously an option. You know, my suggestion would be is to try to continue this, and then we can do the discretionary grants, and I can go to them and say, hey, look, Raymond's not going to fund it anymore, or Raymond wants to keep it going, but it's late. And can we divert some of those funds to this, since we have real proven numbers now that there's riders using it, you know? And those numbers are only going to go up. Like I said, the first 5 months, I mean, the first month we were crawling because, you know, and even now, 74 trips doesn't sound like a lot, but for microtransit, considering like the month of February, there was really 17 service days because of weather. So the numbers are climbing. I know they don't look great now, but I'm telling you, Wyndham, it took like a year for it to get off the ground, and now it's 350 a month in Wyndham.
So I have a question. I would just like to understand what Raymond paying $13,000 additional dollars. What service would that provide to the town?
That's the Lakes Region Explorer stop, which the stop was taken away because I believe, now this was before my time at RTP as the executive director, but my understanding is that every town that participated in the Lakes Region Explorer program contributed the same amount except Raymond. And the other towns were threatening to pull their funding if we didn't do something about it, is my understanding. So I think Raymond was contributing 5,000 or 6,000. Everybody else was contributing 10 or 11 at that time. So the stop went away, but the stop was a good, I mean, there was residents of the town of Raymond that were not happy when that stop went away because they used it to get to work. So.
Do you have any information on how many people any feedback from the people, are they using this thing or they're not using it? Or, I mean,
I haven't heard anything directly, but I mean, you can do intercept surveys on the bus. I'm sure if we had interview questions or whatever, Don could circulate them to ridership and get feedback on the service. But
so we'd have no idea how many really people are riding on it or even using it, right?
Well, you have the ridership numbers that he provided.
Eric's got his hand raised again.
There is another woman that rides the service that is a big proponent. I can get her name. She's been like handing out flyers and everything else for us. She lives at one of the complexes there.
Okay.
But are these Wyndham numbers or our numbers?
Those are your numbers.
These are our numbers?
Yes.
Yeah, so I gave you Raymond numbers, and then I gave you Wyndham numbers as kind of a comparison because that was Wyndham's first 5 months in comparison. So.
Numbers there by month? No.
Okay. Derek, you have a question?
Numbers by month?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I have the numbers correct. We approved, what was it, 64 or 67,000 originally for the year?
67.5?
67.5, but we paid per month, correct? Because we only had these 5 months?
Correct.
Okay, so I'll redo it. I did it on 64,000, but that's roughly $150. It's gonna be more than that. It'll be closer to $160 per round trip per person that's using it. Seems those are the numbers I have. I'll redo it. I'll do it 67.5.
And again, I'm just going to touch on that. So when this was approached to me, make no mistake, this was approached to me from somebody that was on your committee. last year. I believe she was a town councilor or town select person.
Yes, Teresa.
Yeah.
Teresa Sadak.
Correct. And she approached me about doing this because she got some feedback from some residents there that were hearing it, that Wyndham is having the service, and they were using it in town Wyndham. So when they were in there, but my conversation with Teresa started with, she was thinking that the town was going to at some point do this on their own, and obviously if you guys do this on your own, the costs are way higher. Because buying the vehicle, insuring the vehicle, hiring the staff. So when we broke it down on paper, I said, I could do this for you. I mean, make no mistake, RTP, we don't make money on this. I mean, we break even on this. So, I mean, we do this as a public service, trying to just get, we want to get transit going in the rural community. But, you know, we're a nonprofit. We're just you know, like when I tell you we're not making money, we're not making money. We're breaking even. So it's not, and again, $150 sounds like a lot when you say per trip, but obviously the more trips we do, that number goes down. So that's what I'm saying. If I'm doing 450 trips, 400 trips a month, then you guys are still paying the same amount of money. The cost per rider is going down. So.
Don, do you have more current numbers for Wyndham? It looks like these are the numbers from 24, not 25.
Right. So what I provided you was the first 4 or 5 months that Wyndham did in comparison, so you guys could see that, hey, we're not far off with you know how it starts. This is how these things start in these towns. So that's why I provided that. But I can definitely provide you with Wyndham numbers for the last year. I can get those to Glenn, and he can get those, circulate those tomorrow or whatever. I mean, but I can pull those numbers. But the numbers are strong in Wyndham. The numbers have been strong for the last probably 12 months.
Debbie Char, Age Friendly Raymond. I think this kind of began when I was driving a lot of seniors around Raymond, and Teresa Sadak, was getting the emails that I was doing that, and she thought it was safer if we tried to go through RTP. And so I deal with a lot of seniors, especially Jordan Bay, and I see increasing, I don't know any of the numbers, but more and more people. Someone just tried it again the other day, so I know seniors are giving up their cars more and using it more. But I just don't know the numbers, but I know it's been good for the seniors that I deal with. So.
Thank you, Debbie.
Right, does anyone have any more questions or?
Just a quick one. Where's the stop, or where was the stop, or where would the pickup
be? The
be?
Lakes Regional Explorer, the stop was at the convenience store right there on 302, which I'm not sure is in business
Sunset Variety.
anymore. Yeah. But obviously, I mean, we're open to putting a stop wherever you guys think that it makes sense. So that's that can be a discussion for another time. I mean, we can put a stop wherever you get, anywhere along 302 that makes sense. We would make it. It should happen.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question. I'm not really familiar with the program, so how far north does your transportation system extend beyond Raymond?
Oh, the Lakes Region Explorer goes all the way to Bridgeton.
So wouldn't numbers for smaller communities be more helpful to us? Wyndham's not really a comparable community. So do we have numbers for Naples? Do we have numbers for Casco? Do we have numbers for Bridgeton?
Naples and Casco do not have the microtransit program. So Wyndham has it, and you have it right now. And Harrison tried it, and in Harrison, it's not really. It doesn't really. There's been no participation in Harrison. So what they thought they needed and what really happened up there is just isn't working.
So Wyndham is the only one that has the micro
Correct, right now. I mean, there's other towns that are doing it, like Falmouth has it with the Metro, and Saco and Biddeford have it with Biddeford Saco, Old Orchard Beach Transit. So.
Who has their hand up? I can't.
Kayla and Derek.
They both do. All right, Kayla, go ahead.
I did have my hand up, but I think I may have answered my own question. I was looking at the comparative insight and the February totals being nearly identical. And I guess just for clarifications, you're talking about this February 2026. Raymond had 75 trips and Wyndham had 76. So we were, Wyndham only had 76, even though they've had this program since 2024. Am I understanding that correctly?
No, what you're looking at, so maybe I confused everybody with the. I gave you the first 5 months of the Raymond program and the first 5 months of the Wyndham program when they kicked it off. Okay, so what you're looking at there is July of 2024, which is the 5th month when they started the program in Wyndham. They had 76 trips, so you can kind of see the numbers.
Yeah, I can see it now, and I guess I'm sorry, I was just confused by that for a second.
Now I will touch on the fact that Wyndham's numbers came right in the start of the summer season. I mean, and we haven't even seen a summer season with you guys yet. You know what I mean? So, I think getting through the summer season, I think the numbers are gonna keep climbing because the seasonal riders are gonna be jumping on this as well. So,
okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, Derek.
Yeah, I adjusted the math for that. It ends up being $161.63 per round trip, just so everybody knows.
Okay. Cliff?
Would you explain, and I really care what the cost is and what you're getting. Let's start with the Lake Region Explorer, or whatever they call it now, Express. And what's the charge for that to the individual?
$3 to ride that.
Okay, and that'll take you to Portland, right? Am I correct?
That'll take you one way into Portland, and they get a transfer pass to jump on the Metro if they need to.
Okay. That's what I'm just reaffirming what I thought I knew. Now, what about this mini?
And I believe students and seniors are $2 on that ride. Okay. So,
what about the mini transport?
The mini transport's $3. It'll take you anywhere in Raymond, and if they need to cross the line into Wyndham, we do that. So, if that bus needs to go to Wyndham for a doctor's appointment, dentist appointment, whatever, we'll run the person over there. So.
Okay. Is there any transfer to the Lake Region Express with that or not?
We haven't had the need to do that yet, but obviously if we would absolutely give them a transfer pass if that was the case.
That's what I thought was explained last year. That's why I'm just trying to reaffirm those pieces. So a person could, at least in theory, get picked up in the North Raymond Road, brought down and put it for $3, get on the bus, the transport bus, go to Portland, go to the mall, all for $3. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
And the other thing I'll mention is, the one thing I'll touch on is all these vehicles are wheelchair accessible. So these all have wheelchair lifts in them. They're all, so if somebody's in a wheelchair, they're accessible for them as well. So.
Can I ask a question?
Glenn, yes, of course.
Don, on the fixed route stops, do you do deviated fixed route, or do you require them to come to the stops?
We require them to come to the stop.
Would you consider deviated fixed route, or is that something that's not like flag stops or whatever it is?
We do some flag stops, but they're all along 302. So there is some hailed stops that we will do at certain locations. As long as it's safe to do so. But deviated stops makes it real difficult. And the thing we run into with that is, as you can imagine, is sometimes people have to get to work. We start deviating off the road too much, and now we're holding up other people that need to get to work in Portland. So,
Gotcha. Okay. I was just curious.
Okay, any other questions or concerns? Okay, all right, thank you, John. Appreciate your time.
And I would say if any other questions pop up, shoot me an email. I'll be happy to answer them. So, great.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it.
John.
Thank you. Thanks again.
Right.
I'm gonna go up there because I learned I can use the HDMI cable.
There's more cable there.
What's that?
Want me to loosen it? You want?
That's fine. Thank you. Phil, how do I
I'm wondering if you're having a problem with your HDMI port.
I can always share this one.
Try.
Share screen on here. Well, I have to join the Zoom to do that.
Okay. Oh,
I can just do it from the Zoom, that's fine.
okay.
Sorry.
I'll give you host.
Yep. All right. Hold on. So while I spin this up, we've got 2 items left. One is to review the revised budget since introduction, and me and Nate have some stuff to go over with, like the solid waste contract strategy and the lease program. So I'll start with the revised budget before we get.
Are you signed in?
Not yet. I'm working on.
Okay.
There. Make sure that's muted.
Okay, you have control.
Thank you. So I'm just going to go through a couple slides before we go through the revised budget. So we introduced back in February. And since introduction, obviously, superintendent's been working hard on reducing his budget as well. So the number that you had in your gross expense packet at introduction is down $698,298 since introduction. And part of that is obviously because Superintendent Howell's working on his reductions among targeted cuts and revenue offsets that we've been working on. So your total gross budget as of today is $27.1 million. The amount to be raised through taxation is $23.3 million. That's a 12% year-over-year increase inclusive of the school and county. 86% of that is funded by property taxes. Education is the single largest driver of your budget. It's over 70% of the tax levy and 50% of the over 50% of the budget. The next slide. Sorry. I don't usually do PowerPoints, so bear with me. And there we go. That's why. So here's just a breakdown of what's driving your increase. I tried to break it down by what's outside your control, what you have control over, what's partially controllable, what's fixed. You know, insurance is insurance. We do our best to project what those amounts are going to be at the time of renewal. Good news is we projected 15% on property casualty, and it's coming in around 6 to 10%. So that was part of what was some of the reduction. Don't have workers' comp numbers yet, but you know, same thing, estimating 15%. Solid waste is the second biggest driver of this budget. You have a 70% increase, I think, Nate, if I was right, on the solid waste contract. Fire is a big portion. You ratified the contract for the labor union last week, which had some wage adjustments and some changes to their benefits. Admin, which we'll talk about more later in the meeting, but you know, you're paying for this year, as you see your expense report, you're getting pretty close to going over on the salaries, which you will, but you were carrying 2 managers essentially for a bit, recruitments, legal expenses, and then Brenda can talk more later about some of the stuff that's driving that, but you also under budgeted quite a bit in admin from last year to this year, so this is correcting for the increase in salary, obviously, from hiring me, a new position, and then appropriately budgeting that department. Debt service is driving a little bit of it, and then other expenses. So since your last meeting, we've made $392,283 in a reduction to the property tax commitment. Most of that is, I talked to Kevin this morning. We took 30 grand out of capital that was proposed to use reserves for critical spares. So if something goes down, instead of in that $79,500 in capital outlay, the reserve is there to eat up the critical spares there. Playground reserve was a contribution that you typically do every year. There are some unspent proceeds from the bond for Tasseltop Park that we should revisit with the board to see if we can do some of those capital improvements through unspent bond proceeds that's already been borrowed. And again, there was just some revenue sort of transfers that you historically you were doing at commitment and accounting for correctly, but in your previous budget template, you weren't really showing the TIF transfers appropriately, so that accounts for that. We also discovered restricted funds that were endowed in the 1970s to create scholarships and offset some of your cemetery revenues. So this accounts for using some of those restricted funds to offset your cemetery expenses as well, among other targeted cuts. I reduced legal. I think this year was an anomaly, and you shouldn't have those legal expenses next year, as well as with joining MMA and paying the dues, we have access to the free legal services. So hopefully that'll cut down on some legal time. I reduced that a little bit. In the initial budget, I planned for needs assessment for the Jordan Small Middle School. I think there are other ways we can fund that, so that was zeroed out in this revised budget. And then just some double counting of things that we knocked out of the budget, little things here and there, but they add up. So, you know, then the question is, you know, how much fund balance can we use? And I always say, recurring revenues must equal recurring expenses. So I caution you when using fund balance, but historically the board has appropriated up to $300,000. So if you were to appropriate anywhere between 0 to 300,000, this is what that looks like. As far as impact to the tax levy. And again, this is under the current assessed ratio and mill rate, because you are in the middle of a reval and you don't know what that will be until Kurt's done with his work with KRT. But that's how much using $300,000 in fund balance would save the average taxpayer on a $300,000 home. And I just wanted to give you some comparisons. There's obviously a lag in this data. This is from the 2024 publicly available stuff that was on the dashboard. But your equalized full value rate is among the lowest in Cumberland County. And statewide, The average is about 10 equalized, and you're around 8. But obviously, this is 2 years behind on the data that was available. So on last year's commitment, your effective tax rate equalized is around $10.34. And to your neighbor, Gorham, who's, if they're assessed at 100%, it's actually, even though your mill rate appears higher, it's misleading in the sense that when equalized, they actually have a higher tax burden, even though they have a lower mill rate. So again, 12% tax increase isn't nothing. 60% of it is driven by factors outside local control. Through targeted cuts and revenue offsets, we were able to reduce that $392,000 since introduction. Fund balance can reduce that increase further, but it is a tool that has long-term implications because you're creating a structural deficit in your budget if you're offsetting recurring expenses. And hopefully it feels good that you have among one of the lowest effective mill rates in the state, if not in the county. So that's just sort of a general overview of where we are since introduction. And then we can kind of go into some of the CIP and lease program stuff with Nate, and then come back to the revised budget after that. So I will give you back the meeting, Bill. You can take host.
Thank you.
I know this is a workshop, but there's already been an individual that's spoken, and I'm asking if I can make a comment.
Can you hold off till Nate
Well,
gives?
it's pertinent to what the town manager just said.
Okay, I'll entertain it.
Thanks.
And Madam Chair, you also have Kayla hand up.
Oh, thank you.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. I appreciate it, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, my understanding, though, town manager just stated that year over year that the school budget is 12% higher, and yet from the presentation from the superintendent last week, my understanding is that that's more of an accounting because half of that money comes back from the state for the school, and I'd like anyone to correct me if I'm wrong, but just so that we're clear on what the increases are.
The assessment as presented by the RSU at the last meeting is $1 million increase to us. I don't know enough about how it was presented, but when he presented it, he talked about the current state valuation and how that would impact a home at $300,000 if you were at the current state valuation. But I've been instructed to plan for $1.1 million increase to the assessment.
Sure, and I understand that, but my understanding is that of that 12%, about half of that has to go through the school. So it has to be listed as 12%. However, 6% of that, or roughly 6% of that, then comes back from the state to the RSU.
I mean, I can't speak for the superintendent. The 1.1 million is what we're planning for the assessment.
That's what I heard in the presentation. Thanks.
Yes.
Didn't that have to do with the debt service on the new school? That they have to include the amount that has to be paid in their budget, the total amount that has to be paid in their budget. But then the state offsets that by like 84%, because the state is paying 84% of that bill.
I believe that's right.
So what happens is that they have a number that they need to pay on the school. They include the whole number in their budget. But then the state offsets that by the percentage that the state is paying for that school, which is about 84 to 87%, supposedly, according to what he made for a presentation last year, which brings it, as you say, from 12 back down to 6. He was talking about working on a budget last time he was here that was up 6%. And he said at the time they're going to be continuing cutting it, and he would hope that they could get it down to 5 or less. So is it 12 or is it 5?
Yeah, I mean,
we went through this last year with our budget,
Yeah, I mean, they're more around 7 right now, and he's still working it down. The 12 is the total levy, county, municipal, and school. So of that, the school is only 7.5 right now.
Okay. Kayla?
I just wanted to thank Glenn for your presentation because that was very helpful.
No, you're welcome.
Yeah, those slides were. So I just had a quick question. So I think you just answered it, but that 12%, the county's in there too. I don't remember seeing it in the slide, but those are the big three is
correct.
12%.
So on your sheet there, that is the budget summary sheet. You have the county, which again, they told us to plan for 5.6, but if they lose that contract, we don't know what that will be. So I'm basing on what they've told us to plan for.
So plan for it because they think they are losing it, or plan for it?
No, like their budget, the last I talked to Jim, was planning for a 5.6% increase. Whether or not they lose that revenue is an unknown. So.
And I have regionally seen where they're looking at between 12 and 13% is what they are
13 is that worst case
looking
scenario
within the last 3 or 4 days.
I heard that same thing too from somebody that I know.
So expect the worst. There's no hoping on this time, I think.
Yep. And I can kind of shoot from the hip on this one, but in the packet was a memo about the lease program. I'll kind of just give an overview. We can go more into it if you'd like, but I'm trying to distill it down as much as I can, and then we can go from there. But essentially, we talked about it a little bit. The important thing I think to note is if we move to that fleet replacement schedule, it's like, well, so how does Enterprise make money on this, and how do we benefit, right? So really, it's like a financing spread. So Enterprise is borrowing the money and buying these vehicles, but they're buying them at invoice pricing, which is what we get as a government. So the simplest way I could put it is like, if we buy a Ford Ranger, we pay $30, and you may walk off a dealership lot and pay $40. Day one, when you take that vehicle home, it depreciates. So we have sort of a delta of, even though it's depreciating, we still paid less than MSRP, and we would run that vehicle for 5 years. We would pay sort of it's not a lease in the sense that you have mileage caps, and then you kind of hit this intersection of when depreciation and the residual are beneficial to both of us. So Enterprise leverages their market, they sell the vehicles, and we get back any positive equity that keeps coming down off of our, quote, lease payments. Obviously, the risk is if used car values tank, you just pay what you would have paid anyway, which is the invoice pricing. Because they're just making out on the spread there because they can scale it across the country. And then some administrative fees if you go into their software programs or their maintenance programs, their fuel programs, which we wouldn't use as a government entity because we get, better pricing on fuel. So then the plan, as it was sort of in the PowerPoint that was in the packet and in the memo, would be you'd be on a 5-year refresh cycle. And again, these are only for vehicles that are not specialty vehicles. They'd be fleet vehicles, 450s and under. And you would cycle them faster, but then you'd be capturing that positive equity and it would smooth out your outlay. So, Nate can speak to it better from history, but 2 trucks this year would have cost us $90 in the capital outlay. Under this program for $89.5, we can do 5 vehicles. The other thing I realized too is you're carrying full comp and collision on all your vehicles. So Chris's 2001 Chevy Tahoe is $520 a year to insure, and so is a brand new Chevy Bolt. So with those safety features too, you may be able to capture some savings as you're using newer vehicles in the fleet. And even if we don't, it might be worth a consideration and even help this budget to drop collision on those vehicles and even comp and get them down to just liability. It adds up when you take the whole fleet into consideration. But yeah, if it's a direction that we want to move as a board and a community, you're already Sourcewell members, fire departments used them in the past. And then the board would just authorize me to proceed with the contract, and we would start cycling the fleet in the lease program, and you can walk away at any time. So it's...
Is there any penalties on the mileage?
Only in like that depreciation. So like you're, say, planning to do 20,000 a year. We average 5,000 a year, by the way, on vehicles. If you went over and you went to go to that like resale and you were below what they anticipated, you would just pay the difference, which is essentially just what the vehicle costs. You know what I mean?
So like what Bruce drives or what Chris drives and stuff, we're only doing 5,000 a year in mileage?
The average fleet vehicle is doing about 5,000 a year.
Seems low to me.
It's an average. I'm sure there are ones that do more, but
That's just about the average. In the Public Works Department, we've got two that are pretty high mileage, Scott's pickup and my pickup. The rest of them stay down around that 5,000. But over the whole fleet, that would average it out a little over 5,000 miles a year.
So you might get hammered on one of them, or two of them in that case, but the rest would be well below.
Correct.
So you're really getting dinged pretty good on the two, for example, where the other ones you're still be well below it. So you might have that. I don't say money coming back, but you're paying out for two of them. And
you have to remember that it's not a traditional lease. It's not a mileage penalty. It's just your depreciation is greater. So we're only paying what the vehicle costs for whatever government pricing is. They're borrowing the money and fronting it, and we're just essentially paying rent on it until, and we can say, well, you know what, we want to just buy it out, and we can just pay the difference. There is no penalty or administrative fee. It's just when you both capture that positive delta, we both make out.
So we're going to hurt basically only when the vehicle's sold, because it's going to bring the depreciation of that value of that truck or vehicle down because of the high mileage.
Right.
If you had two vehicles exactly the same, one had 5,000, one had 15.
When you get out to
that's
$1.
yeah. We it's not like Glenn said. It's not a traditional lease like you would.
12,000 miles a year or whatever.
Correct. There's unlimited mileage. They don't deduct for damage. I'm sure if you bring it in a ball of melted steel, that might be a different issue. But it's all based on the value of the vehicle when you turn it back in.
so dinged up fenders, for example. So like 20 years ago, I used to paint cars. It was cheaper for somebody to bring their lease to us to do a full paint job than it was to turn their vehicle in with a bunch of dings on it and get
That has
hammers.
gone a full circle now. The auto body repair stuff is 3-4 times more expensive than it used to be.
Oh, I know.
They calculate in this program, they're giving a vehicle to a public works department. We're fairly fortunate here. We don't damage stuff much at all. But they have calculated in what they would consider normal wear and tear.
Yeah, the other nice thing after talking to the Aroostook County Administrator and a couple others is that the stuff you see in the deck that they provided, those are pretty conservative estimates. When they actually went to resale, he said every year they did better than they predicted, so it actually ended up, but they don't want to, overpromise and underdeliver, so.
But it's like you said, if the used car market tanks, then it's a different story. Right now, we're benefiting from the used car market.
Right. And again, that risk exposure is just essentially you're just paying for the vehicle like you normally would, instead of kind of capturing some of that positive equity and getting a little bit more of a deeper discount over time.
I almost feel that buying a vehicle outright to save it almost doesn't make sense to me, because like now you have some vehicles that are leased and some that are owned. Just stay consistent and.
Yeah, and that would be, if you stick to the plan, after 5 years, everything under those 450s would be on that program, and they'd be constantly being refreshed every 5. The other thing, too, is like you're passing down these Tahoes. Was a command vehicle, it's an $80,000 truck. Code enforcement, myself, admin people, a Toyota Corolla would satisfy the needs for that just as much as a Tahoe. So, and then you start thinking about opportunity cost. You could go into the weeds, all day. How much does it cost to send a mechanic to Massachusetts to pick up a part for 2001 that they don't make anymore, or a special machine shop that has to fabricate a manifold or what? I don't know. These are all under warranty. They can all go to A+. You can free up mechanic time and do preventative maintenance with A+ through it, and it's a fixed budget. It's like I said, I have not heard one administrator who's gone into the program yet who's regretted it. And again, you can always walk away.
Just my opinion on this. Like, it does make sense to me. Curious what you would do with your current vehicles. Would you be selling them and using the value towards the lease?
They go towards if we went into this program, they would take those back.
They would take them?
Yeah, they'd take them. That's part of the program. They already evaluated them and looked at them. I don't think they've looked at them yet, but they evaluated and put a number on them. Some of them they won't. I don't think they would take. We've got a Ford Explorer that they put a $2,000 value on. We could probably do better than that.
Yeah.
At an auction.
I don't remember if I asked you specifically, Nate. I know I had asked the question, but like racks and special equipment and stuff like that, how does that all fall into?
So you can do it both ways. You can get just the pickup show up, or in my case, we get a pickup show up and we would transfer the stuff off our pickup onto that one, or we can purchase it with all the equipment on it. I opted to go, the pricing that he's getting ready for me is turnkey ready to go. And we'll drop ours off and send them down. The accessories that we put on the public works trucks are, I think the half-ton truck I got out here was $700 or $800 in accessories.
Mm-hmm.
The fire department stuff gets a little bit more expensive. When you get into the bigger stuff, it's a different game. But yeah, the small stuff, that's the way I did it, was complete. I'll even go down to putting the lettering on it for us.
I have a question. So if you sign up for the program, does that automatically include the maintenance, or are those two separate issues?
No.
There are different packages we can do. So like there's like the full suite, like it's like $40 a month or whatever for, and that includes all preventative maintenance, parts, labor, everything. For the vehicles we already own, we could do like a $6 a month thing, but then obviously parts are on us. So like if they need oil or whatever, there's like different packages.
It was different packages.
Yeah, but if you went with their like biggest tier, it's like 40 per vehicle, all parts, labor included for preventative, tires, that sort of thing. But if we're doing 5,000 a year, we're probably not putting tires on a vehicle by the time we swap it.
Yeah, and some of them you will. Factory tires, you get 10,000 out of them, you've done well.
So when would the program actually start?
I mean, it's an open-ended thing. You can go, they make a recommendation for the first year and then scale it. It's under Sourcewell now, which we're already members of. So if the board said, yeah, go ahead, with existing reserves, I could probably, because we'd only have 2 lease payments. If you took delivery of a vehicle in May, you could do one right away if you wanted to, and then just keep scaling it in. So it's really a la carte.
So how many vehicles a year do you see going through this lease program?
What did it get up to, like 15 or so total once it was fully implemented?
So that are eligible.
Yeah. So first year was 5, but that was their sort of, they use their software or whatever and make a best guess. So they were thinking Chris's Tahoe was a command vehicle, but it's not. So we went back and tweaked that. It's like, hey, it says fire truck, but it's not a fire truck. It's been repurposed. So Nate redid the replacement that they initially projected because wasn't entirely accurate. So it would be like 5. What did we?
I think they started out with 9 altogether. That pretty much wiped out 3/4 of my fleet. But I think we're down to 5 right now.
Yeah, and then after 5 years, you'd be at the rotation would be just going.
And that we'd have 15 by the end of the cycle. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, 15 or 16. I can pull it up. I don't remember.
There's some that we've pulled off. We're going to pull out of the fleet that we don't need anymore. I think he's right. I think it was 15 total of that from that 450 down that we have.
So our current mechanic is working on everything.
Yep.
So if we free him up on 15 vehicles,
he'd still be doing specialty work,
Yeah.
diesel, small engines, fabrication, spreaders, plow wings.
He's heavy equipment to work, yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
He wouldn't have to go do an oil change, though.
Right.
Free me up is what it does.
That's what I'm trying to put out there. If we could free up the mechanic to do the other stuff, and it frees you up as well,
it probably won't affect his workload much. It would free me up. It would free up a couple of my other guys that we throw in there to try to get stuff caught up. That's basically all that would do.
Okay. So the next couple of things, I asked Nate to come tonight because when we initially introduced part of the paving plan, had the plan that's in your book, we got a call from DOT, what, like 2 weeks ago, I think?
Week and
a half ago, that the grant he put in for Egypt Road, they want to do next year. So I was going to have Nate just talk about what the MPI is, how we're shifting the paving schedule to prioritize the Egypt Road with the match, and go through that a little bit.
So this is I'll try to shorten it up best I can. So the MPI program is a match from DOT. We've done 3 programs on 85 and 2 on 121, and the Main Street Sidewalk program was an MPI. So basically, we're going to do the work, we'll manage it, we will administrate it, and the state will reimburse us at half the cost. Egypt Road, I think, came in at 1.3 million right at the moment. So I would recommend, my plan is to do it in 2 years. That's a 3.5 mile long road, a little over 3.5 miles. And we will fund it over the next 2 years. I'll have to adjust my paving schedule. I haven't got that far yet. I got a couple of questions out to DOT that they did not respond to me. I just got back yesterday, so I'm waiting for a response back from them. Will tell me how much time I have. I think it's a 3-year program. You have to start it and complete it within 3 years. Something else that I'd like to look at is 85 and 121. From the town office to the Casco town line on Route 85, that is in desperate need of about the same thing we're going to do to Egypt Road. And 121 from Daggett Drive to the town line is in the same condition. Both those roads are minor collector roads. All we're going to see on those roads is what they call light capital paving, which is just shim and overlay. It's crap. We get another 4 or 5 years of a decent road out of that. I'd like to try to figure out a plan going forward. Either we fund 3 more MPIs, or we bond it, or we do something along that line. I'm in the middle of trying to figure that out. At the very worst right now, instead of paving 2 miles on Raymond Cape, we'll pave a mile, and we'll go onto Egypt Road this year. And I will fund a little bit more money, or ask for a little bit more money next year to finish the project.
Yeah, so the request sort of stays the same, but because we have the opportunity to do Egypt Road this year, we would bump what we had planned to do the coming year.
Is Gray doing Egypt Road?
They are not. It'll stop right at the town line.
So we're gonna supply the manual labor and equipment to do the work, and
Right.
then they're gonna supply the materials we need.
No, we'll bill them for everything, and they'll pay 50%.
That include our labor and equipment.
Our labor will be part of our 50%. That's part of our cost. Egypt Road most likely. So the tree work's gonna get subbed out. Obviously, the paving, reclaim, all that stuff will be subbed out to our paving contractor. I think I put enough money in the estimate so we possibly could subcontract the whole job out. It's going to be a bit of a struggle on that road. It's high traffic volume. They drive crazy on that. So it's in the very first part of the planning stages right now. I didn't expect it. They told me probably 2 weeks before I put my budget together, we're not going to have it this year. And day before I leave on my vacation, they're, hey, you got it. So I don't want to let it go. If the funding goes away, it'll go somewhere else. And that road desperately needs something done to it.
Well, it's a little off topic, but just going to over Casco, and that bridge that's getting worked on. Amazing what one lane can do to traffic.
Yeah,
on
302.
Yeah. So we're talking about 3 miles on Egypt Road, for example. Like that's.
So if we do the work in-house, and I would probably, if we put it out to bid, I would definitely recommend it to the contractor. It would be in the bid process. Just keep your work zones short and do half of it 1 year and half the next year. To do that 3 mile stretch on that road, that's a lot of work and really screwing up a lot of time. So you try to get in and out of there as quick as you can, less painful and less discomfort to the taxpayer, to the traveling people.
So they'll be digging it all the way right down, right, and digging all the way back up.
No, it'll be
They're just gonna
reclaim, which
surface
we'll grind up the surface of the pavement, probably a couple inches into the base. They grade it, compact it. We're going to widen it to 22 feet on the travel lanes and 3-foot paved shoulders. And cut the trees back to the right of way, so on and so forth.
But will they warranty that now?
No.
They didn't go down, because they didn't go all the way down to start, right?
Yeah, you'll get a warranty on the pavement, and usually the contractors will warranty the pavement for 2 seasons. But you're talking a couple $2 million a mile.
Right, yeah.
If you did a full depth rebuild, you're over a couple $1 million a mile now.
Yeah.
That's awful, isn't it?
What's that? Yeah.
Crazy.
And then the only other thing was we had that new request in for janitorial. I had some one-off questions after the meeting. So Nate was on vacation last time we had a workshop. So if anybody had any follow-up questions on the new request, he was prepared to kind of go through it, or if anyone had anything on that one.
So the plan with that custodian position is preparing for the new school, or going into the new school. We've got to step up our cleaning process at the town office. Riley's paying $800 a month, I think it is, for cleaning. Tasseltop we pay for cleaning. We've got the library. We've got a department head spending 3 hours a week cleaning down there. This person also, I'm going to have them responsible for all the paper products that we buy, so it's all under one control for all the town buildings. The Public Works office could be cleaned on that cleaning schedule. And if there's not enough work to do, we will find enough work for them to do. We've got the 302 cleanup stuff and beautification committee down through there. And I have no doubt that we're going to run out of staff before we run out of work for them to do. We've fumbled along for a long time with borrowed people from the school, and it's not working.
Do you have anybody in mind?
No, I don't.
It's going to take really the right person for
Yes,
that. You can't just
yes, it
throw
is.
somebody doing that. You've
Yeah.
got to have somebody that can kind of do a little bit of everything.
Correct. There's somebody out there. You just got to work.
Right, you got to find them.
You got to find them.
Are all your positions, authorized positions today, filled?
No.
And we're talking about adding more?
Well, the problem is the position that I have in Public Works is a per diem position. So you only come in when it snows. And that's a very, very, very hard position to fill. That's why in my proposal was to change that to a full-time position.
You know, I look at the budget. The only place you can really save any real money is in personnel. And the question's been raised by the citizens, how can you keep looking at adding people? And with, what's the rate, 18%? I know you got it down some.
12.
12. And how bad did we get hit last year?
12.
And what was it supposed to be last year? What were we sold?
Pitched 5.
Okay. That's
I mean,
that's
look
my
at the
question.
local
You know,
only,
if you
it's
can't fill the jobs, why are we adding jobs?
We can't fill the Public Works job because we haven't advertised for 2 years because we just weren't getting any advertisement. I opted to do the plow route myself. We shifted some people around to Public Works. We had the per diem person we hired full-time. I ran an ad, I think we did 2 months, didn't get any ads. You wander around any Public Works garage, they've got a handful of these per diem positions open. You can't fill them. Nobody wants to do it. Who wants to come out and plow snow for 2 or 3 hours for $20, $30? Nobody. So you sweeten the pot, make it a full-time position. We've got more work than we're getting done during the summer. So you put that person on with Don McClellan. We're going to make him, that person do Parks and Rec cleanup. There's plenty of work out there for him. But we've never funded that. So that's why I'm asking for a little bit more money for that. The cleaning person, I can't find, people don't want to do it. An hour here, an hour there, it's not worth their time anymore. So you make it a full-time position. Again, I've got plenty of work that's not getting done. So we're going to try it that route.
So you're still paying for them right now, but you're just doing it by individual people. The only thing you're going to add to that is the benefit package you're going to give to them.
We're nowhere near what we budgeted. No, I think
Right.
I think she a couple hours a week. I think
I think so.
something like that. And you've got one of our department heads cleaning the library, and that's really it. And Riley's paying, I think it's eight something a month for partial cleaning, and they're not even cleaning the whole building.
Of the church?
I actually think I saw Mel mopping today, or someone from.
I'm with you with adding positions. I also see it though, just from, and you could attest to this too. You can't find good people. That's what you're saying, and I think that having these positions and attracting the right people is what we need as a community. We don't need to be half-assed in a sense.
That is.
I understand exactly what Cliff's saying. I do agree, but I'm kind of between you guys here, where it's like we need good people. We need to have happy people on staff too.
Correct.
Because to hire now, it's completely different than it was even just 10 years ago.
Correct.
So I'm leaning more towards happy staff, filled staff.
Correct.
And I do believe that this position that you're talking about, there's more than enough work for a full-time position.
Yeah, there's plenty of work. There's and when we take over the school, there's going to be another staff jump there. You're going to have to hire. At that point, you're going to have to hire a facilities manager, and at that point, that'll come off from me. I won't have to carry that anymore, and they're going to need a helper. You've got all the grounds here that got to be mowed. Hiring a mowing contractors are getting very expensive. You can do it cheaper in-house.
Right. Our greatest assets are our people.
Correct. I would.
And I think that's the Raymond kind of community.
The years of when we did it for when we started plowing, we did it for 5 years with a per diem contractor. I just had the right person, and we had a risk of losing that person going to one of our neighboring towns, and that's why we hired him full time. And that's when I found out it's really hard to find that per diem position. They may come out for 2 hours. You're not going to pry me out of bed at 2 o'clock in the morning for $60 and then take taxes out of that. It's just not. They're not there anymore. And you can go back in the history of public works plowing. It used to be you had the Blue Rocks, the Pikes, the contractors that laid all their people off in the winter that were looking for that winter work, and it was easy. You worked that week, you didn't get paid for your unemployment. The next week you got paid. Now they make them reapply. So, and they've sweetened the pot on the unemployment, and the contractors are paying their people to go home for the winter because they don't want to lose them. So they're not going to come out and help us out. But somewhere out there we'll find
You are right about all those things you just said. That's true. They've almost made it more palatable to go on unemployment and stay home than to do the makeup work. Yeah.
I guess in a way to look at it too is if you find someone for that janitorial position who can do a lot of other things, maybe they can slide into some of that school position too. So
As long as I think the position is well laid out as what their job description is.
Correct.
You get somebody that starts doing something out of their job description, they get pretty unhappy really quick. So whatever the job description is, I think it needs to be specific to whatever else may come up ahead of time that they know that these other things will come about.
We've been very fortunate in the hiring. We've been very fortunate. The people that work for Public Works right now have been here for quite a while. They're happy. They seem to do a good job, and we struggle to find them, and I think we've done very well at retaining them.
So along with that, though, one more question for you is how do you plan to put this out there? Because in the past, this committee has had some issues with how we felt the hiring process was kind of going out, or wasn't going out. So how would you kind of find this position? Where would you be advertising?
My first step would be to build like you had said, a job description that's palatable and workable. And we'll advertise it like we have locally. I would really like to find somebody local than somebody that's going to transfer to here. I think if you can hire somebody, especially from within town or within the community, you're going to have a better person, or a more dedicated person to the cause. So I hope that answers your question. But
it does, yeah.
there any other questions or concerns about that topic?
So I think that's all we had for like, do you have one more?
Toters?
Oh yeah, the solid waste, sorry, that's like the biggest one. So there was some, the solid waste contract isn't inked yet. There's some options the town has, toters, dumpsters. The budget that was introduced, was introduced with the full contract price in it as Nate was working through negotiating that contract. So he wanted to go over some options that we have to, possibly reduce that some as well, or how we want to kind of attack the strategic implementation of the contract.
Right. So when we went out to bid, they broke it out from the curbside program, which is a collection program. And we have, right now, we have 12 dumpster sites between municipal buildings and the curbside program. Both contractors broke that out. Allagash and Casella. Casella was $70,000 with I got my glasses right here, with a 5% increase per year. Allagash, after renegotiating with them a little bit, they're at $54,000 with a 3.5% increase every year. That first year savings is going to be $15,000 by separating that out from the contract. The other one is the toters. So both contractors had proposed a toter lease program. So the toter cost for us to go out and buy the toters is $408,000. That includes the company toter coming out and distributing all the toters, putting them together. They're going to be all serial numbered, dropped off at everybody's house, done. Over a 5-year program, that would cost us $81,000 a year. Casella's cost on that was $91,000. With a 5% increase every year. So their total cost over 5 years is $659,000. So if we do the toters in-house, we're going to save $251,000 over the 5-year contract, and the town of Raymond will own the toters. The benefit to that is at the end of the 5-year contract, if the contractor that we're using goes up too much, we got to put it out to bid. We already have the toters in place. It's just a change of contractors. So my recommendation is going to be to do the toters in-house. Haven't hammered out how we're going to pay for that yet. We have $96,000 in the budget per year. I'm pretty sure we can probably finance it for that if we had to finance it. Surprise, Brenda.
I know I already spoke on this, but I agree that buying them outright is the way to go. Don't agree on financing them, though. I don't think that makes any sense.
Yeah, that's going to be a decision. We got to dig. I don't have $400,000 in any of my accounts that I can.
Yeah, and we have a year basically after.
Right, we have to have the toters in place by July 1st of next year.
Right.
So we've got a year to figure it out.
Well, some of the areas in the TIF district, right?
Nate,
That's a
I
good point.
looked at the numbers before, and this is better than what they did both of them did in their original proposals.
Correct. All I've done is pulled out. I pulled the dumpster part of the Casella's out and gave it. I want to give it to Allagash, and I took the toter rate and just divided it over 5 years. So that dropped it by it was $15,000, I think.
And they're going to bring them all assembled and everything else.
Toter company, which is separate from Casella.
No, I understand.
When you buy them, that's part of the plan.
Because that is less than what Casella said, even if they did it, and it's less than what,
Right.
if you just took that number and divided it by 8,000.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
I mean, so it's coming. You just have to decide how you want to deal with it.
Right. We're going to do it, so we're going to just figure out how to do it the cheapest way we can.
And these things they're readily available, the toters, because I know sometimes they've had like stockpile issues and stuff.
Yeah, they are. They come from, I don't know where the company's out of, but there's 8,000 of them that are coming, that will be coming. But yeah, they build them to order. They're $41 a piece, I think.
That's a big savings.
I just mentioned to Glenn, some of the area there could fall under the TIF district.
Correct. Yeah, it could.
So that's part of, I mean, that's somewhere I could start looking.
Yep. Everything down the village, I think.
Yeah,
pretty much.
right.
Now, when you see, when you're driving and you see people have multiple containers out, trash everywhere, what would that do when you have the toters? Would they be limited to that, and that's it?
2 toters, yeah. One solid waste and MSW and one recycling.
Okay.
Did you say that they're about $41 each?
Yeah.
Okay, so just put into perspective, I was in Walmart, and a comparable size one is 80.
Yep.
So
We
this
paid-
one, and that one doesn't, and the one in Walmart didn't have wheels.
Right.
And they're not heavy duty like these. So like, that's a 50% saving on a better. And yes, I understand that. To your point, and they're not supposed to be doing anyway. But the trash, if it's not in there, they're not going to pick it up.
Correct.
And I think that's a fine standard.
Yep. There'll be quite a learning curve to this. Casella in their contract is going to send somebody out, I think for the first 2 months. I'd have to read through the contract. It was like 2 months. They're going to send somebody out with the trash truck and another vehicle, trying to educate people as they go along and move the dumpsters out and leave a little note that you got to have them here.
The rest.
It's going to be, the first year is going to be quite an undertaking.
What happens if ones get damaged or gets lost? That
Well-
could be a customer's issue? Or?
Glenn and I were talking about that this morning. Wyndham, they replace them. Gorham, I think Falmouth does not. And Glenn brought up a good point. Here's your first round of 2 toters. You're responsible for them. We're all adults. If you lose it, you're going to have to buy another one. We will have them in stock. We really should keep some in stock. And at that 8,200, that gives us 100, I think, in stock. We will have to be responsible for if wheels break. We'll send somebody out and fix the wheel.
That was a plow truck gets it and knocks it and destroys it or something. Right?
Trash truck gets it, they're going to pay for it. Wyndham did tell me that was one of the. Yeah, they take a pretty good hit. The biggest problem Wyndham's had is when the guys dump the trash into the truck, they let go of the claw and it goes into the hopper. It's gone. So, then we just send a bill to Casella.
So there's no warranty on the toters?
No.
Well, Maine has the implied warranty statute, so you could argue.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to win
Well, I
that.
noticed in the proposal, they talked about a 10-year warranty. That's why I asked the question.
That's Casella warrantying it themselves.
No, it was Toto.
Was it Toto?
Yes, it was.
Well, Cliff, I may be wrong on that one.
Right there.
Terms. Yep. 10-year warranty on them.
Look at that.
Well, that's a big deal.
That'll be fun to try to collect, I think. Doesn't give you any idea what they cover, but
Well, it's just the general. They don't cover abuse, but
right.
it's the,
I think it's more defective.
but if the wheel fell off, that you could argue that one.
Yeah, I'll have to follow up on that, Cliff. But these things just have a little cap you pound on with a hammer.
Like I said, but that was one of the things I noticed there was the 10-year warranty.
Yeah.
They are pretty heavy duty. I've gotten too close to a couple of them, knocked my mirrors off.
We've caught them before with a plow truck, and they survive it.
Yeah, they actually probably do more damage to your car hitting it than.
I've seen them behind a pickup truck at 50 miles an hour on trail hitch. They're pretty rugged.
And what is, so somebody has more than a toter full of trash. What do they do with it? Well, is there a plan to deal with?
I'm assuming, being that we've done customer service to the highest extent on trash that I can possibly do, I'm going to get a call that they didn't pick all the trash up. We're going to go pick it up, and we're going to take it down to the pit and put it in the dumpsters that we have down there for that reason.
That's pretty nice. I don't get that.
Yeah, a lot of towns don't do that. We don't have a lot of trouble with that. What we have trouble right now is just bags of trash on the side of the road. This is going to eliminate that. And if somebody's paying attention, that 60-gallon tote is going to hold a lot of trash.
Actually, one more question. The amount that you have, I know you said you have you're going to have 100 more for backup, I think you said, but the amount that you have, is that per address, or are we taking into consideration ADUs?
That's per address right now.
Okay, so
Number needs to be refined a little bit.
I think that you're going to have more than 100, plus ADUs and that kind of thing for.
We're looking at a couple of the dumpster sites too, to eliminate them and just put toters there. Like I said, the first year is going to be, probably of all the MSW changes that we've done since I've been here, this is probably going to be one of the most demanding ones.
Does it make sense? So we're essentially letting the town people use a tote, for example.
Correct.
If they have a ADU, does it make sense to have them pay for the second one?
I mean, that's a policy discussion we can have later. I mean, you can
just
this one.
We don't need to discuss it right now.
Yeah,
Just
I
to
mean,
throw it out there, just, because we are discussing short-term. The select board to discuss short-term rentals. Yes, I'm just saying, if we're planning for this thing, we need to plan that we have enough, because I just don't think 100 extra is going to suffice at current numbers.
Right now, we have a policy on the contract that anything up to 2 units will pick up. Anything over 2 units is considered commercial. That thought has come up. These ADUs that are going on and the Airbnbs, are those businesses? Do you treat them as a business? I don't know. So I think that, like Glenn said, that's a policy thing that we're going to have to work on and figure out.
Yeah, I mean, you could buy the first batch through taxation, and then, if people move here and the toters go missing, maybe everything after people just buy them themselves.
And again,
it's the initial
half the cost of what you get from Walmart for a flimsy one. So we're really saving the taxpayers.
That price is due to volume.
No doubt.
When we bought the recycling toters that we sold like 2 years ago, they were $64 a piece, and it's from the same company.
Yeah.
You do get, and I can't order anything less than 100. That's why that 100 number's there.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, knowing that you have this potential $408,000 outlay, even though he found some savings in the contract, it might make sense to just shift that to a reserve contribution. So next year, when you have to pay the difference, you've already got a portion of it already
I would recommend that.
taken care of. And then we can look at the TIF spending plan and see what part of the TIF we can capture and put that in there. And maybe you only have to do the other half next year.
Yeah.
And we have 18 months, you said? Or?
Yeah,
Well, we can tell them when to implement, I guess, too.
Yes.
So.
I would want to be ready by July 1st, and they said it takes about 6 to 8 weeks to get the totals.
You sure that's the right weekend to do that?
Be a blast.
Maybe the weekend after.
Within reason, you could
Yeah,
not
so
fund
we
it
would-
this year and pick it up next year.
Well, if he's saying July 1st,
July 1st.
27.
No,
he was
what
trying-
I'm saying is, instead of having it on as an obligation this year to reduce the tax load by $108,000, you could project it forward, because you don't need to, instead of putting it in reserve and taking it out of reserve, you might be better off that would be one way to drag down that tax rate. Just a different, doing the same thing, but in a little different way. Because there's been concern in the past about how much taxes were maintained at a low level by eating up the reserve.
That's a tough one. I don't know what the right call would be for that. It makes sense what you're saying. So this year we won't get the hit, but it's coming. Maybe it's better to spread it out, maybe not.
Well, like I say, it's just a way, you're right, but right now, the projections, the Finance Committee said we'd stay at our goal was to stay at the cost of living increase. Well, 8%, 12%, whatever, isn't anywhere near what the cost of living has been. So that means we can't even get anywhere near our goal. This would be one way to get a little closer. That's all. It doesn't change anything other than moving the money around.
There.
I agree. It is optics, but those matter.
Okay.
Okay, have we covered that? I have a question, but it's off topic from the solid waste question. Okay. I'm looking at the summary sheet that you passed out.
Yep.
And I'm looking at the Public Works town buildings. It's a 135% increase from last year, from 47,000 to 111,000. Can you please refresh my memory on what that increase involves?
I'll let Nate take that one, but it's probably partially the janitorial position as a new request. And I think you merged, utilities got merged into there as well.
Yes.
I think all of utilities are coming out of there, but let me pull up the...
We've got 40, the utilities went up 33,000. There's 45,000 for the janitorial position. And building maintenance doubled that to 8,000. And we added, I'm sorry, that's a balance. Yeah, most of it's in moving the utilities out of other line items, other departments.
We merged it all into one
Right.
now.
Heating went up, and 45,000 for the janitorial position.
So you're saying it really didn't go up? You put other line items in there? You shifted
We
it?
shifted around.
Okay, so there really isn't.
The oil and the utilities were all spread out all over the budget.
Oh, gotcha.
So now they're just all
It
in
lives
one
in one
pocket.
place.
So,
Gotcha.
yeah, it's better for tracking too and to
Right.
really understand the cost.
Okay.
Yeah. Last year's budget for utilities was 23. It went up to 42,690.
Some of those are just flat out increases.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been ridiculous.
And then the salary for the janitor, because last year you only had 6,000. It's 45 budgeted for that new position. And then some are just minor increases. The other appropriations are 5,000 here, 8,000 there. Supplies, heating, utilities, and the new position are driving that.
Okay. Anyone on Zoom have any questions? No? Everyone here all set? Okay. All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Nate.
The other portion of that was CIP discussions. Was that besides public?
That was the
works, or-
changes to his CIP. Nothing has really changed materially except for that MPI program. The only other CIP changes were when I spoke with Kevin, knocking that reserve contribution into there and out of taxation for critical
the rec.
spares, and knocking out the rec
CIP.
CIP because you have unspent bond proceeds.
Yeah,
So
there's a substantial amount still left in there, and according to the language for that, you can use that.
yeah,
for
you do
what
like
she
a
wants to do.
$30,000 a year contribution to reserve typically for playgrounds, but with all the unspent proceeds and the existing reserve, we won't make the contribution this budget.
How much are there in unspent proceeds?
Well, it's in a lump.
So it's three things that were authorized under the bond.
Right, and the portion for the rec, do you have it?
I don't. I just have the reserve balances in front of me. I don't have access to the bank accounts, so I can't look at the.
Was that the bond from
That was
2 years ago?
That was 2013, your 2013 bond.
Oh, 2013
It was like
bond.
1.150 million.
I can pull up the warrant from that year. Just give me a second.
But as far as like, the administrative costs actually ran over what you had designated for it. But the rec still had, I want to say it was in the neighborhood of 70,000, 60,000, somewhere in that range for them. So it didn't make any sense to fund the CIP for rec when you already have funding that we're waiting to spend, really.
And it can only be used for that?
Yes, that's correct.
Right.
Well, so the authorization was broad enough, I think.
Yeah.
So, but if you wanted to, I wouldn't say exceed what the bond authorized, you would have to go to town meeting and ask the voters to reauthorize the excess proceeds, which I had to do last year because we, under we came under on a paving project, and you can't earn interest on that bond. The IRS doesn't like that, so it has to sit in a non-interest bearing account, and you got to spend it down. But that comes back to that discussion we had at the last workshop, where when you're looking at these long-term capital projects, you might want to consider short-term financing before you convert to a bond, because if you budget $1 million and you come in under and you took out long-term financing, you're paying interest on debt service on this total amount that you didn't actually always need. But that's just a strategy that you can use in the future.
So I've got a comment, and this is pre both of your time here, so this is not a question really for you, but so we have money in this unspent. We bonded a $300,000 pickleball court a couple years ago. Some of that money could have been used for the pickleball court, in your opinion?
So the warrant authorization was for the design engineering of Public Works Garage at 170 Plains Road, rec improvements to include lighted tennis courts to be located at Sherry Gagnon Park, and improvements at Tasseltop consisting of snack shack bathroom facilities. So if those came in, you would have to talk to bond counsel about what you can do, but let's just assume you came in $100,000 under, and you already borrowed the money on the tennis court improvements. There may be a similar enough project that under that authorization you could complete work on a tennis court or a pickleball court or a park. But if you start to get too far out of that, you would probably end up wanting to put it on a warrant to reauthorize using the excess proceeds. Does that?
Yep.
Okay.
Interesting.
But it's sort of an open forum, so any questions on anything, happy to.
Just one more comment. It's probably a Budget Finance Committee discussion comment, but I'm going to make it here. So in the past couple of years, we heard that this year was high in legal fees. I don't anticipate that going to be the next year. We've heard that for the last couple of years. I'm thinking that our legal fees is something that we're going to have to start increasing for, because it seems like every year now we're like, well, it was just that one-off thing, but I'm thinking that we need to take a look into legal fees.
We have had a lot of one-off things.
A lot of one-off things, but they are consistent every year now.
Yeah.
So it's like, we might not deal with the same thing, but we're still dealing with a legal issue.
Right.
I mean, you have that contingency that the select board authorizes to soak up some of that. Your litigation for the shoreland zone issue, I think, is sort of an anomaly that won't occur again. And again, now that for general questions, I reduced the legal $10,000 because MMA offers that free legal service. So a couple examples of how we used it just this past week. I think it was related to the land use ordinance work that we were talking about last night, and it was just a process question. Instead of calling Phil and spending $400, hey, does this need to be on a warrant? Does this need to be a special town meeting? Can this be done under whatever? So that all those sort of calls are free now through MMA Legal. So I felt comfortable knocking it down a little bit, and then the dues sort of pay for themselves at that point. But I don't know. I think. I 40 to 70 is a safe range for.
I don't think you knock the $10,000 out. I mean, I know we're talking about taking stuff out, but just like if every year we're like, oh, well, we went over this year, but it was an anomaly. It's like, well, every year's going to have that anomaly. My opinion is not to take it out, and then if we don't have that issue, and if the MMA is allowing us to save on these legal bills, then maybe we revisit it. But I think that this is probably a little bit too early to be cutting from there and then going over and say, well, we went over, but it was a one-off.
What did it cost to join MMA?
$10,000.
What's it for a year?
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, you guys could tell me I'm wrong, but
I think you're wrong. I mean, if we just spent $10,000 to join MMA and we get their legal advice, why would we budget that again? Isn't that a double budget?
Well, how much are we over this year?
It's in your expense revenue sheet.
Yeah.
It's,
A lot.
Over 4.
Yeah, let's look at that number.
We are budgeted at 50,000. Currently, we're at almost 94,000.
93, so we're doubled, essentially. So I mean, adding 10 grand in there, it's not, adding 10 grand in there wouldn't even have helped us there. And again, I understand.
But how many of those calls were at 400 an hour or whatever? Do you know what I'm saying? So now he can call
I do, I
to
just,
ask advice. So that was the whole purpose, right, of joining MMA?
well, there's more benefits than just that. I mean, the required trainings the select board and planning board do are at a discounted rate. So instead of paying 150, you're paying 50. I have access to insurance products that aren't on the open market.
Listserv for finance questions.
do we ask them $40,000 worth of questions, though? That's what I'm saying, is this.
Oh, they're never going to get, like, this is for more broad process stuff. If you have a personnel issue or something very Raymond specific, you're going to use your in-house counsel, because they'll say that's for your town attorney. This is more like, you know, if a resident had a question on, you know, is this ordinance a legal ordinance, they would give you a general, you know, hey, you're good, or you should follow up with your legal. So, but it may save you that $400 calling legal to say, you don't need to call me, this is fine.
Brenda, what are your thoughts? I want to know.
She didn't want me to reduce it.
I disagreed with him. I didn't want to cut it out. I wanted to leave it the way it was presented originally. I just feel like MMA is still a good value, what we purchased from them, but to cut the budget that we just presented, I think I would have just left it and let it ride.
What do you guys think?
Because I know we still have outstanding bills too from attorneys right now. So what the number you're seeing right now, we're not at the end of the year yet.
That is true.
I mean, we are it's gonna continue.
And 10 grand, I mean, 10 grand is not even.
Yeah. You also remember too that we will recoup, maybe not this year, you'll recoup some legal fees for some of the litigation that you have ongoing.
That's true.
So, what do you guys think?
Well, I think the 10 grand ought to be left. God knows what we're gonna go through over the next year. My question is, how often do we look at changing lawyers?
I don't know the answer to that question. I wasn't here. I understand you've had a long-standing relationship with Bernstein, but anyone on the board who...
It's been 15 or more years before we put it out to bid.
Is it worth looking at something like that?
I think you're right, Frank.
I went to bid last year. I think you're paying for a partner, and don't quote me on it, but it's between $380 and $450, I would say. When I went out to bid last year, we ended up with Brand Isaacson as the low bidder, and I think their partner rates were around $250, $275. This may have changed year over year, but there are competitive firms out there who do, you know, they all do good work. So,
As the price keeps going up, maybe we ought to hire our own in-house lawyer.
Well, Maine is actually one of the states struggling a great deal to retain good legal, advice right now. The state can't even keep them. I don't know if you saw that latest. The state can't even pay their.
Oh, you mean the public defenders?
Public defenders,
Yeah.
but I mean it's a sign of the fact that it's a very low, small group.
Yeah, I mean, just anecdotally, I remember when we worked with Pretty Flaherty, they lost a lot of folks just because you can do a Zoom court conference, and to be a municipal attorney, you've got to be here. And, you know, if they can live in Maine and work in, you know, Fredericks County, Maryland, and make 300 grand instead of 120, you know, some people have left, you know, and are doing all that title work and stuff online. They don't have to go to an office anymore. And, you know, we even see that with planners. You know, I tried to find a planning director last year. We advertised for a year and a half with no applicants. And I tried to steal Kate Birch, who was working on your comp plan. She said, I'm not ever going back to a municipal job again, so I'm going to keep doing this. So it's, in those niche fields, it's tough.
The other problem is too, when we need a lawyer, a lot of times it's at, 10, 11, I'm on the appeals board, and we had a lawyer out until 1:30 in the morning, here. So, I mean, you're not going to, everybody's going to want to put in them kind of hours and be here, like you said, here, for that time of the night. Most of ours get over by 10, but I mean, we have had them go into I think 1:15, I think was the last one that we had, and,
That's
the last one, one of the ones we had.
One of the ones that we should be getting that money back.
Right, but I mean, still, not every lawyer's gonna want to be, at 1 o'clock in the morning, still trying to do work.
I see a hand up over there too.
Oh, I'm sorry. Derek, go ahead.
Hi, guys. I was just saying about that anomaly thing. I mean, we did have, we had that big lawsuit where we had to fight the lake stuff. We also had, a bunch of town managers running here. We've had select board members suing the town. There is a few. These are anomalies I don't think are going to continue, I would assume, but I think that's, part of the reason why the stakes climbing so high.
Yeah, but that was my point. I was like, this is different this year. This is different this year. This is different this year. But like the legal fees are still high, and the optics of cutting $10,000 out of a budget just to be over budget by $50,000 doesn't make any sense. If we're just cutting it out just to save optics, but we're still going over, that's my opinion, just to leave it.
Yeah, and again, the rationale was we can supplement some free legal, so.
It was a fair rationale. I just realistically looking at these things, it's like, okay, looking for cuts is probably not where I want to cut from.
One of the other things I'd like to mention is
it's fine. That's why you
particularly in my
not paid to agree with me.
We're using AI a lot to ask legal questions, and we get as good answers from AI as we do some of our attorneys. So in code enforcement, we're using that more and more for appeals, for different things, and we've not had to have attorneys at several appeals board meetings recently because we've written memos using AI that looked like it came from a lawyer, and appeals have been dropped. So that plus the MMA thing, I think we are going to see a reduction. I'm not arguing that we should take it out or leave it. I think it's peanuts in the budget. Maybe we leave it and see what happens this year, but I can tell you that my department is probably, we get our money back in most of our legal actions. And if we do anything with a planning board or appeals board, those attorney fees are paid by applicants. So that we use those, but that isn't what drive. The one anomaly was that big lawsuit that went on for 3 years. We won't have that again because of the new legislation allows us, because of that, we got legislation passed, we lien somebody's property. They can't do anything until they settle up with the town. We won't have these drag on for 3 years. They will settle it because they can't do anything. They can't get any permits. They can't sell their property. There's a lien on it by the town. So we have teeth now. So that won't happen again. I can't tell you you're going to have transition issues with people leaving and lawsuits and that type of thing. I think that will slow down. It seems like we're coming into a very calm period, in my opinion, sitting where I sit. It seems like we're leveling out. We found people that have filled the jobs, and if we can continue to do that, you're going to see costs go down. It's the high turnover. When you're looking for people, people don't stay. We had high turnover of managers and finance directors and all kinds of other positions that, people sue, and it's just what they do. And you have to either settle or pay lawyers to fight it. So I don't see that happening. So I think Glenn's right. We're probably going to see a reduction, but maybe it's good planning to plan with the monies you have. I think your point is well taken.
I agree with that. I just wouldn't cut it yet.
Yeah.
All right. Doesn't even move a tenth of a percent.
It's not really.
We're up to 13% now because of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have to start piling those peanuts, though. Then you have a pile.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. So, does anyone have anything else for the joint workshop that they would like to address for the select board or the budget committee? Okay. Derek or Kayla, all set?
Yes, thank you.
I would like to add one little blurb.
Yes, of course, thank you.
So because of all of the, there were a lot of issues with the general ledger, as everybody knows. I've been working with a company for software for the budget, and we're making really great progress with that. So it will generate cleaner reports. We won't, it's like having a fresh start with the ledger for everybody, including anyone that gets reports from the finance office. I'm hoping to have, I'm thinking we may have implementation by, well, I don't know, what do you think?
End of March, maybe?
Yeah, I would say maybe the end of this month, beginning of April. I've been working, while doing the budget, I'm also been working on the conversion and working with the CPA on that. So I've been busy trying to make sure that that happens. I didn't want to lose the window of opportunity, and I'd like to get it wrapped up for sure before the year ends, so that when we start a new fiscal year, I'll feel better. I think everyone will feel better with using this new program. It's going to impact, it's not going to impact the tax office just yet. We're doing it incrementally, so it will impact the payroll section, AP section, and the general ledger, where everything's stored, all the data. I've worked with, been speaking with Kevin on any necessary backups. I plan on running a ton of reports as well, just to make certain that we've have a good, strong hold on all the data. He says we have plenty of room, plenty of space. So I just wanted to take advantage of this company, because what makes it really good for me is that I can literally tap on a new number, account number, and it's showing me the old number that it was associated to. And I can drill right down into a specific line item. If someone came into my office and said, hey, Brenda, you know, what was all this spent on? I can literally just sit there and drill right down. I don't have to start, you know, creating some ridiculous menagerie of a report just to get all the information together. So I think it should be a big help for everybody. You know, me, yes, but just for everyone else that's looking for detailed data that makes sense and it's easy to read.
I think that would be really good for the audit, too.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm excited about the project accounting
I'm actually really
and-
excited about this software.
Yeah, because like, when you showed me escrow today, and you know, it'll live as a project, you know, and then all those sub-accounts under the escrow, like instead of just these individual sort of, where are these things? They're
For
all over the
like,
place.
for an example, when codes, when they take a deposit for someone that has started a project, every time a deposit comes in, the way that your ledger is currently structured, a new account number literally has to be created and added. So if you pull up all the escrow accounts, there's literally, you know, a long list. Whereas with the new system, we can utilize project codes so that I can just see that top number. That number's included in everything. But if I only need to drill down if I'm looking for something in particular, like if they want me to refund a deposit for someone that's finished their project, I can use that same theory with other things as well, things that are repetitive. I can give it a project code by year or by project. I mean, we can actually build a project like, you know what I'm talking about, Karen, with, you know, if you're working like on a specific thing, it
Yeah.
makes more sense. Do you know what I mean?
Like when all the
Then
ARPA money started flying
re-
in, and we didn't necessarily know where the ARPA money was going at first, but you
Right.
can park it and
Yeah.
charge it off to the project.
This will enable me to give and have more detailed information, like for the audit, for anybody that wants it. You know, let's say you get ready to, let's say we're gonna enter in on this school project. That's gonna be a big deal. So you're gonna wanna retain any expenses that you incur just on doing the renovations and getting it up to par before anyone moves in. I'll be able to code things so that we can generate a report just associated to that. So it's just really, it's like keeping up with the times. I think it's going to be a good thing. Like I just feel like it's going to be just a really clean, fresh start.
Sounds like it. Sounds
Yeah.
like it's more like parent-child relationships
Yes.
as opposed to flat files.
That's correct. And
that'll be up and
I'm
running.
like really excited. That's why I'm pushing. Burn the midnight oil. I've been speaking with Rhonda. She's the rep. She's in Dallas, so there's a time variance. So we meet though and get things taken care of on weekends and Mondays and stuff like that. So yeah, we've been cooking. And she actually, I was really excited today because I received already the rough draft of the ledger. She's already cranked out a new ledger. So I was like, he came in my office, I'm like, you're not gonna believe what just came through my email. So I was really happy about it. I just wanted to share that with you. It's just something else that I've been working on.
Is that something we might see like in April or May?
I'm hoping, yes, because she just sent me this draft, so now I have to go through it. We'll probably work on it till the end of the month. So I'm hoping for April 1st. I think that's how I'm thinking.
So we'd have that
This
for our
ledger.
next meeting?
Pardon?
We'd have that for our next meeting?
Well, I don't want to promise.
Well, April 1st is your next meeting, so that'd be a tight.
That's April.
Yeah.
I don't want to promise it yet. I want to make sure that everything is, I want to try things out in the sandbox and make sure everything is in place. She's correcting some things that I didn't think were good. TIF, for example, was a big piece. I want TIF to be housed within itself so that if we want to run reports on just TIF, it makes sense. Right now, it's all over the place, and I can't really, it's difficult to give an explanation when someone asks you a question and you can't find everything you need. So this will make Fund 42 is what it'll be. That'll be TIF, and everything will be within that capsule. So if I want to run expense and revenue on TIF, it'll all be there. Even though we know TIF comes out of the main taxation, it still will be a section aside from the general ledger. So I'm
Kind of stand alone by itself, so you can actually see
right.
what's going on.
So it's kind of going to be in there, but it still be separate. So I think it's going to be good.
Chris?
I just have one quick comment before we close the joint workshop. I want to kind of echo what Kayla said. I want to thank Glenn and Brenda for the presentation tonight, and the numbers that we've been given in the last few months are the best numbers I've seen in 3 years. And I think that they deserve some credit for the hard work they put in. It wasn't easy to come up with these numbers with what we had to work with. And I know how hard both of them have worked, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, me too.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you
Thank you
both.
very much.
Thanks. And we're excited
Good partner.
you saw a little sneak peek of where we're going with it, but once that's ready, me and Kevin will show you what we've got in store for next budget. So
We know that you've come through a lot, Glenn, like drinking from a fire hose to get to where you are today.
I'm having fun.
It's been a lot, for the time of year that you came in and joined us, and to put this all together, it's very professionally done, and all of us here really appreciate the effort that both of you have put into this. So thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, you ready to conclude the workshop portion of this? Okay, so the workshop is now concluded, and we will recess for a few minutes to allow people to leave, and then we'll just go into a budget meeting, budget work.
We're still talking.
We'll see.
Any motion or anything, right? It's just a workshop.
We just concluded the workshop.
Well, you were in a regular meeting, you went into workshop, so workshop's concluding, and now you're going to continue your regular meeting.
Okay, we are now back, the Budget Committee is now back in session, and we are having a discussion over the budget and where we are at this point in time. And I've asked Glenn to please bring up the slides that he presented earlier on the reductions in the budget budget that he has done and where he has taken cost out of the budget. And I'm interested to know, I'd like to review those slides again to know where we stand, what the actual budget proposal is, and what the reductions that have been taken out of the budget in the percentage-wise. So I have the understanding that when the budget was initially presented, it was an 18% increase over the budget from last year. Is that correct?
That's the way the spreadsheet showed it, correct, yeah.
Okay, and you've taken cost out of the budget, so where does the increase to the budget actually stand now, at what percentage?
You are at, and I'll pull up the others. Sorry, I got so many spreadsheets open. You are at 12%, roughly.
Okay, and that includes?
School and county.
School, thank you.
Of that portion, let me just, so of that 12%, six and a half percent of it is being driven by the municipal budget. So your budget's right around 6.5% increase to the levy.
But that will change if the county changes, correct?
The 6.5% is your
Right, but I mean the
municipal.
overall, the 13.
Yep. The 12 will go up and down depending on how the county and school land.
Okay. Oh. So it's 6.5% municipal
Correct.
increase for the town operating budget?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I guess my thoughts are, of course, I would like to see that lower, but I don't know how you would get there. I don't know.
I mean, there's a little bit of, and I mean, it could go either way. So we started at 15% for property casualty. My renewals came in, they're between 6 and 10. So that shaved 5%. It could still come in another, if we renew at 6%, but the warrant article's already been drafted, so you'll just lapse into fund balance, that excess there, right? Workers' comp, I don't have renewal numbers for yet. So we just have the projected 15%. If those come in better, I think at this point in the game, though, any additional savings we find will just lapse into your fund balance because the articles will have shipped probably by April 1st to go to the voters.
Is there a chance that, we were talking about it being a little bit better, which I wouldn't probably count on. Is there any chance it could be a little bit worse?
Well, I have the renewals for property casualty. That's 6 to 10, which is lower than we projected. I don't think our mod rate is going up. We don't have any claims that we've gotten this year. So I can't see your mod rate changing for workers' comp unless someone gets hurt between now and the end of the year.
And the medical, that's already been.
Yeah, medical's already renewed as of January 1, so
there.
those increases are there.
And then the folks that do the medical claim work for the town, I spoke with him personally, and he said he was going to maintain his same rate. I thought that was very nice. So that contract won't go up at all.
What about the vehicles? You said you were looking at adjusting all the.
So that would shift. So if you go to the lease program,
It would shift dramatically.
well, it depends. So Nate had 2 budgeted at 90, right? So if we do the full plan, the way it's presented, it's a little under 90. It's like 89 and change. So that just shifts from capital to OpEx. But your capital would drop 90. And then I had asked Nate, we can reduce the capital contribution, but he has to paint. What is he painting? He's not here anymore. He's painting the loader, and I think there's a piece of equipment. I mean, either way, it's deferring something, so you could keep the capital outlay at the budgeted amount. We have some existing reserve in equipment, so you could float that on the lease payment and just keep capital the same and do some more capital, or we could drop it, the amount it's just shifting from outlay to
If you do the
OpEx.
lease, though, you do have to go back to doing the collision, right?
Yeah, that's what was going to be my point, because your question was about
Really about-
insurance, so like.
Right,
Insurance.
adjusting, you
So-
mentioned adjusting the insurance coverage would probably save.
But that would,
Right now,
Yeah,
that would
I can drop
adjust it
all
down
the,
because of the age of the
Yeah.
vehicles, but if
Yeah.
you go with newer vehicles, then
Right.
and it's negligible. I was looking at the premiums. A new, like I said, the new Bolt is insured annually at $542, and the old Tahoe with comp and collision, 25 years old, is $520. So it's a $22 difference on that one. But the replacement cost too of a Bolt versus a Tahoe is different, and you know, Tahoe is using. It's about getting your total cost per mileage down, and that's where you really start capturing the savings. I mean, anything made prior to 2010 is 30% less fuel efficient than, you know, one of those like EcoBoost Ford motors that can turn cylinders off. So you start scaling that across the fleet, and you know, your F-150s that are doing 8 miles to the gallon and the ones that are doing 22, you start to see
Huge
the
savings.
total fleet operational cost come down. And that's sort of getting that total cost per mile down is the goal.
I think that's also negligible, because I got that scam in my truck where it shuts down the 4 cylinders. Like, it's garbage. Like, it's so.
But I mean, if you're running a 2001 on a V8 or a V6, I imagine there's some real differences there from the 4 cylinders.
They're somewhat similar motors. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, they are. I mean, the technology is a little bit different, but can I be annoying and ask? I know it's 6.5%. Can I ask what the total dollar amount is for the increase for the municipal?
Total dollar amount. So municipal appropriation last year was $8,381,048. $9,744,657 is your municipal appropriation this year. $1.36 million increase.
0.36.
and at this juncture, I'm also going to add that the budget was severely underfunded last year.
Yeah, I had, so you'll see like my line actually went up from introduction. And I was like telling Brenda, I was like, maybe you should do a little homework on this one, because I'm sure the question will come up, but what I'm landing is administration probably should have been funded at a different level based on the amount of headcount and salary in my budget. Obviously, you paid me more than you paid the previously budgeted manager. So I had Brenda sort of do a little bit of that digging, and where should we have been on admin versus what we actually budgeted?
Can you access it?
Yep.
Pull up because I redid your Glenn one. I posted the revised under your Glenn edition.
Okay. 318, 548. Yep.
And then down below was what the breakout was for.
Do you have that number? 5 million?
That was the individual one. That's for next year, though.
That was
It's not last year.
Right.
this year.
So that's what we need for admin salaries, 619, 710.
And we had 470.
Right. And like I said, mine's like a 30% shift. But the rest, then that new position was what?
The new one that was supposed to be added in.
That's
I think
the
it was only funded at
46.
like $20,000 or something like that. Not the correct amount.
Yeah, so 46 plus 30 and change.
So you're saying last year we should have been at 619 and not 470 something?
No, so there's
Well-
a $60,000 swing with new requests and what you pay me. So,
I don't know if those numbers are
no, we were
that's-
just doing that today, so
that's-
you probably should have budgeted around 550,000 for that line
And it was
instead of
budgeted at
470.
470.
It's about 60,000.
Yep.
Yeah, and if you look at your expense revenue sheet, you're probably going to spend another 100 out of that salary line by the end of the year.
And if you'll see right now, you're already in a
Yeah.
position where that should be like a June number.
Yeah, so 553 is what you should have budgeted. And if you look at admin salary, you're at 423, you're going to spend another 100. So yeah, if you had budgeted that, you would have probably had a little bit of buffer, like 20,000.
Because last year, it was my recommendation that we do, when the other manager was here, it was my recommendation that we had a breakout of some sort, and I wasn't consulted. So.
Yeah, and I think over the next couple of years, where we'll find some of those efficiencies is, the way people budget in municipalities sometimes is just incremental line item budgeting. I have $100,000, I need 5%, it's gonna go to 105, and it's gonna go up 5%, and then you have transition, executive leadership changes, and people inherit budgets, but they never actually do a zero-based budget and go, where do I start and what do I need?
Right.
And some of that had to happen this year. You just do incremental line item budgeting sometimes. But I think as we start to zero-base more of it over time, we'll find more efficiencies.
And that's where we came up with the number we have this year.
Yeah.
We went, position by position. So, I feel as though that number is pretty accurate this year for what's needed. I don't think it was done correctly on the prior budget, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it's interesting because historically you actually budgeted, it's funny, we needed 553 last year, but the 23-24 budgeted 541. So it's starting to add up when
It
you look
almost,
at it.
it gives the appearance of just like being randomly cut for.
Right.
Yeah, so
So my math is not coming out right. Would you mind giving me the 9 million number again?
Sure. Total municipal, 9744657.
9744697. 697.
657.
657. Okay, that I wrote down the wrong number.
Sorry, that's my fault.
And I can put that up on the screen too, so you guys can see what I'm seeing.
So let's see here. You have it on the back here.
Oh yeah, it's a double-sided
Yeah, I didn't realize
sheet.
it was double-sided.
Sorry. Saving paper.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Can you read that? Oh, come on. It's like teeny tiny numbers.
I'll zoom in. You'd only need to see expense and revenues.
I already said my comment, but I just don't know how you would cut from this to get down to 6. Definitely not getting down anywhere near to 5. And I don't know. I hear what the finance director is saying is what we need.
Offsetting the waste for the totes is almost half of his increase. Right there, in waste management.
That's a good point.
And I know it's all you're doing is moving the cost around, but when you're the person paying the tax bill, it makes a difference.
Sure. I just want to be careful. Just like it's only $1.36 million, using that in air quotes only. It's like every year it's only $1.something million. Just every year it's just an increase. And with the schools and the other projects that we have coming up, I'm just very, very worried that if we don't rein this in a little bit, not saying I have to do it this year, but if we don't start reining these numbers in a little bit, I think that we're gonna be in a little bit of trouble over the next couple of years.
Well, then can we talk about each program? We have the guy do a presentation for the, what is it, RTP? I realize that's small, but that's something to start with. And do we need the full-time janitor? Can we start with a part-time janitor? You know what I mean? We can go and discuss each piece, because then each piece kind of adds up. You know what I mean? on its own, no, that's not a lot of money. But since we're stewards of the taxpayers' money, is that a worthwhile program? Was it Derek that calculated out it was $160 for a ride? We could almost buy people Uber cards.
That's what I was gonna say.
I mean, that's like,
Go Grandparent does that. You can front load Uber and Lyft rides for people. They can call if they don't have a cell phone, if they're a senior, and they'll just charge off what you fund into the Go Grandparent account, and they'll call an Uber for someone who doesn't have a cell phone. You know, and again, that's the other reason I asked about that 5310 money is, you know, my understanding is the grants are going to be open and he can ask for that. And if the priority of the board is not a fixed route service and it's more for micro transit, which he tried, you know, asking RTP to stop putting in for capital grants and say, give me operating so I can run a micro transit, they can do that. There's two streams. Right now, he's asking for buses. He asks for buses in his application. So, I mean, we're a funder town. If you want to continue to be funded, maybe you should apply for grants that we want to see you apply for.
Do you have to have it funded to apply for the grant, or can you apply for the grant with it unfunded?
So, if you want, I can send you the state's transportation plan, which I spent some time with.
I mean, that's...
It's an 80-20 match to get the funding.
Okay.
So you can, for the operating, you can say your salaries are in kind, and that can be your 20% match. So...
or you could say, gee, if we can come up with the 20%, let's use that...
Right, of that
67, come out of the Selectmen's slush fund till you fund it. And I'm not being completely facetious.
Right.
20 grand or 20% of that is not huge money as compared to paying the whole freight to keep it going. That's an expensive ride.
You know, my issue with RTP is that the 3 years I spent on the comp plan, I kept hearing that people want it, but every year we revisit this thing, and not a single person in the audience came up and said, this is what I want. I keep hearing that people are really into it and they really want it, but there's nobody that's come up and said, I want to use this program again.
I also haven't seen much marketing for it. I know there's flyers that I've seen in my office, but you know, a couple weeks ago, because I was curious, I had done it in Lisbon when, you know, my wife needed the car. You know, I jumped on the Breeze, took it to Brunswick, and then I could take the Breeze from Brunswick to Portland, and I was home in a long trip. But if my trip was originating in Raymond and my wife had the car, could I call RTP and get a ride to Portland? You know, but I couldn't find how to do that. I found the flyer eventually, but I haven't seen much marketing online or, you know, at senior centers or community organizations. Like, so I don't know what the marketing budget is for them, or what the portion of our contribution gets marketing, or if it's just for operations. But I just don't know how much the word has gotten out, I guess.
I mean, the only thing we really heard from was Debbie, right? When Debbie was speaking.
I agree with that. I think part of the problem is that people really don't know about it. We think we've told them, but we really haven't.
Yeah, and again, Debbie would probably know better where, you know, most of the folks that are probably using this are semi-ambulatory or stop driving. So are there places where folks are congregating, playing cribbage or something, like, hey, you got to go to... Well, the other thing, too, is we can also divert, not to get too off topic, but if you're on main care, state contract, that all goes through Logisticare. So those folks who need rides to dialysis or chemo and they have main care, those should be covered through the Logisticare transportation service. So, but you also, I think, if you go back to my slide, I don't think it was in that slide, you may not have a large portion of the population who's eligible for that. I think you're 7th or something with median income statewide. You're up there, so you may not have a ton of eligible folks for the main care rides. 17th in median income.
I just looked up, just for giggles, Uber from the town office to the main mall. For tomorrow at noon, the cheapest is $55.96 to go one way.
Well,
on an Uber.
I think the point that Don made was accurate. Like, this is a service. Like, they're not making money on it. And I do like that we're providing, like, we're taking the bulk, and we're saying, like, $3 to get down there is a heck of a deal. And I like that part of it. I want to be able to provide services for our people, but I just don't know if there's enough of them that are out there. So I would say probably for this one, it's like, maybe we do the same thing, which we let them present, and we don't give them the money, but say maybe next year. But I would say that maybe they can do some advertising, and they bring this to us again next year and say, listen, like, we just don't know the appetite of the town. And I think that's a fair statement. We know the appetite of the town, and if you want us to fund it, we need to see people coming out. Because if nobody comes out and it's advertised, and we don't have an appetite for it, then we need to worry about funding it. So I would say that this year I'm probably leaning towards not funding it.
Not funding which one, or both of them?
Right, because he has 2 requests this year.
He does, yeah.
The other part of this is that only people that can get out around can get to them. I mean, it's not like they're gonna come to their house and get them. So, I mean, they've got to figure out from wherever they're at North Raymond Road to Sunset Variety before they can even get a ride.
But the minivan will come right to their house.
From RTP?
The
microtrain comes right to
will
your
go
house.
to your house.
Oh, it will, so that one
Yes.
will? That's a
No,
13,000, right?
No,
No, it's just
No,
60,000?
that's the 64,000.
67,000, yeah, whatever it is.
63. The quick ride micro?
Yeah.
That's
Yes.
63.
They will go to your house.
And that's
The
been,
13,000 is a fixed stop.
Like Sunset.
Right.
Yeah.
and that
But what you
micro,
can do, and what they said was that you could have them pick you up at the house, have them drop you to get on the ride to Portland, and it costs you $3
For both rides.
for both rides.
Total, right.
That was my question. And then you can go to the mall once you get to Portland.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense that way. It's just a fact that we just gotta know how many people are gonna really use the service.
well, we maybe should have asked Debbie when she was here, but it's been in service now for a year, or a little less than a year, right? Because
September it started.
6 months.
September.
The quick ride did?
Probably should have asked for data on that, because if that's a
That in
human
6 months.
thing.
Run the numbers.
Well, the other thing too is if we're paying for it monthly and we only started it halfway through the year, but we funded it for the full year, could we carry forward the balance and reduce the contribution?
Well, that's a good question.
Well,
And maybe use
I
part
don't
of that
know if that's the
contribution.
way that was I don't believe that's the way the warrant article was written, though.
Yeah.
I don't think
The
it
warrant article let us drop out of it anytime we wanted to.
Yeah, but what Glenn was saying is like do a carryover. I don't think you can do that with that.
There's nothing.
Yeah, it's probably be
I
negligible.
don't think it was worded that way.
Because it's an operating expense.
Yeah, it wasn't put in that type of a line item.
So
So
who
it would
does
just fall to fund balance.
who does the marketing fall on? Does it fall on them or does it fall on us?
I imagine it would be on them to market it. But I can reach out to Don.
But I would think.
I mean, we would do that as a
responsibility to
partnership. We have a
market it as
partnership.
well, if we're
Yeah.
gonna be spending money, then we have to market it to our people so they know what we're offering them.
Yeah.
Right, and what is the cost of that?
One point he did make that was kind of relevant is that the 6 month period that it has been operating, it's been like the winter months. It's not even the summertime.
Well, that's when I would think people would use it. Because the people are here visiting, over the summer, they're already driving to get here.
Yeah,
So I would think during the winter months when us old people don't want to drive,
No, that's true.
Yeah, that's my thoughts. It's like somebody.
that's when you would have your highest demand.
Yeah, out-of-staters are not going to use it. If they got here by car, then they're probably going to use the car.
Right.
Well, and I don't want to subsidize visitors, so.
Well,
So my thoughts are for the micro, which is the $60,000. We don't have enough data on that, but we already funded it for this year. I would say that's probably where I want to continue. And I made the comment last year. I'm like, it doesn't make sense. Like, we didn't want to spend $10,000, but we're going to spend $60,000. Like, it didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But I don't think there's enough data on whether it's working or not right at this moment. I would like to have a full year. So my suggestion would probably be to go ahead and fund that one. But the $10,000 bus stop is probably not not be my recommendation. Until that gets advertised a little better and we see what the appetite of the town is.
You mean
Because Don said it best, I think it was Don, he said it last, he's like, you might not need it. You might not need it, like, maybe
Talking
this
about
makes sense.
13,000?
13,000, yeah, it was 10,000 last year, it's 13,000 this year, so. Let's see what the appetite of the town is, but let's not fund it this year. And you can make the argument that, well, you need to fund it to see what your appetite is, but I think that I don't want to bring it back just to cancel it in a year. So my thoughts are just not to fund it this year for the 13,000.
And before, it didn't have a lot of ridership either. It was one or two people. And it was very, very beneficial, because the hours, I would say the hours aren't real conducive to anybody using either one of them, unless they're retired and just want to get around town or whatever. Because you can't get to work on it, because the time you get to work, most places have already been working for an hour.
And I was thinking Sunset Variety, I know that it's, I was Googling it to make sure I knew the right place. Are there many, like complexes near there? I mean, I would think that she mentioned that a lot of people are giving up their cars. That's a long walk for people to have to go and pick up that one bus stop. And I know he mentioned that maybe there'd be something else on 302, but I would think it would be somewhere closer to where I would think people might.
Probably the best spot for it.
Right.
I mean, logistically, it's like, you're right. I mean, you put it by Good Life, but now you're increasing traffic there. Like, it makes sense for there because there's that big empty lot. And,
Where?
Just if you put it by Sunset, it's like, yeah, well, there's one thing there.
What's that now?
Other than
There's
that,
no
I think it's probably the best spot.
I just think that there'd be more ridership if it was somewhere closer to places, people that don't.
The dollar store.
He's saying it wouldn't work.
Yeah, the dollar store.
He said it wouldn't work. No.
That area is very high traffic. Trying to get out of there, and it'll be, just any time.
So just in my own head here, so if we don't fund the 13,000, doesn't that kind of kill half of the 63,000? Because they're using that to get to the ride to Portland. So this 63,000 gonna take them all the way to Portland?
No, $63,000 is only basically going to get them around town. It's an in-town
Right,
thing.
so I mean, if we take that 13,000 away, someone wants to go to Portland, now they can only go around town. They can't get to Portland or South Portland or whatever.
Right.
So I mean, I think that's a small dollar figure if somebody's actually gonna use that to go somewhere.
That was.
I agree with that.
We understand. We're not sure if there's a better need for people to get around town, or is there more of a need for somebody to get to Portland? And we don't have enough data on either one right now.
But I mean, we're pot committed at 63 now. I mean, if we don't put that 10 more in, it's not gonna get any good numbers, because a lot of people they're not gonna use it, because they wanna go to Wyndham, or they wanna go to Portland, they wanna go to South Portland. Or they
I
get a
thought
doctor's appointment.
I thought the microtransit took them to Wyndham.
So we'll take them to
does.
Wyndham, so they can
Yes.
grab a bus in Wyndham.
Yes.
Oh, then that's a no-brainer then, yeah.
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 All right.
So that would be the data right there. How many people are using the micro to go to Wyndham because there's not a stop now?
Right.
If they're just using for in-town stuff and we're not going to Wyndham specifically, you can go to Wyndham. That would be the way the data is. If you're going to Wyndham because you're getting groceries, that's one thing. If you're going to Wyndham because you have to go to Portland, then there's your data for the appetite.
You ought to be able to give us that information.
Right.
Offers ridership. How many people are continuing on?
I mean, I could lease a Corolla, insure it, and hire a part-timer for 1,000 hours and spend only $27,000.
We can't get part-time help. We've already heard that. Oh, wait a minute. It's between 9 and 4.
Well, I used to administer a program like this, and my employees were mostly volunteer and retired folks who were firefighters, nurses, and they liked driving their neighbors around.
Yeah.
Right.
You get a volunteer dispatcher, answers the phone 2 times a week. You got to call ahead of time. You can do it. If you wanted to keep doing the service, but I think it would be hyper local. It would be, it would be part time. It wouldn't be 5 days a week, but you could do it cheaper than 63.
The only thing is ADA compatible.
So you don't have to be an ADA service unless you're getting those federal funds.
Oh.
So you could do semi-ambulatory. Folks who needed, who are non-ambulatory, would have to utilize what do they call it? An EMT service, a non-emergency medical transportation. But I mean,
I think that's what somebody was looking into, is like, how much is it to buy a vehicle and then do the service ourselves? And then I think Don said, I think it would have cost us more to do it with a proper vehicle.
if you do a CDL passenger endorsed ADA accessible vehicle, who's trained how to, strap down a wheelchair and all that stuff. But I mean, if you just wanted to run a supplemental sedan with part-timers and volunteers, there's some service. You could do it for fourth of the price.
You use the Bolt the town already owns. You don't need, by the passenger load, you don't need a bus or even a van.
Right.
By what they're showing for numbers. I say, I'd like to know a lot more about what the usage really is.
Well, I'm sure you could actually ask for that report too, because so they use the same software that I used to use, right? So I've run those reports before, and I talked to GP Cog, I talked to GP Metro. He can run those reports based on ambulatory, non-ambulatory, semi-ambulatory. He can do unduplicated, which means, is that ridership counting back and forth for one person, or is that counting one person's round trip?
Right.
And that was a question I had asked in an email. Can you show unduplicated ridership, which is individuals?
One way.
Right.
Yeah. But so I don't know what that report is, if that's duplicated ridership or...
Yeah, I looked at it as one-way ridership when I looked at his numbers, but that's just the way I looked at it.
Did he say he was going to run some reports for us and get back to us?
I can follow up, but like I said, I'd be most curious to see what's unduplicated and what's the mobility type.
I think we're interested in having the report.
Mobility type would be helpful too, because then the fire department could be aware of who has wheelchairs, and if they need to do an extrication, we could have an informal list of who might need help.
And that $63,000, is that built into what we have in this budget?
Yeah, I have his request changed from introduction, so I think it actually went down a little bit, but we had 75 budgeted initially for the service.
So both services are budgeted in here?
No, I think he's actually less than we had planned.
Yeah, I think originally
So he
it was
at
like
what,
67.
I think he was at 73 or something.
And originally we put 75 in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that can
So that
come
would,
down.
that's actually budgeted to cover both these right now, less
Yeah,
a
because he's
thousand.
got the discount, just for the first year. Yeah, he included a discount rate.
Yeah, he must have changed it since introduction, so it came down a tiny bit.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm for the quick ride. I'd like to hold off on the Lakes Region Explorer.
Would the committee like to make a recommendation to the select board on which way to go with this? Are we ready to do that, or
I'd like to have more information.
more information?
Well, so just process-wise, so you're all aware,
We got till next week.
yeah, they're going to have draft articles for Tuesday, and I think...
But they can still change them on Tuesday, right?
Correct. So I would, yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how the process works since I'm new.
That's what I thought, that Tuesday was, here's our presentation, and then we make our recommendations off their final presentation.
Yeah, because you'll meet again on the 1st and make, like, I guess you would go through, and you can refresh me on this process because it's new to me. Once they have the draft articles, you'll have them, then you'll take them at your next meeting and make recommendations.
You're right.
No, on April 1st, we actually vote on the recommendations.
Right. So they'll be
So-
finalizing the draft on Tuesday.
So at that point, we can't change them?
Exactly. We have to vote as the warrants are presented on April 1st.
So this is the only opportunity?
This is the only opportunity between now and next Tuesday.
Unless we have another meeting in between.
Yeah, or maybe designate a representative to go to the meeting, and if you have like recommendations to make at that meeting, then we can
we should designate somebody to make recommendations.
Well, that doesn't give us any time if you're asking this gentleman to give you more figures. How are we going to have time then to go over different figures for any of these discussions?
Honestly, the time has passed, I think, for...
It has,
Could I make a comment?
okay.
It's an agenda item, I guess.
Yep, go ahead.
But as Peter's talking, my point was that his job was to convince us now, and I think that the time has passed.
This may be helpful just to get a little history because I have a little history with this, as you know. From the comprehensive plan perspective, what generally we heard was, and what was in our last 2004 comprehensive plan, is we did have the bus, and it did stop in Raymond. And that was something that actually was helpful as far as getting our 2004 plan approved by the state, because we actually did have a form of transportation that individuals could use, period. The history was that at some point, a select board in particular, one individual in that select board felt that we should not be paying $10,000. We shouldn't be paying what every other town from Naples to Portland was paying. This individual felt and basically mounted a campaign to say, no, we're not going to pay $10,000 like everyone else. We're going to pay $4,000 or $5,000, and they'll just take it. And so RTP did take it for a while. Then supposedly RTP got some pushback from the other communities saying, how come Raymond isn't paying their share? We're all paying it. And so then they just withdrew. So we had no service whatsoever. But I just say that from the comprehensive plan perspective, what we were looking for was to reinstate the bus stop, because that then at least presented the state with the fact that the town was trying to provide some transportation other than private transportation. Then what happened is, I think the comment was made by Sean that, we went from, we won't pay $10,000 to be on the bus route, but we'll pay $67,500 for the van. At that point, I can recall speaking to the select board and saying, well, do we have any room to negotiate here? Such that maybe what we can do is for that $67,500, we not only get the mini service, but we also get the bus service, the bus stop back as well. And that fell on deaf ears, and that there was no negotiation on the part of that select board, and nothing happened. So I guess my concern is this, and there's a number of ways to cut it, as Glenn was saying, as far as what can be provided. I do believe the onus of the responsibility of selling this is on the RTP. Last year, when they sold it, when he's recently become the manager of RTP. I was dealing with another fella before Mr. Libby, who retired. And at that time, what he was telling me and was telling the select board is, we want to use Raymond as the model, because Wyndham is the only other town that's picked this up, and they're basically doing it on a provisional or a pilot basis. And what we'd like to do is get other communities along the 302, so we'd like to use you as kind of our promotional for the other entities along 302. But once again, we never saw any other promotion. I have not seen any other communities join. Primarily, I would guess one of the solutions would be reinstate the bus. And if someone needs to get to Portland, what they do is they get an Uber to for $10 or $12 to drive to the bus stop. And then it's $3 to take the bus into Portland. And so that's a fairly economical way, rather than right now with the numbers. If the ridership at the end of the year was 1,000 riders, and he reported, Mr. Libby, 348 rides for 5 months, that works out to $67.50 of the town of Raymond subsidy for each ride. And I did hear some suggestion here, and Mr. Libby could think out of the box and say, well, why don't I do this? Why don't we up the charge from $3 to $6, charge a little bit more to ride into Portland from Raymond, and reduce the amount of money that we're charging the municipalities. So that's kind of the background. It went from, we had the bus stop, the ridership was low, I agree with that. I think if you were looking for numbers, one of the interesting numbers that Glenn was kind of suggesting is this. Of these 348 rides, individual rides in 5 months, how many were the same individual? How many citizens are we really serving? And believe me, I would be the first one to say we need to provide something for our senior citizens, especially as far as transportation. Prior to this, as one selectman made her case on going to this $67,500 price tag, it was being done by the coordinator for volunteers. And they were upset that she was using her own car, wasn't getting any money for doing it. And, what would happen if there was a car accident and that stuff? And so that was one of the impetus for going forward with establishing this service through RTP. And also, I think it's a no-brainer. I think everyone in this room would realize going out and getting an accessible van, hiring someone with a license to drive it, and making that available Monday through Friday in this town, we couldn't do it as cheap as RTP. So that was also out. So I guess what I just say is my recommendation would be go back to, it's now $13,000. When we first started doing it, it was $7,000. But like everything else, it goes up. Pay the $13,000, reestablish the bus stop in Raymond, and advertise it. Get it out to the community that this is a potential. And like I say, it's just take the Uber. Thank you.
From a comprehensive plan, though, the quick ride is covering, not, I want to say covering it, but we do provide a service, so this is satisfactory. The quick ride is somewhat satisfactory to our comp plan that we initiated. Would you agree?
I would tell you this, that this was up, from my perspective on the comp plan, this was way above and beyond what I heard people asking for. What I heard in the comp plan, Sean, was basically, we want the bus stop back. That's what I was hearing.
So that would satisfy the comp plan, is the bus stop.
The other interesting piece of that is, I don't know when the last census kicked you into that urbanized zone, but it did. So it means you have access to urban funds. One of the things that I asked Don at that meeting, and I've reached out to GPCOG, I've reached out to DOT, and I can't really get a straight answer on, if you have a fixed route stop in your town and you're in the urbanized zone, that funding stream now becomes available within 3/4 of a mile of that bus stop for them to send a bus and that's what I had asked them for that 80-20 match. If you bring the fixed route stop back, would you apply for this grant and offset microtransit to supplement the service, because that's what it's there for. So there's potential in bringing the stop back if the DOT and RTP and GPCOG were willing to prioritize that sort of funding to Raymond. It gives you access to that funding stream.
And would you not expect that the manager of RTP would come to this meeting armed with that information?
And I've asked, so that it's not a shot at him. I have not gotten a straight answer from DOT on it. I've not gotten a straight answer from really anybody, even when I worked with Western Maine Transit.
Selling the service.
Well, and so there's a state plan that you can read, and it names the provider agencies, but it also reads that if the state and county aren't providing, then these named agencies are. So the region is covered by these named agencies. If the named agency isn't providing the service or accessing those funds, it can then fall to the municipality to be eligible to apply for those grants. So we have to start with the named agency, which is RTP, GP Metro. But if they, in theory, if they're turning that money down and there's a service gap, we should be able to access it ourselves. But that's where no one will give me an answer. So I know right now in the DOT approved tip, the money's going to the city of Portland for 5310, and no one has asked for operating in the western region. So if we can exert some pressure on RTP from the surrounding communities and say, look, stop asking for bus replacements and ask for vans, ask for operating through the grant, and we'll kick in the match. You know, maybe that's a vehicle we can use. But you know, it's there, and I just don't know why we can't access it. And like I said, I haven't gotten a good answer as to why. And when I asked DOT when I was at Lisbon for the same thing, because we got kicked in the urban zone, and I said, well, Western Maine said they're getting rural funds, they're not getting urban funds, so does that mean Lewiston has to pick us up because they're getting it? Because it's supposed to cover the region. And they're like, we don't know, everybody's new here. And I still never got an answer. So that funding is there for the folks in the urbanized zone, and we should be able to access it if they're not using it. But bringing the fixed route stop back is a start to starting to access those funds.
So we've already paid, or we're paying the 63,000 already for this year we're in now, right? So that's already done. So the only thing that we're really working about is the 13,000 to bring the bus back, correct?
So he reduced the microtransit.
Right.
He's bringing the stop back, and I think it actually comes in a little less.
Comes in a couple thousand less than what we've budgeted. And then I think that's a no-brainer, and we'll do that and get more data onto it. So if we want to know if we want to follow up to getting that and getting the advertisement out there to see if it's working. Because I mean, we're already committed to 63,000 that we can't get back. So now.
Well, you can walk away at any time according to the warrant article. So you can.
Well, that's what I was going to say. He said it was cancelable at any time.
I don't know if you can see my hand or whatnot, but this is Derek. We did this in the.
Your graphics still
we
up.
let this thing go and said that we would do that per month, so that once we got a good handle on ridership and things like that, we could cancel at any time. So that is an option. You don't need to go through with it any further than we already have. It can be canceled and picked up. It's not like you have to have one service to have the other. You can cancel one and pick the other one up. That's one thing. But the other thing, Sunset has changed ownership, so that parking lot is a little up in the air. There are two different people that own it now, and I don't know if you can leave cars there like you used to be able to do. So that would be something you have to check into before we basically clarify where the bus is.
To be honest, that's a fair statement. If we can't be parking cars there, or if they don't want it there, then we can't put the bus stop there. So that's what I'm thinking is not to fund it this year and then let's get the information that we need for next year and have a proper advertising of it. So we just say 10,000, you know, if we, $13,000. I think that's a very good point. If we can't use the parking lot, or we can't put the stop there, we just funded something that we can't use.
Yeah. I mean, I think the other thing too is, and my understanding from talking to GPCOG is those grants are opening now, at the end of April. I mean, we could ask RTP, put in an application now for the operating piece, and if you don't, we're going to cancel the contract now.
That's
the $63,000 one.
Right.
That's fair.
That's a good idea. I mean, and there's other alternatives. If there isn't parking at Sunset, there are other parking areas around this town that we could use, I'm sure.
It would have to be on 302 though.
Oh, you got Tony's Food Land up there where that used to be. It's Family Dollar. I mean, you get that whole stretch there.
Right.
I think Gagnon owns that, right?
Not anymore.
No, he sold it.
It seems like there are other parking alternatives to Sunset Variety.
Yeah, because the one thing I did glean from doing that research, when I would get those grants in New Jersey, it would typically take 6 years before delivery. But my understanding of how Maine DOT sort of handles it is they dish the money to the MPO, they put it in the tip, and if there really isn't a formal application. The MPO can just say, yeah, RTP, we're going to award you the next round, and you don't have to wait maybe as long. So I mean, if you could sneak in, maybe we could sneak in an ask to say, get the application in this year, and if it doesn't go in, it's not getting funded.
I like that idea. Do we want to put a motion to recommend to the select board to follow what Glenn suggested?
Can we make that motion for our time here, Glenn?
Maybe not to overcomplicate it, maybe just make the motion based on the appropriation, like what you want to see or not see, and I can sort of convey because they can cancel the contract at any time anyway. This would just be more for FY27, and just, maybe the recommendation is, and just maybe to appropriate at whatever level you guys think is appropriate for 27, and then we can work on the 26 stuff sort of separately, like as a, I don't know, I just don't want to overcomplicate the order, if you know what I mean.
I know.
Do you have a good grasp on what we're?
Yeah, I think
just
we'll
bring that.
which is
Can you
like,
just bring that
we have an
forward?
opportunity between now and the end of the year to get some grant funding, and if we don't see an effort, like, we're not really interested in. And the other thing too is there are other services out there who are interested.
Right. Like the GP cog, right?
Yes.
So I'm just trying to.
Or GP Metro, I'm sorry. They're more expensive though, but they are interested.
I'm just trying to figure out a vehicle to get the message to the select board of how
I think they've already
I would
heard
like
it.
to see. I know, but I'd like to have it a little bit more formal than just.
Yeah, it's getting late. I'm trying to think of a way to
Yeah.
simplify the recommendation.
So there's two pieces. Are you saying both pieces you would continue?
I think the fixed route is helpful because it gets you access to those other funds if you wanted to expand microtransit further down the road. I think part of that funding formula is predicated on being within a certain distance of a stop. So if you're gonna, but to Derek's point, I mean, it's a policy decision, like what's important to you as a board, what type of service do you want to provide? I can't really speak for the community in that sense.
Okay, but it sounds like we have some time before the implementation for 27. So what you had suggested is that we try to get that information and go for the fixed stop. But if,
So are you saying just the 13,000?
for 27,
That's what I'm saying. There's kind of two pieces. Are you
Right.
saying one, both, either or? Which one are you talking
I
about?
think it's so hard because like you said, we don't know if maybe that's two people who
I
are
know.
just going to the Wyndham stop to pick up the bus.
Yeah, so it
or
sounds like we
that's
want
the hard thing.
We want unduplicated ridership.
I guess I'm just not impressed with the program at all.
Mobility type.
Because he came to present and I have zero information. You're asking us to make a decision on zero information. Those numbers really don't mean anything. Is that one person?
I know, I agree.
Is that one ride? Is that a round trip? I have no idea what to do with that number. So how do I decide? Who does the marketing? Do they do the marketing? Does our town do the marketing?
I think it's a partnership. I mean, if they put the material together because they know their program, I would disseminate it and get it out where it needs to go. But
I don't believe they did any last year. We put it in the Roadrunner.
because I don't know
Isn't
their
that what
phone
happened? The
number, I
town
don't know
put it in
what
the
their window
Roadrunner?
open.
Yeah,
They
the
would
town
have to
put
put
it
all
in
that
the
together for us.
Right.
And that's all it was. It wasn't anything more than that.
It was in the
That
paper?
One of the weeks that the Roadrunner didn't go out.
Right.
Is there a way you could put into that grant money for doing
Only if a named agency in the state plan doesn't go for it, we're then next in line. And that was my question. I think I'm next in line. No one's going for it. And they're like, we'll have to get back to you. So, no, I never got an answer from DOT. Question is still unanswered.
I'm just asking, could we get some money also to help to do the publicity on it?
Yeah, I mean, operating's operating. It's whatever your operating budget is.
All right, yes, if you're gonna do it, then somebody needs to make concerted effort to let people know it's available and how they would access it and what it can do for them.
Right.
I mean, that whole idea that you can go from your house, pick up a bus, go to Portland, get a transfer, go to the mall, go wherever you need to go for $3 to $6, has to be a good idea to someone, especially if you're going into Portland, you're paying for parking. Because the parking in Portland can cost you $35, $40, $45 for half a day.
$3 won't even buy you a gallon of gas today, so you
Right.
can't drive there. So.
Right. All right, so
I don't think my
What is-
solar panels go through the.
so we still don't have an answer on what the recommendation is. I don't know if we're in a position to make a recommendation at this point.
Maybe just recommend that the select board consider, reducing the appropriation for the RTP service, pending either more information or, that they're committed to finding alternative funding streams to supplement the service. I don't know. Just trying to think of a simple way to say.
That sounds
Yeah.
reasonable.
Amazing.
Yeah, I think that sounds reasonable. I think would be.
I'm not sure if I want to ask this question or not. All the work that's been done from the previous committees on the comprehensive plan, is not having that going to affect that?
No, basically the discussion about establishing transportation was a goal.
Peter, we can't hear you.
Yeah, establishing transport within the town is listed under the goals. So it's not a commitment. It's other than that we would explore it.
We won't lose any funds or
No.
any,
No.
anything's up.
Right. Okay. Any other topics of discussion or questions or concerns? Okay. Ready to adjourn?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I won't. I was going to say, do you want to formalize that recommendation about the toters as a portion of fund balance as a?
Yeah. So how do I do that?
That's a good question. I guess I could just bring that information back to the select board. And
My recommendation, you just reduce that request for next year by whatever the number was.
Was he saying 100,000?
I thought he
Part of
said
that budget amount?
119,000, something like that. I didn't write it down.
So with the savings from the dumpsters, you've got roughly 15 plus the 90 he was budgeting to rent. So you're, yeah. So then there's a portion of the TIF that might be in the footprint, and I think the unspent TIF balance is 86. I don't know how much you can get out of that, but you got to come up with 408 total to buy them. And
So but you don't do that till next year, right?
you can choose when to implement, and
Well,
then
that way you don't have to raise the money this year.
you don't have to.
Because you're not gonna be able to implement it for over a year. So there's no reason to have 8,000 of these things, and they'll only go 75 to a 75-foot trailer. It's in the.
He can choose when he wants to do July 1.
Oh. That's the recommendation, that you take the cost of the totes out of the budget for this year. And know that you've got to do it next year, but that would reduce your overall by 100 grand.
Yeah,
it was 100 grand.
115, and then bite the bullet next year.
I agree.
Do you have to vote on the recommendation, or?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So would you like to pose that as a motion?
I will make a motion that the solid waste line be reduced by the cost of the totes for the new contract that's already been signed, because that change won't happen for a year. So that puts $100,000, roughly $100,000 off what needs to be raised this year. That'll have to be raised the following year.
Okay, how about if we do the motion that we recommend that not fund $100,000 towards the totes for this year?
That's the easiest. Yeah, in the waste management line, that's the easiest way to put it.
question though, so it's 408 for the totes.
Before we have any discussion, we need to have a second, and then we'll have the discussion. So is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, now there's discussion.
Okay, that number, the $100,000, that's accurate, right? Because it's $408,000 for the totes.
So he didn't budget to buy them this year. We built the budget on leasing. So the 90 is earmarked for the lease of the totes. So, and the 15's coming from the dumpsters that he was able to negotiate cheaper. So you can reduce roughly 115 from this year's budget, but you would have to purchase the totes in the coming year.
Following.
So we would just.
Yeah, that's all. Just reduce the cost of the totes on them.
Because I want to purchase them. I don't want to lease them.
Well, I want to purchase them, but you don't have to purchase them this year because you
I
can't
understand.
use them.
What Glenn was saying was the $81,000 was to lease.
Right, it was built on
to lease.
the lease.
So we just take, as you said, take it all out this year and then buy it.
And I was impressed that Toto, or whatever the outfit is, will, number one, it's a 10-year warranty on them, and number two, that they will come place them, and that takes a big load off. You know, we might have to hire another 5 people for the town just to put them together and distribute them otherwise.
Yeah, it'd be a be a whole ordeal itself. You can get volunteers maybe.
Have it on voting day. Make a party out of it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Build your own tote day.
Yes.
Okay, so
Okay, is there any more discussion on the motion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion? Okay, any opposed? None opposed, so the motion carries. All right. Any further discussion or questions? No? All right, are we ready to adjourn for the evening?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Okay.
second it.
All right, all those in favor? All right, we are adjourned.
Good evening and welcome to a select board meeting. It is Tuesday, March 24th, 2026. The purpose for today will be a warrant article review. I'm going to call the meeting to order with a roll call. Sam? I'll make note that Sam is on Zoom. Chris?
I'm here.
Thank you. Derek?
Here.
And I am here. We're going to start with new business, and that's consideration of a warrant article for the acceptance of Tarklin Hill Road and Shady Lane as a public road. Nathan? Oh,
Or Nathan or Jay, do you want to just give a little background on this?
I think Dave was he was.
Oh, sure.
We can kind of follow up.
Yeah, I'd like to give you a copy of the petitions for your approval. Separately for Shady Lane and Tarkin Hill Road. I guess that's the other one.
thank you.
I'll take this for the record. Thanks.
Go ahead.
Oh. Can't read without my glasses. Good evening, Chair and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is David Fawcett. I'm the developer of Tarkin Hill Estates through Enchanted Homes, LLC, and a current president of the Tarkin Hill Estates Lot Owners Association. I live in Standish, via properties in Raymond. I'm here to respectfully request your support in accepting the privately maintained section of Tarkin Hill Road, approximately 5,600 feet long, from the intersection with Shady Lane to the end into the town's public road system. The road serves the Tarkin Hill Estates subdivision approved by the Planning Board and MDEP in 2004 and has provided reliable access for residents ever since. From the outset, this road was constructed privately by Enchanted Homes LLC at no cost to the town or residents, in full alignment with the original 2004 subdivision approval. The project was designed, approved, and built with the clear objective it would ultimately become a town-maintained road. It's been maintained privately since then, roughly 21 years, with no cost to the town, through member dues paid to the Tarkin Hill Estates Lot Owners Association. Tarkin Hill Estates stands as one of Raymond's premier subdivisions, offering elevated sites, exceptional water and mountain views, make it a true asset to the community. Quality shines through every step. I'm not trying to sell you. From thoughtful planning, careful construction to consistent private maintenance over 2 decades. The road is performed reliably with no major issues, serving 18 built-out and occupied lots in Tarkin Hill Estates, plus 5 abutting homes from the older Tarkin Hill subdivision approved in 1973 on that same section of road. So there's a total of 23 households depending on it for primary access. Private maintenance was undertaken to honor the subdivision's intent and ensured safe, consistent access for the families who live there. I greatly appreciate the guidance and support from our code enforcement officer and road commissioner who have reviewed the road's history and current condition and both endorse acceptance. To confirm it meets town standards and complete the original developer obligations, I invested nearly $100,000 in the final top course of asphalt completed by Allstate Asphalt last year. This upgrade has brought the road to excellent condition, well drained, smooth, and ready for public acceptance, with proven durability over 2 decades. The residents strongly support this transition. I've enclosed a petition with signatures from the affected households, along with letters of endorsement. Acceptance would promote equity for the community and town. After 21 years of private funding at no town expense, it ensures consistent municipal services for an established residential area, aligning with the public interest and the original subdivision vision. This step completes a commitment to reliable, long-term access without ongoing private burden, allowing Tarkin Hill Estates to fully integrate as a valued part of Raymond's public infrastructure. Chair and board members, thank you for your time and consideration. This request is about fulfilling the subdivision's original intent while providing mutual benefits through reliable public maintenance. I respectfully ask that you approve placing a warrant article on the next town meeting ballot for voter approval of this road section as a public town way. I'm happy to answer any questions and provide additional information.
Board members, do any of you have a question for David? not seeing any. Did you have anything, I think, Jason, to add, or?
No, I mean, the road is in great shape. It's nice and wide. We don't really have, our process for accepting a town road is asking the developers to build it to the standards that they're asked to, and then bring it to the town to vote. So I think it makes sense at this point to let the town decide whether they want to accept the road or not.
I have a clarification question, just to make sure I'm understanding correctly. So Tarkland Hill Road from 85 to Shady Lane is already a
Yeah.
public road?
Yes.
That's when you go right and left. The right, like, is a dead end.
That
the very-
portion is
and then
already-
the left goes all the way up.
The last page of your petition.
Shows
has-
the highlighted. I just wanted to
Yeah.
make sure I was getting that
That's
correctly.
the actual section of road that will be
So this would also
requesting.
be, they didn't highlight it, but this is the dead end, but this also, no, then that is this one. You understand, this one comes up, and then this is this goes up to the top of
Right.
the hill, and this takes a right. That's way better. So,
Yes.
so this is already town, but it would be this and this and that.
I have a question, actually, I think for Nathan.
Sure.
So, based on your recommendation, what happens if the developer doesn't cut back the right-of-way and address the shoulder work, but we've already accepted this as a town road?
I think we should put language in there when we get ready to do this, that if that process is not completed, then we don't accept it till that is done. The only thing left is to mow the shoulders and clean it up a little bit, and it's a pretty clear, easy process. But I
Okay.
would put language in there that just, we don't do it until that's done.
Okay, so you would want us to consider adding language to the warrant that specifies that out completely?
Yes.
Okay.
When is that supposed to be done?
What's that?
Do you know when that is supposed to be done?
I had just, when I looked at the road, did the inspections on the road, that was the only thing that I saw that needed to be done. The shoulders needed to be mowed back. The brush is approaching the road pretty good. The shoulders, they put an 1.5-inch overlay on the road. And by our ordinance, it says it's supposed to have gravel backed up. And people have manicured their lawn right to the edge of the pavement. I would, if it was a town road now, we'd leave it. So the spots that I would like some gravel put in, but it's minimal. Shady Lane is all done.
Okay. Are there any comments from the public?
Can I just clarify also? So the current warrant article
Can't hear you on Sim.
says, shall the town of Raymond accept Hill Road and Shady Lane as town roads, conditioned upon confirmation that these roads meet town standards?
That would probably be, yeah.
That's probably fine.
Yeah, that's fine, I would think.
Yeah, public comment?
Actually, I wanted to talk about Shady Lane.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Shady Lane was part of the old Tarkin Hill Estates subdivision approved in 1973. My father had opened it up. My father was the developer of the old Tarkin Hill Estate subdivision, that lower subdivision on Tarkin Hill Road. He had just opened it up after the town accepted Tarkin Hill Road up to the intersection. He had a heart attack and passed away. He was unable to fulfill his obligations. My mother, in turn, maintained Shady Lane Road, plowing, sanding, etc. For the next, that was in '86, approximately 20 years out of her own pocket. She did try to get it approved by the town, but she lacked the wherewithal and skill sets needed to accomplish that. I took over paying for the road after she ran out of money, and in 2006, and I've been maintaining it out of my pocket ever since. That section of road is about 700 feet long, part of the old subdivision. It's built to town road standards, 20 feet wide, etc. The intent, when approved, was to make it into a town road eventually once it was built out. In the past 3 or 4 years, I've invested approximately $60,000 to tear up the old road that was approaching 40 years old. It was cracked up. It was not, there's no way of saving it. And put down new base course, well, substrates, base course, and the finished course of asphalt. Added ditching, crushed rock, rock dams, cut the trees back, all included in that $60,000 expenditures. I'm getting old. I won't be around to pay for the maintenance of that road forever. My father, my mother, never intended to leave this as a mess. I'd like to get it resolved, and that 700-foot section of road only services 4 residents. It would be a hardship, I think, for them to have to create a road association just to maintain it. Shady Lane's over 40 years old. Actually, it's 53 years old if you look at the original subdivision approval before ground was broken. I would genuinely like to get this accepted by the town as a town-maintained road, and that will tie up a long-term loose end.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions on Shady Lane?
Yes, actually. Sorry, there's an echo. Can you hear me okay? Is this appropriate?
Yes. Just can't see
Okay,
you.
because the echo is pretty... Okay, I turned on the video. I don't know why it's not. It says stop video, which means the video is on from my end.
You're okay. Go ahead.
Okay, my question is, I just want to clarify to... okay, perfect. I'm in Florida, so I'm honestly super thankful. It sounds like you're speaking from Standish. You're a Standish resident?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Because I feel guilty. I'm like, I own land in Raymond, but I'm not up there. I'm reporting from Florida, but I do have quite a few questions.
Can you tell us your name and
Taylor
your
Winslow, sorry.
and your address in Raymond?
27 Baxter Road.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So the development of the subdivision was privately funded?
Yes.
When you first established Tarkland Lane, was that a publicly maintained road, or was there a process just like this to get public funding to maintain that road?
Are you talking about the original Tarkin Hill Estates subdivision?
Yeah, that big road that they said is already publicly maintained, so this is kind of like just a little strip to be added to that.
Yes.
Not to be too brief.
That's the old
that's just my
subdivision
takeaway.
approved in 1973.
Beautiful. When that development was created, how was that road to be maintained?
Initially, my father maintained it because he was a contractor, and he had created the subdivision in order to have an inventory of lots so that he could build homes
Right.
on them. So it was a
So
private.
as someone who go ahead.
It was a
Sorry.
private subdivision. All parts of that original Tarkin Hill subdivision was private. And
Thank you.
same process we use today.
Okay. My question, as someone who lives in Florida and obviously has witnessed what developments can do, it's typically a profit-oriented, right? When you create a development and a subdivision, you profit. So being able to maintain your roads, you're earning money while you do that. So it makes sense to me. I'm just going to be honest, and it feels like as a developer, you know, we all know Raymond, right? It's very rural. There's not as many subdivisions, not as much development. It's a little bit more living with the earth, living with nature. With that comes into play taking care of your own. So I love to know that your father, when he created the development, assumed the burden himself, and then it sounds like advocated that the public take over maintaining the road.
The general consensus from most towns is to build out your subdivision by 80%, roughly 80% or more, meaning houses. So all the big equipment building those houses have damaged or scarred up the base course of asphalt, and then
You ain't got to tell me that.
and then the finished course of asphalt can be applied. It looks like brand new, and it's ready for the town to accept.
It just, to be perfectly honest, and I know I'm probably sticking out like a sore thumb with this opinion, it's this really fine line for me as someone who goes between Florida and Maine, and I recognize the pitfalls of development and profit-oriented thinking. I get nervous if we burden locals with an expectation that we're going to pick up, like, what you're essentially discussing is labor. Maintaining a road is labor. That's time, that's effort. You're gonna have to pay men to do that. And it's gonna come out of the pocket of the public. Meanwhile, we're discussing a private subdivision development. So, and I don't mean to be too intense with this. I think it's the Floridian in me that's watched so much beautiful nature just get turned into cul-de-sacs. I get nervous that if we put the burden on the public, when really, if you're a businessman and you're developing and you're creating a subdivision, wouldn't you allocate a budget to sustain it? As opposed to expect the town to pick up that slack?
The town has made the option available at the time of subdivision approval. The roads could have been smaller, could have been less infrastructure if it were to remain private. Instead, as the developer, I wanted a nice country road. There's a 50-acre open space attached to the subdivision with trails, nature trails, vernal pools. It's a beautiful place. Beautiful
I believe
views.
that. And no part of Raymond isn't.
Taylor,
I know that.
can I ask that you let him answer your question, please?
And so it's essentially the decision of the developer at the time of preliminary approval to decide whether they, in the end, they intend to make it a town subdivision, town road, town maintained road in the subdivision, or whether that subdivision
Which is the
will
difference that costs
remain private to eternity, or until somebody upgrades it to town road standards. So essentially the developer chooses one or the other with the assumption the town will someday accept it, or at least it will be acceptable by the town if built to those standards.
So we're all okay with the developer coming
Taylor,
in.
I've given you approximately 4 minutes, and there are other people waiting to speak. I'm going
So are you
to.
dismissing my concerns as invalid because you can't keep up? I'm confused, Caleb.
Nope, I'm not dismissing your
Currently,
concerns. I've allowed you to speak.
Currently, there's probably $18 to $20 million worth of real estate in
That's
the
what I'm
section
talking
of
about. Where are your
Tarleton.
profit margins at?
They are paying
Because
private
with the
to,
development, we should be getting to the meat of this discussion, which is what is the money earned?
they
Taylor,
are paying huge taxes as
Profiting off
well
of
as
a town-
association
Okay,
fees.
Taylor, come on.
David, that's okay. Taylor, I would like to just stay on topic, and I think you're moving a little bit further away from what we're discussing.
The topic is
Taylor, you've had your time. You've had your time. Thank you very much for your comment. Jeff, you've been waiting to speak. Go ahead.
Oh, we're on the next subject, yeah.
I'm just going to put that there real quick. My name is Jeff Grigsby. I'm at 27 Tarkhill Hill. So I'm one of the 5 homes that's sort of in the middle between Shady Lane and the newer development, which is that red area right there. That is a fairly steep incline. So my concern is I've been paying taxes. I'm not part of the new development. When I purchased, we haven't been paying any dues. We've just been paying taxes and assuming that the town was maintaining that part of the road. But then it became, I've been there for 18 years now. Obvious pretty quickly that that wasn't happening. So while they've done a good job maintaining that 500-ish foot stretch of road, it's not to the same standard. And so when you get to that T, the road is no longer salted, sanded, any of those things. It's just plowed, and it becomes, I'm not going to say necessarily dangerous, but if you don't have a 4-wheel drive or all-wheel drive vehicle, oftentimes you can't get through that section to get beyond it. Sometimes it's been very difficult to get to our driveway. So I guess the only reason I'm really here is, regardless of how this works out, I would really like to see that portion maintained by the town that we've been paying tax for 18 years, so that it's easy to get up and down, because if you're sliding backwards down a hill out of control, it's not a great situation. That's about it.
Is there anybody else? Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Kevin McKay. My wife and I live at 38 Tarkhill Hill. Appreciate the board reviewing this matter. For us, as earlier stated, it's a safety and peace of mind issue for us. Over the years, we've lived there since 2016. Private plowing contractors are at times unreliable in terms of timing, but especially with treatment of a significantly sloped road. Countless times as I go down the hill, you get to the T of Shady Lane in Tarkhill Hill, you see the well-plowed, well-treated road from there out to Route 85, but all the way up this section. Again, it's hit or miss with treatment on the road. So for us, it does come back to a public safety issue for all of us there, and would strongly encourage the board to support this measure. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, just real quickly, from a perspective of what the last gentleman was just saying as far as safety, that would be my primary concern. What I've heard is that really from a planning perspective, Raymond is basically populated with private roads, and we know that. And I know that it's a cost to the taxpayer in order to accept a road. But when you're talking about subdivisions and something over 15, 20, 40 units, then you start thinking in terms of what we want to do is start adopting these. We'll adopt them eventually anyway. It's just really a matter of what we can take on right now. And like I say, it's a safety issue. These roads have to be brought up to town standard to be accepted. And quite honestly, what the planning board, I would hope, would be looking at is passing ordinances where whenever you have 2 or more abutting developments, that they are connected, because that is also a safety factor as far as getting rescue and fire there. So I would certainly be in support of putting this on the warrant and seeing if the taxpayer has an appetite for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the public? I'm not seeing any hands on Zoom. Chris or Sam, did you have any other further questions?
I have no further questions.
Okay, Derek?
I do. I don't know who probably knows this better, but Nate, that gentleman, or Jeff, but nobody else has this, but Jeff just handed this to me. The yellow section and the red section is the pavement. I guess I'll back up. The Shady Lane and Tarkland Hill that you just repaved or whatever, that section's obviously new and all that. Does that stop, that part that you just paved on Tarkland Hill, does that stop where Shady Lane starts, or does it stop where I think he's talking about, which is at the base of the hill?
So I can do this real quick.
Okay.
Shady Lane was rebuilt 2 years ago. The base put down.
Okay.
Last year they did a surface pavement over the whole thing, right up over the top. So it's consistently paved exactly the same. And
so the top lane of Shady went from there past this red section and all the way to the top?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
And before you sit down, Nathan, just to address some of the earlier comments, do you have a sense of the general fiscal cost to acceptance of a road of this size?
So the condition of the road right now, for us to do anything other than minor maintenance for the next probably 20 years on that, plowing's going to be the biggest thing. We're probably 8 minutes plowing up there. So it's a very, very minimal cost. We're not going to add a truck. We're not adding a person. We're just adding about 8 more minutes for his travel on that route. So short answer, no, I don't have an exact number, but it's a minimal amount of money, something I didn't even add to the budget for it. The rest of it will add to the paving 20 years down the road.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have no further questions, so if the board would like to make a motion, in support of consideration of a warrant article for the acceptance of Tarkland Hill Road and Shady Lane as a public road, and we'd be adding this to the warrant.
I could make that motion, Kayla.
Didn't we have one?
Thank you, Chris. Is there a second? Derek? All those in favor of adding this to the warrant article?
I'm in favor.
Okay, thank you. Sam, I will need your verbal confirmation since you're on Zoom. I'm going to mark him as abstained. Sam, are you able to unmute quickly just to vote on this? This will still carry, correct? Because there's still a quorum and we have a number in favor. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and mark Sam as abstained. All right, next under new business is review the warrant articles for finalization and provide recommendations. We're going to start at the top and move down.
Kayla, did you want me to give that overview of the change log from the workshop?
Absolutely, yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Sorry. Hey, Bill, would you mind making me the host for 1 second?
Sure.
Just gonna share my screen. Thank you.
You should be all set.
Thank you. Great. So, obviously, the culmination of all the workshops we've had since February leads to the drafting of these warrant articles. So I just wanted to give an overview since our last workshop, because there were some changes since we last met with the Budget Finance Committee. Again, just a quick overview for the public on the municipal budget. So in FY27, the total gross budget is around 27 million. To be raised from taxation is 23 million. 85.2% of that comes from property taxes. Education is a little less than 50% of the increase this year and 70% of the total levy. This is what's driving our increase going into FY27. Roughly 47% of that increase is outside local control. 17.2% is largely fixed expenses, debt service, benefits, and insurance. Some of that we can partially control. We did that with some of the solid waste contract adjustments from the last workshop. And then 15% is local discretion, our line item budget. Since our last workshop, there's been $328,095 in reductions. The biggest driver for that was we were able to remove a debt service payment, and you'll see on the draft warrant article, that was a debt service payment that we budgeted for this year. We will be taking delivery of the fire apparatus in September. We don't have to make payments until it's delivered. So we'll be carrying forward that budgeted payment into next year's budget. We also noticed a double count where that was included in debt service and in capital requests. So capital requests was reduced, and $100,000 was added to the Public Works Capital Reserve, which Nate can expand on if there's a question later. After the last workshop, we removed the purchase of the toters that was budgeted. We'll be deferring that to FY28. That's your garbage cans that you'll be getting next year for the automated pickup. I also added the lease program for the fleet management and reduced the RTP microtransit budget request from $75,000 down $49,400, and we can talk a little bit more about that later when we get to that warrant article. Historically, the board offsets some of the increase with fund balance. There is an article later that will authorize the usage of fund balance. This is what it looks like if you were to use fund balance. I don't recommend using it for recurring expenses, but one-time offsets don't create structural deficits in your budget, but you can use it per your policy for either lowering the mill rate or one-time expenses. Using the most available, which you've historically done, would bring your yearly increase for an average $300,000 home to a $285 increase, as opposed to $329 with no usage of fund balance. This is just sort of a comparison, Raymond, in context, that was from the last presentation. But this is, the 2024 commitment was the only data available to me statewide. So based on the 2024 commitment, Raymond's equalized mill rate is about $8, which is one of the lowest in the county, aside from Harpswell, and maybe one or two others. Statewide, your average is 8, state average is 10, equalized. And what that looks like, so your current last year's commitment, your posted mill rate's about 1880. Your assessed ratio is 55%, which means homes are valued about 55% relative to current market value. So your effective mill rate as of last year is around $10.34 compared to Gorham, which is assessed at 100%. Is about a $4 and change difference. But again, the total increase with school and county is roughly 10.6%, which is down from 12 from the last meeting. And the municipal portion is hovering around 5%. 64% of that increase is driven by education, county tax, and fixed obligations. Staff and school help too, they reduced since introduction. So we're down about $679 from introduction. And if full usage of fund balance, which I don't recommend, to offset the millage would bring you to about 9.2% total. So on an equalized basis, Raymond remains one of the lowest mill rates in the county and in the state. And again, that 8 number is from your 2024 commitment, because that was the only data available at the time of available to me.
Does the board have any questions regarding this budget synopsis?
Oh, and I'll just go through the change log real quick if I didn't hit them all. That was that debt service payment that was removed, the toters, reduction to CIP, a reduction to RTP. There was a slight adjustment from the draft you saw Friday where I moved the PACS dues to the admin contracts line, only because that's required as part of the federal requirements of the MPO. And I just didn't want it on that article in case it failed. We'd still have to pay it. And then I put legal back to the original budget amount as requested by the boards. And then again, adding that lease enterprise program into the Public Works equipment line. So that is the synopsis from the last workshop.
Any questions on that from the board?
No questions, Kayla.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any. Okay, I think we're okay now to start moving into the warrant articles. And just, I guess, a little housekeeping. What I'm going to do is read each one, ask for public comment, and I will respectfully ask that you try to maintain to 3 minutes. I will loosely keep track of that time. That helps us move along and gives everybody an opportunity to speak. And then I will ask for a motion, second, and vote. And when we do this, I will be asking us to approve the article and also whether we recommend or don't recommend included in that motion. I think it's fair to say that Article 1 and 2 are pretty standard and don't require anything. Melanie, do we have to vote to accept those? Or
No, those, like you said, those are very standard. It just introduces that the first step of the morning on election day is to elect a moderator, and then on a separate ballot is the candidates, which is in Article 2, and then so the real meat of what we need to go through tonight is starting on Article 3 and then beyond.
Thank you for making sure I'm on track. So Article 3, referendum question A, to see if the town will vote to, 1, set the date the first half of taxes due to November 2nd, 2026, and the second half of taxes due to April 30th, 2027. 2, set the interest rate for unpaid balances and for abated taxes at 7% per annum for the fiscal year. 3, authorize the tax collector or treasurer to accept prepayments of taxes not yet committed pursuant to 36 MRSA Section 506 with no interest. And 4, authorize the select board on behalf of the town to sell and dispose of any property acquired by the town for non-payment of taxes pursuant to the policy adopted by the select board as may be amended from time to time. The policy to remain consistent with state statutes and laws, in all cases conveyance to be made by municipal quitclaim deed. Are there any public comment on this article? I'm not seeing any. I would be looking for a motion to approve this article and include our recommendation in that motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
All right, and then just to be clear, the motion is to approve Article 3, and the select board will recommend question A. And all those, okay, thank you. All those in favor, Derek and I have our hands up. Can you vote, Chris, with an affirmative yes?
Yes.
And Sam, can I get your vote if you're there? I'm not seeing Sam on the screen, so I'm going to record him as abstain. All right, moving on to Article 4. Referendum question B, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $3,222,764 for general government services, which include administration, assessing, code enforcement, employee benefits, general assistance, insurances, and technology. The budget figures are listed. I guess I should read those off. Administration, $845,743. Assessing, $107,985. Code enforcement, $244,650. Employee benefits, $1,552,376. General assistance, $15,000. Insurance, workers' comp, $214,810, and technology, $242,200. Is there any public comment on this article? I'm not seeing any. Is there any comment by the board?
Nope.
So I will go ahead and entertain a motion, please.
I'll make a motion, we approve Article 4 with a recommendation from the board.
Second.
All right, and all those in favor?
That's a yes.
Thank you, Chris. And I'm going to mark Sam as abstained again. I don't see him on the screen. Moving on to Article 5. That's referendum question C, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $461 for Public Works. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Public Works, $1,273,521. Town Buildings, $111,190. Solid Waste, $664,750. Is there any public comment regarding this article? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Are there any questions? This is probably what I should have asked from the board first.
I have one. What did we finalize on solid waste on containers?
Let me pull up the.
For pricing or?
Yeah, so
you were going to purchase.
Right.
Rich, do you know the total amount for the purchase?
$404,000.
Okay.
And that can be
That's-
deferred till next year because it'll take 18 months before they're delivered.
Okay, so that's not in here yet.
No.
The cans.
Correct.
Correct.
Any other clarifying questions from the
What are
board?
we calling those? Cans, totes?
They call them containers, totes.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions from the board. I would then entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we accept Article 5 with a recommendation from the board.
Second.
Second, thank you, Derek. I don't see Sam on the screen. Any discussion, further discussion? Not seeing any. And I'll go ahead and show of hands of those here. Derek.
I'm in favor.
Thank you, Chris. Right, moving on to Article 6, referendum question D, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $36,500 from the Cemetery Trust Fund Restricted Fund for cemetery maintenance and operations. Any comment from the public on this item? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Any questions?
Very unokay with a lot of your choices.
Okay, thank you, Taylor. Does the select board have any clarifying questions on this article? Not seeing any. I'd entertain a motion then.
I'll move that we approve Article 6 with board recommendation.
Second.
This feels a bit like rinse and repeat. All right, any discussion? I'm not seeing any. We'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor?
In favor.
Thank you. And still marking Sam as abstained. Article 7, referendum question E, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,780,271 for public safety. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Fire and Rescue Department is $1,731,451. Animal Control, $48,820. Any comment from the public on this? Not seeing any. Any questions from the board for clarification? Not seeing any. I'll go ahead and entertain a motion. I will go ahead and make a motion to accept Article 7, referendum question E as written in the warrant, with the select board recommending. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Derek. And all those in favor?
I'm in favor.
Thank you, Chris. And Sam abstains. Article 8, referendum question F, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to dispose of town-owned personal property with value not to exceed $75,000. Any public comment on this article? I'm not seeing any in here or on Zoom. Any clarifying questions from the board? Okay, I'd entertain a motion then.
I'll make a motion that we move Article 8 with recommendation from the board.
And a second? Thank you, Derek. All those in favor?
Yes,
Thank you. Sorry, I skipped discussion.
it's okay.
And again, marking Sam as abstained. Article 9, referendum question G, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to appropriate from undesignated fund balance, which is surplus, to meet the unanticipated needs of the community that occurred during the fiscal year, and/or to adjust the tax rate as the select board deem advisable, an amount not to exceed $75,000. Any public comment on this item? Okay, I'm not seeing any in-house or on Zoom. Any clarifying questions or concerns from the board?
No.
Okay, I would then entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion that we move Article 9 with board recommendation.
Second.
Any discussion?
No.
Okay, all those in favor?
Yes.
And again, make it be known that Sam has abstained. Article 10, referendum question H, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to transfer funds between appropriation accounts as long as the grand total of all appropriation is not exceeded. Any such transfers to be approved only at the properly called public meeting of the select board. Any public comment? Okay. Questions from the board? All right, I'd entertain a motion then.
Make a motion to move Article 10 with board recommendation.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
So yes.
Thank you, Chris. And again, make note that Sam has abstained. Article 11, referendum question I, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to allow town staff to make application for and execute any documents related to a grant, accept or reject grants, donations, and/or gifts of money to the town of Raymond, and authorize the expenditure of monies awarded, donated, and/or gifted for the purposes specified in the grant, donation, and/or gift. Any questions from, or comment from the public? Okay, seeing none. Any questions from the board? Okay, go ahead and entertain a motion then.
I'll make a motion, we move Article 9 with board recommendation.
Second.
Any discussion? No? All those in favor?
Yes.
And Sam has abstained. Article 12, referendum question J, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to appropriate from undesignated fund balance, which is surplus, to an amount not to exceed $300,000 for any one or more of the following purposes as the select board deems advisable: to reduce the property tax commitment, to fund one-time capital expenditures or equipment reserves, or to apply toward capital improvements or debt reduction provided that any such appropriation shall be consistent with the town's undesignated fund balance policy and shall not reduce the undesignated fund balance below 15% of the prior year's tax commitment. Any public comment on this article? Okay. Any questions from the board to clarify?
I'd just like to clarify that that 300,000 is the maximum amount. We're not obligated to do that. We can do any amount up to that.
Thank you, Chris. Any others? Okay. Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we move Article 12 with Select Board recommendation.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Yes.
Chris. And Sam abstains. Article 13, referendum question K, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to appropriate from the overlay account as much as may be necessary for the payment of tax abatements, the defense of property tax valuations in proceedings before the Board of Assessment Review or in Superior Court, and professional appraisal or consulting services related to tax assessment matters. Any public comment regarding this item? Okay, seeing none. Any questions or clarifying remarks from the board? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion to move Article 13 with Select Board recommendation.
Second.
Thank you, Derek. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
So yes.
And we'll be marking Sam as abstained. Article 14, referendum question L, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $546,183 for the tax increment of the Pipeline Route 32 Tax Increment Financing District for FY 2026 to 2027 project proposed in the Tax Increment Financing District Development Program. For details, see voter guide section number 1. Any comments from the public regarding this article?
Group 302.
Sorry, thank you. Okay, seeing none. Any discussion or clarifications from the board?
That was mine.
All right, seeing none, I'd entertain a motion.
Make a motion that we move Article 14 with Select Board recommendation.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Yes.
And Sam has abstained. Article 15. Referendum question M, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate an additional $281,300 to the general government appropriation for recreation programs and services, which amount shall be recorded and expended as part of the general government appropriation. 2, appropriate $155,700 from the Tasseltop Park Enterprise Fund for the administration of activities at Tasseltop Park. The enterprise fund may raise additional revenues beyond the appropriated amount necessary to cover actual operating expenses, and all such revenues shall be recorded in and retained by the Tasseltop Park Enterprise Fund. And 3, appropriate $196,300 from the Recreational Programs Special Revenue Fund for the administration of recreation program activities. The Special Revenue Fund may raise additional revenues beyond the appropriated amount as necessary to cover actual operating expenses, and all such revenues shall be recorded in and retained by the Recreation Programs Special Revenue Fund. Any comment from the public on this article? Seeing none. Any questions or clarification from the board? Okay, seeing none, I'd entertain a motion.
Make a motion to move Article 15 with board recommendation.
Second.
Any discussion?
I just want to add that this is a new article. We condensed it down and wanted to make it so it was clear to the voter that not all of it is raised from taxation. So we made the article read the first portion is raised from taxation and the other two are from those revenue accounts. There's also a slight change to the language because the previous year's articles sort of read as a hard cap, but like if we have 100 kids and we anticipate 100 kids get on a bus, and we have 200, we'll take in more in fees but have to order another bus. So it just allows them to take in more revenues than we're guessing if we have more successful programs and need to cover those expenses, for those sort of reasons.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
I would just say that I appreciate the breakdown. It makes it a lot easier for me personally to understand how Tasseltop and the rec department works together.
Okay. I would. All those in favor?
Yes.
And I'll just make note that Sam has abstained. Article 16, referendum question N, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $756,988 for debt services. The budget figures will be assigned as follows to include any interest variance. A, debt service bond payment FY 2022, original debt $489,250 with $58,064. Debt service bond payment FY 2023, original debt $1,150,000, $257,600. Debt service bond payment FY 2024, original debt $748,318. $253,976. This should say D instead of A.
Oh, yep, that's a typo. That'll be D.
Okay. Debt service lease payment FY 2025, original debt $1,447,746 plus interest. Annual payment of $187,348 carried forward from FY26, deferred until FY27 and carried forward. Any public comment? Okay, seeing none. Any questions or clarifications from the board?
So to be clear on D, is that the purchase of the ladder truck?
Yes, and that would be carrying forward the budgeted payment from this year into next year.
Thank you.
Any other questions for clarification? The board? Okay, I'm not seeing any. I would go ahead and entertain a motion.
I'll move Article 16 with select board recommendation.
Second.
Can I make a friendly that we just make sure that that the D is with the edit that A is changed to D. Second, thank you. I'm sorry, did you second?
Yep. Yeah, Sam didn't this time, so I did.
All right, all those in favor?
That's a yes.
And Sam abstains. Article 17, referendum question O, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $243,026 for the Raymond Village Library. Any public comment regarding this item? Okay, seeing none here and on Zoom. Any questions or clarification from the board? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion to move Article 17 with select board recommendation.
I'll second that one.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Yes.
And Sam abstains. Article 18, referendum question P, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,232,211 for the capital improvement program. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Raise and appropriate Public Works equipment, $425,000, Public Works paving, $450,000, Public Safety Fire Reserve, $232,711, Municipal Facilities, $35,000. Please add the comma.
Yep.
Reevaluation Reserve, $40,000. Technology, $49,500. Any public comment on this? Seeing none. Questions or clarification from the board? Okay. I would entertain a motion then.
I'll make a motion to move Article 18 with Select Board recommendation.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Yes.
And make a note that Sam abstains. Article 19, referendum question Q, to see whether the town will vote to carry forward any existing fund balance in the capital improvement program CIP accounts, the healthcare reimbursement accounts, HRA, and the employee compensation account. Any public comment regarding this article? All right, seeing none, any questions for clarification from the board?
No.
Okay, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to move Article 19 with Select Board recommendation.
Second that.
And any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Yes.
Sam abstains. Article 20, referendum question R, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $33,734 for community services and provider agencies to be allocated as follows. Regional Transportation, $13,000, Lakes Region Explorer, which is a fixed route service, $12,600, which is the RTP microvan service. Provider agencies, $1,500 for Crescent Lake Watershed Association, $3,000 for Spurwink Services, $1,134 for Life Flight of Maine, $1,500 for Southern Maine Agency on Aging, $1,000, which is the town manager's discretion. Any public comment regarding this article?
I do, Madam Chair, if you don't mind.
Okay. Go ahead.
Service, is that accurate?
Oh, can you just, since you're on Zoom, can you introduce yourself and then?
I'm sorry, Sean McKillop, 84 Main Street.
And can you repeat? I think you froze on the screen, so.
Sure. The $12,600 for the RTP microvan service, is that accurate? Is that number accurate?
Yeah, do you want me to go into the whole thing now?
Yes.
Okay,
yep.
Great. So after the last workshop, when RTP presented, there was discussion among the boards about discontinuing the microvan transit service. There seemed to be consensus that we would consider funding the match for the 5310 federal grant, which would be an 80-20 split. RTP has made application for the RTP microvan service. The Transit Task Force meets on April 9th, where they'll get a determination if they got that funding. So this $12,600 would be our match portion. The logic behind that, and RTP was talking about it, you know, it takes time to grow these and it doesn't scale. The cost per ride is high. So we're going to ask GPCOG and the feds, why don't you subsidize the service to see if it's successful? And that way the grant can fund the operation of it. And then the 13 is the restoration of the fixed route stop, which went away. A lot of this grant funding is contingent on having how far you are from a fixed route stop. So you may inadvertently make yourself ineligible if you remove the fixed route stop and apply for the subsidy. So the 12,600 is the match portion of the grant, Sean. So it reduced the request from his initial 75,000 down to 25,600.
Thank you.
And I'll just also add that there are other provider agencies that made requests, but they are in your TIF spending plan. That's why they're not included on that article.
I have a follow-up question.
Go ahead.
How likely are they to get that grant?
We'll find out on April 9th. As my understanding is they just need to ask.
So what do we do if they don't get the grant?
That likely would not be enough to fund the service, and then the service would go away. That part of it. You would still have the Lakes Region Explorer. And if that's the case on April 9th, I would recommend terminating the contract sooner than later, and then perhaps saving on this year's budget if the ridership is as low as they indicate.
Thank you.
I was looking at this one too, with all the uncertainty and the moving parts on this. I was seeing if we could recommend separating these articles. So Article 20 would be the regional transportation, and then making a new article of Article 21 for the provider agencies, just so that we don't lump them all together. If, some people feel so strongly on the regional transportation one that we don't handcuff ourselves with the other provider agencies that are lumped in.
Chris, do you have any strong feelings?
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad idea for the amount of effort it's going to take to add Article 21. I think Derek's correct.
Or we can make it
contingent.
No, we could make it we can make the second one Article 30, so we don't screw up Kayla for the rest of this night. Figure out which one we're on.
I can handle it, but okay. Would you like it to be together? I would kind of prefer to be together if you don't
Me
mind,
too.
and I'll
As long as you
just
can handle it.
handle it. So I'm not sure that I need to read that over.
No, I think you're all set.
But I think we can make that work with our motions. Is there any public comment now that there's been some explanation? All right, I'm not seeing any. Any more questions for clarification from the board? I'm not seeing any. I do also agree with separating them out. I like that idea. And I'm happy to see the fixed route service come back on the plate.
Oh, I do have one more on that. I mean, not as far as this goes, but I think just research-wise goes, we might have to move that. I mean, there's probably other places that we can do it, no problem, but I think we do have to check into that, because I know the property has been sold since the last time they used that stop, so.
I'll let Don know.
Okay, I would be looking for I'll go ahead and make one. So I move to
Can we permanently move?
I'm just getting an echo.
Yeah, it's one of somebody on Zoom has their audio on and it just keeps recycling through.
I'm going to try again. So I make a motion to approve Article 20 to include regional transportation only and not the other provider agencies with a select board recommendation.
Second.
I'll second that.
I beat him. I mean, I really did.
Any further discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor?
That's a yes for me, Caleb. I still got the echo.
I'm going to mark Sam as abstained. And then I would make I would ask for a motion that would be Article 21 for the remaining provider agencies.
I'll make that motion that we add Article 21 for the provider agencies with board recommendation.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Can't imagine. All those in favor?
Yes.
And Sam will be marked as abstained. So this will be Article 22. Referendum question S, to see if the town will vote to appropriate the total sum of $2,256,072 from the estimated non-property tax revenues to reduce the property tax commitment together with all categories of funds which may be available from the federal government and any other sources. Any public comment regarding this article? I'm not seeing any questions from the board.
None.
Okay, I would go ahead and entertain a motion for what is now Article 22.
I'll make a motion that we move Article 22 with board recommendation.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Seeing any, all those in favor?
Yes.
And Sam abstains. Article 23, referendum question. Uh-oh. I have to change that too. Can we just make a note that it would be Article 22, referendum question T? All right, so this would be Article 23, referendum question U. To see if the town will vote to accept certain state funds as provided by the Maine State Legislature during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2026, and any other funds provided by any other entity including but not limited to municipal revenue sharing, local road assistance, emergency management assistance, snowmobile registration money, homestead exemption, tree growth reimbursement, general assistance reimbursement, veterans exemption reimbursement, business equipment tax exemption, which is BETI reimbursement, state grant or other funds. Any questions from the public regarding this? Okay, seeing none. Questions or clarifications from the board?
None.
Okay, I would entertain a motion for what is now Article 23, question U.
I'll make a motion that we move Article 23, referendum question U, with board recommendation.
Second.
Thank you, Derek. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Yes.
Sam abstains. Moving on to what is now Article 24, referendum question V. To see if the town will vote to authorize the use of town employees and/or town-owned equipment or independent contractors hired by the town for maintenance on private roads in special and certain circumstances where in the public's interest. Public comment regarding this article. Okay, seeing none. Questions or clarifications from the board? Also seeing none, I'd go ahead and entertain a motion then.
I'll make a motion that we move Article 24, referendum question V, with board recommendation.
Second that.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Yes.
And Sam abstains. Article 25, referendum question W.
That's the last time you have to do this.
No.
Yeah, this one good. 25's gone.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
We're back on track again.
To see if the town will vote to appropriate from undesignated fund balance $564,531.25 for the employee benefits liability. Any public comment regarding this article? Seeing none. Discussion questions or clarification from the board? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion, we move Article 25, referendum question W, with board recommendation.
Second that.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Yes.
And Sam abstains. So, for all those on Zoom, the next article has been stricken out, so we will move to Article 26.
Do you want me to just give an overview? Struck out?
Yes,
Okay.
you could do that.
So over the past couple of years, as your school assessment has been rising, you have to float more cash as you go into when tax bills are due. So you get low on cash reserves because you commit late. Initially, I wanted to add an article to allow for the ability to take out a tax anticipation note because we don't see those revenues until November. But as I was waiting for legal's response, under the statute, the board can take out a TAN without voter authorization. If you'd like, you can leave the language in, but then I would have to hire bond counsel to draft it like a bond ordinance and put it in as an authorization. But under the statute, you can take out a TAN if you need to without voter authorization. So that has been stricken after getting confirmation from the town attorney.
Any questions for clarification again from the public? Okay, and from the board?
None.
Okay. All right. We don't need a motion. We just go by it. All right. Article.
We're back on track now.
We're back on track, but not all the way. So Article 26, but it will have to be referendum question X. Shall Article 9(3)(a)(2), off-street parking, and Article 12.2, terms defined of the land use ordinance as adopted May 21st, 1994, and amended through June 10th, 2025, be further amended by adding the underscored language and removing the language in strikeout text as in the voter guide section 2. There's a question mark. Oh, yeah, yes. A full copy of the full text of the proposed change is available